Chapter 5467. Despicable brat, just you wait. The Fire Qilin was the first to give up. The Gu family also kept their void mirror. Next, Zifu and the others gritted their teeth. Only Long Mu roared, "Despicable brat, just you wait. I'll get the Azure Dragon blood back sooner or later." He wasn't confident if he attacked alone. Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. Then he found a corner in the hall and sat down cross-legged to recover. The previous battle had injured him. In addition, the tomb was extremely dangerous. He had to recover to his peak before he dared to continue. Although he didn't know how dangerous it would be, he was lucky that he had the Azure Dragon horn this time. Otherwise it would be very troublesome. Murong Qingqing and the others were guarding him. Zifu and the others saw that they didn't have a chance, so they gritted their teeth and snorted. "Let's go." This time they were prepared to set off first. They couldn't let Lin Wudi lead the way anymore. If the other party set off first, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Therefore, after some discussion, they took the lead and walked towards the passage ahead. When the toad saw this, its eyes turned red. Should it chase after them? Murong Qingqing said, "No, let them go. Brother Xian's safety is the most important. We have to guard this place." Yen Ryu also smiled and said, "It's useless. You've seen the two halls. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, these people wouldn't have gotten anything. Therefore it didn't matter if they left first." Next, the people from the Divine Union stopped. After about 5 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had recovered his strength. He had recovered from his injuries. He looked around and said, "Where are those people?" Bai Susu said, "Those people seem to be afraid of you, so they left first." Lin Xian smiled after hearing that. Indeed, these emperor families were too aggrieved. However, he shook his head. The road ahead wasn't going to be easy. These emperor families would probably be at a disadvantage. "Let's go too. Even if there are formations and traps, they'll probably help us clear them. Let's go." Next, Lin Xian and the others continued on their journey, heading forward and entering the passageway once again. Sure enough, the pressure they felt this time was much less than before. With someone leading the way, things were indeed different. On the way, the dark red dragon asked, "Brat, did you really get Zhang Long Shui?" Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course, I'll give you some when we get out." The dark red dragon god was also a dragon, so it naturally needed these things. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait any longer. He was right. Can you really control Azure Dragon War Sky? Wouldn't it be better to summon him and fly with us? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Controlling War Dragon? You believe it? I was just fooling them. *CK. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. Didn't I say it? I had my suspicions back then, but those emperor clans were really scared silly. The people from the Divine Union laughed. If these people from the emperor race had joined forces, they would have been in danger. Fortunately, these monarch race beings were all scared of Zhang Long Zhantian previously. Therefore he didn't dare to make a move. They walked for another 3 days. During these 3 days they did not encounter any danger. As for Lin Xian, he had already started to let the divine flame seed continue to absorb energy. He could already feel a trace of power being released by the divine flame seed. The power of the divine flame was a power that surpassed the sage stage, even though he was still a sage. However, Lin Xian could also feel the benefits that this power brought to him. He reckoned that this trip to the ancient tomb would allow him to break through and reach the divine ancestor realm. That way, he would stand at the peak of the great sage realm and be only a step away from becoming a true boundary emperor. Lin Xian was looking forward to that day. However, he knew that his current power was not enough. He had to divide the power he obtained into many portions. One portion would be for the divine flame seed, and some would be left for Murong Qingqing and the others. Of course, he still had to provide power to the sword world. The sword world was even more mysterious and required an endless amount of power to recover. Lin Xian also wanted to know what secrets the sword world was hiding. Therefore, although he had obtained a lot of precious power during this period of time, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough and wanted more. On the 4th day, an angry roar came from the front. At the same time, light shone in. The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. Great, they were about to leave the passage. Yen Ryu frowned. The sound of fighting was so terrifying. Were these people from the Emperor race fighting for something? The toad jumped up. Damn, could there be treasures? He jumped out with a swoosh and increased his speed. I'll go take a look too. Little White also flew out, stepping on a cotton cloud and flying over. The eyes of the others lit up. They knew that Little White was a treasure hunter. The last time it came out was because of the dragon scale fruit. After obtaining the dragon scale tree, Little White hid in the sword world and ate the dragon scale fruit. Now that it had come out again, it meant that the little guy had sensed a treasure. Furthermore, it must be a treasure like a spirit fruit. It seemed like there was going to be a big harvest again. Lin Xian smiled and they quickened their pace. Soon they left the passage. Looking at the scene in front of them, Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. Murong Qingqing and the others were even more amazed. Even the usually calm old phoenix was stunned. Could this be? Were they really dumbfounded? Aha, we're rich. The toad roared excitedly, and the dark red dragon also roared at the sky. Little White rode on a cotton cloud and began to shuttle back and forth. Mine, mine, all mine. In front of them was a huge courtyard filled with spiritual herbs. Every set was priceless, and these were all extinct in the outside world. Everyone was excited. The spiritual herbs in the Dragon Emperor's tomb were most likely planted by the Dragon Emperor back then. Even if they weren't, how precious would they be if they grew in the tomb of a great emperor? Lin Xian waved his hand and the people of the Divine Union all rushed out. Even Murong Qingqing, Yen Ryu and the others couldn't stay calm. The people from the emperor race in front of them attacked even more fiercely. Previously, they had set off a few days in advance and had been attacked by arrays and puppets along the way. However, they were all blocked by them and finally left the passage. When they arrived outside, they discovered this herb garden. Their eyes instantly turned red and a huge battle broke out in an instant. This time they had really made the right choice by setting off early. They had to get these spiritual herbs. The other emperor races were originally in an alliance. However, in an instant the alliance was broken. They were all fighting for themselves. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court also couldn't help but attack. As the tomb keeper, Long Mu couldn't attack the spiritual herbs directly. However, he could kill other people. As long as someone snatched the spiritual herbs, he could kill them and snatch the spiritual herbs. Then he wouldn't be punished by the great emperor's tomb. Therefore his attacks were even more terrifying. Anyone who was targeted by him all died. Damn it, it's Lin Wudi and the others. The people from the Divine Union are here. The Gu family elder roared. They executed their void techniques to the extreme. The people from the Purple Mansion sect also shouted angrily. Attack quickly. Chapter 5468. After seeing Lin Xian's arrival, the surrounding emperors and remote antiquity families quickly made their moves. They wanted to get ahead of Lin Xian. The Qilin Sun roared angrily, "Get lost." In front of them, there was a set of spiritual herbs that were extremely red as if they were made of blood. There was an extremely ancient and powerful aura on them. The blood jade ancient medicine was very precious and could no longer be seen outside. On the other side, the Purple Mansion Master also roared angrily. He was fighting with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan and the Gu clan. They were fighting over a black flower. There was an extremely cold aura on it that shot into the sky. It was the Earth Fiend Netherworld flower. It was also extinct outside and could only be seen in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. The Dragon Sea clan, the Golden Crow clan, and the Kunpeng clan also made their moves. There were countless ancient medicines around them that were extremely precious. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his eyes also burst out with an extremely sharp light. What a good opportunity. He looked up to the sky and laughed. In the next moment he rushed over and charged towards the Qilin Sun. The Qilin Sun roared angrily, "Get lost." He used the Qilin arm and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Heavens Battle Map and blocked the attack. At the same time, the Heavens Battle Map exploded with unparalleled power. The Qilin Sun kept retreating. The Qilin Sun gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. At this moment Lin Xian attacked again. It was the Demon God Fist. The Black Fist connected heaven and earth like a demonic dragon and sent the Qilin Sun flying. The people who were fighting with the Qilin Sun also changed their target and attacked Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was the most difficult to deal with. Terrifying flames, terrifying lightning, and a sky full of ice and snow fell from the sky. It seemed to have turned into several worlds and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily. Monstrous sword chi rushed out of his body and sent the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan flying. With a few more slashes, the Ice Snow tribe and the Thunder Dragon tribe were sent flying. His attacks were powerful and bold. The ultimate skills in his hands, coupled with the heavenly battle diagram, were extremely terrifying. Finally he obtained the ancient blood jade medicine. Then, his figure flickered as he charged toward the Z Mansion. The great annihilation spear was filled with boundless demon chi as it shot towards the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord shouted angrily and used his mysterious palm to block the attack. He grabbed the spear of great destruction. However, Lin Xian only sneered. The 9-sun divine flame on his body burst forth and along with the great annihilation spear, He flew towards the Purple Mansion Master. Feeling the power of the flame, Zifu's expression also changed. Why did it have a mysterious aura? Her big purple hand turned to ash and she retreated. At this moment, a cold sneer sounded behind Lin Xian. The Gu family's elder appeared in the blink of an eye. Void God Finger, Void Palm and Void Exile. All kinds of ultimate skills rushed out and instantly Lin Xian was surrounded by them. Lin Xian disappeared in an instant. Not long after, he used the Hell Sword to split open the void and returned. He shouted angrily, and the heavenly battle diagram flew towards the three Gu family's experts. The Gu family's experts appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Lin Xian snorted and locked onto his target. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out and blasted the three Gu family's experts away. The three Gu family's elders looked terrible. Damn it, the invincible power made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. It seemed to be able to restrain them. Let me do it. The old sword man shouted angrily. He was a powerful divine ancestor and an expert in sword Dao. His strength was terrifying. He slashed out with the broken sword in his hand, and it turned into a bolt of lightning that split the sky and the earth. Competing in sword Dao? Let me see how powerful a sword Dao expert like you is. Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a terrifying light. The Hellfire Dragon sword flew out as if it had turned into a Hell Dragon, sweeping across the surroundings. The two collided and a sonorous sound rang out. Sword light danced and swept across the 9 heavens. Azure Sword Dao. At this moment, Lin Xian's sword Dao changed again, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. A sword chi suddenly appeared behind the old sword man, leaving a sword mark on his back. The old sword man's body swayed, and his expression changed drastically. It was actually the Sword of Slaughter. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a sword Dao. He roared angrily. Sword of Heaven. There were only a few broken swords, but the terrifying power was like a piece of heaven, pressing down from the sky and surrounding him. Not only did it block the terrifying Sword of Slaughter, but it could also attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and transformed into a dragon. He waved his dragon claws and tore apart the Sword of Heaven. Then another dragon claw slammed onto the old sword man's body, tearing his shoulder into pieces. The old sword man was injured and flew out. His expression became ugly. At this moment, Lin Xian swept his dragon tail and kept the Earth Fiend Netherworld flower. Then he attacked again. Before long he had snatched 5 stalks of ancient herbs. This made him extremely happy. The other people's expressions turned ugly. This was because the herbs that Lin Xian had snatched were extremely precious. Many experts and divine ancestors had their eyes on them. Damn it, let's kill him together. Otherwise none of us will get them. The Purple Mansion Master gritted his teeth. The Fire Qilin and the others also had cold expressions. These people were prepared to attack Lin Xian together. They would eliminate the other party first. The remaining people's strengths were about the same. Then they would rely on their own abilities. Otherwise none of them would get anything good with Lin Xian around. You want to attack me? Lin Xian sneered. The people of the Divine Union wanted to come over and help, but Lin Xian waved his hand. There was no need. They could snatch their own opportunities. They couldn't do anything to me. With that, he waved his hand and the heaven-devouring jar appeared, releasing a terrifying message. Instantly, an endless black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Damn it, do you think we don't have it? The Purple Mansion Master took out the Dragon Cauldron. The Gu family took out the Void Mirror. The Qilin clan also took out an extreme weapon. The extreme weapon of the Qilin clan was the Qilin Divine Furnace. It was an ancient furnace. The moment it appeared, it released a monstrous light. An ancient Qilin image was engraved on it. Boundless flames danced and flickered. This extreme weapon contained incomparable flames. Its power seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. An extreme aura was released. A terrifying extreme danger swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the herb garden was stunned. They acted as if they were facing a great enemy and didn't dare to attack for a while. Instead they watched in horror. The people of the remote ancient families were in despair. Were the Emperor clans finally going to launch their strongest attack? Once the extreme weapon was out, only these Emperor clans could fight against each other. They had no chance at all. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court had cold expressions. They also took out the 10,000 Dragon picture and prepared. On the other side, Little White Speed was extremely fast. He was an expert at finding treasures. The moment the treasure basin appeared, the faces of countless people in the surroundings turned black. Because the treasures that they had their eyes on were all snatched away by the little monkey. Many people gritted their teeth and began to chase after the other party. However, Little White stepped on a cotton cloud and was extremely fast. Not long after, he arrived beside Lin Xian. He made faces at the people around him. Damn monkey. The people around him gritted their teeth. Someone said. They would attack Lin Wudi together and eliminate him. These people were prepared to use extreme weapons. Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu also returned. They took out their extreme weapons and confronted each other. A great battle was about to erupt. However, at this moment, the pupils of those emperor clans constricted and their expressions changed. Chapter 5469. Just as they were about to use their extreme weapons, the emperor clan members were stunned. In the next moment, their faces turned ugly. They realized that they couldn't activate their extreme weapons. Damn it, what's going on? My body is out of control. The fire Qilin roared in fear. On the other side, Kun Pingzi was also terrified. He could only stand there as if his entire body had been sealed. Damn it, who was it that attacked her? The Golden Crow tribe members were terrified. They couldn't move either. Damn Lin Wudi, how dare you plot against us? They roared in madness. At this moment, everyone could only stare at Lin Xian. However, they soon realized that this wasn't the case. Lin Xian couldn't move either. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the Divine Union members also felt as if their bodies had been sealed and their souls couldn't come out. What was going on? The surrounding people were roaring in madness. Who was it that attacked her? Lin Xian was also shocked. The old phoenix frowned and said, "Looks like we were careless. The previous 2 palaces had terrifying guardians. How could there be no guardians in this herb garden?" Bai Susu and the others exclaimed. They were really careless. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He also felt a huge suppression. At this moment, a voice came from the herb garden. "How dare you come to the royal spirit garden? You're courting death." Who was speaking? The Gu family elder roared. The old sword man and the others also began to search. However, their bodies were controlled and they couldn't find anyone. At this moment, some people realized that in the herb garden in front of them, an elixir suddenly rose into the air and turned into a blur. It was the shadow of a dragon, bearing its fangs but no claws as it spiraled in the air. It wasn't big, not even half a meter long. However, it was emitting a mysterious aura. "Stupid ants, I'm in charge of guarding the royal spirit garden under the orders of the Dragon Emperor. You guys don't know what's good for you. How dare you come here to steal the ancient elixir? You deserve to die." Damn it. They were careless. There were indeed guardians here. Royal Spirit Garden. What a terrifying name. Did this mean that the power here could control gods? The people from the Emperor clan were also alarmed. Lin Xian's face was cold. His eyes flickered with a shocking light as he stared ahead. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty also cried out in surprise. Long Mu's voice was trembling. Could it be that he was a mirage dragon? Mirage dragon. They were a type of dragons that were very rare and strange. That was because the illusion dragon was an expert in illusions. Who would have thought that they would encounter one here? The mirage dragon in front flew over. "Are you the descendants of the Dragon Emperor? How dare he come here with them to be so presumptuous?" Her voice was bright. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people were terrified. Long Mu said, "No, you misunderstood. We are not with them. We are here to stop him." However, they have more people and many of them are from the earthly the arch race. The number of extreme Dao weapons they have far exceeds ours. We can't stop them at all. Therefore, he could only follow them all the way and see if there was an opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. This was the best opportunity for him. You control him and we'll kill him. When he said this, Long Mu's eyes lit up emotionally. This was indeed the best opportunity. The Emperor race was controlled and even Lin Wudi couldn't fight back. As long as he attacked, he could definitely send these people to hell. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. The fire Qilin hollered in rage. "You dare?" Long Mu laughed coldly. "Why wouldn't I dare? You came to the Dragon Emperor tomb to behave so arrogantly. Do you really think that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is easy to bully? Today I will let you know what regret is. Not good, they were really going to attack." Gu family, Zifu, and the others' expressions all turned ugly. "We are in an alliance," they said. Long Mu scoffed coldly. "Alliance? When Lin Wudi attacked the tomb, which one of you stepped out to help us? Now you are in an alliance? What a joke. Damn it, charge. Use the power of the extreme Dao to break through these controls." The Emperor race people hollered. They used extreme Dao weapons but they couldn't move at all. Their bodies were sealed. To be exact, their souls were being controlled. They couldn't move according to their will at all. Huan Long laughed coldly. "It's useless. Stop resisting. I am using a mind illusion technique. None of you can escape. In this Imperial God Garden I am the ruler. After saying this, he waved his claw and the control over the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty disappeared. After the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty members recovered, they all exclaimed. Then they were delighted. That was great. They came beside these people and laughed coldly. Stop being so arrogant. You are stealing our Dragon Emperor's treasures. All of this is ours. They started to attack and took the storage rings from these experts. These people roared excitedly at the sky. They followed along because they were the descendants of the Dragon Emperor and couldn't attack directly. So, they could only attack others in secret. They only got a few treasures. Could be said that they got the least out of all of them. Looking at the other families snatching their treasures, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was so angry that they gritted their teeth. Now they finally had a chance. So what if you snatched more? They were all ours. They laughed coldly as they snatched the storage rings. Long Mu raised his blade and started to kill. Many people died just like that. A sea of blood surrounded the area. The others went crazy. However, when it came to the Emperor race there was a problem. Although these people from the Emperor race couldn't attack, it wasn't easy to kill these people. This was because the extreme Dao weapons couldn't be controlled. Even if no one used them they could still automatically defend. This made the people from the Emperor race heave a sigh of relief. Long Mu's attack was blocked. His expression was cold. He looked at Huan Long and said, "These people weren't easy to kill but they couldn't leave either. Why don't they just control them here? After a few thousand years their lifespan would run out and they would naturally turn to ashes. Damn it, how dare you?" The people from the Emperor race roared. They were really terrified. If they continued to stay like this the extreme Dao weapons wouldn't attack. Only when they were attacked would they passively defend. But if they didn't attack they might really die here. Lin Wudi, what can you do? The Fire Qilin roared crazily. The others also looked at Lin Xian. Because, previously when they were in despair in the first two halls, it was Lin Xian who attacked and swept through everything. They could only continue after defeating the Guardians. Now, they were in the most dangerous situation so they naturally looked at Lin Xian. The people from the Divine Union also had hope. Yes, every time they were in danger, it was young Master Lin who helped them out. Lin Xian was the leader of the Divine Union so he naturally had a way. Chapter 5470. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. To be honest, he had not expected such a scene to occur. Even he had fallen for it. Previously, he had been able to contend against the two Guardians because the enemy had been very obvious and had displayed great strength and characteristics. He had been able to restrain the other party based on their mystique. However, this time it was extremely strange. Even he had been controlled by the soul attack. This should be a mind illusion technique. He opened his Rinnegan and prepared to resist. Although his Rinnegan was also suppressed, it could still release the light of reincarnation. A terrifying reincarnation aura emerged, causing the faces of the people of Wanlongqiao to change. Damn it. Lin Wudi had not been completely controlled. Long Mu said, "Kill him. We have to find a way to kill him. He killed our dragon prince." What? Huan Long was instantly stunned. In the next moment he was enraged. He had been guarding this place under the orders of the Dragon Emperor. To be honest, he could no longer be considered a true spiritual body because he had merged with the entire Royal God Garden. There was an array in the Royal God Garden and he was Zheng Lin. That was why he had been able to survive for so many years. As for the previous Guardians, they were all puppets. At this moment he was enraged when he heard this. The Dragon Prince, the son of the Dragon Emperor, was the continuation of the bloodline. However, he was now dead. He had been killed by this brat in front of him. His eyes glowed fiercely as he stared at Lin Xian. With a roar he launched an attack as well. His soul power came crashing down. However, the sky-devouring jar in Lin Xian's hand suddenly erupted. As though he had felt threatened, he unleashed a devouring vortex to resist. A deafening sound rang out as the ancient desolate tower rumbled. The green lotus shook as a series of chain reactions appeared, causing Huan Long's face to turn ugly. Long Mu was also gritting his teeth. He could kill the people of the Divine Union first. These were all people around him. He would kill them one by one and let them know what despair was. As he spoke, Long Mu strode forward. With a wave of his dragon claws, he killed two Divine Union elites. Damn it! Bai Susu and the others roared crazily. The dark red dragon's eyes turned red as well. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He stared at Long Mu and said, "Old man, I'll make you regret this. I will kill you to avenge my brothers in the Divine Union." "You want to kill me?" Long Mu laughed coldly. "You won't have a chance in this lifetime." He was ready to attack again. But Lin Xian roared angrily. His Rinnegan turned into a reincarnation light blade and attacked the opponent. Longmu was given a fright. He struck out with an attack, colliding with it. In the next moment, his face darkened. The strength of the Rinnegan was so terrifying that it could even summon the Samsara sword. Now, Lin Xian could summon a phantom of the Samsara sword, which was already very terrifying. It might even be able to cut through this illusion. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. He said to Mirage Dragon, using all his strength to control him. This brat's eyes were Rinnegan, which was very strange. Rinnegan? Huanlong was equally shocked when he heard this. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that these eyes would appear again? Don't worry, he's the enemy of the dragons. I won't let him go. I'll erase his soul and turn him into a puppet. Spiritual storm. Mirage Dragon roared and waved his dragon claws. An even more terrifying soul power emerged and turned into a storm. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Although it wasn't an attack on them, they were already facing a great enemy. No one would be able to withstand such a soul attack. Lin Wudi might have been able to, but he was being controlled now. Did he really have a chance? They were all worried. Lin Xian's face also turned cold. He could feel the terrifying storm attacking his soul. He roared and closed his left eye. His Rinnegan suddenly burst out with an extremely shocking light. It formed the 6 Tao worlds to resist. A sonorous sound rang out. Lin Xian stood there like the king of Samsara. He shouted coldly, "You want to kill me? Impossible." The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Endless sword chi rushed out and swept in all directions. Those storms were all cleaved apart. Not only that, Lin Xian felt that the seal on his body was also shaking. It was about to break. Damn it, how is this possible? He can actually resist the spiritual illusion. Mirage Dragon was stunned. What kind of power is this? Longmu's face also changed. He forgot to tell you that in addition to the Rinnegan, he also has the great dragon sword soul. It's an indestructible power that can split everything. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Mirage Dragon was also angry after hearing this. He had naturally heard of the great dragon sword. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. However, the other party could actually obtain it. Even the Dragon Emperor didn't get it back then. I'll kill you and give your great dragon sword soul to the Dragon Emperor as a sacrifice. Mirage Dragon gritted his teeth and tried to strangle the soul. He formed a seal with his dragon claws and an even more terrifying soul power appeared. It suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian's soul, wanting to tear it apart. Lin Xian roared. The Rinnegan bloomed and the heavenly path of reincarnation appeared. The path of reincarnation formed a shield to defend. The path of reincarnation merged with him, causing his body to become incomparably mysterious to defend against the attack. At the same time, Lin Xian said coldly, "Do you want me to save you?" Those people from the monarch races said. "Of course we can join forces." "Join hands?" "No need, I think I should be able to resist it. However, I can also save you. I need you to agree to a condition." "What condition?" The Fire Qilin frowned. Kun Pingzi also said that as long as you can save us, you can say it. He really didn't want to be trapped here. The others were also silent. They wanted to hear what Lin Wudi wanted. Lin Xian said, "It's very simple. I won't make things difficult for you. Give me half of the ancient medicine you obtained from the Imperial God Garden." "What?" Hearing this, the Purple Mansion Lord roared, "Damn it, why don't you just rob?" The Fire Qilin also gritted his teeth. "Lin Wudi, don't go too far." "Too far?" Lin Xian smiled, "We are all old friends, which is why I said that. If I really go too far, I can be like Wan Longqiao and just snatch your storage rings." Hearing this, the faces of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people turned cold. They cursed in their hearts, "Not good. This Lin Wudi was too cunning. If he really snatched their storage rings, he would anger the Emperor races. At that time, the Emperor races would definitely retaliate. But Lin Xian didn't do that. He only took half. Since that was the case, the Emperor races hated the dragons the most. Because the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty snatched all the resources. If these people obtained freedom, they would definitely attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. So Longmu roared, "Huanlong, quickly control him. Don't let him out, otherwise we will be in danger." Chapter 5471. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Have you guys thought it through? You only have one chance. When the time comes, I'll take the Divine Union away. Don't regret it. Wait, let us think about it." The Fire Qilin said through gritted teeth, "I agree to give you half of the spiritual herbs." Kunpingzi spoke at this moment. The moment he said this, the expressions of the other monarch race members changed drastically. The Gu family said, Our Gu family is also willing. Damn it. The Purple Mansion Master roared. A bunch of cowards. Joining forces with these people was really infuriating. This way they would be alone. In the end, she could only grit her teeth. Alright, I agree to your request. Since these monarch race members had agreed, the other remote antiquity aristocratic families did not have many people left. Many of them had already been killed. Therefore they could only say that they were willing. We are willing. Very good. Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Murong Qingqing and the others also smiled. The monarch race members were now under Lin Xian's control. They all understood that Lin Xian had saved these monarch race members not because he was being kind, but because these monarch race members were useful. Firstly, the Thousand Dragon Court had already angered these monarch race members. If these monarch race members were rescued, these people would definitely deal with the Thousand Dragon Court. Lin Xian could get someone else to do the dirty work. Furthermore, he still needed the help of these monarch race members. After all, no one knew what would happen in the end. When the time came, they could work together to get more extreme weapons. Perhaps they would have to fight against the Dragon Emperor's corpse in the end. Therefore, Lin Xian's decision was very correct. The Thousand Dragon Court members had ugly expressions. They attacked. Long Mu roared and took the lead to attack Lin Xian. The Thousand Dragon Court members also started attacking the Divine Union members crazily. They wanted to kill these people before the other party rushed out. The three extreme weapons received the attack and started to defend themselves automatically. The Thousand Dragons diagram erupted and suppressed the three extreme weapons. However, that was all it could do. It was not enough. Mirage Dragon, provide me with power to completely revive the Thousand Dragons diagram. Long Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now was the best opportunity. Back then, it was these three extreme weapons that had killed Long Huangji. Now Long Mu wanted revenge. He wanted to use an ultimate weapon to suppress the three of them. Alright, Mirage Dragon nodded. I'll activate the power of the Imperial Forest Gardens formation and gather the power of the spirit herbs for you. However, there is only one chance and you have to grasp it. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. Long Mu was very confident. He was about to become a quasi-emperor, how could there be any mistakes? Lin Wudi, hurry up. The Fire Qilin roared. If Lin Wudi died, they would be next. Headmaster Z also shouted angrily. Can you do it or not? Lin Xian smiled. What's the rush? Swear on your Dao hearts first. I don't trust you. Damn it, the Purple Mansion's mansion lord had gone crazy. At such a critical moment, he still had the mood to joke around. However, they had no other choice. They quickly used their Dao hearts to swear an oath and decided to give the other party half of the spiritual herbs. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry, it's impossible for him to kill me. A terrifying flame appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it carried a supreme and mysterious power. He said coldly. Royal Divine Garden? This Long Xiaotian was really arrogant. Didn't he get slapped in the face back then? Why did he hate the entire divine path? However, did he have the qualifications to control the gods? He said coldly. He naturally knew that he had slapped the other party's face 90,000 years ago, causing the other party to be unable to fuse with the divine flame. As a result, the other party walked the immortal path. Therefore he was filled with hatred towards the entire divine path. Huanlong was also shocked. He only found out about this secret later. This was the origin of the name Royal Divine Garden. How did he know? One had to know that other than him, Long Mu didn't know about this. Who was this kid? He didn't know, but he also launched an ultimate attack. Soul Destruction. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Previously, he was the first to enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb. When he entered, the great dragon sword soul had absorbed an extremely mysterious power. This made the great dragon sword soul stronger than before. Therefore he used it now. In addition, he had obtained a lot of resources along the way. He had been providing these resources to the Divine Flame Seed. Now, the Divine Flame Seed was slightly stronger than when he first obtained it. The power of the Divine Flame was also displayed. The two powers exploded together. Instantly the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The soul illusion that was suppressing him also shook violently. Crack. Finally, a crack appeared. Then it shattered like a mirror. Lin Xian felt the control on his body disappear. In the next moment, he roared and the demonic aura on his body surged. He succeeded. Murong Qingqing was happy. In the Purple Mansion, the people of the Gu family were also shocked. This Lin Wudi was really capable. Without using the power of an extreme weapon, he could still break through the control. Not good. Huanlong was shocked. Her mind control was broken. He suffered a backlash. His body swayed and became much dimmer. Long Mu shouted angrily. Die. The 10,000 dragons diagram exploded with endless power. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was even faster. He used the heaven-swallowing jar to instantly attack. It turned into a black pillar of light and charged forward. He didn't attack the 10,000 dragons diagram. Instead, he charged toward the Gu family. The faces of the elders of the Gu family turned green. Lin Wuti couldn't be thinking of killing them, right? However, in the next moment, the power of the heaven-swallowing jar shattered the control on their bodies. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Wuti was a man of his word. Lin Xian roared. Use the Void Realm's spatial teleportation. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist at all. It seemed that the 10,000 dragons diagram was going to fully recover this time. He was already too late. Even half of the heaven-devouring jar was still a little lacking in comparison. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately saved the Gu family. The people of the Gu family had grasped void divine abilities and had the Void Realm. They could use their spatial techniques to dodge this attack. Don't worry, leave it to us. After the Gu family elders came out, they also roared angrily. They instantly used the void mirror. It emitted endless void power, and the light enveloped everyone. In the next moment, their figures instantly dimmed. Void and reality conversion. Everyone's bodies instantly became illusory. They had actually been teleported. This was a unique spatial divine ability. When the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram enveloped them, the surroundings collapsed, but their bodies weren't affected. It's useless. You haven't fully recovered. You can't resist it at all. As expected, the expressions of the Gu family elders also became ugly. The power of the 10,000 dragons diagram was becoming more and more terrifying. Although their bodies were teleported into the void, they were still affected. What should they do? The others were also in despair. Chapter 5472. Facing this world-destroying attack, the monarch race's faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He was the first to remove the Gu family's control. Firstly, he wanted to increase his strength. Secondly, the Gu family's spatial teleportation could buy him some time. Therefore, this period of time was enough. During this time, Lin Xian opened the Kuanping clan's Yin-Yang Cauldron and the Fire Qilin clan's Qilin Divine Furnace. As soon as these two monarch clans obtained power, they roared towards the sky. Their extreme weapons were also bursting forth rapidly. Finally, several extreme weapons collided together and blocked the shocking attack of the 10,000 dragons diagram. Great, the monarch race's people all heaved a sigh of relief. Next, Lin Xian helped them remove the restrictions one by one. Damn it, Long Mu gritted his teeth. His only chance was gone. The people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty also sighed. Huan Long snorted coldly. His methods were indeed strong, but so what? This was Dragon Emperor Gu Mu, and it was the Imperial God Garden. He was the supreme existence here. He would let them know how powerful he was. He shouted coldly, and the surrounding array erupted once again. The others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Using their extreme weapons, the people of the Purple Mansion roared. However, when they used their extreme weapons again, they found that their minds shook as if they were being controlled again. Not good. The old Phoenix of the Phoenix clan also exclaimed. They couldn't use their extreme weapons so easily. It seemed that there was a restriction here. Once they used their extreme weapons, they would be controlled by the mind illusion technique. The old Phoenix was right. The others also sensed it. Their expressions became ugly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't use his extreme weapons. Instead, he charged over. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the Rinnegan completely bloomed, forming a terrifying light. In the next instant, it turned into the light of the reincarnation sword and slashed forward. The sword slashed out and collided with the opponent's array. Huan Long's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect this. The opponent's Rinnegan was actually so terrifying. The earth-shattering collision shattered mountains and rivers. Everything ceased to exist. When the reincarnation sword's illusion disappeared, the entire Imperial God Garden was split open. The peerless array was also split open. Huan Long roared crazily. Damn it, he was unwilling to accept this. He was beaten into an array again. The others were also incomparably shocked. Lin Wuti was really too strong. Lin Xian closed his samsara eyes and sighed. The samsara sword was indeed very powerful. However, it was too powerful. He could only use one attack at a time. He still had to wait for a long time before he could use it again. Otherwise, his eyes alone would be invincible. However, the effect was very good. At least the Mirage Dragon was defeated. That was great. The other emperor clans also let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the dark red divine dragon walked out, looked at those monarch race people and sneered. "We've saved you, so shouldn't we hand over half of the spirit herbs?" Previously it was indeed Lin Xian who saved them. The Kuan-Peng clan handed over half of the spiritual herbs they had obtained. Next, the Gu clan, Qilin clan, Z Mansion and all the other clans and sects handed over half of the ancient herbs. Dark Red Divine Dragon, Murong Qingqing and the others came to collect them. Lin Xian didn't move because he was waiting. He was waiting for the moment these people handed over the spiritual herbs. Suddenly he shouted coldly and used the extreme Dao weapon again, the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. He was very decisive. Endless power surged on the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. The Heaven-Swallowing Jar emitted an extremely terrifying light. It directly grew larger and enveloped the entire Imperial God Garden. It was obvious that Lin Xian wanted to consume all of the remaining spiritual herbs. This sudden change shocked everyone. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a big appetite. "Damn it, you dare." Z Mansion's Mansion Master was instantly enraged. "Damn it." The Qilin clan also roared. Although the other party had saved them earlier, they had paid a price. However, they also paid a price and gave him half of the spiritual herbs. Next, they wouldn't hold back. With a roar, these people all attacked and took out their extreme Dao weapons to snatch the spiritual herbs. "Damn it." The people of the Thousand Dragon Court gritted their teeth and tried to resist. However, after all, there was only one extreme Dao weapon, so the blocking effect was limited. With so many extreme Dao weapons awakening at the same time, the other ancient clans had no hope. They retreated into the distance, trembling in fear. They even left the Imperial God Garden. At this moment, endless extreme Dao power exploded in the Imperial God Garden. The weak ones all retreated. Only the Emperor clan powerhouses could withstand it. Even Bai Susu and the others from the Divine Union retreated. They attacked outside the Imperial God Garden and provided power to Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian was the first to attack and was the most powerful. The Heaven-Swallowing Jar could swallow everything, so it was very effective here. More than half of the Imperial God Garden was swallowed by him. The others attacked crazily and even attacked the Heaven-Swallowing Jar quickly. The Heaven-Swallowing Jar kept shaking. "Lin Wudi, don't think about taking it all for yourself." The people of the Thousand Dragon Court despaired. Were the treasures left behind by their emperor going to be taken away by these people? No. These people knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Dragon Emperor, come back to life. Take a look at it. Dragon Emperor, give us power to punish them. They don't deserve the treasures you left behind. Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Prince's enemy is here. You must kill him." The powerhouses of the Thousand Dragon Court roared and cried. Dragon blood dripped from the dragon wood again. Their blood fell to the ground and sank into the ground. No one cared. The people in front were attacking crazily. The scene was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the Dragon Emperor's tomb, it would have been destroyed. Even so, it was still very powerful. However, at this moment the Imperial God Garden shook. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, they felt another wave of terrifying power sweeping out in all directions. When this aura appeared, everyone was terrified. Could it be that the Mirage Dragon from before came out again? Damn it, they couldn't let it control them anymore. These people roared crazily. However, they soon realized that it wasn't. This time it wasn't a Mirage Dragon but a Blood Dragon. The Blood Dragon was filled with endless rage as it roared in the sky. At the same time, in all directions, outside the Imperial God Garden, endless dragon aura and Blood Dragon gathered. This caused the Blood Dragon to become even more terrifying. It gave off a terrifying aura and a terrifying attack. The Blood Dragon claw covered the sky as it slashed down. It actually passed through the extreme weapons and hit these people. Instantly, the Emperor race elders spat out blood and flew backward. The Qilin son was injured and one of the Purple Mansion Lord's arms was broken. Chapter 5473. Lin Xian also retreated. The flames on his divine body were extinguished by the dragon claw. Damn it, what's going on? With one strike, everyone was injured. The old phoenix frowned and looked into the distance. Not good, this is anger, the anger of the dragons. They used their own dragon breath in exchange for a trace of the Dragon Emperor's aura. Together with their anger, they formed this Blood Dragon. If we can't quell this anger, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger. Hearing the old phoenix's words, the others also sucked in a breath of cold air. The Thousand Dragons Court was the descendant of the Dragon Emperor. The anger of these people was enough to trigger the Dragon Emperor's aura. A trace of the Dragon Emperor's aura was the true power of a great emperor, far surpassing them. All of you must die. The blood dragon emitted a terrifying killing intent. Then, countless small blood-colored dragons appeared on his body and flew in all directions. Each blood-red dragon stared at an expert of the Imperial God Garden and began to attack the anger above. These experts' scalps went numb. They resisted with all their strength, but they were still beaten back. Damn it, if this continued, unless they completely left the Imperial God Garden, their lives would be in danger, let alone snatching the ancient herbs. Damn it, it's so terrifying. Kunping-zi and the others also frowned. In their opinion, they had extreme weapons. So what if they were in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor? They still dared to come in. But the real situation was not like that. Although they had extreme weapons, they were only sages. Facing the methods in the tomb of the Great Emperor, they still couldn't resist. For example, they couldn't even control their extreme weapons now. They could only be chased by the anger of these dragons. Lin Xian and the others were also chased and tried to resist. Lin Xian stretched out his big golden hand, which was like the palm of the sun god, and slapped forward. It hit the opponent's body and a deafening sound was heard. However, it only slapped the blood dragon away. Not long after, the blood dragon flew over again. Lin Xian frowned and roared. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed the sky and earth. The blood dragon was split in half. He snorted coldly, but the blood dragon's shattered body healed again. It's useless. I'm formed from the anger of dragons. As long as there's anger, I'll exist forever. The blood dragon roared crazily. A sacred ancestor from the Golden Crow clan let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was torn apart and countless blood-colored dragons coiled around him. In the end, he died, his body and soul destroyed. Damn it. The expressions of the other two Golden Crow tribes' old ancestors became incomparably ugly. As for the people in the distance, their scalps went numb. Fortunately, they ran fast. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man from the Twin of Destiny clan to be pierced through. Similarly, his soul was destroyed. Actually, it wasn't just them. Following that, the people from the Emperor clan also began to fall. The Gu family was still fine. They appeared and disappeared mysteriously as they fled frantically. The Kunping race and the Qilin race all had their people fall, and so did the Phoenix race. 2 experts from the Zifu sect had perished as well. The others were also heavily injured. Damn it, retreat. The 2 old ancestors of the Golden Crow clan and the people of the Twin of Destiny clan quickly retreated. They couldn't snatch any more. Even these Emperor clan members were shaken. Could it be that they also had to return? The Zifu sect gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. If they stayed any longer, more experts on their side would die. The next few Emperor clan members also prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Not only did he not retreat, but he also walked forward again. This scene shocked everyone. What was Lin Wuti doing? Did he really think that he could fight against these blood dragons? It was useless. These blood dragons couldn't be killed. They were even more terrifying than the envoys of Mount Eternal. Seeing those people retreat, the people of the 10,000 Dragons court sneered. They finally let out a sigh of relief. Next, they were going to use these blood dragons to chase after the others. However, when they discovered that Lin Wuti didn't retreat, but instead advanced, they were furious. They were all furious. Damn it, this Lin Wuti. Every time it was because of the other party. This time they had to destroy the other party. Long Mu said to the blood dragon in the sky. Kill him, destroy his body and soul. The blood-colored dragon in the sky lowered its head, and a sea of blood erupted from its eyes. It engulfed everything. He glared at Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "Die, you ant!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing the monstrous sea of blood, he struck out the heavens of the battle map to resist. The heavens of the battle map erupted and charged towards the blood-colored dragon. As for the surrounding blood dragons, they turned around and charged towards Lin Xian. They had received the order from the blood-colored dragon to destroy the other party's body and soul. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the others were anxious. Yen Ruyu and the dark red divine dragon charged over. They blocked some of the blood-colored dragons, but even more of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Taiji diagram appeared and turned into yin-yang sword energy that swept in all directions. At the same time, he also released a terrifying demonic aura and turned into a demon god to fight. Monstrous demonic aura danced in the air. They resisted. Damn it, it controlled his heaven-swallowing jar, making Lin Xian unable to devour it. But now it was very difficult for them to kill Lin Xian. Long Mu and the others gritted their teeth and roared again. The drop of dragon blood made the blood-colored dragon in the sky even more terrifying. In the end, many of the dragons turned into white bones. Their dragon blood was almost gone, but the blood dragon in the sky was extremely powerful. Lin Wuti die. This time the blood dragon pounced over and blasted everything away. The heavens of the battle map was sent flying, the yin-yang diagram was sent flying, and the demonic aura that filled the sky was torn apart. The blood-colored dragon enveloped Lin Xian. In front of him, it turned into a sea of blood. Brother Xian, not good. Kid, run. Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others exclaimed. They also felt the power of this power. At the same time they were sent flying by this sea of blood. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were all injured. The other monarch race members were the same. A few more experts fell in this sea of blood. When the people outside saw this, their scalps went numb. It was over. Lin Wuti was really in danger this time. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was indeed terrifying. It seemed like their path had stopped here. They could no longer move forward. These people shook their heads and sighed. The people on the Divine Union's side were extremely nervous. How was Lin Xian? Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure from this blood-colored dragons. The anger on it was really terrifying. However, he still had a trump card. He said coldly, "Do you think I won't use the heaven-swallowing jar? Can't I kill you? Ridiculous. I'll kill you today." As he spoke, he roared into the sky and the dragon-shaped sword aura on his body kept erupting. He fought against the blood-colored dragon. At the same time he opened the sword world and began to devour the Imperial Spirit Garden. The sword aura on Lin Xian's body turned into a sea of swords. The sea of blood and the sea of swords collided, drowning everything. Chapter 54-74. At this moment, there was no one left in the Imperial God Garden. It was covered by the sea of blood and sword. But suddenly, they realized that the Imperial God Garden was slowly disappearing. Damn, what was going on? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also sent flying by a force. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Long Mu was also at a loss. What kind of power was this? What was in front of him? What did Lin Wuti use? He roared crazily. However, it couldn't change anything. In the sea of blood, the blood-colored giant dragon was also swallowed by Lin Xian's sword world. The sword world directly swallowed the Imperial God Garden. Ancient medicines that filled the sky danced between heaven and earth, and upon entering the sword world, the moment they entered the Four-Spirit Valley they felt it. They exclaimed, "So many spiritual medicines, quick, give them to us." Whitey also flew over with a swoosh. She waved her little claws and brought all the ancient herbs to the Four-Spirit Valley. At this moment the Four-Spirit Valley became extremely mysterious. It was like a divine land. The blood-colored giant dragon also entered. He roared crazily. "Damn, what is this place?" Lin Xian scoffed coldly. "This is where you will die. You want me to die? Laughable. I am formed from anger. If my anger isn't extinguished, I won't die." "Won't die?" Lin Xian laughed. "You are too naive and you think too highly of yourself. Outside you might have anger and continue to provide power. In this world your anger can't be transmitted. You only have this bit of energy, so it's easy for me to kill you." With that, Lin Xian slashed out and slashed at the blood-colored giant dragon. The blood-colored giant dragon resisted and the battle between the two shook the heavens and earth. Not long later, many sword marks appeared on the blood-colored giant dragon's body. He roared crazily because he felt that there was no external anger that was provided to him. His own anger was quickly being consumed. Damn it. He roared and waved his dragon claws. He wanted to tear apart the 9 heavens and escape from this place. However, the sky was terrifyingly quiet. Her peerless power couldn't cause any movement here. He didn't believe it and tried a few more times. Roaring at the sky, a sea of blood filled the sky, but it was unable to break through the void. Damn it, what's going on? What is this place? He turned around and glared at Lin Xian. "Where did you take me?" he roared coldly. "Stupid thing, you're just condensed from anger, yet you still dare to roar at me. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Today I'll let you see what I can do. Anger, right? Watch me purify you." Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and a flame danced between his eyebrows. Those were the runes of the divine flame. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared angrily, and the flame between his eyebrows flew out. A wisp of flame, only the size of a finger, floated in the sky and floated towards the blood-red dragon. The giant dragon was like an ancient mountain. Comparing the two of them was like comparing a giant dragon to an ant. The crimson dragon laughed heartily. "Stupid thing, do you think this little flame is a threat to me?" He didn't know the difference between life and death. He stretched out his dragon claw and slammed it forward. He didn't care at all. However, when he touched the flame of the divine flame, he screamed crazily. His dragon claw was pierced through in an instant. Not only that, it quickly turned into ashes. What's going on? What kind of flame is this? The angry dragon roared crazily. He couldn't imagine. However, before he could react, the flame of the divine flame landed on his body. Then with a boom, it turned into a sky-burning flame. These flames enveloped the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon was terrified. However, it was useless. In an instant, it turned into ashes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and the divine flame between his eyebrows slowly disappeared. He was also shocked. This was the divine flame, and it was only a divine flame seed now. It was already so terrifying. Great, when it fully matures in the future, how terrifying would it be? Lin Xian clenched his fists. He still had to continue absorbing the power in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed the 3 dragon scale fruits on the 4-spirit valley and the dragon spirit tree. Then he swallowed them and recovered his strength. In the next moment he walked out of the sword world. Outside, the Imperial God Garden was still surrounded by the sea of blood. Sword energy filled the sky, and the surrounding people were bewildered. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, a big hand waved and split the sky in half. The sea of blood broke open and Lin Xian walked over. Everyone looked up at the sky. They shouted in shock. Lin Wudi. He came out. He didn't die. God, what's going on? What about the Crimson Dragon? Can't even kill him? The people of the dragons were stunned. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty were even more shocked. Impossible. They roared crazily. They didn't believe it. They were looking for the Crimson Dragon, but Lin Xian said coldly. Stop looking, he doesn't exist anymore. What? He doesn't exist anymore? The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty couldn't believe it. Long Mu's pupils also constricted. They looked carefully and soon their faces darkened. Because not only did the Crimson Dragon no longer exist, but the entire Imperial God Garden also didn't exist anymore. Apart from the ground, only the ground was left. The ancient spirit herbs on the ground had all disappeared. Damn it, were they all taken away by Lin Wudi? The Wind Dragons, Thunder Dragons, and the other Emperor clans also exclaimed in shock. Many gazes looked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed coldly. You want to attack me? Think carefully. Do you still want to continue? If you follow me now, you can still continue. If you attack me, don't blame me for becoming hostile and suppressing you. Also, have you forgotten how the 10,000 Dragons dynasty treated you? While you were sealed, he took your storage rings. Hearing this, the expressions of the people of the Emperor clans changed. All of them stared at the 10,000 Dragons dynasty with unfriendly expressions. The Purple Mansion Lord snorted coldly. It was time to settle the grudge from before. The Fire Qilin clan, the Kuanpeng clan, and the Gu clan all stood out. Their expressions were cold. With a furious roar, these Emperor clans attacked. The elders of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty instantly vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Even Long Mu's blood was boiling. You're courting death. You dare to attack us? Why wouldn't you dare? The Purple Mansion Lord was the first to charge over. A great battle instantly erupted. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was in a miserable state. Long Mu roared angrily. Although he was powerful, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, these were all experts of the Emperor clans. He could suppress an entire Emperor clan by himself. But what about the other Emperor clans? Moreover, it was very difficult for him to kill them because they had extreme weapons protecting them. Therefore, although he was unharmed, the experts of the dragons beside him kept vomiting blood. They were severely injured. Damn it. Long Mu waved his hand and quickly left the Imperial God Garden with his men. I'll spare you this time. If you dare to attack us again, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 5475. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court fled. The surrounding people snorted coldly. The other ancient families felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Divine Union sneered. How ironic. This was the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. However, the Thousand Dragon Court was in a miserable state. Damn it. After fleeing for some distance, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court stopped. They roared crazily. They felt aggrieved. It was really too aggrieved. When had they been treated like this? Moreover, this was their territory. However, they had no choice. They were not facing 1 or 2 great emperor families. They were facing several great emperor families. An extreme Dao weapon was not something they could resist. Unless the Dragon Emperor came back to life, no one would be able to fight against it. Long Mu clenched his teeth. He was unwilling. If he could become a great emperor, he would definitely be able to kill them. At this moment Huanlong's voice was heard. There is still a way. Continue forward. There is a blade in front of you. It was created by the Dragon Emperor. Activate it and you can kill those people. Hearing this, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court were shocked. What? A weapon created by the Dragon Emperor? Could it be an extreme Dao weapon? The Thousand Dragon Court had 2 extreme Dao weapons. They were excited. Huanlong's voice was heard. She said, no. This blade was called the God-slaying blade. It was created by the Dragon Emperor before he became a great emperor. Although it was not an extreme Dao weapon, it was still a very terrifying weapon. Moreover, she stayed by the Dragon Emperor's side all year round. Even after the Dragon Emperor became a great emperor, she did not give up. Later on, this blade was buried in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It carried a lot of the Dragon Emperor's aura, so it was very powerful. The Imperial God Garden was destroyed and the array was damaged. I can't help you. I can only tell you this much. Huanlong's voice slowly disappeared. Lord Longmu, what should we do? The people of the Thousand Dragon Court looked at Longmu. Longmu said, of course we have to fight back. We will awaken the God-slaying blade and kill those people. These people quickly moved forward. There was an ancient altar in front of them. There were countless chains on it, sealing a long blade. The blade was blood red as if it was made of blood jade. When they arrived they felt their scalps go numb. What a terrifying blood aura. This was true fury, the fury of the Dragon Emperor. They were terrified. Use our dragon blood to break the seal on the God-slaying saber and awaken it. Longmu and the others once again dripped out dragon blood. The dragon blood on each of them turned into fist-sized drops. He flew forward. Fusing with the chains above, the chains made clanking sounds. Then he slowly opened it. The God-slaying saber was also shaking non-stop, letting out a cry. Then a dragon's roar pierced through the clouds, and the entire world seemed to have been split into 2. Not good, retreat quickly. Longmu and the others quickly retreated, pushing them to the edge. He dodged the attack. The entire tomb shook violently. Near the Imperial Divine Garden, those people who were still resting and waiting felt this aura. Their expressions changed as they raised their heads and looked around. The aura came from the front. What a terrifying aura. It seemed that some kind of treasure had appeared. Great, this aura is very strong. Let's go and take a look. The people of the Z government took the lead and rushed over. The people of the Kunpeng clan and the Kirin clan followed. The remote antiquity families could not wait any longer. The people of the Divine Union were also curious. What was it? They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. It was as if something was threatening him. His heart pounded wildly. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing, maybe it's just an illusion. Let's go and take a look. The people of the Divine Union also set off. They were very fast. Soon they saw a vast cave in front of them. There was an ancient altar there. It was dark red in color. There was a saber standing on it, and the chains around it had fallen to the ground. There were ancient and mysterious runes on it. Look at that saber, what a terrifying aura. A peerless divine saber. If they could get it, their combat strength would definitely increase. Why did it feel like an extreme weapon? They did not expect such a good saber to be hidden in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Exclamations were heard one after another. Everyone's eyes turned red. They could not help but take action. The Fire Qilin took the lead and flew out. At this moment, the old sword man of the Z mansion waved his broken sword and cut off the Fire Qilin's path. Kun Pingzi's wings appeared on his back and he attacked. However, Mansion Master Z took action and stopped him. The Void family, the Golden Crow family. The people of the Twin Destiny family took action. If they could obtain such a peerless blade, the strength of their side would greatly increase. They could suppress the others. It would be very advantageous in the process of finding the treasure. No one was willing to give up. A great battle broke out in an instant. Previously, these people had joined forces to resist the Mirage Dragon. However, they were now fighting on their own. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He stared at the blood-red saber. He did not know why, but he felt a sense of danger. The beating of his heart earlier was caused by this saber. The blood chi on the saber was too terrifying. It carried a monstrous anger, like the anger of a god. He did not know where the anger came from, but it made his hair stand on end. Therefore he did not make a move. He also secretly warned the people around him not to make a move and to be on guard at all times in case any accidents happened. When the others saw that Lin Xian did not make a move, they were even more delighted. They felt that this was an excellent opportunity. As a result, the battle became even more intense. However, at this moment, the blood-red saber suddenly erupted, drawing a blood-red light. It directly charged forward. In an instant, the old sword man of the Z mansion was pierced through, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. He spat out blood and retreated. The blood-red saber did not stop. After piercing through the old sword man, it attacked again. The fire Chilin's expression changed drastically. Damn it, get lost. He struck out with his Qilin arm, connecting heaven and earth. However, the Qilin arm was also pierced through. The Qilin sun's blood stained the sky. He screamed and fell from the sky. Your Highness. The eyes of the elders of the Qilin clan instantly turned red. They shouted angrily and struck out with the Qilin divine furnace to defend. They quickly protected the Qilin sun. If the emperor died here, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Kun Pingzi's pupils constricted as he used his yin-yang speed to dodge. He dodged. However, the two elders of the Qilin clan were pierced through. Other than them, the Golden Crow clan, Longevity Hall, and even the Phoenix clan were injured. In an instant, more than a dozen experts were pierced through. Everyone's scalps went numb. Chapter 5476. Countless people looked at this scene in horror. No one could suppress Bing Quangdao. Unless they used an extreme weapon. Great, let's see how they'll die. In the corner, the people from the Thousand Dragon Court sneered when they saw this. At the same time, they were excited. The god-slaying blade was indeed strong. No one among the sages could match it. Not even the sacred leader. After the god-slaying blade pierced through more than 10 elites, the light on it became even more terrifying. The blood-red light was extremely demonic. There was even sacred blood dripping from it. Every time it fell, it would pierce through heaven and earth. Then it shook as if it was very happy. With a slash, a huge blade radiance swept across heaven and earth. Oh! An elder from the Wind tribe was instantly split in half, his soul destroyed. With another slash, the body of an elite from the Stone tribe was split open and no longer existed. In the blink of an eye, 6 sacred tribe members had fallen, their blood staining the sky. The light of the god-slaying blade became even more demonic. Retreat, retreat quickly. Everyone was terrified and retreated quickly. Although they had experienced countless dangers before, such as the first hall, the second hall, the powerful dragons, and the terrifying Mirage Dragon, they had never seen anything like this before. The blood-red blade before them was even more terrifying. The other party was cold and emotionless. It wasn't human, it was just a weapon. Everyone retreated, no one daring to have any thoughts about the blood-red blade. The blood-red blade kept shaking. Then, as if it had sensed something, it stared in a certain direction. Then the blade slashed down. Not good, the people from the Divine Union were so frightened that they almost fainted. The god-slaying blade was slashing towards them. The dark red divine dragon and the others exclaimed, "Damn, this is too demonic. Why is it coming for us?" Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He knew that the god-slaying blade wasn't coming for the Divine Union. It was coming for him. With a snort, he took out the heaven-devouring jar to block it. With a clang, the heaven-devouring jar used a black vortex to block the shocking blade radiance. Lin Xian's face darkened. Although he had blocked it, his blood was boiling. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that saber was. The people from the Divine Union were also forced back. Lin Xian said, "Retreat." They all retreated and the god-slaying saber was pushed back. Then he became even more terrifying. Another slash came. This time he directly rushed down. It wasn't a saber light, but the body of the war god saber. He attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed, instantly dodging the attack. However, the god-slaying saber was relentless and continued to chase after him. The surrounding people were all stunned. What was going on? This long saber was actually targeting Lin Wudi. Previously, although many of them had been injured and some had even died, they could tell that the god-slaying saber did not have a specific target. Whoever was close to him would be attacked. But now it was completely different. No matter how Lin Xian dodged, the god-slaying saber followed him closely. This was completely targeted at Lin Xian. Could it be that this kid had obtained too many of the Dragon Monarch's treasures? These people had strange expressions on their faces. The people from the Z Mansion sneered again. It seemed like this kid was going to be unlucky. The people from the Thousand Dragon Dynasty snorted coldly. They walked out and laughed. Lin Wudi, today is the day you die. Damn it. The people from the Divine Union gritted their teeth. Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to resist the god-slaying saber. He frowned. When he heard Wan Longchao's words, he snorted coldly. "Do you know why he wants to kill me?" Long Mu sneered. "Isn't it because you deserve to die? You killed the Dragon Prince and behaved atrociously in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It's normal for him to kill you. Lin Xian said, stupid thing, let me tell you. 90,000 years ago, there was an expert from the Lin family who slapped the Dragon Emperor's face. The Dragon Emperor could have become a great emperor earlier, but because of the Lin family expert, he became a great emperor later. That was why he was so angry. He built the Imperial God Garden and created the God-slaying saber. Do you understand now? Lin Xian's voice rang out. The surrounding people were stunned. What? 90,000 years ago, the Dragon Emperor was slapped in the face. And it was a ruthless slap. That was impossible. Damn brat, what are you talking about? The people from the dragons were enraged. The eyes of the people from the Thousand Dragon Court turned red. They were filled with killing intent. Kneel down and apologize to the Dragon Emperor. Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed out loud. Apologize. I'm telling the truth. He didn't say that it was him because the power of time had always been the most mysterious. This was his ultimate trump card. However, just the Lin family alone was enough to shock countless people. Wasn't Lin Xian an itinerant cultivator? Did his family already exist 90,000 years ago? He had even slapped the Dragon Emperor's face. Had his family produced a great emperor before? It couldn't be. Who exactly was Lin Xian? Countless people were shocked. The people from the Emperor family frowned. The people from the Purple Mansion snorted. What a load of nonsense. The people from the Gu family didn't believe that the other party had such ability. What a joke. However, after the dragon-slaying saber heard that, it shook violently. It was like an angry beast that let out a series of dragon roars. This sound was earth-shattering, and a sea of blood spread out from its body. The killing intent was 10 times stronger than before. Why, are you angry? Do you really think that you can kill gods just because you're called the God-slaying saber? Today I'll turn you into scrap metal. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with an extremely cold light. The surrounding people all went crazy. The change in the God-slaying saber was enough to prove that Lin Xian was right. What kind of terrifying existence was the Lin family that shocked them? They actually suppressed the Dragon Emperor 90,000 years ago. Oh. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court went crazy. Their eyes were filled with despair. Long Mu was also so angry that he vomited blood. In their eyes, the Dragon Emperor was a supreme existence. He was a godlike existence. The Dragon Emperor had never been defeated in his life. He had fought all the way and crushed all living beings to become a supreme great emperor. How could he be slapped in the face? I don't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took the initiative to attack. Endless demonic chi gathered and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. The moment he appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 lands collapsed. Lin Xian used the illusion demon scripture to the extreme. The demonic shadow reached out a huge black hand and grabbed forward. At the same time, Lin Xian used the heavens battle map and kept attacking the god-slaying saber. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle and blocked the terrifying saber light of the god-slaying saber. The illusion demon scripture's demonic hand grabbed the god-slaying saber. The god-slaying saber kept roaring as if it had turned into a dragon and wanted to escape. However, he had underestimated this demonic shadow. This demonic shadow was related to the Demon Emperor and was extremely mysterious. No matter how strong the god-slaying saber was, it was not an extreme weapon. He only had the Dragon Emperor's aura, so he was still suppressed. Get lost. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. The endless light on the god-slaying saber condensed into an illusion. It was a man. He was tall and looked down on the world. As soon as he appeared, he stepped on the world. Chapter 5477. Could this phantom be the Dragon Emperor? The people of the dragons knelt on the ground. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were also excited. This was their ancestor. The Dragon Emperor was indeed shocking. The other monarch race people were also shocked. The Dragon Emperor's phantom also appeared. It seemed like this blade status was definitely extraordinary. It should be the blade that stayed by the Dragon Emperor's side all year round. This blade was extremely terrifying. It had the aura of an emperor. It was very difficult for Lin Wudi to completely suppress it. As expected, when the Dragon Emperor's phantom appeared, a monstrous emperor's aura swept out in all directions. Everyone was shaken until their blood boiled. The monarch race people took out their extreme weapons to block. Lin Xian also took out the heaven-swallowing jar and floated above his head. An endless black vortex swallowed this emperor's aura. His face also turned pale and his eyes stared straight ahead. It was him. He recognized this person. 90,000 years ago, Lin Xian had never seen him, but Lin Xian could still recognize this voice. It was Long Xiaotian. After the Dragon Emperor's phantom appeared, He roared angrily and the sky collapsed. The earth aura on his body condensed into a finger and cut towards Lin Xian. When the emperor was angry, no one could defeat him. If the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, he would definitely die. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Was Lin Wuti dead? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were so happy that they were about to cry. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his hands and the illusion demon scripture became even more terrifying. The demonic shadow behind him also slowly rotated. It seemed to let out a cold snort. Instantly, the 9 heavens collapsed. Everyone was sent flying once again. The extreme weapons also shook. The extreme aura on them filled the air. The surrounding people went crazy. This voice was like heavenly thunder. What exactly was this phantom? The phantom blocked the Dragon Emperor's phantom. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Previously, this demonic shadow could only come out and use some divine abilities. But now it let out a sound which shocked him. Would the illusory demon scripture eventually give birth to a real demon? The Dragon Emperor's phantom was astonished. He stared at the demonic figure with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. He could also feel that Emoing also had the aura of a great emperor. This should be the power of another great emperor. The two of them confronted each other as if 2 great emperors had been resurrected. The 2 great emperors wouldn't be in the same era. They were facing off against each other after countless years. The 2 forces continued to erupt, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also terrified. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such power. Could it be that he still couldn't kill him? Lin Xian also frowned. Although he had blocked the other party, he was not satisfied. His goal was to kill the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and a flame appeared between his eyebrows once more. The power of the seed of divine fire. Although the divine flame seed was still growing, Lin Xian had no choice but to use this power. With a wave of his palm, a wisp of flame flew out from between his eyebrows. The flame of the divine flame floated forward and charged towards the Dragon Emperor. Feeling this power, the Dragon Emperor's face darkened. "And you dare to attack me?" He waved his sleeve and the supreme status rushed over. However, the flame didn't disappear. Instead, it pierced through his sleeve and charged towards him. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and an extremely sharp killing intent erupted from his eyes. "It's you?" At this moment, the entire Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb seemed to be about to shatter. What kind of anger was this? Everyone was stunned. It was because of Lin Xian's ancestor. Had he ever fought against the Dragon Emperor? How would they know? It wasn't Lin Xian's ancestor at all. It was Lin Xian. He had crossed 90,000 years and slapped the Dragon Emperor in the face. The aura in front of them was just a phantom. It was some power condensed by the dragon-slaying saber after following the Dragon Emperor for many years. The great emperor was too mysterious. Lin Xian now knew more than others. His younger brother didn't belong to the mortal world. He had power that surpassed the mortal world and walked the path of gods and immortals. Would such a person die so easily? Even if such a person died, he would probably have endless means. For example, the demonic shadow behind him and the current Dragon Emperor's phantom. The great emperor's means were not what others could imagine. Therefore, although it wasn't the real Dragon Emperor, he still recognized Lin Xian in an instant. 90,000 years ago, Dragon Xiaotian participated in the Battle of Dragons and won first place. Countless people thought highly of him. He even wanted to accept the extreme weapon, the seed of divine flame, and become a member of the divine path. However, when he entered the extreme path gate, he was hit by a force. The other party even scolded him and told him to get lost. At that time, he felt that it was the power of a ball of flame. It was extremely terrifying. Now he finally felt the same power again. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Was it this brat? That incident back then had always been a great humiliation to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built the god-slaying saber. Later on, he even had a shocking battle with the divine path. Lin Xian didn't know that. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He activated the seed of divine flame with all his strength. Extinguish. At the same time, the demonic shadow behind him also attacked. These 2 superpowers fought with the Dragon Emperor's phantom. The Dragon Emperor was suppressed. In the end, his phantom turned into a sea of blood and disappeared again. Oh. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court knelt on the ground. The others were also stunned. Was the Dragon Emperor's phantom suppressed? Although it was just a phantom and not the real Dragon Emperor, it was still hard to believe. Lin Wudi also had the power of a great emperor. That demonic shadow was definitely related to the demon emperor. What was that ball of flame? Was it the flame of a certain great emperor? They didn't know now. However, the moment the flame appeared, they felt their hair stand on end. After defeating the Dragon Emperor's phantom, Lin Xian attacked the god-slaying saber. The god-slaying saber shook violently and let out an angry roar, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian was firmly suppressing his opponent. At this moment, the dragon sword soul rushed out and directly struck the god-slaying saber. It turned into a dragon shadow and coiled around the other party. Then, the dragon head roared and began to absorb the power of the god-slaying saber. Damn it, how dare you! The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were furious. Long Mu held an extreme weapon and instantly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the Heaven-Swallowing Jar to block. However, the Heaven-Swallowing Jar was half an extreme weapon after all. He was actually forced back. His expression changed. Murong Qingqing and the others wanted to attack, but they were a step too late. The 10,000 Dragons diagram charged over and enveloped the Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul roared at the sky. It waved its dragon claws, and an invincible power erupted. Cracks appeared on Long Mu's body and he retreated. The 10,000 Dragons diagram also flew into the distance. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The Dragon Sword Soul was becoming more and more extraordinary. Now it could already contend against extreme weapons. Chapter 5478. Even the people of the Emperor race didn't understand what grade of weapon the 5 swords of the world were. The great Emperor even left behind a few words, saying that he couldn't see through it. This shocked everyone. They guessed that it should be at the level of an extreme Dao weapon. However, it was different from an extreme Dao weapon. Because the inheritors of the 5 swords of the world could all grow from being weak. On the other hand, extreme Dao weapons were all extreme Dao power and existed forever. Just as everyone was in a daze, a cracking sound suddenly sounded in front of them. It was as if everyone's hearts had split into two. What's going on? They looked up and gasped in the next moment. The people of the dragons were also stunned. The god-slaying saber was dim and there were cracks in some places. Boom. This process didn't last long. With a final boom, the god-slaying saber shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, completely turning into scrap metal. Looking at this scene, everyone went crazy. This was the saber of the great emperor. It was second only to an extreme Dao weapon, and it even had the Dragon Emperor's fury. How terrifying. But now, it had actually become scrap metal. Lin Xian's words had really become reality. The great dragon sword soul roared in the air. It became more and more corporeal as if it had transformed into a real divine dragon. It was very terrifying. After circling for a while, it turned into a sword shadow and flew back into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian felt that the invincible power he controlled had become stronger again. At the same time he had a feeling. Although the great dragon sword soul didn't say anything, Lin Xian felt that the great dragon sword soul was desperate for power now. It seemed that after obtaining a kind of power, the great dragon sword soul would undergo some unexpected changes. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He clenched his fists and continued to set off. Whether it was for the great dragon sword soul or the divine fire seed, he had to continue. Its body slowly descended and landed on the ground. It looked in all directions. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. The young man in front of them had already grown to a point where they couldn't understand him. They even felt that he was incomparably mysterious. It seemed that they could only look up to him in the future. The land of the Kuan Peng and the Fire Qilin gritted their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this. Because this felt like they were facing a great emperor. Were they inferior? Despite possessing the strongest bloodline, they were still no match for the other party. Lin Xian walked forward and arrived at the ancient altar. A hand pressed down on the altar and spun it forcefully. Kacha. The altar rotated and a wall behind it slowly opened up, forming a passageway. He took the lead and walked in, followed by the people from the Divine Union. Let's go as well. The Z Mansion and Gu family's people were feeling a bit down. They were really shocked by Lin Xian, especially the people from the Z Mansion. They were gnashing their teeth. The Purple Mansion Lord clenched his fists. Lin Wudi, I won't let you off. The old sword maestro said in a low voice as he clutched his wound. The Triple Crown King should be waking up soon. We probably can't beat Lin Wudi now. Only the Triple Crown Champion can suppress him. Or even kill him. The Purple Mansion Lord nodded. Before we came here we gave the order to revive the Triple Crown King. It should be about time now. After getting out of here, the Triple Crown Champion should be able to recover completely. At that time we won't give Lin Wuti a chance to kill him. The people from the surrounding families gasped when they heard this. Was the Triple Crown King about to recover? One had to know that Lin Xian and the others were only Double Crown Kings now, yet they were already so terrifying. How terrifying was the Triple Crown King? This was an extremely rare existence in the past. Who was stronger, Lin Xian or the Triple Crown King? These people were looking forward to it. However, they also knew that if they wanted to fight, they would have to leave the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. How dangerous was this place? Whether or not they could leave safely was still an unknown. Lin Xian and the others led the way. After walking for about a day they stopped. The people behind them were also puzzled. Had they arrived? They didn't know what kind of existence the Protector would be this time. Needless to say, it would definitely be more terrifying than the Dragon Blade. Lin Xian stopped. His brows were tightly knitted together and he was even a little surprised. The surrounding people of the Divine Union were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was really unbelievable. There was a figure standing in front of them. He was indomitable, as if he was a god standing there. He was holding a spear in his hand. He was extraordinarily mighty, like a mighty god. Everyone seemed insignificant under his feet. There were a total of 7 people like him. However, everyone felt very strange. To be exact, they only saw one of them. It was the one holding the spear. The other 6 were nowhere to be seen. However, everyone was sure that the other 6 had definitely existed. There were 6 black holes beside this giant. They didn't know what had pierced through them. They were directly connected to the depths. Through the black hole, Lin Xian could see that there was an ancient coffin floating within it. The information on the ancient coffin was really terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Could that be the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin? No way, they had found the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin just like that. Yen Ryu and the others were also shocked. It was much faster than they had imagined. The people who had rushed over were also shocked when they saw this scene. Had the Dragon Emperor's coffin appeared? The people from the monarch race were also shocked. However, they frowned. That wasn't right. It couldn't be so fast. Under normal circumstances, there was still a long way to go. However, 6 tunnels had actually been opened. Who had done it? The people from the Thousand Dragon Court had gone crazy. Who would dare to make a move in the Dragonflower ancient tomb? They stared at their surroundings and then stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Trash? Couldn't they tell that this was done countless years ago? Long Mu gritted his teeth. He naturally knew. Countless years ago, who had come to the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb and broken through it? Where had the other 6 giants gone? This was all a mystery. No one knew. Even the people from the Thousand Dragon Court didn't know. This was because there had never been any records of this. At this moment, the powerhouses from the Kunping race exclaimed. Could these 7 giants be the legendary 7 dragon generals? The 7 dragon generals. Everyone was shocked. The people from the Gu family also sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Gu said. It was said that the Dragon Emperor had 7 experts who were his followers. They grew along with him. In the end, the Dragon Emperor became an emperor while the 7 followers became quasi-emperors. They were very terrifying. They swept through everything. They were the Dragon Emperor's most capable assistants. Hearing this, the people from the remote ancient family and the Divine Union were stunned. 7 dragon generals. 7 quasi-emperors. Was this the work of an emperor? He was too strong. His subordinates were all quasi-emperors. These people looked at the only giant in front of them and sighed. A quasi-emperor was standing in front of them. However, they were puzzled. Where had the other 6 quasi-emperors gone? Who had taken them away? Moreover, they had broken through the Dragonflower ancient tomb. Chapter 5479. The scene in front of them shocked them. However, they were also excited. Although the 6 dragon generals had disappeared, the spirit formation passage had been opened. They could now see the Dragon Phoenix's ancient coffin. This meant that they could also reach it directly. To be honest, they had never thought that they would see the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. After all, this was the Great Earth Emperor's ancient coffin. Buried inside was a great emperor. He was an existence that could sweep through the universe. They did not dare to face him directly. In fact, even Lin Xian was surprised. He had come to find the treasure this time, but he did not intend to go to the end. He did not want to provoke a great emperor. However, the situation now was beyond his expectations. Perhaps he could really open the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin to take a look. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes. He was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he looked at the Emperor race. The Emperor race should know more about great emperors than them. A few of them were discussing. Their eyes were shining. In the end, they decided to take a look. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Even if there was danger, they had extreme weapons and could leave safely. Damn it, how dare you disrespect the Dragon Emperor. Hearing these people's plan, the people from the Thousand Dragon Court gritted their teeth. They were filled with killing intent. The Gu family elder laughed. Don't be agitated. It's not disrespect. We just want to take a closer look at the Dragon Emperor. That's right, the people from the Purple Mansion also laughed. Friends from the Thousand Dragon Court, I advise you not to block them. Otherwise there will be a great battle here. I'm afraid the Dragon Emperor will be affected. Damn it, how dare you threaten us. Long Mu and the others gritted their teeth. They did not believe that these people had the strength to open the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. However, if they got close they would feel uncomfortable. After all, everyone below the Great Emperor was an ant. Now that a group of ants wanted to challenge the Great Earth Emperor, how could they tolerate it? However, the Gu family and the Purple Mansion did not care about the Thousand Dragon Court's thoughts. They joined forces and walked towards the passage ahead. These people were filled with excitement and ecstasy. When the people from the Divine Union saw this, they also took a deep breath. Let's go too. The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws. They could not fall behind. Just as everyone was preparing to enter the open passage, the seventh giant who had been standing at the side all this time moved. Endless rumbling sounds came from his body. It was as if he had been revived from ancient times. Boom. A huge foot stepped out and landed in front of the 6 tunnels, pressing down. It was like an ancient mountain. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, they quickly retreated and dodged the attack. The entire ancient tomb shook violently. Morning mist filled the air and cracks were everywhere. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Was he alive? The 7th Dino General had actually revived and stopped them. No one can stop us. The people of the Gu family roared and used their Void Divine ability to quickly rush forward. The Fire Qilin and the Kunping race also attacked at the same time. However, with a sweep of the long spear, these people were all sent flying. The Monarch clan expert spat out large mouthfuls of blood, his face full of fear. The experts of the Golden Crow tribe also roared. A quasi-emperor, this is a quasi-emperor. The others also felt their scalps go numb. That's right. The 7 great dragon generals were all boundary emperors. 6 of them had disappeared, but they would not be able to stop the remaining one. Impossible, Kunping was shocked. Even the great emperors couldn't survive, how could a boundary emperor like him still be alive? The people of the Gu family also said. Could it be that he was also a puppet? The moment these words were said, everyone was terrified. Even a boundary emperor had become a puppet? Was this the method of a great emperor? It was too heaven-defying. I am the 7th Dragon General under the Dragon Emperor. I guard the Dragon Emperor tomb and no one is allowed to enter. Otherwise I will kill without mercy. A loud voice rang out. At this moment, everyone's expression turned ugly. However, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court clapped and laughed. That's great, Lord Dragon General, please kill these people. These people dared to challenge the Dragon Emperor, they will definitely die. Dragon General, why don't you kill them and use their blood to light up our dragons? These people raised their arms and shouted. The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, what should they do? If not for these 6 tunnels they might have been in despair. They wouldn't have gone. But now they had already seen the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. How could they be willing to give up? However, facing a boundary emperor they really had no way. Even if they used extreme weapons they probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also had several sets of weapons, and a quasi-emperor used an extreme weapon. If a boundary emperor used extreme weapons, even if they were inferior in numbers, their power would still be far superior. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin was in the distance. If the extreme weapons overturned the ancient coffin and the Dragon Emperor's corpse appeared, no one would be able to withstand it. Some people said, look ahead. Apart from the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin, there are no other treasures. Why don't we go back? Yes, there is no point in risking our lives here. Let's go back and take a look at the previous big shops. There might be some treasures left behind. These people wanted to leave. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He wanted to leave. Truth be told, he didn't want these people to leave. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was too dangerous. He had to bring these Emperor race people with him. Due to the danger, several Emperor race weapons would erupt at the same time. It would be difficult for them to resist. If these people left, the Divine Union's strength wouldn't be able to resist. Therefore he said, leave? What a pity. The Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin is right in front. Think about it, even if the Dragon Emperor didn't leave anything else behind, the Dragon Emperor's ancient scripture would definitely be there. Don't you want the inheritance of a great emperor? When these words were spoken, those people also stopped in their tracks, and a fiery red light appeared in their eyes. How could they not want the inheritance of a great emperor? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court sneered. The inheritance of a great emperor is good, but do you have the life to enjoy it? That is something that belongs to us dragons. You are not qualified. Who says you are not qualified? Are qualifications obtained through fighting? Lin Xian stepped forward. He said, let's work together and suppress this 7th Dragon General. Then we can go. At that time, we will have a great chance of obtaining the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture. Everyone, could it be that you really don't want it? If you work together with us, we can share the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture. The people from the Emperor race were also tempted. If their great Emperor race clans obtained another ancient scripture, their strength would increase exponentially. It would reach an unbelievable level. However, Kunpingzi frowned. It is a quasi-emperor. We can't defeat it at all. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court snorted coldly. They had already taken out the 10,000 Dragon diagram. At the crucial moment, they would give the 10,000 Dragon diagram to the 7th Dragon General and let him sweep through the land. However, Lin Xian said, we can't defeat a quasi-emperor. What if he isn't a quasi-emperor? What if he is the same as us, someone of the same cultivation realm? When these words came out, the others were stunned. Same cultivation realm? How could that be? Chapter 5480. You guys can't do it, but I can. Lin Xian's voice rang out, causing an uproar among the Emperor race people. What was going on? Lin Wudi, don't talk nonsense. The Fire Qilin gritted his teeth and the others frowned. You have a way. Mansion Master Z snorted coldly. Lin Xian said, I have a way. We all have extreme weapons in our hands. One extreme weapon might not be enough. However, with so many weapons together, we can definitely build an extreme realm. Then, we can suppress the power of laws inside and suppress his cultivation to the great sage level. This way he wouldn't be undefeatable. The moment these words were said, the hearts of the other Emperor race people pounded wildly. Would they also build an extreme realm? To be honest, it was a bold idea. They had seen an extreme realm before and it was built with extreme weapons. Of course, they knew that it was definitely the work of an emperor back then. None of them were emperors now. They were all sacred lords. However, they had extreme weapons in their hands. If it was just a temporary spatial domain, it was still fine. Kunpingzi nodded. Let's do it. I agree too. The Gu family people also stood out. Next, all the Emperor race people agreed. This was a good opportunity. But an extreme weapon flew out. On Lin Xian's side, the Divine Union people sent out the Desolate Tower together. Lin Xian had 3 extreme weapons, but he didn't use all of them. He wanted to preserve his strength. This was also the reason why he joined forces with these Emperor race people. With the strength that the Divine Union had, they definitely wouldn't be able to reach the end. They needed the help of these Emperor race people. Between heaven and earth, extreme aura filled the air, forming an extreme realm that descended. It enveloped the boundary Emperor. The 7th Dragon General roared and waved the spear in his hand. It was enough to pierce the sky. However, this was an extreme weapon after all. It was too powerful and he was gradually being suppressed. Damn it, the dragon's people's expressions turned ugly. Long Mu shouted angrily, how dare you? Hurry up and activate your extreme weapons. They unleashed their extreme weapons with all their might to block the attack. However, there were too many extreme weapons in the sky and the Thousand Dragons dynasty was helpless. Lord Dragon General, please receive the extreme weapons. These people quickly used the 10,000 dragon diagram to block. Long Jiang raised his head and roared. He pointed his spear and caught the 10,000 dragons picture. Then, the 10,000 dragon spike exploded with boundless power, resisting the space in the sky. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Next, they began to suppress each other. Sure enough, the 7th Dragon General was gradually being suppressed under the combined efforts of everyone. The laws on his body were suppressed and his aura dropped. However, he was still a quasi-emperor. This made everyone despair. What to do? Even an apex weapon couldn't completely suppress him? From the looks of it, we can trap them but we can't leave. These people were anxious. What Lin Wudi imagined did not happen. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the power of an extreme-grade weapon alone might not be enough to completely suppress the Dragon King. After all, the other party was a dragon general, a quasi-emperor. This was also an important place for dragons. However, he still had one more treasure that he had not used, and that was the Sword World. Lin Xian would not completely open the Sword World and display it in front of these people. However, he would release the aura of the Sword World, causing the power of the Sword World to surge into this space. This way, it was equivalent to him making a world projection. He believed that with the mysterious power of the Sword World, he could definitely suppress the other party and make them fall below the Quasi-Emperor level. Following that, a black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body, covering everything. No one saw him activate the Sword World, so they all thought that Lin Xian had used the heaven-swallowing jar again. The power of the Sword World surged out and poured into the space in front of him. The space shook for a moment, and then became incomparably mysterious. A dreamy world seemed to appear and Lin Xian directly rushed in. It stood there, facing the tall and godlike 7th Dragon General. He was still not afraid. "Suppress it for me." His angry roar was like a clap of thunder. "Useless Lin Wudi, a quasi-emperor is not someone you can challenge." Long Mu snorted. The 7th Dragon General roared crazily. However, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, "Right? But here I am, the ruler of heaven and earth. Listen to my orders and suppress it." The laws on the 7th Dragon General's body were gradually suppressed, and he fell below the quasi-emperor level. Sensing this scene, everyone was overjoyed. He did it, Lin Wudi really did it. The people of the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court went crazy. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Long Mu also shook his head crazily. How could the quasi-emperor realm fall? Even if it was suppressed by an extreme weapon, it would still not work. How did this brat do it? As expected of the power of the Sword World, just a world projection was already so terrifying. Lin Xian also knew that this was all thanks to the extreme weapons of the Emperor race. Otherwise, even if he placed this quasi-emperor into the Sword World, it would be very difficult to completely defeat him. A true quasi-emperor was too strong. Lin Xian possessed the corpse of a quasi-emperor, so he knew how terrifying the power of a quasi-emperor was. That was an existence that had condensed an immortal energy seed or a divine fire seed. But now Lin Xian had the confidence to fight against him. In a battle of the same level, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, Lin Xian was now a Saint Lord, and this Dragon General was only suppressed to the Sacred Ancestor realm. No one could suppress him anymore. No, Lin Wudi was unable to suppress him to the Saint Lord realm. "We don't have much strength. We still have to leave some for self-protection," Kuan Pingzi shouted. Lin Xian nodded. Although the Sacred Ancestor was a realm higher than him, he could still contend against him. He said that it was enough. "You guys maintain this space, I will defeat him." A cold light burst out from his eyes. A quasi-emperor whose realm had been suppressed was also the 7th Dragon General back then, the Dragon Emperor's most capable assistant. He also wanted to see how terrifying such a person was. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight with such a person. Lin Xian didn't want to miss it. Was Lin Wudi going to make a move? Countless people exclaimed. But thinking about it, Lin Wudi's battle prowess was too strong. The Nirvana Thunder Dragon in the first hall and the Firmament Battle Dragon in the second hall. The Mirage Dragon and the God-Slaying Saber were both destroyed by him. So now that he was facing the 7th Dragon General, he would probably have to make a move. Everyone watched the battle nervously. The 7th Dragon General lowered his head, looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "And, do you think that you can contend against me just because you've suppressed my laws? Naive. Today I will let you know. I have the power of dragons." As he spoke, his body slowly shrank and turned into a normal person. In the next moment, a spear pierced over. It illuminated the world and turned into an eternal light. Everyone was shocked. Even if the 7th Dragon General was suppressed, the power he displayed was far beyond theirs. Chapter 5481. The 7th Dragon General was enraged. As the Dragon Emperor's subordinate, he only admired the Dragon Emperor and viewed everyone else as ants. Now, a mere great sage dared to challenge him? He couldn't take it. The spear pierced over and turned into a ray of light that made countless people feel despair. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had to admit that the 7th Dragon General was too strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he was still invincible. Demonic aura surged from his body as he took out the Great Destruction Spear and struck out. The black spear carried with it a monstrous power that seemed to turn into black lightning. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Instantly, cracks appeared in the Extreme Tao space, shocking everyone. This was a space condensed by Extreme Tao aura. If cracks could appear, one could imagine how terrifying the power of the two was. After one strike, the two were evenly matched and faced off again. The people of the Divine Union cheered. Great Boss Lin was invincible. That 7th Dragon General was no match for Boss Lin if he wasn't a boundary emperor. Let's see how our boss Lin will torture him. These people cheered excitedly. On the other side, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court were gnashing their teeth. Could Lin Wuti block it? Impossible, Long Mu said. Don't worry, the strength of the 7th Dragon General wasn't something he could imagine. Just wait, Lin Wuti would regret it. He knew that a boundary emperor was an existence that surpassed the sage realm and possessed a power that sages didn't have. That power was what he had always been pursuing. However, he could only feel it. He couldn't condense it. The 7th Dragon General had definitely condensed it. Although his laws were suppressed, that power was still there. How could Lin Wuti block it? Therefore he was extremely confident. This was just the beginning. In front, the two stopped after one strike and attacked again. The dragon spear of the 7th Dragon General continued to strike out, turning into a sea of spear gleams that connected together like countless waves. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Every strike could easily kill a divine ancestor. Lin Xian roared as the great destruction spear danced. He used the Demon Emperor Mystique, Demon God Light. The sky was filled with black light that pierced the 9 heavens. At the same time he used the Demon God Seal and Demon God Finger. Devil's Overture. All kinds of monarch skills emerged one after another. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Fortunately, there was a space constructed by an extreme weapon. Otherwise, the surrounding people would have long been torn to pieces by this power. Amidst the boundless light, Lin Xian suddenly roared. The heavenly Tao of Samsara. After using Rinnegan last time, Lin Xian has already closed his Rinnegan. With the rapid recovery he gained a lot of power, so the Rinnegan was restored again. It could be activated now. A giant hand appeared in the sky and pressed down from the sky. It was like the hand of a god, and it slammed down on the head of the 7th Dragon General. The 7th Dragon General's soul shook. In the next moment he roared at the sky. Scram! The dragon roared and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. It collided with the hand of the heavens. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. After blocking Lin Xian's soul attack, the 7th Dragon General's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Dragon in the sky. Suddenly a spear thrust out. It seemed as if it had transformed into a flying dragon, soaring between the heaven and earth. This spear was too terrifying. Could be said to be a sure kill. The moment Long Mu caught sight of this, he broke out into a smile. That kid would definitely not be able to block this attack. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This spear had pierced through his demonic energy. It attacked him. It hit his body, causing a deafening sound. He was forced back. His blood and chi were in turmoil and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were cracks spreading on his body. Lin Wuti was injured. The people of the Kunping race exclaimed. The others gasped. They knew how strong Lin Wuti was. Now he was injured. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? Even if he was suppressed, he was still undefeatable. Aunt, you are not my match. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, you are still not my match. Kneel down and accept your death. The Dragon General stood in the sky like a god descending. Lin Xian frowned. He looked at his injured body. He also took a deep breath. What a terrifying spear technique. As expected of a quasi-emperor. He was far more powerful than the other double champions. His divine body shook, and his powerful physique quickly healed his injuries. In the next moment, the flames on his body soared into the sky as if he had turned into a sun god. Powerful. I have to say, a quasi-emperor is indeed beyond my imagination. But do you think that this attack can defeat me? You are too naive. I don't know if you are a human or a puppet now, but you have been asleep for too long. Don't you understand how the world has changed? The world now belongs to us, the young people. You are old. Let me tell you how powerful the strongest prodigy of this era is. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He put away the great destruction and took out the hell sword. The sword chi on his body was monstrous. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god with unparalleled sharpness. What a terrifying sword chi. Feeling this power, everyone was shocked. Lin Wuti's power was even more terrifying than before. It seemed that he was also angry. The old sword maestro also sucked in a cold breath. He was an expert in the sword Dao and his sword technique was unparalleled. But now, in front of Lin Xian, he actually felt a sense of defeat. This young junior's sword Dao aura had already surpassed his. In fact, it even made him feel terrified. The sword Dao great emperor of the past was just like this when he was young. She sighed. How did the Purple Mansion provoke such an enemy? She started to worry for the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord also had an ugly expression. He snorted coldly. Just wait, the triple champion will be out soon. At that time, who cares who you are? You will be killed all the same. The seventh dragon general's mocking and disdain disappeared and was replaced with a hint of seriousness. The aura on Lin Xian's body moved him. Are you the number one genius of this era? He spoke in a deep voice. Such a person had the potential of becoming a great emperor. He had a high chance of becoming a new great emperor. Lin Xian said. The universe is vast and there are countless living beings. I don't know if I am the number one. But I can tell you that ever since I started fighting, I have never tasted defeat. I have been going all the way and I am still invincible. I have never been defeated. Everyone was shocked. This was an invincible legend. The dragon general's expression was also serious. His pupils constricted slightly. An invincible existence. Who in the world dares to call themselves invincible? You are too arrogant. Even if you are the number one in the universe, it is impossible that you have never been defeated. Even great emperors have been defeated, let alone you. His nerves were incomparably cold. He knew that the dragon emperor who he followed in the past seemed to have been forced back by someone. And it was by a mysterious person. One had to know that that was the dragon emperor, an existence that swept through the heavens and suppressed the universe, but he had suffered a loss back then. How dare this young man in front of him say that he is invincible? What an arrogant brat. Let me see how strong you are, invincible realm. As he spoke, he waved his hand and launched another dragon in the sky. Chapter 5482. Previously it was this move that had injured Lin Xian. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? If he couldn't, his injuries would be even more severe. Defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably solemn. The long sword in his hand struck out, slashing forward. Sun sword. Boundless flames condensed in his hand. This sword formed a flaming sword chi slashing forward. The long sword swept across as if thousands of suns had descended into the world, illuminating all directions. This was also a sword technique created by Lin Xian. The sword chi was terrifying, spreading in all directions. In the sky, a flying dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, attacking Lin Xian. In the end, it was shrouded by endless suns. The light of the suns fell down, crushing the flying dragon. The flying dragon roared and fought against it. The two illusions fought fiercely between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth anomaly shocked the people around the map. Then the flying dragon was shrouded by the sun and disappeared. It was blocked. Countless people exclaimed. This Lin Wuti sword technique was really too strong. He could even block a flying dragon in the sky. The seventh dragon general snorted. Terrifying flames? His long spear danced again. The spear was like a dragon, and the illusion of the sea appeared around him. Monstrous seawater swept over. True dragon out of water. The underworld water dragon and the flames collided. The two forces were completely opposite. They fought together. The suns in the sky were extinguished, and the monstrous seawater swept over. Was it broken? As expected of the seventh dragon general, his methods were indeed strong. He could even break Lin Wuti's sword technique. Not good, brother Shen is in danger. Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed. This dragon general was too terrifying. Although he was suppressing the laws now, he was still a quasi-emperor. Back then he must have swept through everything and successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Such a person was terrifying to the extreme. They were all worried for Lin Xian. Facing this shocking attack, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. Another sword. 9 suns opened the sky. 9 suns bloomed, forming a sword. The sword slashed down, splitting heaven and earth. The entire ocean was split into 2 halves, and the true dragon emerging from the water was also destroyed. So powerful. Lin Wuti turned around and attacked again. The sea is boundless and the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The 7th quasi-emperor brandished his spear again. This time it was not a true dragon. Instead, dozens of true dragons went out to sea together. The power of the sea was much stronger than before. He killed Jiuyang once again. Then the sun was extinguished. Countless people were shocked. The two of them were truly too powerful. Back and forth they were evenly matched. This time, how was Lin Xian going to defend himself? Lin Xian snorted coldly. How could the sea compare to the starry sky? Let me tell you what true immeasurable is. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. A sky full of stars appeared behind him. There was a huge amount of starlight revolving around him, as if the universe had descended. 9 stars aligned pearls, piercing through with a single sword strike. The terrifying sword chi connected the 9 stars together and flew forward like a meteor that could destroy the world. Boom, boom. Those giant dragons galloping in the 9 heavens were struck by these meteors and fell from the sky. They fell into the sea and their blood dyed the 9 heavens. This sword technique was too powerful. Everyone was shocked. To be able to fight with a quasi-emperor and fight so brilliantly. Probably only Lin Wuti could do it. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and said loudly, "Seventh Dragon General, what other tricks do you have? Show them all." The 7th Dragon General's face became incomparably cold. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. To be able to block several of his ultimate techniques in succession. Damn it, if it were not for this extreme space he would have killed the other party long ago. He snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. With a furious roar he strode over. Every step he took caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian also raised his sword and charged over. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Every move carried supreme power. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. These two people were really in a fierce battle. This Lin Wuti had a high chance of becoming a quasi-emperor in the future. Those from the monarch race were also discussing. The talent that Lin Xian displayed was really too powerful. They were also frowning. The appearance of a quasi-emperor was enough to change everything. Moreover, the other party had a high chance of becoming a great emperor. This was the situation that they were worried about. Boom. Boom. Another intense collision. The two of them retreated and an endless black hole formed behind them. The 7th Dragon General roared and swept his long spear, dancing non-stop. "Heaven and earth, listen to my command. Supreme Dragon Chi condense." He roared furiously, and boundless dragon chi quickly circled around him. Then it formed one after another dragon shadows. Those dragon shadows roared at the sky and each one was different. With the 7th Dragon General as the center, it spread in all directions. Buzz. An extremely terrifying light erupted from the 7th Dragon General's body. His entire body seemed to have become one with his spear, turning into an aurora and slashing over. At this moment nothing could stop him. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly, transformed into a dragon, and slashed over with his claws and fangs. Clang. Lin Xian's dragon claws slapped on the long spear, making an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, the surrounding dragon shadows rushed onto his body, setting off endless flames. Lin Xian's blood and chi churned, but an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. The demon's overture turned into a divine sword. Terrifying sounds rang out, forming one sword after another of killing swords. It rushed out from his body and slashed in all directions. The surrounding spirit dragons were pierced through and shattered into pieces. Not only that, the sword on Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. The dragon claws waved again, and the long spear kept shaking. The 7th Divine General's body also trembled. He seemed to be injured and was sent flying. Another attack. Lin Xian swept his dragon tail and finally sent the 7th Divine General flying. Slash. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian roared. He displayed the Heavens of the Heavens battle map and sent it forward. The Heavens of the Heavens battle map seemed to have turned into a sky, shining incomparably. Everywhere it passed it could suppress everything. "Oh no," the surrounding people exclaimed. Was the 7th dragon going to be defeated? Damn it, how could it be like this? This was a true quasi-emperor. Even the people from the Thousand Dragons dynasty felt their scalps go numb. The 7th Dragon General felt the power of the Heavens battle map, and his face also darkened. He knew how terrifying this thing was, so he didn't take it head-on. His body swayed and he dodged like a dragon, but he was still a step too late. The Heavens battle map was extremely fast, and it enveloped him. He didn't escape. He was knocked back, his aura churning, his body swaying, and the light on his body dimmed a lot. Oh no, he was hit. It's over, the 7th Dragon General is about to be sealed. The people from the Dragons dynasty turned pale, but the people from the other emperor clans were excited. As expected of Lin Wuti, he was indeed strong. Next, we can continue forward and head to the ancient Dragon Emperor coffin. These people were all happy, and even Murong Qingqing and the others were smiling. However, on the other side, Long Mu snorted coldly. "Idiot, you've completely angered the Dragon General. Lin Wuti, wait for your death." He knew that the Dragon General hadn't used his main strength yet. Chapter 5483. The Heavens battle map enveloped the opponent like a sky. The 7th Dragon General was unable to move at all. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had won and cheered happily. The 7th Dragon General frowned as he felt the power of the Heavens battle map. He snorted. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong to be able to take out such a battle map. I seem to have seen it when I was following the Dragon Emperor. It should be related to the Heavenly Book. Your luck is really good." Unfortunately, do you really think you can seal me away with the battle map? If you were a boundary emperor, you might have succeeded. Unfortunately, you are not. You are just a puny saint. You might have a treasure, but you can't contend against me. Let me tell you. A boundary emperor is an existence that is above the saint realm. It is a power that surpasses the saint realm. You won't understand my power. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. What's going on? Could it be that he hasn't lost yet? That's impossible. He is in the extreme path space. These people couldn't understand. Only Long Mu was excited. He knew that the show was about to begin. The seventh dragon general snorted as an aura appeared between his eyebrows. The aura wasn't strong. In fact, it was very blurry. However, the moment it appeared, it caused the sky to collapse. Everyone felt a pressure. Even though they were separated by the aura of the extreme Tao, they could still feel that the pressure was like a mountain toppling and sea overturning. The surrounding sacred race people felt their blood boiling. Some of them even spat out blood. Damn it. What is this? It's too terrifying. Is it the dragon chi? How could it be so terrifying? The people from the remote ancient families were shocked. The people from the divine union were also horrified. They hadn't expected the situation to change. However, the people from the imperial clans all frowned deeply. They sighed. The seventh dragon general was a subordinate of the dragon emperor. After so many years, this power still existed? It was unbelievable. These emperor races had produced great emperors and even boundary emperors before. Naturally, they knew what kind of power this was. However, they hadn't expected the other party to be able to use it. The heavens battle map shook violently. The seventh dragon general was hit by the aura and was sent flying. The light on it dimmed significantly. Kid, did you see that? Your strongest magic treasure couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. What are you going to use to fight me? Today I'll send you to hell. At this moment, the aura of the seventh dragon general turned extremely horrifying. It was as if he had transformed into a lofty and ancient existence. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were shocked. At the same time, they were confused as to what was going on. Long Mu knew that it was the immortal chi seed. This was the biggest difference between a quasi-emperor and a sage. The quasi-emperor condensed the immortal chi seed. This was a transcendent power that surpassed everything. Lin Wuti could not block it at all. And everything is over. The seventh dragon general extended a finger and pointed forward. This finger was even more terrifying than the dragon spear from before. It was as if it had become the only thing in the world. It enveloped Lin Xian. The expressions of the Divine Union members changed drastically. Murong Qingqing and the others also cried out in alarm. Brother Xian, quickly retreat. We'll use our extreme Dao weapons to fight against him. However, it was already too late. This finger enveloped Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian collapsed and the earth cracked. The extreme Dao aura also started to shake violently. Lin Xian shouted angrily. The demonic aura on his body surged and covered the 9 heavens, forming a demonic world. It enveloped everything. No one could see it. However, Long Mu snorted coldly. There was no need to look. There would definitely be no accidents. Under this finger, Lin Wuti would definitely die. The surrounding demonic aura surged. The seventh dragon general snorted coldly. Was this the demon emperor's ability? It was still useless. The difference between us is not something you can withstand. His finger continued to descend mercilessly and arrived at Lin Xian's head. With a slight force, this young man before him would be turned into ashes. However, in the next instant, Lin Xian extended his palm and grabbed at the seventh dragon general. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Stupid thing. The seventh divine general sneered. His finger suddenly sped up. With a boom, it collided with Lin Xian's palm. The difference in power was enough to destroy everything. An earth-shattering sound was heard, spreading in all directions. It was really too strong. The people outside exclaimed. Long Mu sneered. All right, it's over. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. No, they did not believe that Lin Xian would die just like that. In the demonic aura, the seventh divine general's smile disappeared and was replaced by shock. His eyes were twitching violently. This was because he had seen the most unbelievable thing. You are not dead. He roared in horror. His voice became hoarse. How could this be? He had used the immortal energy seed. Any sage would definitely die if they came into contact with this power. How could this brat before him still be alive? More importantly, this brat had blocked his attack with his bare hands. What a joke. Could it be that his immortal energy seed was also suppressed? Aha. Lin Xian laughed. Who do you think you are? You are a boundary emperor. Do you think you are superior? You are the Dragon Emperor's assistant. Do you think you can ignore everything? Do you really think I am an ant? Do you think I am at your mercy? What a pity. You can't do anything to me. So what if you have the immortal energy seed? You are just SOSO. You actually know about the immortal energy seed? The 7th Divine General was even more shocked. Not many people in the Emperor clan knew about this. Only those who were close to breaking through would know about it. This was a supreme secret. The young man before him, a mere sage, actually knew about the immortal energy seed. This was too unbelievable. He snorted coldly, his face gloomy. However, a moment later he exclaimed again. He realized that Lin Xian, who was in front of him, had raised his head. There was a ball of flame dancing between his eyebrows. Although the flame was very small and blurry, the power it emitted was extremely terrifying. It was very similar to his immortal energy seed. They both had a supreme and mysterious power. What was this? He was too shocked. Divine flame seed. You actually have a divine flame seed. He was so shocked that he could not speak. How could a mere sage have a divine flame seed? He knew that even someone like Long Mu, who had stepped into the sage stage, had not condensed one. It was simply impossible for a mere sage to have one. There was still a long way to go. This had completely exceeded his understanding. Lin Xian sneered. There are many things in this world that you don't understand. Do you think you can show off just because you have the immortal energy seed? Unfortunately, you can't do that in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, power erupted from his palm. The power of the divine flame seed swept out and blasted the other party's finger away. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the surrounding demonic chi became even more terrifying. He said, "Come, let's have a true battle between immortals." Chapter 5484. A battle between the immortal chi seed and the divine fire seed. The people outside couldn't see it. However, the 7th Dragon General's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the other party to have the divine fire seed. This was a power that only a quasi-emperor could have. The other party actually had it in advance, which was really beyond his expectations. The 7th Dragon General said in a deep voice, "You really have a secret. Although I don't know how you got the divine fire seed, you can't beat me. Your divine flame seed is too weak, while my immortal chi seed can completely kill you." He stepped out step by step and the entire world was shaking. The immortal chi seed between his eyebrows emitted a terrifying aura. A monstrous pressure, like a mountain, covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged forward. This aura was too terrifying. Many of the people outside were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, and Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He shouted coldly and the flame between his eyebrows jumped. It was like a god walking between heaven and earth. Every step it took caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, shattering that terrifying aura. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's voice was cold. "My divine fire seed is not as strong as yours." However, he had always been growing. "Therefore you will pay the price for underestimating me. Moreover, let me see how much power you can unleash in this world projection." As he spoke, Lin Xian continued to activate the sword world. The power in the sword world circulated, and the world projection became even more terrifying. The 7th Dragon General's expression became serious. He felt that the aura on his body was even more terrifying. Even his immortal chi seed was being suppressed. How was this possible? What kind of power could suppress his immortal chi seed? Damn it. With a roar, he decided to attack with all his might. The kid in front of him was too strange. He couldn't see through him and he couldn't wait any longer. If his immortal chi seed was completely suppressed, then he would lose this battle. His body swayed, and he held the dragon spear in his hand as he charged forward. Every attack carried the power of the immortal chi seed. Every move was fatal, as if he was one with heaven and earth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. The divine fire seed was also activated to the extreme, and he used a great ability to fight. Divine flames danced and spread across his body. Although it was very small, its might far surpassed that of before. The battle between the two shook the earth. It was like a battle between a god and an immortal. After exchanging over 1,000 blows, the 7th Dragon General retreated. The immortal chi seed between his eyebrows had dimmed, as if it would vanish at any moment. How is this possible? You can actually suppress me? I don't believe it. He was a true boundary emperor and had cultivated his immortal chi seed to a very powerful level. The other party was a saint that had just obtained the divine flame seed not too long ago. How could he possibly contend with him? Lin Xian's expression was cold, and the divine flame between his brows pulsed. The thunder lock, the blue dragon's blood, the dragon's spiritual fruit, and the Imperial Dragon Crystal appeared around him. All of this energy surged into his Divine Flame Seed. This made the Divine Flame even more mysterious. You actually possess such power. Seeing this scene, the 7th Dragon General was completely stunned. Wasn't this the power of the Tomb Keeper? It was actually obtained by the other party. Could it be that this brat had fought his way here in a domineering manner? Unbelievable. Everything was over. Lin Xian felt the powerful energy. He formed a seal with his palm and pressed it forward. There was a flaming mountain pulsing in the palm seal. This was the combination of many types of energy and also contained the power of the Divine Flame Seed. The 7th Dragon General tried his best to dodge, but he was still sent flying. A crack appeared on his body. The immortal Qi Seed between his brows also dimmed. It entered his body and no longer appeared. Outside, everyone was still waiting. They could feel that there was a terrifying battle taking place in the extreme path space in front of them. Although they couldn't see it, they knew that it was extremely exciting. Some people frowned. More than 1,000 blows had already passed. Why hadn't he come out yet? Could it be that Lin Wuti had been fighting all this time? That was impossible. How did he do it? Fighting against a boundary emperor? Long Mu frowned even more. One had to know that the 7th Dragon General had already displayed his immortal Qi Seed. He should have been able to kill the other party instantly. What exactly happened? Just as they were puzzled, the void suddenly broke open and a figure retreated. The victor was decided. Everyone exclaimed. They looked over. But when they realized that the person who came out wasn't Lin Xian, they were dumbfounded. It was actually the 7th Dragon General. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty couldn't believe it. Long Mu's eyes widened. This was impossible. The 7th Divine General had the power of the immortal Qi Seed. It was a power that surpassed that of a saint. Who could defeat it? Lin Xian appeared above the 9 heavens. The divine flame between his brows also disappeared. He looked down like a god and said coldly, "You have lost." As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw out the heaven-devouring jar, directly swallowing the power of the other party. The 7th Dragon General roared into the sky. His body gradually petrified and turned into a statue. Once again he returned to his original position. I have no power. Damn it, I'm going to sleep. The 7th Dragon General let out a final roar, then there was no more movement. Lin Xian put away the heaven-devouring jar. When he sensed that the heaven-devouring jar had absorbed a powerful force, the corners of his mouth curled up. He could see that the Dragon General's state was very strange. His previous recovery should have been due to the true Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb providing some powerful force. Now that he had swallowed this force, the other party was naturally petrified again. Had Lin Wuti won? The surrounding people of the Emperor race were shocked. The other party had actually defeated a boundary emperor. Although this boundary emperor was suppressed by the extreme path realm, he was still in existence that couldn't be defeated. Lin Wuti was too strong. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were completely crazy. Long Mu's mind was also blank. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Now he looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear. Lin Xian landed and returned to the Divine Union. The Divine Union cheered. He said, "Protect me. I have to recover." Next was the ancient Dragon Emperor coffin. This was the final step. He had to give it his all. The others also took a deep breath and looked at the 6 passageways. They didn't act rashly. Although they didn't know who had broken through the ancient tomb, it was convenient for them now. Only after Lin Xian had fully recovered did they follow him inside. Now they had unknowingly started to respect Lin Xian. Even the Emperor race was like this. In their hearts, Lin Xian was the strongest existence. Even a few emperors could only lower their heads and admit defeat. After passing through one of the passageways, the group finally arrived at the front. This was a vast hall. It was very spacious and there was only an ancient coffin floating there. Chapter 5485. Everyone looked at the ancient coffin in front of them. They were in a daze. This was the coffin that buried an emperor. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and carefully examined it. He discovered that it seemed to be a stone coffin, but he didn't know what kind of stone it was made of. It was unusually simple and mysterious. The stone that buried an emperor should be a heaven-defying material. Suddenly he was stunned. He seemed to hear a terrifying dragon roar. He also saw an illusion. It was the Thousand Dragons picture, carrying a majestic man who swept across the world. This should be Long Xiaotian from back then. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect it to be so powerful after death. The other people were also trembling. It was obvious that they had also seen this scene. At the side, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "It's so scary." I just took a look at the ancient coffin and my soul was about to be buried in it. I will never be able to come back. The others also nodded desperately. It was indeed too scary. They didn't dare to look anymore. The Dragon Emperor. After Long Mu and the others arrived, they also walked forward. They walked forward excitedly. However, after a few steps, many people screamed and turned into blood mist. Even a few cracks appeared on Long Mu's body. He was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying power. There was a great Emperor's formation here. No way. It might be the Emperor's aura of the Dragon Emperor's corpse. It was the most terrifying power in the universe. Even if it was dead, it couldn't be challenged. Long Mu knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Dragon Emperor, please don't be angry. Although they were his descendants, they didn't dare to get closer. The Emperor was a supreme existence. They couldn't get close and could only look up. The others also sighed. They felt that even with the Emperor's weapons, they weren't confident. Because there was a real Emperor buried in front of them. It was far more powerful than a boundary Emperor. One had to know that a boundary Emperor was already very terrifying. However, in front of an Emperor they were nothing. It seemed that they had to return empty-handed. The surrounding people sighed. They came to the last step and saw the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. However, they didn't gain anything. Forget it, let's go back and see if there are any other treasures in the other halls. I don't want to stay here any longer. The Purple Mansion Palace Master was also scared. The Kuanpeng clan, the Fire Qilin clan, and the others all prepared to go back. Should I go back? Lin Xian also frowned. He used his Rinnegan to investigate. The ancient coffin in front of him was indeed mysterious. With his current strength, he was unable to challenge it. This hall was very spacious and it didn't seem to have any treasures. It seemed that he really had to go to the other halls to take a look. Lin Xian also prepared to leave. However, right at that moment, the Tao of Dragon Auras ahead suddenly trembled violently. Then a deep roar came from the ancient coffin. As soon as this voice came out, the souls of the surrounding people cracked, and they screamed as they retreated. They were all terrified. Where did that sound come from? The elder of the Gu family pointed in front of him in horror. It came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. What? The Dragon Sea Master, the Thunder Dragons, and the Wind Dragons were all stunned. They fell to their knees. Could it be that the voice that came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the Dragon Emperor? Was the Dragon Emperor still alive? As soon as this was said, the others went crazy. It couldn't be. A great emperor was still alive. This was too unbelievable. Impossible. The old phoenix shook her head. An existence from 90,000 years ago couldn't possibly be alive now. What was going on? The old sword man also frowned. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe said, "This is too scary. Let's leave quickly." Everyone had to retreat. At that moment, the deep dragon roar came out again. Everyone's souls cracked and they were on the verge of tears. They realized that the millions of dragon auras in the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin seemed to have received some kind of order and transformed into dragon shadows. An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone was sent flying and vomited blood. The power of a great emperor had completely exceeded them. It wasn't something they could withstand. Quick, use your extreme weapons. These people roared crazily. The extreme weapons of the great emperor family were used to resist. However, this extreme power seemed to have angered the ancient coffin even more. An even more terrifying Tao of Dragon Aura surged out. Quick run. These people retreated frantically. The people on the Divine Union side also retreated in fear. At that moment, the millions of Dragon Auras charged towards Lin Xian. They roared furiously. Lin Xian was being targeted. The people of the Divine Union were also in despair. Lin Xian shouted angrily, "Quick, run!" He threw out the heaven-devouring jar to resist. In the next instant, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Xian was sent flying. Many of the black holes around him were shattered, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Murong Qingqing and the rest were also sent flying. The blood of the others was also churning. What happened? Was it targeting Lin Wudi again? The god-slaying saber previously seemed to be targeting Lin Wudi. The dragon aura in the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the same. Lin Wudi was too unlucky. The Purple Mansion Lord said, "Have you forgotten? He was the one who had killed the Dragon Prince. Now that he was standing in front of the Dragon Emperor, how could he escape unscathed? The Dragon Emperor's power could definitely kill him. Ahahaha. This is great. Lin Wudi is really an idiot. He actually dared to stand in front of the Dragon Emperor. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court laughed proudly as they retreated out of the passage. They were outside. The people of the Divine Union were also sent flying. They couldn't move forward. How was Big Brother Xian? Murong Qingqing and the rest were anxious. However, they realized that the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin in front of them had completely exploded and sealed the place. No one could go in. Lin Wuti was dead. Long Mu snorted. That was the place where the Dragon Emperor was sleeping. Just one of his powers was enough to destroy thousands of worlds. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was no match for him. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. In the spacious hall in front of them, Lin Xian was the same. His face was extremely ugly. Damn it. Was he being targeted again? However, it made sense. He had killed the Dragon Prince and slapped the Dragon Emperor in the face 90,000 years ago. These were all karma. Now that he was standing in front of the Dragon Emperor's corpse, he wouldn't leave so easily. He gritted his teeth and threw out the heaven-devouring jar. The surrounding black hole shrouded him. At the same time, a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand and a sword chi slashed forward. Boom. His arm was numb from the impact. The dragon aura in front of him was tumbling. However, it was still intact in an instant. This was the power of a true emperor. It was too strong. Lin Xian was holding half an extreme-grade weapon and using the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Was it not enough? He shouted coldly and took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He held it with both hands and was about to explode. Chapter 5486. Lin Xian was stunned by the Dragon Sword Spirit's action because he hadn't moved at all. It was the Dragon Sword Spirit that acted on its own. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. However, he realized that the Dragon Sword Spirit was really too terrifying. Wherever it passed, it actually split apart the Dragon Chi, forming a crack. Under Lin Xian's surprised gaze, the Dragon Sword Spirit flew forward. It came to the front of the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin and then floated above it. An angry roar came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Tens of thousands of Dragon Chi rushed over and turned into a giant dragon to attack the Dragon Sword Spirit. Lin Xian didn't have the strength to attack for a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time he looked forward again. What's going on? Are the two fighting? With this dragon roar, tens of thousands of Dragon Chi rushed toward the Dragon Sword Spirit. It enveloped the Dragon Sword Spirit. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul let out a sword cry. Then, its long sword swept in all directions, cutting all the dragons into pieces. It turned into Dragon Chi again. And these things were all swallowed by it. The sword edge began to absorb these auras. And the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin below let out an angry roar. The ancient coffin shook. Suddenly the sky fell and the earth cracked. The Dragon Sword Spirit was blasted away. Lin Xian was stunned. He was a little scared. Will the Dragon Emperor's corpse come out? The Dragon Sword Spirit was sent flying. It circled and charged over. It directly charged into the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Lin Xian couldn't see. He could only see the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin shaking violently. The surrounding Dragon Chi seemed to have received an order and rushed into the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin crazily. In front of him, it seemed to have turned into an energy storm, sweeping in all directions. The entire hall was filled with spatial cracks. Lin Xian retreated to a corner. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar to block. Under this power he could only protect himself. The people outside felt their scalps go numb when they felt this power. They pushed further. At the same time they said that Lin Wuti was dead meat. Zifu and the others were laughing coldly. They looked nervous, but Murong Qingqing and the others didn't act blindly without thinking. They did not go in at all. After experiencing so many dangers, Murong Qingqing had Lin Xian's Soul Jade tablet. The Soul Jade pendant wasn't broken at all, which meant that although Lin Xian was dangerous, he wasn't in mortal danger. As for why there was such a terrifying power, they had no idea. This power lasted for many days before slowly disappearing on the fourth day. Soon after, the Great Dragon Sword Spirit flew out and returned to Lin Xian's body. The Dragon Chi in front of him had become faint. The Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin fell to the ground from the sky with a rumbling sound. The entire Dragon Emperor ancient curtain shook violently. Was it over? Lin Xian stood up and looked ahead, bewildered. At this moment, the Dragon Chi above the ancient Dragon Emperor coffin had already disappeared. What happened? The Great Dragon Sword Spirit had returned safely. He had defeated the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Why were they fighting? Lin Xian didn't know all of this. At this moment a voice rang out. Are you curious? You can go ahead and open the ancient coffin. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this idea. What a bold idea. The next moment he was even more horrified. Who was it? He shouted coldly. When the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin exploded, everyone was pushed back. He was the only one left here. But now someone was talking to him. Who was it? Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's corpse was resurrected? His scalp was about to split open. It's me. The low voice sounded again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This time he heard it clearly. The voice came from his body. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check. The next moment he was shocked. The great dragon sword spirit. He exclaimed. A sword chi flew out from his body. It was the great dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword spirit floated in front of him. He said, "Yes, it's me. You can talk?" Lin Xian was completely stunned. He had the great dragon sword spirit for so many years, but he had never heard of it being able to talk. I just woke up and the great dragon sword spirit spoke. If it weren't for the power of the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake up. After hearing this, Lin Xian was completely stunned. The great dragon sword spirit was the sword spirit of the great dragon sword. It could be said that it was also a kind of weapon spirit. Lin Xian thought of the black tortoise 8 trigrams and the destructive halberd. Those were all weapons, but they seemed to be living creatures. The great dragon sword was probably such an existence in the past, but now only the sword spirit was left. And it was actually sleeping before. Lin Xian remembered that the moment he entered the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb, the great dragon sword spirit began to absorb power. The first time, it absorbed the power of the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb. Whoever entered first would have a special power. But that power was absorbed by the great dragon sword spirit. The second time, it absorbed the power of the god-slaying saber. The third time, it absorbed the power of the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. You didn't absorb the Dragon Emperor's corpse, did you? Lin Xian was shocked. The great dragon sword spirit smiled mysteriously. Do you want to know? Go open it and take a look. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. There won't be any danger. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What a joke. How terrifying was the corpse of a great emperor. Lin Xian had seen the corpse of a quasi-emperor before, and even he couldn't bear it. The previous great emperor corpses would turn into ashes as soon as they got close. But now it said that there wouldn't be any danger. However, the great dragon sword spirit had a look of certainty, which made Lin Xian curious. The terrifying aura in front of him had indeed disappeared. He took a deep breath, took out the heaven-devouring jar with his left hand, created a vortex and then walked forward. Carefully arriving in front of the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin, Lin Xian stretched out his right hand and grabbed the stone coffin. He didn't feel any terrifying aura, which made him heave a sigh of relief. In the next moment he used the power of his divine body. Just when his divine body couldn't take it anymore, it finally made a deep sound. Then the stone coffin slowly opened. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took a closer look. However, he was stunned. There wasn't a corpse inside but a battle robe. Where's the Dragon Emperor? Was he really absorbed by you? The great dragon sword spirit flew over, looked at the ancient coffin below and said, there wasn't a corpse in the first place and it was this battle robe that had been buried. A cenotaph. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He had seen such a situation before. Some people died in a great battle and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Their corpses didn't exist anymore, so when they were buried they would take some of the items used by these people. It was called a cenotaph. But the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the tomb of a great emperor, and the Dragon Emperor was also destroyed? He couldn't believe it. He looked at the great dragon sword spirit and said, Great Dragon, what's going on? Can you tell me? Chapter 5487. There was actually no corpse of the Dragon Emperor inside the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Lin Xian was really too shocked. So, he looked at the great dragon sword spirit, wanting it to explain. The great dragon sword spirit said, he didn't have a corpse to begin with, only a battle robe. As for where his corpse went, I don't know either. Lin Xian was too shocked after hearing that. There was only one battle robe buried in the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb. Where was the Dragon Emperor's corpse? It was really too unbelievable. Suddenly he moved. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There, 6 tunnels had been pierced through. Back then, under the Dragon Emperor, there were 7 dragon generals. They were all quasi-emperor, but now only the 7th dragon general was left. The first 6 had already disappeared, and the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb had been broken by others. Could it be related to the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor's corpse? Lin Xian wasn't sure. The great dragon sword spirit said, don't think about it. You won't understand the methods of the great emperor. The most important thing now is to cultivate well. I can feel that you already have the seed of the divine fire. Next, you just need enough power. Lin Xian said, I know. I have already gathered a lot of power. I think I should be able to break through to the sacred clan this time. Then let's cultivate here first. Although the Dragon Emperor's corpse was gone, this place was indeed a treasure ground. It was a place personally chosen by the Dragon Emperor. The effect of cultivating here was much better than outside. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he began to send a sound transmission to Murong Qingqing and the others, telling them to go back first. Outside. Those people were still bewildered. What happened inside? Even now they didn't dare to enter. At this time, Murong Qingqing and the others were also stunned when they heard the rumors. Brother Xian is fine and still needs to cultivate inside. He just wants us to go back first. She found Yen Ryu, Bai Susu and the dark red divine dragon to discuss. Bai Susu said, if they left just like that it would be too obvious. Perhaps others would rush in to investigate. After all, there was no danger inside. How about this? We will pretend to go to other halls to search for treasures. After a while we will find an excuse to leave. After Murong Qingqing and the others heard this, they all nodded. Alright, let's do it this way. Murong Qingqing asked the Old Phoenix and the others to leave first. The Old Phoenix led the people of the Phoenix clan to the other halls to search. After a few days they seemed to have found something. This caused the eyes of the surrounding Great Emperor clans to turn red. Damn it, is this Lin Wudi dead? Who knows, but he's dead for sure. He had offended a great emperor, so it was impossible for him to walk out alive. Then why are we still here? I see that the Phoenix clan has gone to look for treasures. Let's go too. I don't want to face the desolate dragon ancient coffin in front anymore. Let's go to the other halls. These monarch clans and remote antiquity clans discussed for a while before leaving one after another. The people from the Z government and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also left. They felt that there was no more suspense. Let's go too. Murong Qingqing and the others led the Divine Union away. Then these people started searching for treasures in the other large halls. There were even battles from time to time. In the spacious hall ahead, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He started to cultivate. The divine flame seed between his eyebrows was slowly growing and his cultivation was also slowly increasing. He was very close to becoming a divine ancestor. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a divine lord. Outside. These people were bewildered. The news of the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb being opened had spread throughout the buried Emperor's star. Countless people were paying attention to this place. However, a great emperor was too terrifying. Apart from the monarch clans who had brought along extreme weapons, only the most elite remote antiquity clans could enter. Moreover, they had to enter together with the monarch clans. After that, no one else was able to come in. Moreover, in the past few days, another matter had spread and attracted everyone's attention. In the Z Mansion residence. In a mysterious pavilion, a figure woke up from a deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and roared. He raised his head and roared. Purple chi rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. The world was shocked. Everyone in the buried Emperor Star was also alarmed. This aura is so terrifying. I feel like there's going to be a heavenly phenomenon. Did someone break through? One after another, cries of surprise sounded. Everyone went to investigate. That should be the direction of the Z Mansion. Could it be that Yao Guang broke through? Hearing this, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. Yao Guang was a cultivator of the devouring demonic technique. Did he devour someone powerful? However, this time they guessed wrong. It wasn't Yao Guang. The people in the Z Mansion were also shocked and looked over. Yao Guang walked out from a hall. He looked into the distance with a cold expression. This aura was too powerful. It had actually surpassed his. In his mind, Quasi-Emperor Nine Firmament's voice sounded. Triple Crown Champion? He woke up faster than expected. Yao Guang coldly snorted and clenched his fists. One day I will also become the Triple Crown Champion. Quasi-Emperor Nine Firmament said. You should recover from your injuries first. Yao Guang turned around and entered the darkness. The other elders in the Z Mansion were excited. He had awakened. The Triple Crown Champion had awakened. They all walked towards the heaven-connecting pagoda in the distance. There they waited. Within the pagoda, a man in purple opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. After a long time, the light slowly returned to his eyes. He stood up and clenched his fists. Then he looked around him. Had he awakened? How long had he been asleep this time? Greetings, Triple Crown Champion. In the four corners of his room there were four old figures. They stood up and all of their faces were pale. It was these four people who had been responsible for awakening Triple Crown Champion. Triple Crown Champion looked at the four old men and asked in a low voice. How many years had it been? One of the old men said. You have been asleep for 23,000 years. This is a golden age. Someone in this generation will definitely become a great emperor. A golden age? Triple Crown Champion nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then, the one who will become a great emperor will definitely be me. He walked out with large strides. As he walked down the stairs, he discovered that there were even more people waiting outside. These people were curiously sizing up the person in front of them. What a terrifying aura. Was she the Triple Crown Champion? Just how terrifying was this person's strength? She was an existence that surpassed Lin Wudi in the light-shaking realm. These people sighed in amazement because just a trace of her aura was enough to make them feel as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Purple Underworld walked out, looked around, and harumphed coldly. A domineering aura emanated from his body, sweeping out in all directions. These people felt their scalps go numb. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look any further. Where was this generation's palace lord? Purple Underworld stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was like a god looking down on the world. Very quickly, 3 old men walked over from the distance. These 3 were extremely old, as if they were living fossils. They were the Grand Elders. They said that the palace lord had brought people to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 5488. Attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Hearing this, Ziming was also astonished. Had this era already become so terrifying? They dared to attack the tomb of a great emperor? It's a long story. Triple Crown Champion, please come with us. The 3 Grand Elders were very polite. Although they were living fossils, the person in front of them was a Triple Crown Champion. In the Dragon Transformation battle, Lin Wudi, Yao Guang, and the others were Double Crown Champions, and they were already so terrifying. This Triple Crown Champion was above Lin Wudi and Yao Guang. Naturally, they didn't dare to be careless. Ziming nodded and followed the 3 Grand Elders into the distance. Everyone stepped aside to make a path for him. Ziming wanted to hear how these people would explain. At the same time, he said loudly, "Inform everyone that in 3 days, I want everyone in the Purple Mansion to come and greet me." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many people's scalps went numb. Everyone in the Purple Mansion greeted him. Who did this guy think he was? Mansion Master? What kind of joke was this? This guy was too arrogant. However, the 3 Grand Elders said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of this." After Ziming woke up, he had been very domineering and didn't put these people in his eyes. Even in front of the Grand Elders, he didn't hold back. Because he had the right to do so. He was a Triple Crown Champion, and his strength was enough to split heaven and earth. These Grand Elders might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, he seemed to have turned into the king of the Purple Mansion and had no scruples here. After entering a large hall, the 3 Supreme Elders recounted what had happened in detail. Ziming narrowed his eyes. Lin Wudi and Yao Guang, one of them was first in the Dragon Transformation battle, and the other cultivated the demonic devouring art? That was interesting. Then, when he heard that even people with Born Taoism aptitude and light race had appeared, he was shocked. Born Taoism aptitude, one of the top 10 physiques in the universe. The light race had already gone extinct. He didn't expect that there were still people alive. As expected of the Golden Age. It seemed that this generation would have a great emperor. However, they didn't have any hope. Lin Wudi, light race, and Yao Guang were no match for him. No matter how strong they were only Double Crown Champions. And he was the Triple Crown Champion. Go and prepare. I want to see everyone in 3 days, Violet Shade said in a deep voice. These utmost exalted elders were also frowning deeply. They were polite because they valued the other party. However, this Ziming was a bit too arrogant. Did he really treat them like servants? One of the red-haired Grand Elders said, "You just woke up, you should rest for a while." Another Supreme Elder wearing a blue robe also spoke. "That's right, we have awakened you this time because we have a very big mission for you. You have to deal with the Lin Wudi and destroy it. He is our greatest enemy. Are you ordering me around?" Ziming's face darkened. Suddenly he attacked the red-haired old man with lightning speed. His palms seemed to have transformed into a purple lightning bolt. "How dare you!" The red-haired old man was also furious. Previously, the other party had been arrogantly ordering them around, causing him to be furious. Now, the other party actually dared to directly attack him? He didn't hold back anymore. He clapped his hands, which turned into a cloud of fire that swept out in all directions. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire great hall directly split open. Endless cracks appeared in the sky, and the mansion began to shake. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened? Was someone fighting a great battle? They all rose into the air and looked into the distance. In the shattered ruins, a figure kept retreating. It was the red-haired old man. At this moment, his palm was split open and his arms were trembling. Saint blood dripped down, causing the ground to sink. His eyes were filled with horror. He was injured. The other party had actually injured him so easily. Ziming retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. It seems that you still don't know my identity. I am the Triple Crown Champion. I didn't awaken under your orders. Instead, I want to lead you. Now, obediently do as I say and respect me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, as if a primordial beast had been resurrected. The three utmost exalted elders' expressions changed as well. This aura was really too powerful. They were like small boats swaying in a storm. In addition, their companion, the red-haired old man, was very powerful to begin with. However, he was injured in a single attack. Was this the strength of the Triple Crown Champion? It was actually so terrifying. It seemed that no one could suppress the great sage when he was at his peak. What happened, utmost exalted elders? The young cultivators in the distance as well as the old elders, all rushed over to ask. The great hall was in ruins. Who was it? Had someone ambushed them? When they saw that the red-haired old man was injured, they saw that the utmost exalted elders were injured on the screen. Who did it? When they saw that the person standing opposite the three utmost exalted elders was a purple figure, their scalps went numb. Could it be that the Triple Crown Champion had attacked again? They didn't dare to believe it. These people landed and looked at the utmost exalted elders. The blue-haired elder said, "If there's nothing else, all of you can leave." The red-haired old man's arm recovered. He said, "I'm sparring with the Triple Crown Champion. If there's nothing else, all of you can leave." He really was fighting the Triple Crown Champion. And the Triple Crown Champion had injured the utmost exalted elders. Heavens, this was the power of the Triple Crown Champion. It was really too terrifying. Since it was just a sparring session, they didn't think too much and left. Ziming narrowed his eyes and said, "You all can leave as well. In 3 days I want to see everyone." As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. After seeing him leave, the blue-haired old man coldly snorted. This guy was really arrogant. The other utmost exalted elder frowned. His strength was really too terrifying. The red-haired old man also sighed. "I'm not his match. Even if the three of us attack, I'm afraid we don't have full confidence in suppressing him. Moreover, we have no reason to attack him. Although he's a bit arrogant, he's still a member of the Purple Mansion. Let's listen to him for now and wait for the Purple Mansion to come back." The three elders sighed. They didn't know if letting out such an arrogant Triple Crown Champion was a blessing or a curse for them. Next, the three elders moved to inform the people of the Purple Mansion. 3 days later they gathered. The people of the Purple Mansion were shocked. They all began to move. 3 days later, the square in front of the Purple Mansion's main hall was filled with people. There were so many that one couldn't see the end of it. These were all people who were qualified to be there. There were also some who weren't. They stood there, extremely puzzled. They didn't know why the utmost exalted elder had called them here. Among them, there were many experts of the older generation and the 9 successors. These people were also puzzled. Chapter 5489. At this moment, a man in purple walked out from the hall in front of them. He looked disdainful, as if the divine king had descended. Everyone gasped when they felt this aura. Countless pairs of eyes looked forward. Was he the Triple Crown Champion? Ziming's gaze turned into purple lightning and looked forward like a peerless divine sword. He looked at the 9 successors, the older generation elders, the young geniuses, and some people who had awakened from their deep slumber. Then he asked, "Is everyone here?" The red-haired Grand Elder walked over and said, "The people who followed the Palace Lord haven't returned yet." In addition, Yao Guang was injured and was still recovering in seclusion. "Yao Guang?" Ziming asked. "Is he the successor of the demonic heaven-devouring technique?" "That's right." The Grand Elder nodded. Ziming harumphed coldly. "This Yao Guang is too arrogant. Didn't I say that everyone should come? How dare he be so arrogant?" Everyone was shocked by the cold harumph. The Grand Elder said that the Yao Guang was injured. However, Ziming waved his hand and stopped him. "Where's Yao Guang? If you don't tell me, I'll use my own methods to find her. But when the time comes, the Purple Palace will be destroyed." Ziming's voice was incomparably cold. The Grand Elder had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "In the 7th Palace." The Purple Palace was very large and had many areas. The Yao Guang's residence was the 7th Palace. The majestic main hall stood tall on the ground and was covered with flickering formations. Ziming rushed into the sky. The seventh palace? He rushed over. The Grand Elder's pupils shrank. Not good, what is this guy doing? They also followed. The other people followed. The 9 geniuses, the other elders, and those who had awakened from their deep slumber all followed. They also wanted to see what the Triple Crown champion was going to do. They knew that the Yao Guang was very strong. He was ranked second in the dragon transformation realm, second only to Lin Wudi. His future was unparalleled. He had a very high status in the Purple Palace. Now that he was injured and couldn't come, what could the Triple Crown champion do? Some people were in the mood to watch a show because they felt that the Triple Crown champion was too arrogant. He had just awakened and he didn't care about everything. He even dared to order them around? He was even more disrespectful to the Grand Elder. Soon they arrived above the 7th palace. Looking at the majestic palace below, Ziming coldly snorted and slapped out with his palm. The purple thunderbolt transformed into a giant hand, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it charged towards the 7th palace. The array outside flickered, and then it shattered with a loud bang. The sky was filled with the sound of thunder. Everyone was pushed back by this force. They were all dumbfounded. This guy actually dared to make a move. The Grand Elder's expression also changed. Just as they were about to say something, Ziming coldly snorted. Yao Guang, come out and see me. The 7th hall shook violently. The array formation shattered, and the fragments of the laws scattered all over the floor. The palace was shaken, and the light-shaking realm cultivators opened their eyes. His face darkened. Someone dared to attack him at this time? Disturbing his cultivation. Who was so reckless? Killing intent emerged from his body. Immediately after, he heard a voice. Yao Guang, come out and see me. The light-shaking elder was enraged. He coldly harumphed and his figure flickered as he walked out. He looked up at the sky. Who dares to attack my residence? Do you want to die? He stared at Ziming. Ziming coldly laughed. You're the light-shaking realm cultivator? Did you receive my summoning order? Ziming frowned. It was actually this guy. He had met this person before. Wasn't this the Triple Crown champion who had just awakened? The other party had actually come to cause trouble for him. When he heard this, he coldly harumphed. I'm injured and must go into seclusion to cultivate. Ziming laughed. You dare to disobey my orders? It seems that you don't know how powerful I am. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A bolt of lightning flew out, directly attacking the light-shaking realm cultivator. The light-shaking realm cultivator's expression changed. You're courting death. He unleashed a palm strike, forming a monstrous barren crack that tore the sky apart. He blocked the lightning bolt. However, his body still swayed and he retreated. There was nothing he could do. The other party was the Triple Crown champion, while he was only the Double Crown champion and he was injured. The difference in strength between the two was extremely large. Seeing Yao Guang being targeted, the surrounding people also cried out in surprise. Ziming coldly laughed. Successor of the demonic heaven-devouring art? I want to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. As he spoke, he waved his hand again. He seemed to have transformed into a purple thunder god. Then he slashed out with his claws. The thunder god's claw covered the sky as it attacked the light-shaking realm cultivator. The light-shaking realm cultivator's pupils constricted as he tried to dodge. He used the Gu clan's spatial theurgy art, but he was still knocked back. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The others were in an uproar. Wasn't Yao Guang injured? The Triple Crown champion was actually so powerful. Some people said that it was because Yao Guang's injuries hadn't healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been injured so easily. Yao Guang was also furious. Damn it. A black vortex appeared on his body. At the same time, a primal chaos aura began to emanate from him. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he unleashed his strength to the extreme. He didn't care about the injuries he suffered. As soon as the primal chaos body appeared, it possessed the power to split the heavens and earth. It condensed into the bloodline divine axe. The axe slashed out, splitting the heavens and earth. It appeared. The light-shaking realm's most powerful technique. Countless people cried out in surprise. Lin Wudi had defeated countless experts with his axe, but he had only lost to Lin Wudi. Presumably, this attack was definitely enough to threaten the Triple Crown champion. When he saw this, the Triple Crown champion narrowed his eyes. The power of the primal chaos race. It seems that you've devoured a primal chaos prodigy. But so what? You're too weak. You don't understand the Triple Crown champion's strength at all. Let me show you what my true strength is. Lightning crackled around his body. It also carried with it a sinister aura. It was as if he had charged out from the depths of hell. The lightning formed a purple spear that stabbed downwards. The spear pierced through the heavens, carrying with it a destructive power. It instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Not good. It's the underworld spear. When the Grand Elder saw this, he cried out in surprise. Yao Guang, on the other hand, roared angrily. Slash. The bloodline divine axe in her hand slashed downwards. This axe was so powerful that it felt as if an ancient mountain had descended. It created a black hole in the void. Boundless darkness descended. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They frantically retreated. However, in the darkness, a purple lightning arc rapidly streaked across the sky. It split the darkness apart and slammed into the bloodline divine axe. With a clang, the bloodline divine axe was pierced through. Yao Guang was also sent flying. His body had been pierced through by the purple lightning, nailing him to the ground. A frenzied roar rang out. Everyone was incomparably terrified when they saw this scene. Yao Guang's most powerful attack had been broken so easily? Chapter 5490. The people from the Purple Palace sect couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the 3 Grand Elders were dumbfounded. They knew that there was a gap between the 2 sides, but they hadn't expected it to be so large. Yao Guang had been defeated so easily. This was completely out of their expectations. Amethyst slowly descended. He landed on the ground and walked forward. You really are pitifully weak. I only used a few moves and you were already defeated. As soon as he spoke, he arrived in front of Yao Guang. He stepped on Yao Guang's head and asked coldly, "Now you know the gap between us. Do you still think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me?" Shock. Incomparable shock. Everyone was going crazy. Was this the Triple Crown champion? After all, Lin Wudi had used his full strength to defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator. But now, the Triple Crown champion had defeated Yao Guang with a single move and even stepped on her head. This was a complete one-sided victory. Yao Guang's eyes were filled with shock. How could there be such a powerful person? After all, his only enemy was Lin Wudi. He didn't care about anyone else. Even if he knew that the Triple Crown champion had appeared, so what? In his eyes, even though he was only the Double Crown champion, he would have no problem facing the Triple Crown champion. After all, he had many trump cards, so he didn't care about his opponent at all. But now he discovered that the situation wasn't like that at all. The Triple Crown champion's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, my injuries haven't healed yet. Otherwise he gritted his teeth. However, Amethyst only laughed coldly. Your injuries haven't healed yet? Stupid thing. Even if your injuries were healed, 10 of you wouldn't be able to defeat me. He stomped down and Yao Guang's body shattered. I don't like people who resist me. Even though you're a genius expert, if you dare resist me, then you can go to hell. A cold killing intent appeared in Amethyst's eyes. This time, he had come out with the intention of taking control of the entire Purple Palace sect. Yao Guang hadn't given him any face during his first summoning. He planned on killing him to intimidate everyone else. When they sensed this killing intent, the distant descendants were also stunned. Heavens, he actually wanted to kill Yao Guang. The 3 Grand Elders yelled angrily. No. The light-shaking realm was extremely important to them. If he were to die, they would not be able to accept it. Yao Guang's pupils shrank as she sensed a fatal danger. She knew that the other party was really going to kill her. A furious roar rang out. Damn it, are you still not going to make a move? Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao sighed in his mind. In the last battle, the remnant soul of the 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor was also injured and did not have much strength left. But now he had no choice but to make a move. It seemed that after this attack he would have to go into a deep sleep again. Boom. The remnant soul of the 9 Firmaments Quasi-Emperor went out and struck out a large illusory hand. It collided with the opponent's thunder. A world-shaking sound rang out and the Triple Crown King was forced back. The lightning on his body had dimmed significantly, causing him to frown deeply. His gaze pierced through the void as he stared ahead. You actually still have a trump card? Yao Guang stood up and her shattered body recovered. His face became incomparably gloomy, and at the same time, a powerful soul force rushed out. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Sensing the aura of this soul, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb, and they could not help but want to kneel down and worship the other party. The 3 Supreme Elders' pupils shrank. This was the aura of a quasi-emperor. They exclaimed in shock. The Triple Crown King was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to have the power of a quasi-emperor. Although he was the Triple Crown King, he was still no match for the power of a quasi-emperor. But soon he laughed coldly. So it was just a trace of power. It was only enough to protect himself. How long could you use the power of a quasi-emperor for? He took a step forward. The power in his body erupted once again. Yao Guang soared into the sky and stared coldly at the Triple Crown King. Just you wait. Today you dared to attack me and injure me. In the future I will pay you back 100-fold. With that, he tore through the void and disappeared. He actually escaped. Ziming frowned, but he did not chase after him. The other party had the power of a quasi-emperor. Ziming could not kill him now. But he did not care about such a threat. Now that he had awakened and was in the Golden Age, he would also break through one day. He would become a quasi-emperor. At that time, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. The others were all stunned. The Yao Guang had actually escaped. That was too inconceivable. This was a light-shaking realm cultivator. Even Lin Wudi wouldn't run away. In fact, he would have dared to challenge Lin Xian. But now, he was completely powerless in front of the Triple Crown King. In the end, if it weren't for the quasi-emperor's power, the Yao Guang probably would have died. They stared at Ziming with fear in their eyes. This person was undefeatable. Ziming harumphed coldly. You ran fast. He turned around and looked at the others. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The surrounding disciples, experts, and elders all lowered their heads. No one dared to challenge him. The three supreme elders also sighed. Good. Ziming's lips curled up. From now on he was the leader of the Purple Palace. Now let's talk about that Lin Wudi. I heard that he is even stronger than this Yao Guang. But in my eyes he is also an ant. He challenged the Purple Palace many times and you were helpless. But since I have awakened, I will kill him. I will let everyone know the strength of the Purple Palace. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Was this guy going to make a move against Lin Wudi? A few of the Purple Palace experts smiled. That was great. Even though this Triple Crown King was arrogant and domineering, he was still a member of the Purple Palace. Lin Wudi was their enemy, and the Triple Crown King could easily crush the Yao Guang. Even though this Lin Wudi was stronger than the Yao Guang, he would still die if he encountered the Triple Crown King. Qin Xianer's pupils constricted. This time she was truly worried about Lin Xian. After taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and said, based on what I know, Lin Wudi went to the Dragonflower Tomb as well. He hasn't come out yet, so why don't we do something else first? It won't be too late to make a move against Lin Wudi after he comes out. Qin Xianer was doing this to stall for time, giving her an opportunity to send a message to Lin Xian. She wanted Lin Xian to quickly leave this place. Oh, he isn't here either? But it doesn't matter. Even if he isn't here, his sect should be. I heard that it is called the Divine Union. We can make a move against him first. How about this? I will give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, follow me to destroy the Divine Union. Once these words were spoken, countless people went into an uproar. Some of them clenched their fists. Destroy the Divine Union. Fine, they would destroy the Divine Union first and wait for Lin Wudi to come back before destroying him. Everyone knew that the Divine Union was finished this time, so they quickly made their preparations. The corners of Ziming's mouth curled up into a smile. First place in the Dragon Transformation Battle? Invincible? Chapter 5491. The people in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb did not know about this yet. The Emperor clan and remote antiquity family searched the other halls and found fewer and fewer treasures. They were ready to leave. In the deepest part of the palace, there was still no one who could enter. Only Lin Xian was sitting there cross-legged, cultivating. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like he would break through soon and reach the peak of the Great Sage. However, there was a storm brewing in St. Origin Ancient City. This ancient city had been around for a long time and there were countless families and sects in it. The Divine Union was one of them. It had been established in recent years. This was unbelievable. In this ancient city, these families and sects had been around for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. No one had been able to establish a sect here in the past 1,000 years, let alone in the past 100 years. However, Lin Xian had done it. He had established the Divine Union single-handedly and stood tall in this ancient city. The moment it was established, it had swept through everything. The Divine Union was a top-notch existence in this ancient city. At this moment there was a group of powerhouses in the sky. The leader was Ziming. Behind him were the elders. They were successors and powerhouses. The 3 grand elders were in charge of guarding the Purple Mansion to prevent any sneak attacks. This time not everyone had come. It could be said that less than half of them had come. However, everyone was confident because they had the Triple Crown champion. Actually, a Triple Crown champion was enough to sweep through everything and destroy the entire Divine Union. As for the others, they had only brought them along to create a grand scene. Was the Divine Union below? It was said that this was a force that had been established in the ancient city recently. However, it was a pity that he was going to be destroyed from today onwards. Ziming looked down at the palace below with a cold smile on his face. At the same time, in the Purple Mansion, Qin Xiener looked up at the sky with a grave expression. This time he did not follow them. Instead, he chose to stay in the Purple Mansion. He was friends with Lin Xian, so he could not do anything to the Triple Crown champion. More importantly, it would be easier for him to transmit information if he stayed here. At this moment, he formed a hand seal and created a transportation array to send the message out. Lin Xian, this is all I can do to help you. Hurry up and leave. Don't go against the Triple Crown champion. Qin Xiener shook her head and sighed. She began to wait nervously. Meanwhile, in the Divine Union, Fu Hongye frowned. When he received the news, he immediately summoned a few people. Among them were Nalan Liang Yu Ren and Shengguan Shaoxian. These people were either disciples of the Divine Union or Peerless City. At this moment, they gathered together and began to discuss. Why are you looking for us? Nalan asked. Yuren also said, Senior brother Fu, your complexion doesn't look too good. On the other hand, Fu Hongye's expression was grave. He had said that something bad had happened and that someone was going to attack the Divine Union. Hearing this, Fatty Nalan laughed. I say, have you not been resting well recently? What nonsense was he talking about? Who dares to attack the Divine Union? That was it. Yuren also shook his head. The Divine Union was a top-notch sect in Ancient City. More importantly, our boss, Lin Wudi, is the champion of the Dragon Transformation Trial. Who would dare to provoke him? Fu Hongye, on the other hand, furrowed his brows tightly. He said that the situation was not optimistic. This time, the young martial uncle was not around. As for the other experts, many of them left with him. The Divine Union's defenses are not strong now, so the other clans and sects do not dare to attack. This was because they were afraid of the young martial uncle. However, not everyone was afraid. This time, it was the people from the Purple Mansion. Hearing this, Fatty Nalan was instantly enraged. The Purple Mansion did not know what was good for them. Shengguan Shaoxian also said that the Purple Mansion's top genius, the light-shaking realm, had already lost to the young martial uncle. They still dared to behave atrociously here? Hongye shook his head. I received news that the Triple Crown champion in the Purple Mansion has awakened. At this moment, he is leading people to attack the Divine Union. The Triple Crown champion? Fatty Nalan sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful, Fu Hongye said, nodding. He had defeated Yao Guang in one move and almost killed her. If Yao Guang had not possessed the strength of a quasi-emperor, she would have been dead. Even so, Yao Guang had escaped from the Purple Mansion and her whereabouts were unknown. What? This time, Fatty Nalan and the others were completely stunned. They knew how terrifying Yao Guang was. Yao Guang was second only to Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian had to go all out to defeat Yao Guang. However, Yao Guang had been defeated in one move. Then how terrifying was this Triple Crown champion? They did not dare to imagine. And now, such a person was attacking them. Damn it, when would Boss Lin return? They were really anxious this time. Fu Hongye said that she had asked and he could not return yet. This time we will have to rely on ourselves. However, I have already sent a message to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the others to hurry back. We have to make preparations. Shengguan Shaoxian took a deep breath. Let's activate the Great Array first. Fortunately, the Dark Red Divine Dragon left many arrays for us. Now let's activate them and go all out. That's right, before the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the others and Boss Lin return. We have to stop them. The Divine Union is Boss Lin's blood and sweat. We cannot let it be destroyed in our hands. Fatty Nalan and the others also stood up. Their eyes were filled with determination as they defended the Divine Union. These people started to move. At the same time, the Divine Union was also mobilized. They started to gather energy and activate the array. They did not know what was going on. They only knew that a strong enemy was attacking. Boom. At the same time, Ziming's men descended rapidly from the 9 heavens. In the next instant they tore through the void and descended forcefully. In an instant they arrived above the Divine Union. At the same time, a fierce attack was launched. He turned into a purple thunderbolt and blasted his palm towards the Divine Union below. With a loud boom, the thunder with endless destructive power shattered everything. The vast power spread in all directions. At this moment, the entire saintly origin ancient city shook violently. Countless families and sects in the ancient city looked up at the sky. Damn it, what was going on? There was a battle. It was an extremely terrifying battle. Who was it? They looked up at the sky. This direction seemed to be the direction of the Divine Union. Someone was attacking the Divine Union. It couldn't be, right? Didn't Lin Wuti and the others go to attack the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb? If the Divine Union was attacked now, they would be in real danger. Exclamations rang out one after another. The people of the three great orthodoxies were also stunned. The people of the Tao also looked up at the sky. Not good. The Divine Union was in danger. Hurry up and inform the elders. At this moment, everyone related to the Divine Union moved quickly. As for the people of the Divine Union, they were so shocked that their blood was boiling. They were terrified. Fortunately, they had activated the array in advance. Otherwise, countless people inside would have been annihilated by this attack. It's coming. Hong Yi and Shengguan Shaoxian also walked out of the hall and looked up at the sky. Chapter 5492. The entire ancient city was alarmed as they watched the scene in shock. Someone was attacking the Divine Union? Oh my God, was this really the case? Who was it? The Divine Union was like the sun in the sky. Who would dare to act recklessly? These people moved forward one after another. The void around the Divine Union kept shattering as countless figures stood in the sky. Tens of thousands of nomological laws fell from their bodies, piercing through heaven and earth. More importantly, the purple palm had shattered many of their arrays. The Divine Union was shaken. The people inside also walked out. They looked at the scene above them with solemn expressions. Fatty Nalen walked out and shouted in a cold voice. Who are these people? Leave quickly or don't blame the Divine Union for being impolite. Countless nomological laws appeared in the Divine Union as he spoke. The arrays were activated and a few terrifying sacred weapons floated in the sky. Today is the day you die. A figure walked out from the sky. It was a disciple of the Purple Mansion. He said loudly, "Today the Purple Mansion is here to take revenge. We will destroy the Divine Union. Where is Lin Wuti? Get him out here." It was actually someone from the Purple Mansion. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Fatty Nalen and the rest already knew. They frowned at the moment. Fu Hongye and the others searched the sky with their eyes. They knew that a Triple Crown winner had arrived. Which one was it? Suddenly they saw a figure standing among the countless powerhouses. The aura of the other party was too terrifying. It was as though he was a supreme god. Was this the Triple Crown winner? Countless people gasped. He was too strong. It felt as though the other party could turn them into ashes with just a wave of his hand. Fu Hongye walked out and said, "I will give you one last chance to leave." Stupid. At this moment, Ziming also spoke up. The people from the Purple Mansion did not dare to say anything. They just waited quietly. Ziming waved his hand. Today we will make them disappear. After receiving the order, the people from the Purple Mansion roared. Their attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. Had the battle really begun? Countless people were shocked. This Zifu palace was too crazy. Damn it. Defend yourself. Fu Hongye and the others knew how terrifying the Triple Crown champion was, so they prepared to defend. All he had to do was wait for the dark red divine dragon Lin Xian and the others to return. Countless formations lit up between heaven and earth, and one of them was a mountain-protecting formation. 36 cauldrons appeared at the same time. Each of them was like an ancient mountain, suppressing the world. This was a formation set up by the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was a geomaster and had the geomaster scripture. He used the power of the earth and combined it with his attainments in array formations to create the grand heavenly cycle array. This was an extremely powerful array formation. Even a sacred lord would not be able to open it. It was now the Divine Union's mountain protection array. At that moment, the cosmic cycle cauldron opened immediately. The people from the Purple Mansion also roared. They already had a grudge against the Divine Union, so they naturally wouldn't hold back. On top of that, they were led by a Triple Crown champion, so they were very confident. Sword Chi soared to the sky from these people. Saber Chi flashed, thunder, fire, ice, frost, demonic beast. All kinds of attacks covered the sky and the earth, hitting the array formation. This caused the array formation to shake violently. This power was so shocking that it made the scalps of the people in the ancient city go numb. If it had been any other ancient family, their defenses would have been torn apart long ago. Between heaven and earth, the 36 cauldrons floated up and down, releasing a heavy power. They had actually blocked all these attacks. This was even more shocking. The Divine Union's array formation was actually so terrifying. Even the people from the Purple Mansion were surprised. The leader of the disciples and the elders roared angrily and attacked once again. However, after 3 attacks, their faces had turned pale. The Divine Union's array formation had not been opened yet. This mountain protection array was too scary. Damn it. Who had set this up? Was it Lin Wudi? Impossible. His array formation attainments were definitely not so strong. There was an array formation expert behind the Divine Union. These people were going crazy. This time they had come with a strong force, ready to destroy the Divine Union. However, they couldn't even open the mountain protection array. If they returned empty-handed, the Purple Mansion would be utterly disgraced. Behind them, Ziming's face darkened when he saw this scene. He snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. Get out of my way. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people retreated one after another. They knew that the Triple Crown champion was about to make a move. The other families and sects in Saintly Origin City were puzzled when they saw this scene. What was going on? The people from the Sky sect frowned. Was the Purple Mansion giving up? No, the people from the Earth sect realized that another person from the Purple Mansion had walked out. Heavens! Did he want to make a move alone? Who did he think he was? One had to know that the person in front of them was very unfamiliar. He didn't even have an extreme-grade weapon. Previously, so many powerhouses had attacked together, but they hadn't been able to break the array formation. Did he think he could do it alone? What a joke. Therefore, the people watching from afar shook their heads and sneered. They felt that the Purple Mansion was going to return empty-handed this time. After Ziming walked out, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Purple Sky Underworld Earth Palm. He formed a seal with his palm, forming an ancient seal. The power of the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds was mobilized by him. It slowly condensed in front of him. Then, with a loud boom, it slammed towards the Divine Union. The sky split open and the earth shook. Everyone's hair stood on end. The people watching from afar narrowed their eyes. Damn it! What was going on? Many people were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Who exactly was this person in front of them? This person was too strong. Why did they feel as though they were facing a god? Their eyelids twitched. They now knew that they had underestimated the Purple Mansion. The person in front of them was an unimaginably mysterious existence. The people from the Divine Union narrowed their eyes as well. Fu Hongye roared, "Block it with all your might." The universal cauldrons were unleashed to the extreme. The 36 cauldrons shone brightly between heaven and earth. They formed the strongest defense and collided with the palm. With a loud clang, the 9 heavens and 10 underworlds were pierced. The people from the Divine Union felt their blood boiling. Some of the people watching from afar were shaken. Their souls split open and they vomited blood. With one strike, the 12 black cauldrons shook and cracks appeared on them. A few of them even split open. With one strike, the universal defensive array was broken. How was this possible? The people from the Divine Union were trembling. The others were even more stunned. This person's strength alone had surpassed the combined strength of everyone from the Purple Mansion. He was too strong. He was unbelievably strong. When had such an expert appeared on Burial Earth Star? Was this a light-shaking realm expert? Which light-shaking realm expert had he swallowed? Someone exclaimed. Someone shook his head. No, he wasn't a light-shaking realm expert. He hadn't used the demonic heaven-devouring technique. Chapter 5493. The strength of the purple figure in front of them exceeded everyone's expectations. They were guessing who it was. At the front, Ziming narrowed his eyes. He was surprised that the formation wasn't completely destroyed. After all, what he had just used was an absolute technique. The Purple Sky Underworld Earth was 2 extremely terrifying powers. After combining to form a palm, its power was unparalleled. This strike of his would destroy any array formation. In his opinion, more than half of the Divine Union would be destroyed. However, only half of the array formation had been destroyed. This was completely beyond his expectations. This array formation wasn't ordinary. Ziming's eyes emitted a purple glow as he stared down. The Divine Union was indeed powerful. However, he soon snorted. So what? Since he was here today, the Divine Union was destined to be destroyed. He slowly raised his hand and prepared to use the Purple Sky Underworld Earth Palm again. The vast power between heaven and earth surged. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. Many of their experts had followed him to the Dragon Emperor Ancient Land. Although those who remained were geniuses, they couldn't compete with someone like the Triple Crown champion. Shengguan Shaoxian gritted her teeth. If only senior brother Lin was here. Fatty Nailin added. Yes, as long as there was an emperor weapon here, the Triple Crown champion wouldn't dare to act wildly. Stop. At that moment, an angry shout was heard from afar. It was from the Nailin family of the Saintly Origin Ancient City. The Dugu family and the Fire Dragon family had arrived. They were all from the Divine Union. Naturally, they had to come out when they saw the Divine Union being attacked. Fu Hongye and the rest's eyes lit up. Previously, they had received news from Qin Xiener in advance and had secretly mobilized their men. However, some of them were very far away. In addition, the Purple Palace sect had arrived very quickly, which was beyond their expectations. Therefore, the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, a few people from the ancient city had finally arrived. After they arrived, they gathered with the Divine Union and confronted the people from the Purple Palace sect. Did the Purple Palace sect have a death wish? How dare they make a move at this time? The Nalan family's leader snorted. The Dugu family's leader snorted. How despicable. Why didn't they come when Alliance leader Lin was here? If they had the ability, they should have fought Alliance leader Lin. The Fire Dragon lady snorted. How dare they attack the Divine Union? Ask us first. The three great families were very powerful. They were on the same side as the Divine Union. Oh, have reinforcements arrived? Ziming narrowed his eyes and glanced at these people, then shook his head. I thought it was some kind of expert, but it turned out to be a bunch of trash. It's useless even if you come. You can't change anything. You're calling us trash? The Fire Dragon was enraged, and so were the experts of the Dugu family. Say it again, who's the trash? Sword chi surged from their bodies, and each of them carried a huge iron sword on their backs. The people of the Nalan family were also brimming with killing intent. Since you're so powerful, don't blame us for being impolite. Let's attack together. The experts of the three great clans roared and soared into the sky. They all wanted to see what gave the Z Mansion the right to be arrogant. Previously, the Purple Palace realm had been completely suppressed by the Divine Union. The strongest genius of the Zifu sect, Yao Guang, had been defeated by Lin Xian. The Purple Mansion realm had also been injured by the Divine Union several times. Now that the other party dared to behave so atrociously, wasn't he courting death? When the people of the Purple Mansion saw this, they sneered. They really didn't know what was good for them. The Purple Mansion realm was no longer the same as before. Now it was the Triple Crown King. Just wait and see, these people would regret it. They didn't take action as the Triple Crown King hadn't given them any orders. Ziming looked at the experts of the three great clans rushing over and shook his head slightly. Ants were ants. It didn't matter how many people there were. He formed a seal with his palm once again. The thunder beast shook the 9 heavens. Purple lightning filled its body, and it carried the aura of the earth demon. Then a thunder beast formed behind him. A sea of thunder filled the sky, and it charged forward. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Countless lightning chains descended from the 9 heavens. It swept through the three great clans. In an instant, the three great clans seemed to have been struck by lightning. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. This scene was very shocking. One person had defeated the three great clans. Countless people were shocked. The people of the three great clans were also crazy. How could he be so powerful? This wasn't the strength of a human. Ants were ants. No matter how many ants there were, they couldn't fight against a giant dragon. Ziming stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Is there anyone in the Divine Union who can fight? If not, I'll send you on your way." Arrogance, boundless arrogance. Everyone was stunned. The people of the three great clans were injured. Below, the people of the Divine Union rushed out to support them. They asked, "How are you?" The leaders of the three great clans smiled bitterly. They weren't a match for him. This was too terrifying. Fu Hongye said, "Don't say any more. Let's go back. Don't fight with him. Just defend yourself. We still have the array to activate." Fire Dragon Lady frowned. It was useless. No matter how strong he was, unless young Master Lin and the rest came back. Otherwise they would be in danger. The people of the Divine Union were also in despair. They were helpless against such an expert. It wasn't that they were weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Ziming shook his head and sighed. He was really disappointed. He thought that the Divine Union would have many experts. There were one or two who surprised him. However, he didn't expect them to be a bunch of ants. Since this was the case, there was no need for them to exist. He walked forward, and endless killing intent appeared in his hands. You are too arrogant." A cold snort was heard. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Then a prehistoric force pressed down. Everyone trembled, and in the next moment they all turned their heads. The people from the Tao had arrived. It was the patriarch of the Tao sect. That's right, the patriarch of the wilderness had come. Some of the elders of the Tao had also come. They had a special relationship with the Divine Union. Although they weren't from the Divine Union, the creator of the Divine Union, Lin Xian, had always been with them. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around and the Divine Union was in danger, they naturally had to come to help. After the Patriarch of the Wilderness arrived, he stared at the purple figure in front of him. The elders behind him were also shocked. Elder Bai had also come. He was extremely shocked. He knew that the strength of the Divine Union had already surpassed the ancient families. However, they were now in such a miserable state. What was going on? Who are you? Ziming looked forward and sneered. Are you here to stand up for the Divine Union? I am the Patriarch of the Tao sect. Young man, leave quickly. I don't want to hurt you. The Patriarch of the Wilderness's voice was very loud and clear, spreading throughout heaven and earth. Ziming snorted. The Patriarch of the Tao sect? You are just an old thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Chapter 5494. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The savage wilderness ancestor was one of the Tao sect's ancestors. His strength was terrifying and his status was even more terrifying. Who would dare to provoke him? But now, a young man dared to be so arrogant, not putting him in his eyes at all. Who was this person? They were extremely curious. The savage wilderness ancestor's expression also sank. He took a step forward. All of them were blasted out in an instant, as if they were ancient beasts stomping on the ground. This attack was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Heavens, the savage wilderness ancestor was really angry. That was for sure. He had used a peerless mystique the moment he attacked. They didn't know how the purple-robed man would block it. Everyone's eyes widened. Ziming snorted coldly. He also shouted angrily and unleashed the purple heaven and earth handprint, charging forward to kill. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. However, after this attack, the savage wilderness ancestor was forced to retreat, cracks appearing on his palm. His pupils shrank. The others were also shocked. It couldn't be. The savage wilderness ancestor was actually injured. This purple-robed man's strength was too heaven-defying. Who was he? You're only a so-so. Ziming withdrew his palm and laughed coldly. The Divine Union people were in despair. Fu Hongya's expression was cold. She hurriedly sent a message to the dark red dragon and the others. If even the savage wilderness ancestor couldn't withstand it, then it would be the return of an extreme weapon. Otherwise, the Divine Union would be completely finished. The savage wilderness ancestor was also shocked. Previously, the other party's arrogance had angered him. He planned to teach the other party a lesson. After all, he was one of the ancestors. The age gap between them was very large. Normally, he wouldn't attack the younger generation. However, he couldn't care less now. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The person in front of him was stronger than him. He wasn't even a match for him. The strength of the Purple Palace people far exceeded that of the light-shaking realm. Who was this person that had appeared recently? The savage wilderness ancestor's eyes flashed. In the next instant, her pupils shrank. Could it be that you're the Triple Crown champion? Once these words were said, the others were also in an uproar. What? Triple Crown champion? Heavens, was this an existence that surpassed the Double Crown champion? Yes, it was possible that the Purple Mansion's mansion master had told Lin Wudi to wait. Lin Wudi was arrogant, but they still had a super trump card. That was the Triple Crown. They had been in hibernation, but in order to kill Lin Wudi, I think they must have awakened the Triple Crown King. The person in front of him must be the Triple Champion. Other than such a person, no one else had the strength to possess such power. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the purple figure in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. A genius who stood above all other experts had appeared. Triple Crown winner. Ziming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He sneered. You old thing, you still have some vision. That's right, I am the Triple Crown King. Now that you know who I am, you can all kneel on the ground and submit. I can give you a quick death. He was extremely arrogant, but no one dared to resist. Because the other party was the Triple Crown King. The savage desolation patriarch coldly harumphed. Damn it, he actually dared to look down on him. He also took out a giant axe. It was the savage great axe. Savage 36 strikes. The great axe danced. It was as if countless ancient mountains were mercilessly crashing down. Heaven and earth crumbled. This was a super powerful axe technique that could definitely sweep through the crowd. When Ziming saw this, he sneered. That trash Yao Guang was defeated by me in one move even with the bloodline great axe. You want to contend against me with just your axe? Too naive. When these words came out, everyone went crazy. Yao Guang had been defeated in one move. That was the double crown king and the second place of the dragon transformation battle. He was only behind Lin Wudi. However, he had been defeated in one move. Didn't that mean that Lin Wudi was also not this guy's match? It's over. Who can suppress this guy? I think that among the saints no one is his match. Unless they attacked accurately, they would not be able to suppress the Triple Crown King. Amidst the countless discussions, Ziming raised his hand again. A purple spear appeared in his hand. Arcs of lightning and killing intent appeared on it. In the next instant he waved his arm forcefully. The purple spear turned into an eternity between heaven and earth and shot towards the savage great axe. With a loud clang, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. Everyone was sent flying by this force, vomiting blood. The mountains and rivers below shattered and the array cracked. The savage ancestor's great axe was sent flying. The savage ancestor's body was pierced. He was pushed back dozens of mountains and pinned to a mountain peak. This scene was extremely shocking. He had been defeated. The terrifying savage ancestor had been defeated in one move. He had even been severely injured. Everyone despaired. They could not even withstand a single blow. Ziming snorted. The people from the purple mansion behind him also widened their eyes. They had been defeated so easily. They had always thought that this would be a difficult battle. However, the situation was completely out of their expectations. This was great. They were excited. If this continued, they could sweep through the Divine Union. In fact, no one would be their match. They were too excited. Ziming slowly walked forward. It seemed like he did not intend to let the savage ancestor go. Another purple lightning divine spear appeared in his hand and pierced forward. Not good. The savage ancestor was in danger. The people from the Divine Union exclaimed, "Ancestor, run." The other families and sects were also shocked. Was one of the ancestors of the Tao going to fall? The savage ancestor roared at the sky. However, the purple lightning divine spear was too terrifying. It pierced through his body. The electric arc left him powerless and unable to move at all. This lightning was too terrifying. He roared at the sky. "Old friend, I'm counting on you." As soon as he said that, the void changed and a ray of light descended, enveloping the world. There, red-crowned cranes danced and rainbows filled the air. It was a scene of immortals. Everyone was shocked to see this. It seemed like another expert had appeared. The savage ancestor had not come alone. The elders of the Sky sect exclaimed when they saw this. This was the fantasy world mortal realm. It was the fantasy world ancestor. That's right. It was another ancestor of the Tao. The fantasy world ancestor. He was an expert in illusions. His strongest point was that he had an illusionary world called the fantasy world mortal realm. In this world he was the supreme king. After the fantasy world mortal realm descended, it enveloped the world. It also enveloped Ziming. He did not attack the purple lightning divine spear because its offensive power was too strong. Instead, he used his illusions to influence and control Ziming. Countless rainbow chains danced in the air. An old voice rang out beside Ziming. "Soul control." Ziming stopped in his tracks. The purple lightning divine spear in his hand also slowly disappeared. The destructive power between heaven and earth disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. It was controlled. As expected of the fantasy world ancestor. Chapter 5495. That's great. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were overjoyed. They had finally suppressed the Triple Crown champion. However, fantasy world ancestor's expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Oh no, he quickly retreated. The Triple Crown champion, who was being controlled, snorted coldly as a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. It pierced through the fantasy world. Fantasy world ancestor flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His old face became extremely pale as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. He was injured. The other party had broken his ultimate technique so easily. Soul attack? Not bad, but it was just a small trick. It was suitable for assassination. What makes you think you can control me? What a joke. Purple Underworld snorted coldly and looked forward. Then he said, "Just you two old things? Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, I'll send you on your way." He walked over step by step as killing intent burst out from his body. Everyone was in despair. Could it be that even the two ancestors couldn't defeat him? The two patriarchs roared furiously as they joined forces to fight against Qin Lai. The battle erupted in an instant. However, after 30 moves, the two ancestors flew backward again. Cracks appeared on their bodies as sacred blood dripped from them, dyeing the sky red. He was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Everyone was in despair. At this moment, more experts from the Sacred Origin Tower arrived. Those divine generals roared. They also helped, but they were no match for him. Without a boundary emperor, no one could suppress the Triple Crown champion. The spectators shook their heads and sighed. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. This was great. In the Divine Union, Hong Yi and the others had solemn expressions as they said, "Seniors, enter the array together. I've already informed Uncle Master and the others. They should be back soon. We just have to hold on." Fantasy World Ancestor, Savage Wilderness Ancestor, and the other divine generals nodded. They had no choice but to descend and activate the protective mountain array to its limit. The broken cauldron healed once again. You want to delay and wait for reinforcements? It's useless. I'll destroy you first. Purple Underworld attacked again. However, this time, it wasn't just the power of the Divine Union. There was also the power of the Tao and the divine generals of the Sacred Origin Tower. Therefore, it would probably take some time to break the formation this time. On the other side, in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the dark red divine dragon's expression changed when it received the message. The Divine Union was in danger. Murong Qingqing frowned. What was going on? The dark red divine dragon said that the Zifu Palace had made its move. The Three-Crown King had been revived. Triple Crown winner. Murong Qingqing's pupils shrank. This was not a good situation. These experts were all outside. What should they do? Let's go back immediately, Bai Susu said. Yenryu said no. If we go back immediately, the people in front will definitely know. That would be troublesome. Many of those emperor clans have enmity with the Divine Union. If they join forces with the Triple Crown champion, we'll be in even more danger. Therefore, they had to restrain these people from the emperor clan and then send some people back. Although the Triple Crown champion was powerful, as long as he had an extreme-grade weapon, he would be able to protect himself. When the time came, he would have to wait for Lin Xian to emerge. Murong Qingqing nodded and said, "I'll stay here. Ryu, go back with Ruffian Long. You have an extreme-grade weapon and he has an array. The two of you will protect the Divine Union." Yen Ryu nodded. "All right, be careful." The dark red divine dragon also said, "Do you know how to restrain them?" Murong Qingqing's lips curled up. Of course, there was still the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Previously, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had mercilessly attacked these emperor clans. Now, I'll take the lead and join forces with these emperor clans to destroy the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty first. Once the war broke out, it would not end in a short time. These emperor clans would not be able to deal with the Divine Union. Alright, they would split up this time. Murong Qingqing, Bai Susu and the others prepared to join forces with the emperor clans to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. As for Yen Ryu and the dark red divine dragon, the two of them left quietly. These two were experts. Yen Ryu even had an emperor weapon. If he left under normal circumstances, he would definitely attract the attention of others. However, Murong Qingqing made the first move to gain the initiative. When these people left the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Murong Qingqing said, "Everyone, I think it's time to settle some grudges." Hearing this, the pupils of the Golden Crow tribe and Zifu tribe shrank. Did she want to start a war? They thought that Murong Qingqing wanted to attack them. However, Murong Qingqing shook her head. "No, do you still remember what happened at the Imperial Spirit Garden? Back then, the illusion dragon controlled all of us. How did the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty deal with us? They used the illusion dragon's power to snatch our storage rings and kill our fellow sect members. Don't you think this grudge should be avenged?" The Qilin tribe gritted their teeth when they heard this. The Golden Crow clan, the Twins of Destiny clan, and the others all frowned. However, this was the case. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty really wanted to kill all of them at the Imperial Spirit Garden. If they did not have extreme weapons to protect themselves, they would have died long ago. That's right, it was time for revenge. The Fire Qilin also stared at the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Zifu tribe's lips curled up. It seemed like they had to let the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty know the consequences of offending them. The others all nodded. They were doing this to take revenge. However, they also had another thought. They had entered the Dragon Emperor tomb and snatched many treasures. Although this number couldn't be compared to Lin Xian's, they had snatched the Dragon Emperor's things. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty couldn't do anything now, but when they recovered, would they take revenge on them one by one? When the time came, would they be able to block them? So now, why not work together to wipe out the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Then they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Damn it, how dare you! The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty people hollered in rage and stared at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing scoffed coldly. What did she not dare to do? She instantly charged out. The ancient desolate tower suppressed the area. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's Long Mu roared and Long Tu attacked. Damn it, I will fight it out with you all. After the two of them attacked, the other Emperor race people also attacked. The remote Antiquity family also provided strength. They were determined to suppress the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. After snatching the tomb of the Emperor, they were definitely going to take revenge. Therefore, these people didn't show any mercy when they attacked. An earth-shattering battle broke out just like that. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was forced to retreat. However, although they were suppressed, they were in the Dragon Emperor domain. Moreover, Long Mu was also one step away from the Sage Realm. He was very strong. It was impossible for the other party to kill him in an instant. However, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. At the same time, in the depths of the Dragon Palace tomb, Lin Xian frowned. He had also received news that the Divine Union was in danger. Zifu's Triple Crown King had also awakened. Chapter 5496. DeLong flew out and asked, "What's wrong? Is your soul very unstable?" Lin Xian suppressed his killing intent. "It seems like I'll have to leave early since some reckless people dared to attack my sect." DeLong said, "Wait a little longer. You can leave after you break through and reach the peak of the Great Sage. You can slowly refine the remaining power in the future." Lin Xian nodded. "Give me 2 more days and I'll be able to break through." At this point, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The power in his body became even more terrifying and the flame between his eyebrows became even more mysterious. He tried his best to break through. On the other side, Murong Qingqing and the others were fighting a terrifying battle. Yen Ruyu and the Dark Red Divine Dragon were constantly building the space transportation array. They finally returned to Holy Distant Ancient City. By the time they arrived, their expressions had become extremely solemn. This was because they sensed an extremely terrifying power emanating from it. Oh no, the Divine Union was really in danger. However, the Divine Union's array formation was shattered once again. Ziming sneered. "A bunch of ants. Do you think you can escape my pursuit? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is." He raised his hand. A terrifying handprint appeared between heaven and earth. It was like the handprint of a deity. If this palm landed, half of the Divine Union would probably be annihilated. It was over. The Divine Union would probably cease to exist from now on. The people in the distance also shook their heads. Below, Hong Yi, Shangguan Shaoxian and the others were in despair. Even the savage wilderness ancestor and the others were gnashing their teeth. Damn it. Just the Triple Crown champion was already so terrifying. Moreover, the Purple Mansion Realm elites had yet to make their move. It was over. The huge hand in the sky descended. Everyone sighed. The people of the Divine Union closed their eyes. No, they let out a roar of unwillingness. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of large cracks spread out in all directions like space dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The people in the ancient city were forced back. The entire ancient city was shaking violently. Everyone in the ancient city raised their heads to look at the sky. The older generation experts were terrified, while the younger disciples were kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves on the ground. Was the Divine Union going to be destroyed? Some clans shook their heads and sighed. Many people rose into the air and looked into the distance. That place should be in ruins, but when they opened their eyes to look, they were stunned. The smile on the faces of the people from the Purple Mansion sect also disappeared, replaced by an ugly expression. The purple palm print was blocked, and a green lotus bloomed between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The green lotus swayed gently, and the purple palm print instantly shattered the heavens and the earth. Moreover, a terrifying aura flew towards Ziming. Ziming's pupils shrank. His figure instantly tore open the void and disappeared. The place where he was originally standing shattered and turned into a black hole. He appeared on the other side. His face turned cold. Extreme weapon. The others were also in an uproar. Had the Divine Union's reinforcements arrived? Had Lin Wudi and the others returned? They looked in all directions. However, they discovered that only 2 figures were descending from the sky. It was Yen Ruyu and the Dark Red Dragon. The members of the Divine Union also cheered and heaved a sigh of relief. They were saved. After the Dark Red Dragon came down, he looked at the people beside him and his face turned ugly. Although the array was not completely destroyed, the members of the Divine Union were still injured. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their faces were pale. The auras of the old ancestors were very weak. Fu Hongya asked, "Has the young Uncle Master returned?" The Dark Red Dragon said, "Not yet. The 2 of us came back early. However, don't worry. Since we are back, we will not let anyone be in danger." He waved his dragon claws, and the spirit veins under the ground erupted again. He started to repair the array. At the same time he turned his head and looked into the distance. He stared at a purple figure and furrowed his brows tightly. This was because he felt a fatal sense of danger. Triple Crown? The people from the Purple Mansion sect also had ugly expressions. An extreme weapon had appeared. In this way it would be difficult to destroy the Divine Union. The other people in the ancient city were also surprised. They could not destroy the Divine Union? This was really surprising. Someone said that it was a pity that the Purple Mansion sect did not have a chance. Yes. The Divine Union's extreme weapon had gone to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It was such a good opportunity, but now they had lost it. Ziming's brows were also tightly knitted together. Did he return so quickly? Was there a result from the Dragon Emperor's tomb? However, she did not care. If all the Emperor clans returned, the Purple Mansion sect could gather a few allies and work together to take out a few extreme weapons to confront the Divine Union. At that time they would still have an advantage. However, after waiting for a while, no other extreme weapons appeared. This made him frown. Only one extreme grade weapon came back? You are the Triple Crown champion? Yen Ryu shouted coldly. Who are you? You must be the descendant of the Azure Emperor. Ziming snorted. I heard that you are also Lin Xian's woman. What? Where is Lin Xian? He did not dare to stand up, so he sent a woman out? What a piece of trash. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Hearing this, the people from the Divine Union roared. Damn it, what qualifications do you have to challenge Boss Lin? That's right, Boss Lin can kill you with one slap. Hearing this, Zining burst out laughing. Kill me? Just because of Talon Wudi? He did not have the qualifications. I can kill him with one move. He looked at Yen Ryu and said, Looks like you are also a top expert. Do you dare to fight me without the power of an extreme weapon? Sister Ryu, don't fight him head-on. Shengguan Shaoxian exclaimed, and the others quickly retreated. Even the Barbarian King Old Ancestor and the Fantasy World Old Ancestor had been defeated so badly. It would be difficult to suppress the other party. Ziming laughed loudly. What a piece of trash. You are pitifully weak. Could it be that you can only rely on extreme weapons for the rest of your lives? I am now officially challenging the Divine Union. His voice spread in all directions. At this moment, countless remote antiquity families were shocked. Although the extreme weapons had returned to protect the Divine Union, who would protect the Divine Union's glory? One had to know that as a warrior, there were some things that were more important than life. For example, dignity and glory. These were more important than life. Now that their lives were not in danger, they would not be able to raise their heads again if they were slapped in the face by the Purple Mansion sect. Then no one would look up to the Divine Union. What should they do? The dark red divine dragon flew up. They could feel that the Triple Crown champion was really strong. According to their understanding, the Barbarian King Old Ancestor and the Fantasy World Old Ancestor had been defeated easily. Even the Light-Shaking Realm Old Ancestor had been defeated in one move. This person was unbelievably strong. Prolong the time. After saying this, Yen Ryu looked at the sky. She said, I will fight you. Chapter 5497. Impossible, he couldn't win. Although he was also a top-notch genius, he couldn't compare to the Light-Shaking Realm cultivators at the Dragon Transformation Station. If even the Light-Shaking Realm cultivators were defeated, it was even more impossible for him to win. He was just throwing his life away. Where was Lin Wudi? Why did he let his woman come out? Could it be that he was really afraid and was hiding? No, something might have happened at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, why would only the two of them return? The other Emperor clans didn't appear either. These people were surprised. Ziming's lips curled up. Your courage is commendable, but it's too stupid. I agree to fight you. I'll even give you a handicap of one hand. Come on, use your strongest attack. Of course, in a fair fight, you can't use an extreme-grade weapon. That would be meaningless. An extreme-grade weapon was a great emperor's weapon. Anyone who held it could sweep through everything. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would be in an invincible position. There was no point in fighting like that. Don't worry, I won't use an extreme-grade weapon. I'll use my own strength to fight you. However, not now. 5 days later, before we fight, I've used too much energy. I've used up too much energy. You don't want to have an unfair advantage, do you? 5 days. When the people from the Purple Mansion heard this, their expressions changed. Did they want to extend the time? Did they want to wait for reinforcements? Lin Wudi couldn't come. He was already afraid and ran away. They roared. Ziming also frowned. He said, I can see that you've used up a lot of energy. However, with your strength, 5 days? It won't take that long. 2 days. I'll give you 2 days at most. After 2 days you have to fight even if you don't want to. After he finished speaking, he stood there with his hands behind his back and continued to wait. He was very confident. So what if the other party had an extreme-grade weapon? He was fighting a glorious battle now. As long as he could trample the Divine Union's glory under his feet, the Divine Union would no longer be a threat. Yen Ryu also sighed. She could feel the other party's dominance and knew that he wouldn't go back on his words. It seemed like there were only 2 days left. Would Lin Xian be able to come out in 2 days? He slowly descended and used the green lotus to envelop the Divine Union. The green lotus blossomed with radiance and formed an extreme aura that enveloped the Divine Union. The members of the Divine Union looked solemn as well. Their lives were no longer in danger as they were protected by their ultimate weapons. However, their glory was being challenged. 2 days later, would Yen Ryu be able to withstand it? Most people knew that this was impossible. However, no one disturbed Yen Ryu. Everyone allowed him to recover with all his might. The Divine Union took out a huge amount of treasures and placed them in front of Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu didn't say anything either. He could only fight with his back against the wall. He began to recover silently. Meanwhile, the battle outside the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was even more terrifying. On the side of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty, they were about to bite into pieces. They were severely injured. Apart from them, the dragons under their command were also injured. The Wind Dragons, Thunder Dragons, and the Dragon Sea clan were all under their control. But even so, it was still very difficult for them to resist. At this moment, Murong Qingqing frowned. She had received Lin Xian's voice transmission. Qingqing, are you still near the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Take them away. I'm going to break through. Murong Qingqing's expression also changed. Was he going to break through? She had to take these Emperor clan members away. One had to know that these Emperor clan members thought that Lin Wudi was dead. That was why they had joined forces to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court. If they knew that Lin Xian was still alive, they would definitely turn around and attack the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb together. This was because compared to the 10,000 Dragon Court, Lin Xian's threat was even greater. Murong Qingqing roared and said to the old phoenix, attacking with all her strength. The ancient desolate tower was even more terrifying. It had fully recovered and unleashed a shocking attack. With a boom, the 10,000 dragon picture was sent flying. Half of the 10,000 Dragon Court's people were turned into ashes. The Thunder Dragons and Wind Dragons suffered even greater losses. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that Murong Qingqing would actually fully recover her ultimate weapon. Murong Qingqing's face was also pale. The old phoenix attacked. At the same time he shouted coldly, "What are you Emperor clan members waiting for? Hurry up and attack." The other Emperor clan members also took a deep breath. It was time to end the battle. These people attacked one after another. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court did not know at all. Even Long Mu spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was shattered. He brought the 10,000 dragon picture and enveloped these dragons. He said, "Let's go." They flew towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. "You want to leave? Where are you going?" Murong Qingqing led her people into the sky and chased after them. The rest of the people followed suit. In an instant, these people left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb to chase after the 10,000 Dragon Court. The ancient tomb fell silent again. Only the huge crack in the sky and the shattered mountains and rivers around it could be seen. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. Endless thunder suddenly descended and pierced through heaven and earth. This scene was like the end of the world. The entire mysterious heavenly continent was shocked by this power. All of them were no longer fierce. Was the heavenly god angry? They were not sure. Fortunately, Murong Qingqing and the others acted quickly. Now they had already left the Tianshan continent and were heading towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. Otherwise, those emperor clans would definitely kill their way back. They would find out what was going on. In the depths of the ancient tomb, the void split open. A huge bolt of thunder struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian's body to sway. This thunder did not disappear. Instead, it continued to resist. His eyes were red as he roared towards the sky. This breakthrough was very dangerous. One had to know that he was someone from the immortal graveyard. There would be heavenly punishment attacking him outside. Originally, he would enter the sword world every time he broke through, but he couldn't this time. He had already fused with the divine fire seed. He had to endure 1 lightning and 2 flames. This was a checkpoint. If he couldn't withstand it, he might turn into ashes. However, DeLong said that if the lightning tribulation was triggered in the sword world, it would be too terrifying. With Lin Xian's current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian had to endure the first type and second type of fire in the outside world before entering the sword world. As for heavenly punishment, he wasn't particularly worried about it. There were a few places that he couldn't enter. The first was the life realm, and the second was a place related to the Great Emperor. Right now, Lin Xian was in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. The Great Emperor's aura here was extremely terrifying. The heavenly punishment would not descend, so Lin Xian only needed to use all his strength to deal with the lightning and fire. The thunder that was descending at this moment was the first bolt of lightning. There was only one bolt, but it lasted for a very long time. Lin Xian's body cracked, but it recovered in an instant. He resisted with all his might and roared towards the sky. This was not the first time he had dealt with lightning strikes. He was very experienced. Therefore, even though the first thunder was terrifying and injured Lin Xian was still able to withstand it. However, he was not playing around. There were still two types of fire left, the sky fire and the earth fire. Other than lightning, there was also fire tribulation. However, the fire tribulation was extremely mysterious. At least, Lin Xian had never experienced it before. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. Chapter 5498. Two terrifying flames suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. One of them enveloped Lin Xian's body, while the other enveloped his soul. Lin Xian felt as though he was about to be annihilated. This was something he had never experienced before. He roared at the sky and resisted with all his might. The entire process didn't last long, but Lin Xian felt as though he had gone through thousands of years. His soul and body were both purified. Lin Xian stood where he was after the two types of flames in the air disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, which glowed with an astonishing light. The divine flame between his eyebrows had become stronger than before, and it had formed a divine eye rune that emitted a terrifying power. He had broken through. Lin Xian clenched his fists. After sensing this power, he was delighted. He had broken through to the peak of the great sage and was a true divine ancestor. This was the last realm of the sage realm. Any further and he would be a quasi-emperor. People in this realm were very powerful. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. When he had been a great sage, he had been able to easily kill a divine ancestor. Now that he had become a divine ancestor, no one in the same realm would be his match. In other words, he was almost invincible against anyone below the emperor level. Lin Xian even felt that he could challenge a quasi-emperor. He wouldn't rely on the heaven-devouring jar, which was an extreme weapon. He would rely on its true power. The light-shaking realm and other enemies from before were no match for him. He could easily kill them. Perhaps he could send them to hell with one move. He became even more excited at the thought of this. There was still Long Mu. Previously, Long Mu had surpassed the sage realm. When he had taken a step forward, his opponent had seen hope. Long Mu could be considered the strongest person below the emperor level. However, Lin Xian was now confident that he could kill Long Mu with his own strength. It was time to go out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and rushed out in a flash. He wanted to return to the divine union. The harvest in the Dragon Emperor's tomb this time was really bountiful. It had allowed him to break through and increase his strength greatly. More importantly, the dragon soul of the great dragon sword soul had awakened. There was still some energy left in his body, but he did not absorb it. Instead, he gave it to the sword world. He wanted more places in the sword world to recover. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Then, with a wave of his hand, he tore open the void and disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing joined forces with the Z Mansion, the Gu clan, and the other monarch clans to hunt down Long Mu and the others. Long Mu and the others fled back to the 10,000 Dragon Court, but they didn't relax. It was because they discovered that these Emperor clan people still wanted to attack. These people wanted to attack the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. This made the dragons people go crazy. Damn it, they resisted with great difficulty. Under the attacks of these extreme weapons, cracks began to appear on the myriad dragon dynasty. It was very likely that it would completely shatter because of this. Was the 10,000 Dragon dynasty going to be the first monarch race to be eliminated? Long Mu and the others didn't dare to imagine. On the other side, a shocking battle was about to break out in wholly distant ancient city. 2 days had passed and everyone was nervous. Because they knew that the battle between Yan Ruyu and Zi Ming was about to begin. Everyone was puzzled. Could Yan Ruyu really withstand it? After all, the one who attacked was a Triple Crown King. Zi Ming looked forward and said, 2 days have passed. Make your move. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and walked out. Although he knew that he wasn't the other party's match, he had to fight this battle. There was no way out. He slapped out with his palm, which turned into palm shadows that filled the sky and charged forward. Ziming snorted coldly. He formed the purple sky underworld palm and waved it forward. At this moment, the palm shadows in the sky turned into green lotuses that bloomed all over the ground. Lotuses bloomed with every step. The sky was filled with lotuses. This wasn't an extreme weapon but Yen Ryu's bloodline. Although he wasn't from hell, he was the descendant of a great emperor. His bloodline was also very terrifying. Feeling this attack, the surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. This Yen Ryu wasn't simple. She was definitely a top-notch prodigy. Such strength was extremely terrifying even among the Double Crown winners. There were only a few people who could contend with her. However, it was a pity. With such strength, she could definitely win against other sacred lords. However, if he was facing Purple Underworld, then it was impossible. Ziming's purple palm swept out and slapped the sky full of green lotuses. The whole world shook violently. The green lotuses in the sky were shattered. They couldn't withstand it at all. Yen Ryu's face was pale. She retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body fell from the sky. Below, Shenghuan Shaoxian quickly flew up and caught Yen Ryu. "How are you? Sister Ryu, are you okay?" The surrounding people of the Divine Union were also nervous. They were shocked. Yen Ryu was so terrifying. However, she couldn't even withstand a single attack. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. It seemed like it was just as they thought. She couldn't do it. Ziming snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and the purple lightning that filled the sky shot down toward the ground. Not good. He was going to kill her. The spectators exclaimed. The pupils of the Divine Union's people shrank. Yen Ryu shouted angrily. "All of you back off." He rushed up to the sky to block the attack. With the green lotuses on his body, he was even more terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a lotus and stood between heaven and earth, blocking the lightning in the sky. However, he was injured even more severely. "You are indeed very scary. However, it's a pity that you are no match for me." A purple spear appeared in Ziming's hand and he walked forward. He arrived in front of Yen Ryu and raised his right hand, thrusting it forward. Not good. Everyone was shocked at the scene and their faces were filled with fear. Was Yen Ryu going to die? No. The people of the Divine Union rushed up but they were sent flying by Ziming's palm. The gap was too big. Yen Ryu's pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat. However, he realized that he couldn't do it in front of his opponent. His strength was completely suppressed. The purple spear fell and turned into lightning. It was about to pierce through Yen Ryu's body. However, the void beside Yen Ryu shattered and a figure appeared. Then a palm grabbed forward. A clanging sound was heard as the palm grabbed the purple spear. The thunder and lightning that filled the sky broke apart, producing a rumbling sound. Yen Ryu was enveloped by this force. However, another hand abruptly appeared and protected it. Countless black holes appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone sighed. Was she dead? The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. No. The people of the Purple Mansion sneered. Yen Ryu was Lin Wudi's woman. Chapter 5499. The black hole in the sky slowly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw that Yen Ryu had already turned into a bloody mist. However, when they looked up at the sky, they were stunned. They realized that it wasn't her. When they saw Yen Ryu's figure, their pupils constricted. How could this be? She was still alive. The people from the Purple Mansion were stunned. Everyone else was shocked. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. In the next moment they cheered. This was great. This was impossible. Some of the more powerful sacred ancestors frowned and looked over carefully. Wait, why was there another person beside Yen Ryu? Who was that? At this moment, everyone realized that Yen Ryu was pale. It seemed like she couldn't resist at all. However, he had managed to survive because a figure had appeared beside him. A godlike figure had helped her block the attack. That figure had grabbed onto the purple spear with one hand. Ziming was also stunned. He hadn't expected someone to block his attack at the last moment. He looked at the figure in front of him and asked, "Who are you? How dare you block me?" Lin Xian Lin Wudi. The crowd was in an uproar. Was this really Lin Wudi? They were stunned. This couldn't be, right? Why did I feel that his aura was different? He was much more powerful than before. This was really Lin Wudi. Countless exclamations could be heard. The people from the Divine Union were overjoyed. This was great. Boss Lin. Their boss Lin had returned. Even Yen Ryu was shocked. She could feel that there was a terrifying power in Lin Xian's body. That power shocked her. It wasn't any weaker than the Triple Crown champion in front of her. This was great. Did you break through? She naturally knew that Lin Xian had been in the deepest part of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb with the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian nodded and sent a wave of power into Yen Ryu's body. He said, "You have suffered before. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I will kill him and avenge you and the Divine Union." Lin Xian waved his hand and sent Yen Ryu down. Then he looked at the people from the Divine Union, the Savage Wilderness Ancestor, and the others. "Everyone leave it to me. Lin Xian, be careful. He's the Triple Crown King." Savage Ancestor warned. Fantasy World Ancestor also gritted his teeth. He was too strong. She had defeated him in one move. "If you can't withstand it, don't try to be brave," Lin Xian said. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Triple Crown? He was a suitable opponent. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked in front of her. "You're the Three-Crown champion of the Z government?" "That's right, so you're that Lin Wudi. I thought you were some kind of world-shaking figure. So you're just an ordinary young man. You've always been hiding behind a woman and didn't dare to come out. Why do you dare to come out now? Are you going to kneel down and beg me?" He laughed proudly. The people from the Z government also snorted. So what if Lin Wudi was here? This Lin Wudi was only slightly stronger than a light-shaking realm cultivator. He was just a double crown king. This time they were dealing with a triple crown king, who was far stronger than a light-shaking realm cultivator. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he said, "You attacked the Divine Union, so I won't let you off. Kneel down and accept your death." When these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. What was this brat saying? He was threatening the Triple Crown King. The people from the Z government also sneered. "Brat, are you an idiot? Look clearly at who is standing in front of you. No matter who you are, you'll definitely die if you attack my friend." Lin Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. "Stupid thing." Ziming was also furious when he heard this. "So you're not only arrogant but you're also an idiot. Do you think you're very strong? Do you think you're high and mighty because you took first place in the Dragon Transformation Trial? Unfortunately, your old opponent, a light-shaking realm cultivator, couldn't even block a single move from me. You're stronger than a light-shaking realm cultivator, but how much stronger can you be? In my eyes, you're just an ant. One move is enough to kill you." As he spoke, he waved his arm and the purple spear exploded forth once again, stabbing viciously at Lin Xian. Lin Wudi was dead for sure. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the Divine Union became nervous once again. Only Yen Ryu was looking forward to it, as he could sense that there was an extremely strong power within Lin Xian's body. Just wait and see. These people would be shocked. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a cold light as he watched the attack coming at him. He reached out like lightning, grabbed the purple spear once again and swung it forcefully. With a clang, the purple spear broke into two halves. A vast energy spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ziming was sent flying backwards, his blood churning. The other people were also stunned when they saw this scene. What had they just seen? Lin Wudi had actually blocked the attack of the Triple Crown champion. Lin Xian threw the broken purple spear far away and sneered. "I'm an ant? You only need one move to kill me? Can you do that?" Shocking. Incomparably shocking. Ziming was so powerful. He had defeated the light-shaking realm cultivator and Yen Ryu with one move. He had even defeated the Fantasy World Patriarch and the Savage Wilderness Patriarch. The entire Divine Union hadn't been able to block a single palm strike from him. Such a person was extremely powerful. Everyone thought that he was invincible. Even though Lin Xian had arrived, they knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Nobody could contend with the Triple Crown champion. However, Lin Xian had done it. Lin Xian had blocked the Triple Crown champion's attack. Was he really Lin Wudi? I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were shocked. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. Did Boss Lin's strength become stronger again? Yen Ryu was also shocked. She knew that Lin Xian had become stronger, but this level of strength had also exceeded her expectations. It seemed like Lin Xian had really broken through a major boundary this time. "Damn brat, I never expected that you would actually hide your strength. This is really beyond my expectations. However, you have already angered me. I can guarantee that you will be very miserable from now on." Ziming's expression was also extremely cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As the Triple Crown champion, he wouldn't allow himself to be challenged. There was only one outcome for anyone who dared to challenge him: death. Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't you understand? You can defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator in one move, but you can't defeat me. I'm no longer the same person as before. Don't compare trash like the light-shaking realm cultivator to me. After all, I only need one move to defeat Yao Guang. What? Countless people cried out in surprise when they heard this. Lin Wudi only needed one move to defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator? Heavens, could it be that he had broken through? He seemed to have gone to the Dragon King's ancient tomb. Could he have obtained a huge opportunity there and broken through to become the Triple Crown champion? Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Chapter 5500. Looks like we've underestimated this little guy. Fantasy World Patriarch smiled bitterly. Savage Wilderness Patriarch also nodded. That's right. He had never been defeated before. This time it was up to him. Everyone was looking forward to it. Was Lin Wudi going to fight the Triple Crown King? Lin Xian's aura became incomparably terrifying. In the next moment he attacked. He took a step forward and the world shook. He punched out. This punch was like a primordial spring, sweeping through the world. Everyone's scalps went numb. This power was truly too shocking. Even Zi Ming's pupils shrank abruptly. Damn it, he also struck out with his palm. The two collided and he was sent flying. He knocked over dozens of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into the ruins. Countless people were in an uproar. Heavens, he actually sent the Triple Crown King flying. This was too unbelievable. Impossible. Lord Zi Ming. The people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The Triple Crown King was sent flying with a single punch? How did Lin Wudi become so powerful? How long had it been? How did he break through to such a level? What had he experienced? At this moment, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian retracted his fist and sneered. The Triple Crown King was only SOSO. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was too powerful. Was this the power that the Divine Flame Seed gave him after breaking through? Sending the Triple Crown King flying with a single punch made him seem invincible in the world. With a boom, the mountains in the sky shattered. Zi Ming flew over. His face was terrifyingly dark. He had never thought that someone could contend against him. Moreover, he was sent flying. This was a slap to his face. He roared. Brat, you've completely angered me. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his palms, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was like a savage beast. However, that wasn't the case. That was a purple furnace with endless demonic beasts engraved on it, spiraling about. The moment it appeared, it destroyed the world. Die for me. This was a peerless divine ability. The furnace was formed by the combination of the power of Purple Heaven and Earth Fiend. It was enough to suppress and destroy everything. It seemed that Zi Ming was really angry this time. He wanted to use his true strength to kill his opponent. Sensing this power, the eyelids of Savage Ancestor and the others twitched. Too strong. It seemed that the other party had not been serious when dealing with them earlier. If the other party had used such an attack right from the start, his soul would have been destroyed long ago. In the face of such power, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He slowly condensed and formed a long sword. Sword Chi whistled as the sword pierced out. Azure sword skill. The shocking murderous aura turned into an eternity between heaven and earth. The sword pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone's eyes were illuminated by the sword Chi, and they couldn't see anything. Suppress him. Zi Ming roared crazily. The purple furnace that he had summoned collided fiercely with his opponent's attack. He wanted to suppress his opponent's sword Chi. However, this sword strike sent the purple divine furnace flying. Then he slashed at his opponent. Blood dyed the sky red. Zi Ming was sent flying again. Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. How could this be? The people of the Purple Mansion also knelt on the ground. They couldn't believe it. This was the Triple Crown champion. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed the light-shaking realm and injured the Grand Elder. After coming here, he had single-handedly swept through the entire Divine Union. No one in the heavens, the earth, the four seas and the 8 wastelands were his match. This gave the people of the Purple Mansion hope. From now on, they would be able to soar into the sky and stand above everyone. But now Lin Wudi had come and easily defeated his opponent. This shattered all of their dreams. Oh! The people of the Purple Mansion roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You've disappointed me too much. Was the Triple Crown champion's strength only this much? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't feel satisfied. Everyone's scalps went numb. The other party was actually disappointed? One had to know that Zi Ming had single-handedly caused all of them to fall into despair. But now, Lin Xian actually said that his opponent was weak? The gap between people was really big. I'm injured. I'm actually injured. On the other side, Ziming fell into a sea of blood. He couldn't believe it. He was so arrogant, but now he was actually injured twice. The first time he was sent flying. The second time his body was split open by a sword. He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. A monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body. Lin Wudi, I want you dead. I want you to fall into hell forever. He opened his hands and purple murderous aura continuously condensed, forming a purple gourd. Purple demon gourd. Lin Wudi, come and die. With a furious roar, the purple demon gourd fell from the sky and formed a huge devouring power. It wanted to swallow Lin Wudi. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Heavens, was this the legendary purple demon gourd? This was an extremely terrifying ability. No matter who it was, once they entered the purple demon gourd, they would instantly turn into a pool of blood. They would no longer exist. Everyone's scalps went numb. It was actually such a terrifying technique. Lin Wudi was in danger. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into the gourd. Ziming laughed heartily. Ahahaha. What, Lin Wudi? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Oh no, Lin Wudi was sucked into the gourd. It was too dangerous. The people from the Divine Union were also nervous. After all, this was the legendary blood demon gourd. However, at this moment the gourd shook violently. In the next moment, cracks appeared on it. A flame lit up and then swept across the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with divine flames and pulsating. The purple demon gourd disappeared. Lin Xian walked out of the countless divine flames. He said coldly. This technique was too weak. Did he have any other techniques? Everyone gasped. Even the Triple Crown champion took 2 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. How did you come out? You broke the purple demon gourd. He was going crazy. He knew how terrifying the purple demon gourd was. Even if he went in, his life would be in danger. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Wudi had no hope of coming out. But now, Lin Xian had come out easily and even destroyed his purple demon gourd. Damn it! What was that flame just now? Why did it make him so terrified? The divine ancestors in the distance also said, did you guys feel the power of that flame? Yes, it was too terrifying. Was that the 9 Sun divine flame? Why did it make me feel like I was turning into ashes in an instant? That couldn't be right. This shouldn't be the 9 Sun divine flame. Or rather, the 9 Sun divine physique had reached greater mastery. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The savage wilderness ancestor and the others were also shocked. What kind of flame was that? They didn't know that it wasn't just the 9 Sun divine flame. It also had the power of a divine flame seed. Chapter 5501. Lin Xian looked forward and said coldly, you've used so many tricks. It's time for you to take one of my moves. He waved his hand and endless flames condensed into a ray of light that looked like the sun. The flames were too terrifying. Even if the sun descended to the human world, it wouldn't have such power. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lin Xian waved his hand and pushed the sun out. He said that this move was called Sun in the Sky. The sun that was condensed by divine flames spun rapidly in front of him. In an instant it arrived near Ziming. The entire void was completely pierced through. This flame was really too strong. There was nothing that could resist it. Ziming also roared in fear. As soon as he got close to the power of the flames, his body was burnt black. He felt as if he was about to melt. No, block it. Endless purple killing intent condensed on his body and formed a battle armor. It emitted a cold power to block the flames. At the same time, 9 purple spears appeared in his hand again. As he waved them, they pierced through the 9 heavens to resist the sun-like flames. With a hong sound he was sent flying. The sun gently swayed and then its radiance fell again. Ziming's body began to melt. He was like a candle in the flames. He couldn't move at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple sky divine thunder. He roared at the sky. Purple clouds filled the sky and terrifying thunder descended, forming a sea of lightning to block it. But it was useless. Lin Xian sent out another sun. Another attack. Sun in the sky shone, and terrifying flames illuminated the surroundings. The thunder melted. In the sea of flames, Ziming screamed crazily. His life was threatened. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Everyone had retreated to a safe distance. Lin Wudi's moves were too strong. This kind of flame could be called a divine flame. Yes, I'm afraid nothing can resist it. Why do I feel that my holy weapon will be burned to ashes in this flame? Countless people felt their scalps go numb. Some even felt that their weapons were melting. Those people from the Purple Mansion were crazy. How could this be? Ever since Lin Wuti came out, he had completely beaten up the Triple Crown champion. But this shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't it be the Triple Crown king beating up Lin Xian? At that moment, a descendant of the Z government said, "Your Excellency Z Ming, quickly run away. Lord Violet Shade, please return after discussing this with the manor head." They were really scared. Noisy. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clapped his hands and the flames in the sky turned into a golden crow that flew over. It was even more terrifying than the immemorial golden crow. It spread its wings and directly enveloped the people of the Zifu sect. The people from the Zifu sect roared. "Damn it, let's go." They didn't dare to fight head-on and fled one after another. However, the golden crow grew larger in the wind. It spread its wings and covered millions of miles. The people of the Zifu palace had no way to escape. In an instant, many people melted and turned into a bloody mist. Shouted the disciples of the Z government. Everyone gathered together to resist. Those people gathered together. These experts were extremely terrifying. They tried to resist together but they were unable to do so. The golden crow surrounded them, erupting with radiance. Everyone vanished into thin air. When everything disappeared, the heavens and the earth no longer existed. The spectators went crazy when they saw this scene. Countless experts of the Zifu sect, including the older generation experts and the disciples of the Z government, died. Just like that, they were turned into ashes? Too strong. This scene was very similar. Previously, Z Ming alone had beaten the Divine Alliance to the point that they couldn't fight back. Now Lin Xian had destroyed countless experts of the Zifu sect with a single move. Was he going to sweep the world with his own strength? Damn it. Z Ming also clenched his teeth and roared. He didn't expect that the people he brought would be so useless. They couldn't even block a single move? In fact, he had wrongly blamed the people of the Z government. They weren't useless but Lin Wuti was too strong. At this moment Lin Xian was equivalent to Long Mu. He was even more terrifying than Long Mu. One had to know that when Long Mu walked out, the entire world was terrified and couldn't help but kneel down. That was because his strength was too strong. Now Lin Xian was even stronger than Long Mu. After all, Long Mu didn't have a divine flame seed, but Lin Xian had one. How could the people of the Z government resist him? Even a remote antiquity family would be easily annihilated in front of Lin Xian. On the other side, Z Ming used all kinds of techniques and finally tore open the sea of fire and escaped. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was black and smoke was coming out of his head. He looked like a demonic beast that was being roasted. Many people had strange expressions when they saw this scene. Was this really the Triple Crown champion? Lin Xian was also surprised. How could Z Ming escape from the sun shines in the sky? How surprising. No wonder he was the Triple Crown champion. That was indeed the case. This Z Ming was definitely a top-notch expert. If he didn't make a move, the other Double Crown champions and older generation experts wouldn't be a match for him. However, it was a pity that Z Ming had met him. Lin Xian said, "Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? If not, I advise you to kneel on the ground and accept your death. You'll suffer less if you do that. Lin Wuti, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. With your strength, you should be a Triple Crown champion, right? However, you've underestimated me. I was careless before and I've just woken up. That's why I was at a disadvantage. Now I'm serious. I don't believe that I'll lose to you." He took a deep breath and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding people exclaimed. Did the Triple Crown champion still have tricks up his sleeve? Impossible. Lin Wuti was already so strong. How could Z Ming resist him? Countless people shook their heads. Z Ming snorted coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. The void behind him cracked open and a black hole appeared. It was as if it was connected to hell. At the same time, the sound of chains could be heard from the black hole. Clatter, clatter. 12 chains flew out and wrapped around his body, piercing through his body. Z Ming's brows were tightly knitted together, and his face became ferocious. His purple blood flew into the black hole along the chains. This scene was extremely strange, causing everyone to be shocked. What was Z Ming doing? The expressions of the savage wilderness ancestor and the others changed. They felt an extremely terrifying aura emerge from the black hole and Z Ming's body. Fantasy world ancestor also sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this guy had opened the underworld? No way, was this guy crazy? Opening the underworld to make a deal with the death god? Even if he could use the power of the underworld, he would still end up in a miserable state. The two Tao patriarchs were shocked. They thought of an extremely ancient divine ability. They didn't expect Ziming to be so crazy. Chapter 5502. Triple Crown King Ziming used a supreme technique. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. The chains on his body were incomparably mysterious. An even more terrifying power surged out. At this moment he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of death. Everything seemed insignificant next to him. With a boom, a spear appeared in his hand again. The terrifying spear was many times stronger than before. This strike was enough to pierce through any expert. With the spear in hand, he was invincible. He roared angrily, then quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Let me show you what it means to be invincible." He took a step forward, and his aura instantly erupted. The boundless divine fire was pulsing fiercely. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a flaming sword god. A sword shadow appeared in his hand. The blade and sword were extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. "I have a sword that can cut through the heavens above and the underworld below." As his voice fell, the sword slashed out. The terrifying sword shadow tore through the heavens, then slashed toward the underworld. At this moment, the entire world was split open and a pitch-black crack appeared. Everyone looked up at the sky. Seeing this scene, they were shocked. This sword seemed to have transformed into the only thing in the world. On the other side, Ziming roared angrily. "Kill." The purple battle robe in his hand flew out, and he also unleashed a peerless divine ability. This was an extremely powerful attack from the two of them. After this attack, victory and defeat would be decided. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. They couldn't resist. It was too terrifying. Both of them had the strength of a Triple Crown King. Just what level had a Triple Crown King reached? Why do I feel like no one among the Sacred Lords is a match for them? The two of them are probably invincible among the Sacred Lords. Could it be that a Triple Crown King has surpassed a saint? Have these people gone mad? Lin Wuti, I won't lose. A crazy roar rang out between heaven and earth. Purple aura filled the sky. Ziming resisted with all his might, while Lin Xian stepped on the 9 heavens. He said coldly, "It's useless. No one can block this sword. This is my invincible sword." Slash. The heavens shattered, and the earth split open. The chains on Ziming's body shook violently. Suddenly one of the chains broke. Next, the terrifying vortex behind him also shook violently, as if it couldn't withstand it. Heavens, could it be that he wanted to break through the underworld's power? It was truly unimaginable. When the old ancestors saw this, they roared madly. Oh. The people from the Z government also cried out in alarm. They couldn't believe it. Was that sword really so terrifying? Ziming's expression also became extremely ugly. After the first chain on his body broke, the second and third chains broke one after another. He could feel the power of the 9 hells slowly vanishing from his body. This caused him to become terrified. The other party had actually broken through the power he had summoned. He was finally terrified. Without this power, he wouldn't be able to fight Lin Xian at all. Run. While there were still some chains on his body, Ziming used the last of his strength not to attack, but to escape. He turned into a purple stream of light and tore the void apart, escaping into the distance. Heavens, what happened? Someone escaped. That purple light was the purple underworld. How could the Triple Crown champion of the Purple's mansion escape? This meant that he wasn't a match for Lin Wuti. Countless people exclaimed. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected such an outcome. After all, Ziming was so insufferably arrogant a few days ago. He had trampled the entire Divine Union under his feet. But a few days later he had escaped. That's great, we won. The Divine Union cheered when they saw this. Lin Wuti was worthy of his name. He was invincible. No one was a match for him. Boss Lin had become the Triple Crown champion? Of course, Fu Hongya said. Her uncle master had defeated the Triple Crown champion, so he was definitely the new Triple Crown champion. A Triple Crown champion had appeared in the Divine Union. He was an existence that stood above everything. In the sky, Lin Xian unleashed his sword, shattering the heavens and earth. His brows were tightly knitted together. Did he escape? He looked down and said, "Rui, protect the Divine Union. I'll chase after him." After saying that, Lin Xian stomped his foot and soared into the sky, chasing after Ziming. The spectators gasped when they saw this scene. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Wuti was actually chasing after Ziming. Could it be that he was intending to completely eliminate the other party? If a Triple Crown champion died, the storm it would cause would be unimaginable. Kid, he must have escaped back to the Purple's mansion. I'll use the power of the earth to cut off his escape route. It's all up to you now. The dark red dragon roared furiously. It turned into a 100-meter-long figure and roared at the sky. Its dragon claws danced as it executed the earthly scripture to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, it used all its strength. The earth shook as a terrifying power spread rapidly under the ground. Everyone felt the ancient city shake before they could no longer feel it. What had happened? They didn't know that far away the Purple's mansion had been destroyed. On the path to the Purple's mansion, the earth split open and countless stone tablets emerged from the ground. They directly suppressed this area and formed a boundary. This was a technique of the Geomaster. They could control the earth's spirit veins for their own use. However, this distance was very far. Given the dark red dragon's current strength, it could only use this technique once. In the divine union, the dark red dragon flew down from the sky. He had no more energy in his body, so he hurriedly swallowed an elixir. He looked at the sky and said, "I can only do this much. Everything else is up to you." In the sky, a purple streak of light flew out. It was Ziming. Ziming's expression turned ugly. Not only had he lost this time, but he had also been seriously injured. This was something he had never expected. Damn it. Lin Wudi, just you wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I will definitely tear you to pieces. He attributed his defeat this time to carelessness. He had never imagined that Lin Wudi would actually have the power of a Triple Crown champion. Otherwise, he would have gone all out at the start and destroyed the Divine Union long ago. If he had used a few important figures in the Divine Union to threaten Lin Wudi, the situation wouldn't have turned out this way. Now, he was prepared to return to the Purple's mansion and do his best to recover. Once he recovered, he would come back for revenge. However, all of a sudden he froze. He realized that the sky and earth in front of him had changed greatly. It was no longer a flat plain. Chapter 5503. What the hell was going on? Who did this? Violet Shade's expression turned ugly. His brows were tightly furrowed. With a wave of his hand, he formed a hand seal and slammed it forward. With one strike he shattered the opponent. A huge stone tablet collapsed with a bang, turning into cracks. However, it was useless. The shattered stone tablet slowly gathered together. The gravel danced in the air again, turning into a huge stone tablet that stood tall in front of him. The stone tablet was like a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Violet Shade's brows were tightly furrowed. This was a formation, and it was formed by combining all the spirit veins under the ground. Who the hell was it? How could he have such attainments and formations? It was really beyond his expectations. Even if he was a Triple Crown champion, he could not be compared to such a person in terms of formations. It seemed that he would have to use all his strength to break it. However, at that moment, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. There was even an eye that appeared in the sky. It was an illusion of an eye with the runes of reincarnation on it, blooming with a mysterious light. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. "You can't escape." Damn it, that was that kid's voice. Violet Shade's expression turned ugly when he heard that and saw the eye in the sky. It was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was actually chasing after him. His opponent did not intend to let him go. This made him gnash his teeth. Damn it. He roared angrily and turned to leave. Now that he was seriously injured, he was no match for his opponent. Therefore he had to escape. At the same time, he formed a hand seal and sent a message to the Purple Mansion for help. "People of the Purple Mansion, come out and stop Lin Wudi with all your strength." In the Purple Mansion, everyone was waiting, but they were not anxious. This was a Triple Crown champion's attack. How terrifying was that? It was absolutely foolproof. They were only waiting for news of victory. However, at that moment, the sound of a bell came from the depths of the Purple Mansion, spreading to the 9 heavens. Everyone looked up at the sky. Those elders also stood out, their faces grave. What was going on? The sound of the bell would only ring when it was extremely urgent. Who was the one who triggered the bell? Just as they were feeling puzzled, a roar came from the sky. "Zifu, everyone listen to my orders and move out to stop Lin Wudi." This was the voice of the Triple Crown winner. What's going on? Why was the Triple Crown champion so exasperated? What happened? Had Lin Wudi returned? Did it fight the Triple Crown champion? Is he not dead? Everyone was stunned. The 3 supreme elders also walked out and their expressions were extremely ugly. Could it be that Lin Wudi was chasing after the Triple Crown king? Although they didn't quite believe it, that was what they had analyzed from this sentence. How could this be? What exactly happened? How could the Triple Crown champion lose? Could it be that Lin Wudi had brought back several imperial armaments? If that was the case, then it would be dangerous. This Lin Wuti is too despicable. If you have the ability, then let's fight one-on-one. Many people gritted their teeth. The Supreme Elder walked out and said, "Everyone listen to my orders. Gather the troops and move out to stop Lin Wuti. At the same time, look for the Purple Mansion Lord." The Purple Mansion Lord had also gone to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Now that Lin Wuti had returned, where was the Purple Mansion Lord? One had to know that only the return of an extreme-grade weapon could save his life. The people of the Purple Mansion moved quickly. One by one, the elders, the young geniuses, and even some people on the boat all flew up. Qin Xianer also received the order. She also heard the voice. She was surprised. Lin Xian had returned and was fine? It seemed that he was still chasing after the Triple Crown champion. She didn't know what cultivation level Lin Xian had reached. She was relieved that Lin Xian wasn't in danger. As for stopping Lin Xian, he wasn't interested. He turned around and left. "Elder, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well." After saying that, he rose into the air and chose to go into seclusion. What was wrong with Qin Xianer? Some elders frowned. A grand elder said, "Ignore him. Our matter is more important. Let's go." Two grand elders were overseeing the situation. One grand elder led countless experts and rose into the air. Apart from the grand elders, there were also some extremely terrifying core elders. There were also some descendants and geniuses. They all moved out with many powerful saint weapons. There were also formations. This time it could be said that they covered the sky and covered the earth. They only needed to stop Lin Wuti. Lin Xian chased from behind. Not long after, he saw the people of the Purple Mansion charging over. Lin Wuti die. 130 formations appeared in the sky and covering the earth and Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Stupid ants, do you think you can kill me like this?" He punched out, transforming into an ancient golden crow. The flames on it directly penetrated the formations. 130 formations were instantly destroyed. Dozens of Violet Palace Realm experts were also turned into ashes by this punch. They didn't even have time to scream before they vanished into thin air. Until their deaths, they couldn't believe that Lin Wuti actually had such power. They had underestimated him. Next, a few more teams came to stop Lin Wuti. They were all killed by Lin Wuti. They either used terrifying divine flames to burn them. They either slashed them with a sword or used the heavens battle map to envelop them. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. Between heaven and earth, countless seas of blood gathered. There was even a blood rain. There was no other way. These people of the Purple Mansion were ants in Lin Xian's eyes. But in the eyes of others, they were still experts. So many experts and geniuses were falling one after another. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had come. The people of Buried Earth Star looked up at the sky. Looking at this phenomenon, their scalps went numb. In a mountain range, a group of people stood. The leader was an old man. He was the fifth elder of the Purple Mansion. He had 3 successors and 72 top-notch geniuses by his side. In addition, there were more than 500 experts with 300 formations in their hands. There were also 16 terrifying sacred artifacts. In addition, each of them had many Dharma treasures. Such a team covered the sky and the earth. They were definitely extremely powerful. As long as Lin Wuti dared to come here, they would be able to stop him. They might even be able to send him to hell. A genius in blue armor asked, "What's going on with old Jiang? Why did the Triple Crown champion ask for help?" That's right. Could it be that he was being hunted down by Lin Wuti? Impossible. Another middle-aged man in a Taoist robe said, "Something unexpected must have happened. Otherwise, how could Lin Wuti fight against the Triple Crown champion with his strength alone? After all, even a light-shaking realm cultivator was defeated in one move. Lin Wuti was stronger than Sunshine. After 3 moves he would definitely die. No matter what, they had to stop Lin Wuti." The 5th Elder's deputy said. An extremely terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a biting cold aura appeared in front of them. Immediately after, countless saber lights flashed. A wild saber appeared in the sky and slashed down. The genius in blue armor said, "It's the heavenly saber formation that we set up." Chapter 5504. Lin Wuti had come, and he had come so quickly. It was beyond their expectations. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Wuti was really stupid. He would definitely die if he entered the heavenly blade formation. The people around were also ecstatic. The heavenly blade formation was an extremely terrifying killing formation. There were 30 million streaks of terrifying blade energy inside, and they could even condense and summon the heavenly blade. A divine blade would descend from the sky and kill a strong enemy inside the formation. It was a peerless killing formation. After Lin Wudi entered, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. They laughed proudly. However, an even more terrifying sound exploded in front of them. 30 million streaks of blade energy were blasted away in an instant. The heavenly blade that descended from the sky was sent flying by a punch. Cracks appeared on the heavenly blade, spreading like a spider web. Then with a cracking sound it fell to the ground. The broken blades pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the surrounding mountains were also cut open. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. How was this possible? That kid broke the heavenly blade formation. The genius in armor shook his head frantically. That was the heavenly blade formation, a peerless killing formation. He died the moment he entered. Even if their team wanted to break it, it would take some time. But now, in the blink of an eye, the other party broke it open. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Wudi came with an extreme weapon? Thinking of this, their faces became extremely ugly. The 5th elder in front of them shouted angrily, "Calm down. I don't feel the aura of an extreme weapon." That was why he did not use an extreme weapon, but they did not know what it was exactly. Let's go and take a look. Hearing that it was not an extreme weapon, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. They rose into the air and followed the 5th elder forward. They were very fast and arrived in front of them in an instant. The peerless killing formation that was set up between the hundreds of mountains in front of them had been shattered. The surrounding blade energy dimmed, and there were countless fragments on the ground. There were cracks in the sky. Amidst the ruins there was a figure standing there. It was a figure surrounded by divine flames. He stood there completely unscathed. However, everything around him had been completely destroyed. When the Violet Palace realm experts saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was Lin Wudi? They stared fixedly at the figure below. At the same time, the flaming figure below lifted its head. There was an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation flickering in his eyes. Just by relying on you bunch of ants? Was there no one else in the Purple Mansion? As he spoke, the power of reincarnation suddenly erupted, forming an eye of reincarnation in the sky. A palm stretched out from the pupil. Heavenly Tao of reincarnation, hand of heaven. Boom! The palm of the heavenly Tao descended, mercilessly crushing these people. In an instant, hundreds of Violet Palace realm experts were annihilated. Some of the top geniuses and core elders were also sent flying while coughing up blood. This is Lin Wudi's Rinnegan. They screamed crazily. Why do I feel that the other party's Rinnegan is much stronger than before? It was definitely more than 10 times. Most of the elites they had brought with them had been destroyed. Only a small number of extremely powerful people were still alive. Run, run. The purple armored prodigy stood up, turned around and ran. On the other side, the middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was so scared that his face turned pale. They could no longer care about anything else. However, at that moment they discovered that the void had split open, and the entire sky had been split in half. They lowered their heads and found that their bodies had also split open. Sacred blood danced in the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens. They were split open by a sword. They were dead. At that moment only the 5th elder was left. The 5th elder's body trembled. He fell to his knees with a plop. What kind of power was this? He had seen this power a few days ago from the Triple Crown King. At that time he was shocked and unable to stop it. However, he did not expect that he would sense it from Lin Xian again. His face was filled with despair. You've broken through to become the Triple Crown King. Lin Xian walked over and pierced the 5th elder's forehead with his sword. He grabbed the 5th elder's soul and pressed it to the ground. He said coldly, "That's right. As the Triple Crown King, I should suppress everything in the world." He exerted force in his palm and tore the 5th elder's soul into pieces. This powerful troop vanished into thin air in an instant. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the divine flames that filled the sky turned everything into ashes. At the same time he stomped his foot and soared into the sky. Next, the team led by the 8th elder was destroyed, and the team led by the 11th elder was instantly destroyed. The team led by the 15th elder was destroyed. One by one the powerful geniuses and elders were destroyed. At that moment the entire burial earth was shrouded in a sea of blood. The monstrous aura made countless people kneel on the ground. In the Purple Mansion, the 2 supreme elders were guarding the place. They were preventing others from launching a sneak attack. At that moment the array formation was activated and they waited nervously. "Do you think you can stop Lin Wudi?" the blue-clothed elder asked. The red-haired elder said, "It should be possible. This time we've sent out most of our forces." The two supreme elders were discussing in a low voice. Suddenly their expressions changed, because there was a pagoda above the 9 heavens. There were many jade pendants in this pagoda. They were the soul jade tablets of those powerhouses. However, at that moment, the soul jade tablets in the pagoda were shattering crazily. It wasn't just one. They were shattering together. Every time, 500 soul jade pendants cracked at the same time. This caused the two grand elders to fall into despair. They soared into the sky and arrived at the pagoda. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it! What happened? The fifth elder's soul jade tablet had shattered. The 500 powerhouses with him had also shattered. On the other side, the team led by the eighth elder was also destroyed. After hearing this news, the two supreme elders were dumbfounded. Could it be that these people had all fallen? They couldn't imagine it. One had to know how terrifying these elders were. Furthermore, they had brought a lot of people with them. There were hundreds of arrays. There were also dozens of sacred weapons. With so many forces, they could definitely sweep everything away. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a double champion. Why was it so terrifying? Could it be that Lin Wuti had brought the strength of the entire divine union here? They didn't know. At the same time, the people of the Yuanguang continent were also going crazy. This apocalyptic scene terrified them. They started to collect information. When the news came back, they were dumbfounded. This was especially so for those in wholly distant ancient city. When they found out that the genius of the Purple Mansion realm had fallen, they were stunned. Lin Xian wanted to sweep the world with his strength alone? Lin Wuti was so terrifying. At the same time, another piece of news came out. Chapter 5505. The Purple Mansion had many ancient cultivation techniques and divine abilities. At this moment, the other party was willing to take out 10 Archean absolute arts, which shocked countless people. Some people's eyes turned red in an instant. One Archean absolute art could make a warrior rise in an instant, and it could even make a family powerful. Even the remote antiquity families couldn't bear to see 10 of them. They would definitely be jealous. However, the people in ancient city didn't dare to accept it at all. They knew how powerful Lin Wuti was. This was the Triple Crown champion. Such strength made them despair. Even the entire Alcade continent was stunned by the scene of destruction. Looking at the sea of blood in the sky, these people shook their heads crazily. However, this time the Purple Mansion spread the news all over the world. In addition to the Alcade continent, there were other continents and terrifying oceans. There were also experts here, so after these people received the news, their eyes shone with a cold light. If they could stop Lin Wuti, they would be able to get the Archean Absolute Art. It was a great thing. Who was Lin Wuti? Was he the first in the Dragon Transformation Station? Although he was powerful, he was only one person. Let's gather more experts, not kill him. It wouldn't be a problem to stop him for half a month. These people were full of confidence and soared into the sky. They all flew towards the Alcade continent. For a moment, the Alcade continent was filled with a supreme aura. Everyone became nervous. They didn't know what would happen next. St. Cloud Mountain Range. This was a very famous place on the Alcade continent because a great battle had taken place here 30,000 years ago. The two sides of the battle were extremely terrifying. There was only one person on one side, a saint called Xiao Qingyun, who was extremely terrifying. His opponents were the 8 remote antiquity families. That battle was earth-shattering and mountains and rivers were shattered. Xiao Qingyun finally fell in this mountain range, and the 8 remote antiquity families were also heavily injured. This mountain range was called the St. Cloud Mountain Range by later generations, indicating the fall of a powerful great sage. This time the St. Cloud Mountain Range was lively again. This time there were not only 8 remote antiquity families, but at least 80 sects gathered here. It couldn't be helped. This time they were here for the 10 primordial absolute arts. After hearing the news from the Purple Mansion, these people rushed over. The Sacred Cloud Mountain Range was filled with people. Among them was the extremely terrifying Nether Ghost clan of the Nether Sky continent. There was also the Shenzhen sect from the Shentian continent. There was also the Demon Shark clan from the Demon Sea. In short, there were a lot of experts, far more than the lineup of 30,000 years ago. The experts from the Shenzhen sect shook their heads. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Qingyun had offended the 8 great sects and lost his life here. At least 80 sects had come this time. So what if this Lin Wuti was strong? Today was the day of his death. There was no way he could cross the St. Cloud Mountain Range. The experts of the Demon Shark clan also snorted coldly. They brought the Black Sea with them, engulfing the 9 heavens. The other people's expressions were similarly cold. As long as they could block the other party, they would be able to do so. Then he could ask the Purple Mansion for 10 arcane secret techniques. These people were wary of each other and stopped at different peaks. After waiting for a day, they opened their eyes. It was because they sensed an aura coming from up ahead. Was Lin Wuti here? The Purple Mansion was also a top-notch sect. Since they were so frightened and asked for help, it meant that Lin Wuti might be here with the strength of the entire Divine Union. How could these sects not know about the legend of the Divine Union and Lin Wuti? That was why so many of them had joined forces to wait at the St. Cloud Mountain range. However, when they saw that there was only one person who had broken through the void, they were stunned. There was only one person. How could this be? Were the others hiding? These people used their powerful eye techniques to see through the sky and earth. There was also a terrifying spirit that covered the sky. However, they realized that there was no one hiding. There was only one person. Was Lin Wuti here alone? These people were stunned. Soon the people of the Demon Shark clan laughed. Great, the heavens are helping us. It would be easy for us to stop one person. That was, they would join forces to stop Lin Wuti. These people started to move. At the same time, the people in front attacked even faster. For example, there were people of the giant python clan. These huge pythons were tens of thousands of meters long and covered the sky. They were like heavenly blades blocking the front. At the same time, there were people of the Fire Crow clan. Flames covered the sky and earth, turning into a sea of fire. On the other side, the One-Horned Mantis clan and the terrifying Underworld Ghost clan all moved. Boom, boom. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was earth-shattering, as if 100,000 thunderbolts had sounded at the same time. It shook the surrounding mountains and shattered them. Everyone watched with rapt attention. They had confident smiles on their faces. With so many of them attacking together, it would be easy to stop the other party. However, at that moment, a scream was heard from the front. Then, everyone saw a bloody light shoot up into the sky, turning into a sea of blood. Damn it, what was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. Not long after, another shocking power came. The sky was filled with flames, followed by the flickering of a blade. A terrifying yin and yang aura erupted. Soon a few people fled back. Their bodies were broken and stained with blood. Not good. The giant python clan had been completely wiped out. The Fire Crow clan had turned into ashes. The Underworld Ghost clan had lost their lives. The news came one after another. Those who were waiting at the back were stunned. They stopped smiling and roared crazily. What did you say? The giant python clan had sent out 149 experts. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long. They had swept across the world, but now they had all fallen. The Fire Crow clan had a total of 300 experts. Their combined sea of fire was something that fiend gods could hardly resist. Now they had turned into ashes. And the Underworld Ghost clan. They were extremely strange assassins. Now they had fallen in hell? How was that possible? They could not believe it. Who was it? Was it Lin Wuti? How could he be so powerful? Their faces were ugly. The people of the Demon Shark clan snorted. So what if it was Lin Wuti? Lin Wuti was the first in the Dragon Transformation Station. He was a top double champion. It was not surprising that he had such strength. However, no matter how strong he is, can he fight against all of us? Although we have lost some of our clans and sects, most of us are still intact. With us here, he will definitely not be able to get through. Yes, that's right. The people of the Shenzhen sect nodded. The eyes of the other experts also shone with a cold light. Shocking laws rushed out of their bodies and terrifying formations condensed. They formed 99 formations and charged forward together. 99 killing formations that contained all kinds of laws. If they exploded together, the sacred leader would definitely die. Chapter 5506. This time, everyone was very confident. This was because the power of the array formation this time was much stronger than the Heavenly Blade array from before. This time, Lin Wuti would definitely not be able to break out. In front of them, the laws kept flashing and endless rumbling sounds could be heard. But soon they were dumbfounded. Because they realized that the array in front of them was constantly breaking. Array of sword chi was like a divine dragon. It swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was broken. Nothing could stop it. What was that? How could it be so terrifying? The surrounding people exclaimed. People from the Shenzhen sect and the Demon Shark clan were even more shocked. That was Lin Wuti. He could actually tear apart these arrays? These people were dumbfounded. Lin Xian's sword chi was monstrous. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. To be honest, he was very angry. Those who stopped him before were from the Purple Mansion. He was the enemy of the Purple Mansion, so it was reasonable for them to attack him. But now it was not the case. Lin Xin could see that these sects were not from the Purple Mansion, but they still came to stop him. This was unbearable for him. His expression was cold. When I was fighting with the Purple Mansion, you did not help each other, so I did not blame you. But you just had to help the Purple Mansion and be my enemy. Since that is the case, you can go to hell. Lin Xin's sword chi was even more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god, shooting straight to the sky. At the same time, the surrounding arrays kept breaking. Nothing could stop him. This sword caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Lin Xin was like a god standing above the 9 heavens. When the people in the distance saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Heavens, that was Lin Wuti. Damn it, what was going on? Why was he still alive? Why did I see that he was not injured? This was impossible. These people were all stunned. They knew that Lin Wuti was powerful. He was the first in the dragon transformation stage. The terrifying double champion. If it was a one-on-one battle, no one would be his opponent. But this time it was not a one-on-one battle. There were so many of them attacking together. Could it be that they could not defeat him? Was this really Lin Wuti? He was definitely a young great emperor. Previously, these people only knew of Lin Wuti's reputation. Now that they had seen his true strength, they were filled with regret. If they had known that the other party was so terrifying, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were beaten to death. 10 archaic cultivation methods. Although they were tempted, it was nothing compared to their lives. Damn it, let's hurry up and leave. Some people already wanted to retreat. There were also people who gnashed their teeth. Damn it, I knew it. How could the Z government be so kind? After giving him 10 ancient cultivation methods, it turned out that this Lin Wuti had become even stronger than when he was at Hualongjian. I guessed that the Purple Mansion was definitely unable to defeat Lin Wuti. That was why they came up with such a plan. Are you using us as a shield? Damn it, we were tricked by the Z Mansion. These people were all experts and they reacted in an instant. They had indeed made the wrong decision this time. Let's go quickly. These people wanted to escape. There was also an elder whose eyes were filled with despair. He said that it was too late. They had already stood on the Z government's side and were enemies with Lin Wuti. What kind of person was Lin Wuti? Don't you know? None of his enemies had a good ending. Think about the Dragon Prince, think about those people from the Z government. Everyone's scalp went numb. Indeed, those who went against Lin Xin, whether it was the powerful emperor's son or the terrifying desolate ancient family, none of them could escape unscathed. This time they were afraid that they were really in danger. The demon shark race clenched their teeth. They coldly snorted. Damn it, so what? Could it be that they were just going to sit here and wait for death? That's right, with so many experts and sects working together, even if we can't defeat Lin Wuti, leaving is definitely not a problem. I want to see how powerful this legendary number 1 of the Dragon Transformation Station is. These people roared crazily. They knew that retreating was impossible, so they could only fight. Extremely terrifying laws erupted from these people. Kill. With a furious roar, these people rushed over. All kinds of laws and divine abilities emerged one after another. There was incomparably terrifying black sea water, monstrous sword chi, and terrifying flying swords. There was also a sky full of flames. The battle was extremely terrifying. In an instant it enveloped Lin Quanxian. However, Lin Xin waved his arm, and a sword chi cut through the sky, shattered the hell and split all the attacks. Furthermore, over 100 silhouettes were destroyed by this sword strike. Then Lin Xin was like a sword god, flickering light and passing shadow, killing these experts. The battle had completely erupted, an endless primordial aura spread out. At this moment, the entire forest and mountain range shook violently. So much so that those people in the distance were crawling on the ground. What happened? Was there a battle between gods? After the battle, blood stained the sky, and the St. Cloud mountain range had completely turned into a forbidden land of death. The murderous aura here was monstrous and no one dared to enter. Even if a divine ancestor came here, he would probably be instantly swallowed by this aura and turned into bones. In this sea of blood that filled the sky, a figure was like a sword god stepping in the air. After leaving this place, his body was full of murderous aura. After this person left, some people dared to look from a distance. There were terrifying weapons in the sky that were investigating. Then they gasped. Did you see that? The person who just left seemed to be Lin Wuti. 80 top families and sects from all over the world had gathered in the St. Cloud mountain range before. Could it be that they were waiting for Lin Wuti? But now Lin Wuti had successfully walked out alive, while the others had all turned into a sea of blood. Oh God! Was Lin Wuti really going to dominate the world alone? Hurry! Hurry up and spread the news. When they returned to their families, they must not provoke Lin Wuti. Was he really invincible in the world? This guy would definitely become a true great emperor in the future. At this moment, all the people who had found out about the news had left. They all sent the news back to their families. At the same time, the news also spread all over the world. The entire burial planet was shocked. Was Lin Wuti already so powerful? It wasn't that they hadn't seen top geniuses before. For example, the Thearcha's son from before was the possessor of the strongest bloodline. He could make heaven and earth tremble as soon as he appeared. Everyone was in despair. Next, there was the double crown champion, and in the end there was even the triple crown champion. However, no one had shocked them as much as Lin Xian. If there was, it would have to be traced back to the past. In every era, there would be a kind of young figure who would rise among the masses and stand above the 9 heavens. Such people were called great emperors. However, the great emperors had long disappeared and only existed in legends. It made them forget the power of the great emperors. Now, Lin Xian's performance made them feel as if they had seen a group of young great emperors who had risen up. That kid had heaven-defying strength and great opportunities. He couldn't be provoked. At this moment, the patriarchs of countless families gave orders to their families. Chapter 5507. Lin Wuti had swept through countless sects and families by himself, shocking the entire burial earth. At this moment, countless people were terrified. They didn't know how things would develop next. At this moment, Lin Xian had already set foot on the Tianji continent. Above the Tianji continent, an eye of reincarnation appeared, overlooking the common people. At this moment, the families and sects on the Tianji continent were terrified. It was as if a god was looking down on them. Their family's secrets seemed to have been seen. Damn it, what was that? It was the Rinnegan. Damn it, it was Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti had actually come to the Tianji continent. Many people were terrified. Some living beings and warriors had already knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves in worship. However, there were also some experts of the older generation who were very angry. Their sects and families were surrounded by clouds and mist, covering heaven and earth. There were also old roars. Lin Wuti had gone too far. Did he use the Rinnegan to cover the entire continent? What was he trying to do? Was he trying to pry into their secrets? Damn it, did he really think they were easy to bully? No one was allowed to pry into their family's secrets. Furious roars rang out one after another, including those from the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan was on the Tianji continent. At this moment, they were also enveloped by the light of reincarnation. As a great emperor clan, they felt as if they were being challenged. At this moment, they were roaring crazily. Should they give Lin Wuti a warning? The Qilin clan's old Qilin said coldly. The others were also gnashing their teeth. However, some people frowned. For example, an elder said, "This isn't good. He's not targeting us. He should be targeting the Z mansion. I heard that he was chasing after the Triple Crown King. There's no need for us to make a move at this time. Our emperor weapon isn't here either. If that killing god kills his way to our family, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Damn it, are we going to let him be so arrogant?" Lin Wuti came to the Tianji continent alone. If the Qilin clan doesn't stand up for him, what will others think of us in the future? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to our great emperor clan? Let's send someone to tell him that he can chase after the Triple Crown King, but he must take the Rinnegan. They cannot probe into our secrets. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. That's right, there were still experts in the Qilin clan who nodded. An elder suggested, why don't we join forces with some other clans and sects to give him some pressure? Voices rang out one after another. The people of the Kirin clan moved quickly. At the same time, Lin Xian's Rinnegan floated above his head, and he scanned all directions. He even walked among the mountains and rivers. This time he was determined to kill the Triple Crown champion. No one could stop him. All of a sudden, he frowned and stopped because he saw flames soaring into the sky ahead of him. The sky was illuminated by the radiance, as if it had turned into a sea of fire. Amidst the flames, a woman descended. This woman was wearing a fiery robe, and her aura was extremely powerful. Burning incense, it's actually you? Lin Xian frowned. He knew this person and was no stranger to him. It was the burning of incense. The Double Crown King had awoken from his slumber and successfully made it into the top 10 of the Dragon Transformation Trial. She could be said to be a top-notch proud daughter of the heavens. It was just that he did not expect her to come at this time. Are you here to intercept me as well? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with extremely cold killing intent. Burning incense said, Young Master Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Purple Mansion. I'm just here to pass on a message. Oh, what message? Lin Xian said coldly. Is there anyone else who wants to help the Purple Mansion? Burning Incense said in a deep voice. He said, the Tianji continent is where the Fire Kirin clan resides. Young Master used the Rinnegan to cover the entire continent to investigate. You've already angered the Kirin clan. Although Young Master is not afraid of anything, he doesn't want to make enemies for no reason. And this enemy is a great Emperor clan. So I want Young Master to take back part of the Rinnegan's Rinnegan, or at least stop investigating the Kirin clan. You're speaking for the Kirin clan? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and there was a shocking light flickering in his eyes. Burning Incense said, it's time to be honest. The Kirin clan is very optimistic about my bloodline, and they're prepared to marry the Fire Kirin to me. My talent is above that of the Kirin son, but I don't have a shocking bloodline like the Kirin son. If the two of us get married, the next generation will definitely be the strongest genius. At this point, Burning Incense's eyes flashed with a shocking light. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Marriage? It seems that the Kirin clan has given you a lot of benefits. But how do you know that I'll agree? What if the Triple Crown King runs to the Kirin clan? Won't I not be able to detect it? Don't worry, we definitely won't do that. At this time, 3 more figures descended from the sky. They had powerful flames on their bodies as well as Kirin scales. Obviously they were from the Kirin clan. These people's attitudes were much stronger than Burning Incense's. After all, they were from the Great Emperor clan. They had their own pride. They said coldly, Lin Wuti, hurry up and stop. Take back your gaze. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. We're already giving you face by not taking action immediately and only informing you. Don't go too far. The 3 said coldly. Lin Xian was enraged when he heard that. Too much? Lin Xian snorted coldly. What does it have to do with the Kirin clan that I'm chasing after the enemy? You guys actually jumped out to block my path. I'm already giving you face by not taking action against you. Get lost now or don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian was furious. What was his status now? A few Kirin clan geniuses were enough to talk to him. What kind of joke was this? One of the Kirin clan's geniuses was furious. He took a step forward. How dare you? Do you know the strength of our great Emperor clan? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian split him apart with a slash of his sword. The entire ground was split into 2. The crack was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The other 2 were trembling in fear. Even Burning Incense sucked in a breath of cold air. What else did he want to say? In the end, Lin Xian flicked his finger again. A ball of flames enveloped the second genius and turned him into ashes. Only the last Kirin clan genius was left. He was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a plop. Fear, infinite fear. They were also incomparably powerful geniuses in the Kirin clan, but now they were powerless in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian came in front of them and said coldly, you guys aren't qualified to talk to me. If you want to talk to me, get the Kirin clan's patriarch to see me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He rose into the air and continued on his way. This time, not only did he not retract his reincarnation gaze, but he made it even more terrifying. An eye in the sky grew infinitely bigger. It seemed to cover the entire Tianji continent. Behind them, Burning Incense sighed when she saw this. When Lin Xian attacked just now, he also felt a chill run down his spine. Moreover, Lin Xian's greatest achievement was the Triple Crown. This meant that Lin Xian was also a Triple Crown champion. He was an existence that far surpassed him. How could he dare to attack? He could only sigh. When dealing with someone like Lin Xian, he could only beg for mercy politely and bow his head. That seemed to give him a chance. Chapter 5508. The news quickly spread out. When the Qilin race found out that 2 of the 3 geniuses they sent out were killed instantly, they were stunned. Then many elders were furious. Damn Lin Wuti, he actually dared to kill their people. He was too arrogant, too despicable. Who did he think he was? Did he really not care about the emperor race? He wasn't a quasi-emperor yet. He didn't have the right to rule over them. The Qilin race was furious. The other clans and sects on Tianji continent all sucked in a cold breath when they found out. It seemed like this was a vicious person. He didn't even give face to the entire race. Since that was the case, the Qilin race wasn't going to hold back anymore. They decided to take revenge. They weren't the only ones. Some of the clans and sects under them also received orders. Formations and weapons were all gathered. However, some of the clans and sects frowned. That shouldn't be. Why did they have to offend Lin Wuti? Even some of the Qilin race frowned. They wanted to ask about it. However, they realized that the Qilin race leader had disappeared. Where did he go? Where did their leader go? They didn't know. At that moment, in a mysterious palace on Tianji continent, there were a few people. One of them was the Qilin race leader. He was only one of them. There were a few others. One of them was a woman in purple. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She was the leader of the Purple Mansion. She had been participating in the battle against the 10,000 Dragon Court. However, when she received the Triple Crown King's call for help, she chose to return. Compared to the 10,000 Dragon Court, the Triple Crown King was more important. He was a top expert of the Purple Mansion and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. When she found out that the Triple Crown King was on Tianji continent, she immediately rushed over. She also met the Qilin race leader. The Qilin race didn't want to go against Lin Wuti. However, the leader of the Purple Mansion gave them a condition that they couldn't refuse. After hearing this condition, the Fire Qilin leader's eyes turned red. She asked, "Can you really send our Qilin race to that place? As long as you help us protect the Triple Crown King this time, I can let your Majesty the Qilin go." "That's great," the Qilin clan leader was overjoyed. If he could go to that place, then his future achievements would definitely far surpass his current achievements. At the very least, becoming a quasi-emperor would not be a problem. If he was lucky, he might even become a great emperor. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in excitement. He said, "All right, leave it to us this time." Other than him, there were 3 other figures. 2 of them were experts. One of them had a golden glow around his body, as if he was wearing golden armor. It was the leader of the Golden Armor sect. The Golden Armor Gate was also one of the top sects in the Heavenly Fate continent. Moreover, the Golden Armor Gate's defense was extremely strong. Legend had it that during the Primordial Age, the first-generation leader of the Golden Armor sect had obtained a set of battle armor by chance from the primordial battlefield. Although the armor was broken, the great Tao on it was truly terrifying. The first-generation sect master used this broken armor to develop a set of extremely powerful body-refining techniques. Furthermore, he had successfully established a peerless sect. One could imagine how powerful their defenses were. The other person was from the Spirit Extermination clan. This was also an ancient clan. They were extremely terrifying and had the means to destroy the world. More importantly, they had the Spirit Extermination cauldron in their hands. Once enough living beings were destroyed, the power of the Spirit Extermination cauldron would develop to an extremely terrifying level. The current Spirit Extermination cauldron was already very powerful. Therefore, the Purple Mansion Master had gathered the people of these 2 sections. He had also promised them many secret manuals. That was why these 2 sects were so tempted. "Don't worry, Mansion Master. This Lin Wuti is powerful, but he is only one person after all. He hasn't reached true invincibility. If we were to take action, his plan would definitely not succeed," the leader of the Golden Armor Gate said with a smile. He was very confident in his own defense. Their sect's primordial golden armor was extremely powerful. It was definitely the best of the ancient times. On the other side, the leader of the Spirit Extermination clan also said with a smile, "Our Spirit Extermination cauldron can also be used." Once it was used, although it couldn't compare to an Extreme Tao weapon, it was definitely the strongest existence below the Extreme Tao weapon. Therefore, the Triple Crown King and the Mansion Master could rest assured. Hearing this, the Mansion Master of the Purple Mansion nodded. The Triple Crown King heaved a sigh of relief. This time his life was no longer in danger. However, he had indeed lost a lot of face. He had actually been hunted down and mocked by the world. He swore that when he returned this time, he would do his best to recover to his peak state. When the time came, he would personally kill Lin Wuti again. When he thought of this, he took a deep breath and looked at the purple-clothed woman beside him. Was this the Mansion Master of the Purple Mansion of this generation? To be honest, the Triple Crown King was really shocked. After he had awakened, he had originally wanted to take control of the prefectural magistrate. However, when he saw this woman, he changed his mind. He immediately changed his mind. This was because he realized that this woman's origin was really too extraordinary. It was far beyond his imagination. She actually came from that place. No wonder she could become the Mansion Master of the Purple Mansion at such a young age. The expert behind her was also an existence that the Triple Crown King looked up to. Therefore, the Triple Crown King immediately gave up on this idea. The Mansion Master of the Purple Mansion would naturally do his best to protect him. Since they had formed an alliance, these people began to move quickly. At the very least, they had to get Lin Wuti out of the Tianji continent. On the other side, Lin Shen was still flying in the air. The Rinnegan above his head began to search. He was slowly locking onto his opponent. He didn't know where this guy was hiding this time. He couldn't find him even after such a long time. Beside him, burning incense said, "Young Master Lin, why do you have to make an enemy of the Qilin clan? It's not wise of you to do this." Lin Shen snorted coldly. I don't want to make an enemy of anyone. However, anyone who dares to block my path is my enemy. It doesn't matter what clan they are from or if they are from the Emperor clan. No one can stop me. Lin Xian's eyes shone with confidence. Beside him, burning incense was also shocked. The current Lin Wuti was more than 10 times stronger than when she had seen him in the dragon transformation battle. He even had to look up to him. Was the Qilin clan really going to make an enemy of such a person? He had a very bad feeling about this. However, he was now on the Qilin clan's side, so he couldn't say anything. He could only sigh. At the same time, Lin Xian suddenly sped up. The void where he was at cracked open. The terrifying array destroyed everything in its path. Lin Xian flew into the air. The golden light in his eyes grew even more terrifying. Chapter 5509. Between the heavens and the earth, countless blood-colored auras filled the air. They turned into terrifying demonic beasts one after another and charged towards Lin Xian. This was a world-destroying formation created by the Spirit Exterminator clan. They had used this formation to destroy one world after another. However, such a formation could not withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. Sharp sword aura appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He lashed out with his sword, which looked like a flaming divine sword, reducing everything to ashes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can his flames be so terrifying? Is this the Nine Suns' divine fire? Why do I feel that its power is even more terrifying than the legends? In the distance, the elders of the Spirit Exterminator clan who had created the formation felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The terrifying eye of Samsara in the sky looked down. The hand of heaven reached out from the eye of Samsara and smashed it. The souls of those people vanished into thin air. Lin Xian killed his way through and tore apart hundreds of formations in an instant. He was still attacking. The Spirit Exterminator clan was completely stunned. They could feel that the soul jade pendants of their clan's experts were rapidly shattering. Damn it, what's happening? There was a huge mirror above their heads. It was like a heavenly realm. The scene on the mirror showed endless mountains and rivers shattering, the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. A figure like a sword god swept out in all directions, shocking the surrounding people. Is this person Lin Wuti? Is he really so powerful? Our intelligence was wrong. The Spirit Exterminator clan roared crazily. In fact, they were not the only ones. The Golden Armor sect and the Kirin clan also saw the contents of the formation. They also looked extremely solemn. At this moment, the Kirin clan leader said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's use some special means. Use the legendary sacred weapons. 12 legendary sacred weapons can form a super sacred weapon formation. I don't think this kid can withstand it." Hearing this, the surrounding people all nodded. The Kirin clan took out 8 legendary sacred weapons. The remaining ones were taken out by the Golden Armor sect and the Spirit Exterminator clan. 12 legendary sacred weapons condensed in the air. It emitted an extremely terrifying light, which then enveloped Lin Xian. These sacred weapons were extremely terrifying, far surpassing ordinary sacred weapons. Even below the extreme Dao weapons, they were still top-notch existences. At this moment, when they attacked together, the momentum was truly terrifying to the extreme. Boom. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. He furrowed his brows when he sensed the information on it. He didn't care about a single sacred weapon, but if 12 of them appeared together, it would be a threat to him. But so what? It was just a threat. It was still impossible to kill him. Boundless laws exploded in the sky as the 12 sacred weapons were activated at the same time. It instantly enveloped the entire world. Endless rumbling sounds spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. They were all shocked. Was he hit? When Burning Incense saw this scene, he too sucked in a cold breath. To be honest, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he would still be helpless against such an attack. The other clans and sects sighed as well. At the same time, in the mysterious hall, the members of the 3 great clans smiled when they saw this scene. The Spirit Exterminator clan said that they had hit him. The Golden Armor tribe said that even the Golden Armor tribe would not be able to withstand such an attack. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he would definitely die. The Qilin clan said that this was for sure. This was the outcome of going against them. Was he dead? The Triple Crown King snorted. Although he hadn't dealt with it personally, he had finally gotten rid of a major threat. After he recovered his strength, he would personally deal with the Divine Union. He wouldn't let go of anyone related to Lin Xian. News of this matter spread to other places. Some people sighed. Was he really going to die just like that? That wasn't very likely. Lin Wuti was extremely terrifying. He didn't take out an extreme Dao weapon, so he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. When the news spread to the Divine Union, the members of the Divine Union were also nervous. However, Yan Ryu said that they didn't need to worry. They still couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. She had unlimited confidence in Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone on the Tibetan Earth Star was talking about this. In the Purple Mansion, the Qilin clan laughed heartily. Their ultimate enemy had finally died. However, their smiles soon froze. Among the sacred weapons that filled the sky, a sword aura transformed into a huge dragon that shot into the clouds. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, tearing the 9 heavens apart. Lin Xian soared into the sky, stepping on thousands of dragons. He was extremely powerful. What was going on? That was Lin Wudi. He wasn't dead yet? This was impossible. Could it be that 12 legendary saint weapons were not enough to kill him? The members of the 3 great clans were dumbfounded. The face of the Purple Mansion's mansion master became extremely ugly. He said, "Hurry up and use your ultimate techniques. Take out the spirit extermination cauldron." He had a bad premonition. However, it was still too late. Before these people could take action, Li Changshu had already made his move. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the void. Lin Xian put his palms together and raised the 9 heaven cicada. With a roar, the dragons in the 9 heavens roared. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. The 12 sacred weapons were sent flying by the sword. In fact, half of them had already cracked and turned into scrap metal. Oh, damn it, how could this be? The Qilin clan roared crazily. However, this wasn't the end. Another sword slashed out, and the remaining half turned into scrap metal. The 12 sacred weapons were all shattered. They had never seen such an attack power. The Golden Armor sect and the World Annihilation clan's eyes almost popped out. These people's hearts were bleeding. Sacred weapons were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. They were passed down from the most powerful saints, and only after countless years of forging would they become sacred weapons. They were treasures that could only be formed over time. However, they had lost so many now. Their hearts ached. The Triple Crown King's expression also turned cold. He stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Was this the great dragon sword soul? This kind of attack power made him extremely jealous. The Purple Mansion's mansion master took a deep breath and said, "Everyone bring out your strongest attacks." The spirit extermination cauldron and the immemorial battle armor had to be used. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop this kid. He had interacted with Lin Xian many times. Naturally, he knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to kill Lin Wudi. The Qilin clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, if our extreme Dao weapons were here, we would be able to kill him directly. However, everyone shook their heads and sighed. The Qilin clan's extreme Dao weapons were still attacking the 10,000 dragons court. They couldn't take it back at all. Therefore, they could only think of another way. On the other side, Lin Xian retracted his sword qi. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, because he had found the location of the Triple Crown King. Chapter 55:10. Inside the hall, the Triple Crown King and the others were still discussing. Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently as it was torn apart by a sword. Sunlight shone in from the outside. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the hall, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Oh no, the other party had actually attacked. What a fast speed. The Triple Crown King's pupils shrank as he looked up at the sky and saw a godlike figure. He was standing in the sky. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Ziming, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape from me." His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ziming had actually dared to attack the Divine Union and injure Yan Ryu and the others. He had definitely touched his reverse scale. Therefore, Lin Xian had no intention of letting him off. The Triple Crown King clenched his teeth. "Despicable brat, stop being so arrogant." The Purple Mansion Master also stepped forward. "Lin Wudi, I won't let you kill him." You. Lin Xian looked at the Purple Mansion Master and shook his head with a cold smile. "You don't have the right to say such words. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." The Purple Mansion Master was so angry that he was trembling. His beautiful face was filled with coldness. He snorted and sent out a palm strike. His palm turned into a purple mist that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out a golden crow that shattered the purple mist. Then he stomped his foot. A terrifying flame aura filled the air and forced the Purple Mansion Master to retreat. The Purple Mansion Master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Damn it, this guy's strength was so terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the Triple Crown King and had even surpassed him. Now he finally knew why the Triple Crown King was being hunted. Only a quasi-emperor could suppress such a person. The Spiritual Annihilation Patriarch and the Golden Armor Alliance leader were also shocked. Was this young man the legendary Lin Wuti? He was indeed valiant. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and submit and I'll spare your lives." Hearing these words, the two experts were instantly enraged. They were both top-notch overlords who could dominate an area. Now, a young man actually wanted them to kneel down and submit. How could they tolerate this? The Spiritual Slayer clan's leader scoffed coldly. "Brat, you are too arrogant. When I swept through the world, you weren't even born yet." On the other side, the leader of the Golden Armor Gate also stood out. "I also want to see what kind of ability this Lin Wuti has." "Humph. I've already given you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. His fist pierced through heaven and earth. Then he charged at the Patriarch of the Soulslayer clan. The Patriarch of the Soul-Slaying clan bellowed, "Spirit Extermination Divine Fist." His fist also struck out. This was a blood-colored fist that carried the resentment of countless creatures as it swept through heaven and earth. His fist collided with his opponent's. With a crack, the Patriarch of the Soul-Slaying clan was sent flying. Half of his palm turned into a bloody mist. The other half of his body was covered in cracks as he fell into the ruins. He couldn't believe it. The other party actually injured him with a single punch. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he looked at the leader of the Golden Armor Gate. In the next moment he formed a seal with his palm. Endless demonic chi formed a demonic god seal that slammed forward. With a boom, a huge seal crossed the ancient time and space and charged forward. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate shouted angrily. He formed a seal with his palm and endless mysterious runes condensed on his body, forming a battle armor. The battle armor enlarged and covered his entire body. "It's useless. Lin Wuti, you can't break it. This is our Golden Armor Gate's ultimate technique." The leader of the Golden Armor Gate was very confident. In terms of offense, he was no match for the other party. However, in terms of defense, the other party was definitely inferior to him. Boom. The demonic god seal hit the golden battle armor, emitting an earth-shattering aura that forced the surrounding people to retreat. They were all nervous, but they realized that it didn't shatter this time. "Great, he blocked it." The leader of the Purple Mansion smiled. The Triple Crown King also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the Golden Armor Gate, the ancient battle armor was indeed powerful. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate also smiled. "Did you see that, kid? This is my ultimate technique." Just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound came from heaven and earth. A crack actually appeared on the golden battle armor. No. How could this be? The leader of the Golden Armor Gate's pupils constricted. The others also panicked. Even the golden battle armor can't block Lin Xian's attack? Lin Xian exerted his strength again, and another wave of power surged out. Break. With an angry roar, it was like the roar of 10,000 dragons, directly tearing the golden battle armor apart. The demonic god seal hit the leader of the Golden Armor Gate and penetrated her body. In the blink of an eye, the two top experts were severely injured. Lin Xian walked forward like a demonic god. He stared at the Triple Crown King. "Who do you think can save you now?" He waved his hand. He slashed forward with his sword. The Triple Crown King roared angrily. Damn it! He also tried his best to block it, creating a purple mark. The two collided and he was sent flying. One of his arms was chopped off. The dragon-shaped sword chi in Lin Xian's hand became more and more terrifying. It was as if he had transformed into a true sword god. Another sword slashed towards Purple Ming. Purple Ming's pupils dilated. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. He quickly retreated, but his body still cracked. However, at this moment, a huge cauldron appeared between heaven and earth and blocked the sword chi. It protected Purple Ming. It was a blood-colored cauldron with all kinds of ferocious heads on it. It was very terrifying. The Spirit Destruction Cauldron had destroyed countless living beings. It was a terrifying cauldron. Lin Wuti, I admit that you're very powerful. I'm not your match with my strength. But you underestimate me too much. Let me tell you the true ultimate technique of the Spirit Destruction Clan. The leader of the Spirit Destruction Clan walked out again. His shattered body had healed, and he held the Spirit Destruction Cauldron in his hand. Confidence was restored in his eyes. Feeling the endless killing intent coming from the Spirit Destruction Cauldron in front of him, Lin Xian frowned. What a cruel method. You actually used the power of billions of living beings for your own use? You're unforgivable. The leader of the Spirit Destruction clan sneered. Humph, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. I use their power because I think highly of them. They should be proud. And soon you'll become a member of the Spirit Destruction Cauldron. My power will be even stronger. You. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. How do you know how strong I am? Damn it, what an arrogant kid. Go to hell. The leader of the Spirit Destruction clan was furious. He couldn't tolerate the other party's arrogance. He threw out the Spirit Destruction Cauldron. The blood-colored cauldron swept across heaven and earth, bringing with it a monstrous sea of blood. Endless phantoms appeared on it. There were war gods with broken bodies, destroyed experts, terrifying saints and angels with broken wings. Chapter 55:11. The monstrous sea of blood surrounded Lin Xian as the Spirit Extermination Cauldron enveloped him. Ah! The Spirit Extermination Patriarch laughed out loud as he looked at Triple Crown King. Don't worry, this kid will definitely die if he enters the Spirit Extermination Cauldron. The power of the Spirit Extermination Cauldron definitely exceeded his imagination. Triple Crown King also laughed. She also felt the terror of the Spirit Extermination Cauldron. Even if he encountered it, he would probably be seriously injured if he wanted to escape. Once Lin Wuti was seriously injured, it would be easy for them to kill him with so many people around them. After finally dealing with it, Golden Armor King also walked out. Triple Crown King snorted coldly. Everyone thought that victory was in their hands. However, at this moment, 6 worlds appeared in the endless sea of blood in front of them. 6 paths of reincarnation. A cold and heartless voice sounded. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated as if everything was reincarnating. The war god with broken bodies, the angel with broken wings, the saint with broken wings, and the Yuan Qi illusory spirits of various experts all entered reincarnation at this moment. The sea of blood that filled the sky quickly disappeared, and the murderous aura between heaven and earth rapidly weakened. Oh, damn it, what's going on? The Spirit Extermination Patriarch's pupils constricted as her expression became incomparably ugly. Why was it like this? He felt that the power of the illusory spirit cauldron was rapidly weakening. What was going on? The Golden Armor Sect Master was also stunned. The Kirin Patriarch's pupils constricted. It was Lin Wuti. This was his 6 paths of reincarnation. Quickly find your Spirit Extermination Cauldron. The Spirit Extermination Patriarch's expression turned ugly. What? 6 paths of reincarnation. It could actually restrain his Spirit Extermination Cauldron. He quickly found it. However, it was already too late. A golden palm reached out and grabbed the Spirit Extermination Cauldron. Then he said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Lin Xian walked out of the sea of blood. Flames surrounded his body and the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounded him. He was like a supreme god as a dragon-shaped sword appeared in his right hand. The sword slashed at the Spirit Extermination Cauldron. With a clang, cracks appeared on the Spirit Extermination Cauldron and it shattered into pieces. This super powerful weapon shattered at this moment. The Patriarch of the Spirit Extermination clan spat out blood and fell to the ground. His face turned pale as he was severely injured. Even his soul had split open. What? The Golden Armor Alliance Master was stunned, while the expressions of Triple Crown King and the others turned ugly. Even the Spirit Extermination Cauldron couldn't do anything to him? The people on the Heavenly Fate continent were even more terrified. They could only feel the endless changes in the aura, but they didn't know what was going on. However, they could feel the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which meant that Lin Wuti was still alive. Moreover, he was incomparably strong. Could it be that no one could suppress him? They did not know. Lin Xian looked at the Triple Crown Champion and said, "Who can protect you?" As he spoke, he swung his sword again, splitting Triple Crown Champion in half. 3 Crown King, the cracks on his body became even more terrifying. His body was in tatters, moreover difficult to heal. The Triple Crown King had gone mad. He had just woken up and was laughing arrogantly under the heavens, not placing anything in his eyes. But now he was in such a sorry state like a stray dog. He roared madly. Golden Armor Sect, take out your immemorial battle armor. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Master also said that he could only rely on him. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate had an ugly look on his face, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only wave his hands. Above the 9 heavens, the nearby void shattered, and an ancient battle armor appeared. This ancient battle armor was abnormally simple, and it carried the aura of time. At a glance, it was full of cracks. Most of these cracks had been repaired, and only a small portion was still in the process of shattering. This was the immemorial battle armor. How many tens of thousands of years had it been repaired to such a state? However, just the great Tao runes on it alone could allow the golden armor gate to become a supreme body refiner. The origin of this battle armor was definitely extraordinary. Lin Wudi, no matter how strong you are, you can't break it. This is the true immemorial battle armor. The leader of the Golden Armor Alliance enlarged the immemorial battle armor and swept across the area. He protected the few of them. With this thing, they were in an invincible position. Block it first. We have to leave here. The Purple Mansion's mansion master gritted his teeth. They could only block it now, but it was impossible to kill Lin Wudi. Damn it. The leader of the spiritual extermination clan had an ugly expression. She was seriously injured now and couldn't even use half of her strength. What was even more painful was that the spirit extermination cauldron had shattered. It had taken 6,000 years to condense a complete spirit extermination cauldron. This made his heart bleed. Lin Xian looked at the light of the golden armor in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Immemorial battle armor? Do you think I can't kill you just because you're hiding inside? Ziming, you're too naive. I said that no one can save you today. Even if a quasi-emperor comes, I'll kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's hands condensed again. He mobilized the power in the sword world. At the same time he said, "Delong erupt." Delong nodded. With a roar, he absorbed the power in the sword world and roared at the sky. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand grew larger. It turned into a bottomless ravine. Slash. The flame between Lin Xian's brows jumped, and his divine body bloomed with radiance. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth were completely shattered. This sword slashed on the immemorial battle armor, causing it to shake violently. The blood of the people inside was also surging. The pupils of the spirit extermination clan leader constricted. How could he be so powerful? The Zifu Mansion Master and the others were also nervous. The Golden Armor clan originally wanted to say that it was impossible, but the pressure on him was too great. His face was red and he couldn't speak at all. He could only use his strength. Block it for me. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. However, Lin Xian had fully awakened the great dragon sword soul this time. The power of this sword was really too strong, comparable to an extreme Dao strike. Therefore, after holding on for a moment, the immemorial battle armor instantly shattered. It was actually cut open by the sword. The immemorial battle armor turned into tens of thousands of pieces and scattered all over the ground. As for the Golden Armor clan leader, he was cut in half by the sword. His body and soul were destroyed. The Triple Crown King Zifu and the others were all injured. They vomited blood and were sent flying. The Golden Armor clan leader was killed by a single sword strike. Was the immemorial battle armor broken? At this moment, the people of the Golden Armor clan all knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with despair. It was impossible. The immemorial battle armor was found in the battlefield of the primordial era. It was definitely terrifying. But now it was broken. What was going on? The Spirit Extermination clan leader was so scared that his scalp went numb. He had seen the immemorial battle armor before, but it couldn't withstand a single sword strike from the other party. What kind of existence did they provoke? His face was filled with despair. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. He didn't want the secret manual of the Zifu Mansion realm anymore. He only wanted to save his life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you leave? In the sky, the Spirit Extermination clan leader's body instantly stopped. An expression that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. He turned his head and shook his head crazily. Please spare my life, young master. I was possessed. Chapter 55:12. Respect me? Lin Xian sneered. There was no need for that. He slashed out again. No. Damn it. I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch of the Spirit Slayer clan roared crazily. She had already lowered her head, but the other party still wouldn't let her go. He used all of his strength to resist, but in front of DeLong he was no match at all. With a slash of the sword, she turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. The Qilin Patriarch's eyelids twitched wildly. Even the Purple Mansion Lord gasped. The Triple Crown King's expression turned extremely ugly. The other party was too strong, giving him a bad feeling. Lin Xian stared at the Triple Crown King. Who else can save you now? The Qilin clan or the Purple Mansion Lord? I want to see who dares to go against me. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was surging with killing intent. He was extremely strong. He wanted to let the other party know what despair was. A hint of madness appeared in the Triple Crown King's eyes as he looked at the Qilin Patriarch. The Purple Mansion Lord also said, Fellow Qilin, let's attack together, the Purple Mansion Lord said. The Qilin Patriarch nodded. He knew that he had to do this. Taking a deep breath, He roared angrily and turned into a Qilin. He punched out with the Qilin arm. It was as heavy as a mountain. His strength was even more terrifying than the previous Qilin Sun. On the other side, the Purple Mansion Lord had used 5 different ultimate techniques and divine abilities in a row. They were all lost ultimate techniques. Lin Xian roared at the sky. Good timing. He clenched his left fist and turned into a sun. The sword in his right hand flew out. The Eye of Reincarnation formed the heavenly Tao of Reincarnation. The hand of the heavens and the sky kept falling. Lin Xian had single-handedly fought 2 top-tier divine ancestors. The momentum was very shocking. I'm coming too. The Triple Crown King roared and instantly rushed over. He had defeated Lin Xian previously, but he was very strong. At this moment, with him they could definitely suppress everything. Oh no, Lin Wuti is in danger. She wants to fight against 3 people alone. The surrounding people exclaimed. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of these 3 people. Could it be that he was going to be suppressed today? The Triple Crown Champion also laughed loudly. He felt that he had suppressed Lin Wuti. Brat, today is the day you die. From the looks of it, the other party was not as powerful as he had imagined. If he had known this would happen, he would have joined forces with them. He wouldn't have been so scared before. Just the 3 of you want to suppress me? How laughable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand and he threw it forward. With a boom, the Qi of Tao erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. Not good. Qilin Zichang's expression changed greatly. The pupils of the Triple Crown King and the Purple Mansion Master also shrank. Run quickly. The Triple Crown King turned around and fled, but they were still sent flying by this force. Cracks appeared on his body. At this critical moment, the Purple Mansion Lord roared. He summoned a cauldron to block the heaven-swallowing jar. Dragon pattern tripod. After blocking it, his face turned pale. Triple Crown King heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you have an extreme-grade weapon, why didn't you take it out earlier?" The Purple Mansion Lord snorted coldly. "Shut up. Who told you to attack the Divine Union without permission?" He also couldn't explain himself. Previously, when they had attacked the 10,000 Dragon Court, they had used extreme-grade weapons many times. They didn't have much strength left. How could they have used an extreme-grade weapon right from the start? Besides, if he had taken out his trump card in advance, Lin Wuti would definitely have let the Divine Union attack the Purple Mansion Lord. Hence, he hadn't taken it out at the start. Now that he saw Lin Xian use it to make a weapon, he had no choice but to take out the dragon pattern tripod to block. However, it was still considered good. After blocking the heaven-devouring jar, they could leave safely this time. Triple Crown King snorted coldly. "How can you kill me with an extreme-grade weapon? When I return, I will take revenge. I definitely won't let you off. I won't let anyone related to you go." Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stared at Triple Crown King. "I can't kill you? How naive. Let me tell you, with an extreme-grade weapon you will definitely die." As he spoke, Lin Xian struck out with his sword once again. The dragon awakened and the sword slashed toward the sky. "Not good. Run." The Purple Mansion Lord shouted angrily. He was going crazy. Triple Crown King still dared to provoke his opponent at this time? Did he not know the power of the Great Dragon Sword? No. Triple Crown King was terrified. How could he block this sword? He used all his strength to block it. However, he discovered that he still couldn't escape from this sword. He was in despair. He couldn't accept this. He hadn't expected his opponent's Great Dragon Sword to be no weaker than an extreme-grade weapon. If he had known this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have dared to challenge his opponent. However, there was no chance for regret in this world. With a single sword strike he was reduced to ashes. When the shocking sword light disappeared, Triple Crown King was long gone. A pitch-black hole had appeared where he had been standing. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Divine flames flew out and turned into thousands of golden crows. They covered the sky and engulfed the blood, turning it into ashes. Previously, he had killed the primal chaos body, which had benefited the light-shaking realm. This time he wouldn't do the same. He would completely destroy Triple Crown King's power. No one would be able to obtain it. He was dead. The Violet Palace Lord was stunned, and the Qilin tribe leader was terrified. They hadn't expected that their opponent would still be able to kill Triple Crown King under these circumstances. The Qilin tribe leader was filled with regret. Why had he made an enemy of Lin Wuti? The Violet Palace Lord was even more furious. "You actually killed him? Damn it." Even though their Violet Palace Lord was mysterious, Triple Crown King was still incredibly important to them. He had just awakened, but he was going to die just like that? He couldn't accept this. He stared at Lin Wuti, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, however, said, "You should think about how you're going to survive first. Because I have no intention of letting you go." He turned around and stared at the Violet Palace Lord and the Qilin tribe leader. With a single step, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Their opponent still dared to attack. "Damn it, you don't have much strength left," the Qilin tribe leader howled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had used up a lot of strength, but it was enough to kill them. As he spoke, Lin Xian's body swayed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly appeared in front of the Qilin tribe leader. Sure sword technique. He sent the Qilin tribe leader flying with a single strike. The Qilin tribe leader's body was split into two. He was in a pitiful state. "Fellow cultivators, save me." There the arch-weapon had been used to fight the 10,000 dragon court. Now he could only ask for help from the dragon pattern cauldron. The Violet Palace Lord's face was also ghastly. In front of Lin Wuti, it seemed that even an extreme Dao weapon was useless. Damn it, has this person grown to such an extent? Lin Xian used the sky-devouring jar to block the dragon pattern cauldron. Then he looked at the Qilin tribe leader again. The sword intent in his hand became even more terrifying. "No, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I'm the Qilin tribe leader. I'm the Qilin tribe leader. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the entire Qilin tribe. Let me go, I promise I won't go against you in the future. What do you think?" the Qilin tribe leader said quickly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Is the Arch tribe very powerful? It's not like I haven't been enemies with the Arch tribe leader before. What happened to the 10,000 dragon court when they went against me?" Chapter 55:13. "Sir, please be merciful." At this critical moment an old voice rang out. Then a Qilin appeared and turned into an old man. This old man was truly too old. The aura he emitted was also extremely frightening. His strength was similar to Long Mu's. He had stepped out of the Saint realm in one step. It seemed that the Emperor race was indeed extraordinary. They even had such an existence. "Uncle, save me." The Qilin clan leader was delighted. Great, his fourth uncle was here. He had hope. This old man was a grand elder and his strength was comparable to Long Mu of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty. As long as he helped, it shouldn't be a problem to save him. However, after the old Qilin arrived, he didn't care about the Qilin clan leader at all. Instead, he looked directly at Lin Xian. He said, "Sir Lin, my Qilin clan is in the wrong. Sir Lin, please be merciful." "You're here to save him?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Although this guy was similar to Long Mu, he wasn't afraid now. This was because his current strength was extremely powerful. A terrifying flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. After the old Qilin saw this, he sighed. This young man was growing too fast. He wasn't confident in winning. He shook his head. "I'm not here to plead for him. I'm here to plead for the Qilin clan. He offended Sir, so he deserved to die. But I hope that Sir won't blame the entire Qilin clan." Then the old Qilin turned to look at the Qilin clan leader. The Qilin clan leader was stunned. What was going on? Was the old Qilin going to attack him? "No, uncle, you can't do this to me. I'm the clan leader," the old Qilin said coldly. "You made the wrong decision and almost destroyed your entire clan. Now you're no longer the clan leader. You're a sinner." He formed a seal with his palm and slapped the Qilin clan leader. How could the Qilin clan leader be his opponent? Under this palm, his heart and soul were completely destroyed. He was dead. His eyes were filled with despair. He couldn't believe that he would be killed by his uncle. Beside him, the Purple Mansion's mansion master also sucked in a cold breath. Even the great Emperor clan had to bow down? Damn it, looks like he's in danger this time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the old Qilin to be so decisive and kill the patriarch of the Qilin clan. He shook his head slightly. "Is that all?" "It was not enough," the old Qilin said. "Of course he didn't know these things. I will give young master some compensation. I will give you a full recovery and resources for extreme weapons." Lin Xian nodded. "All right, send it to the Divine Union in 3 days." The amount of resources needed to revive an extreme-grade weapon was enormous. Even for the Divine Union, it wasn't easy to collect them. Now that the other party had actually given her so many resources, Lin Xian would naturally accept them all. "Thank you, young Master Lin." The old Qilin turned around and left. There was only one person left in the world, and that was the Purple Mansion Lord. Lin Xian looked at him. Housemaster Zi's face turned extremely ugly. The Qilin race would not care about him. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. He took a deep breath and his bloodline power began to burn. He wanted to activate the dragon pattern cauldron with all his might. With this extreme-grade weapon he wouldn't die, but he might be seriously injured. Lin Xian also opened the sword world and absorbed the energy within it. The heaven-devouring jar floated up and down, radiating light. The great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Lin Xian was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. You can't kill him or you'll have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned again. He didn't make a move. Did someone else come? The previous person who came was the old Qilin of the Qilin race, an existence similar to Long Mu. Who was it this time? Was there such a person in the Purple Mansion? To be honest, even the Purple Mansion Lord was stunned. Many of the foundations of the Purple Mansion were hibernating. Furthermore, he didn't seem to know such a person. Unless it wasn't someone from the Purple Mansion. He turned his head and the next moment she smiled. That was because he saw a person. Since this person was here, he wouldn't be in any danger. A figure walked over from afar. This figure was wearing an ancient battle robe, and his body carried an ancient and desolate aura. With every step he took, he crossed millions of miles of mountains and rivers. With a few steps he arrived nearby. Lin Xian frowned. This person was not ordinary. He gave him a sense of threat. Who was it? This shouldn't be someone from the Purple Mansion. He asked coldly. You want to help the Purple Mansion? The man in the ancient battle robe walked out. He was expressionless. It was as if he had been cut by a knife. His eyes were as bright as lightning. After he arrived, he stared at Lin Xian. He said, "Young man, enough is enough. Don't you think it's funny that you want me to stop with just one sentence?" The ancient man shook his head. Do you know who I am? Do you know who he is? He pointed at the Purple Mansion Lord. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wasn't he the Purple Mansion Lord? The Purple Mansion has always been against me. Why can't I kill him? As for who you are, I don't need to know. I only need to know that if you dare to stop me, you are my enemy. I will never show mercy to my enemies. Ah, you're really arrogant. The ancient man laughed loudly. I'm an existence that you can't challenge. As for him, although he can't defeat you, you still have to look up to the existence standing behind him. His origin is not something you can imagine. If you kill him, you will definitely die. So, young man, enough is enough. The Purple Mansion Lord also laughed. He looked at the ancient man and said, I didn't expect you to come from the desolate tomb. You actually came out. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. If he remembered correctly, the desolate tomb was one of the forbidden areas of death on the buried Emperor Star. It was the same as Mount Eternal and the Valley of No Return. Other cultivators were not allowed to enter. There were supreme existences in the desolate tomb. Mount Eternal had already opened. Previously, 10 great emissaries had appeared. Every one of them was a double champion and shocked the world. Later, the Valley of No Return had also been opened. A terrifying aura was hard to suppress even with 3 extreme-grade weapons. In the end, Lin Xian and the others had joined hands to completely seal it. Now, another forbidden area of death had appeared? Moreover, someone had come out. Obviously, it had been completely opened and could no longer be sealed. However, what made him frown even more was that the desolate tomb actually knew the Purple Mansion Lord. This shouldn't be. The people in the forbidden area of death had never come out. Moreover, they had existed for a very long time. Although this woman was the Purple Mansion Lord, she looked very young. She was not much older than Lin Xian. How did they know each other? Also, what was the identity of the Purple Mansion Lord? What kind of expert was standing behind her? He also didn't know. It seemed that the Purple Mansion Lord wasn't the end. Chapter 55:14. So you're from the Forbidden Land of Death. But so what? Even the 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal are no match for me. You want to fight me alone? You're still far from it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the Lord of the Purple Mansion. You're courting death. The ancient figure was also angry. He waved his hand and also threw out a chain. It carried a terrifying desolate aura that wrapped around the black demonic fist. The two collided and blocked the demonic fist. Kid, don't go too far. If I attack, you won't have a good ending. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. What a powerful force to be able to block his punch. However, he snorted coldly. The divine fire on his hand instantly burst out and swept the chain, breaking it. He attacked the Lord of the Purple Mansion. The Lord of the Purple Mansion hurriedly stopped him. The fist hit the dragon pattern cauldron and made an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian's fist was shattered. He narrowed his eyes. As expected of an extreme weapon. Then he turned to look at the ancient figure. but your strength is nothing. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to stop me. Kid, you're very arrogant. I'll let you see the power of the barren tomb. More chains appeared behind him and danced in the air like lightning. Then, he looked at the Lord of the Purple Mansion and said, "You leave first." The Lord of the Purple Mansion said, "Let's leave together with extreme weapons." The ancient figure shook his head. "Don't worry. He can't kill me. I'll let him know the power of the Forbidden Land. He must submit." Okay. The Lord of the Purple Mansion gritted his teeth. "I don't have much power left. I'll leave first. He killed our Triple Crown champion. Find a way to get revenge." Then the Lord of the Purple Mansion rose into the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You really think I don't exist and you want to leave? Do you think it's possible?" He threw the heaven-swallowing jar over with a palm. It covered the entire sky and swallowed the heavens and the earth. The black sky instantly pressed down. At this moment, all the creatures of the Tianshan continent knelt on the ground in fear. They kept crawling because the heaven-devouring jar had completely enveloped the heavenly fate continent. It was as if it wanted to swallow the heavenly secrets. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He shouted angrily and used the dragon-writ cauldron to resist. "Kid, your opponent is me." The ancient figure was infuriated. 10 chains flew out from his hand, roaring in the air like flying dragons. They charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the stone golden crow swept across the sky. The two collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian then slashed out with his sword. He wasn't in the mood to waste time with his opponent, so he attacked with a killing blow. The sword transformed into a divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 10 chains were all shattered. The ancient figure was also sent flying while Lin Xian soared into the air. He took a deep breath. Dalong. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and he transformed into a divine dragon. He became one with his sword. In an instant it rushed out. "Damn it, how dare you!" The ancient figure roared at the sky. The power of this attack made him feel terrified. On the other side, the Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord's expression changed drastically. Although there was only half of the heaven-swallowing jar, his dragon-writ cauldron could suppress it. But after all, it was an extreme-grade weapon. She couldn't completely escape. Now Lin Xian became one with his sword and rushed over again. The Dalong sword soul tore through the extreme-grade aura with its invincible power and rushed in. Cracks appeared on his body, and the space between his eyebrows cracked. No. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord despaired. Die. Lin Xian was cold and the power in his body erupted. However, at this time, the Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord's pupils became hollow. He stopped there and no longer attacked. In the next moment, a transcendent power erupted from his body. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. What kind of power was this? His divine dragon had 100 tails. With a boom he was sent flying and the sword chi on his body dimmed a lot. "Kid, be careful. This is the power of a quasi-emperor." Dalong's voice rang out. Lin Xian frowned. "A quasi-emperor? The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord is a quasi-emperor? Or is he like Yao Guang and has a quasi-emperor's remnant soul in his body?" Dalong shook his head. "No, this is not a quasi-emperor's remnant soul. It's not even an ordinary quasi-emperor. It's an extremely powerful quasi-emperor. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord is not ordinary. It will be very difficult for you to kill him. Also, I suggest you don't kill him first. Don't alert the power behind the Purple Mansion. Otherwise your future path will be very difficult." Lin Xian frowned. "What is the power behind the Purple Mansion Lord?" Dalong said. "It's our enemy. The previous generations of Dalong's descendants fought against it. You won't be an exception in the future. He will be our strongest enemy." The Dalong sword was broken by them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils dilated. The Dalong sword soul was now a weapon spirit. But the real Dalong sword was broken. How is this possible? According to his speculation, the Dalong sword should be an extreme-grade weapon. But it was broken by someone. What kind of power could break an extreme-grade weapon? Just who was standing behind the Purple Mansion? The Purple Mansion Lord's expression was cold. His pupils became hollow. However, there was a transcendent power in his body, accompanied by a biting cold voice. "Who dares to attack my daughter?" He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword chi surrounded him. At the same time he called back the heaven-swallowing jar. An endless black hole appeared on his body to resist this power. The power of the heaven-swallowing jar. Is the heavenly court courting death again? But in my eyes you are just a group of ants. You can't fight against us. On the other side, the ancient figure also flew out. His expression was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. That sword strike just now had injured him and caused him to suffer a loss. He was seething with killing intent. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he looked forward and cupped his fists. Lord, this kid is very strange. He is too strong. He will be a great threat in the future. Why don't we kill him now? Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A trace of biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The ancient figure was actually so vicious and merciless. He stared fixedly at the other party. At the same time, he felt that the supernatural power in front of him seemed to have locked onto him. He snorted coldly. You want to kill me? Can you do it? Go to hell, Ant. The transcendent power formed a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slammed down. Dalong said, using the power of the reincarnation sword. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Dalong also wanted to hide. Okay, then I will use the power of the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation light in Lin Xian's eyes kept erupting. He used it to the extreme. An illusion of the reincarnation sword formed between heaven and earth. The sword slashed forward, carrying the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Oh. Seeing this, the ancient figure's expression changed drastically. He turned around and fled. Some gray aura appeared on his body. It seemed that some parts of his body were broken. That transcendent power was enraged. 6 paths of reincarnation. You are courting death. The terrifying hand of the supernatural power slapped over and resisted. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The sky of the entire burial earth was torn apart, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Chapter 55:15. I'll remember the power of reincarnation. Kid, I'll get rid of you one day. The transcendent power snorted coldly. Then, it took the Purple Mansion Master and the dragon pattern cauldron into the sky and disappeared. Obviously, even though the Purple Mansion Master had a quasi-emperor behind him, he only used a portion of his power before leaving. Lin Xian closed his right eye. His face was a little pale. This quasi-emperor is not ordinary. Although he only used a portion of his power, he could feel that he was stronger than the chaotic quasi-emperor of the chaotic race. He asked, Dalong, even if you don't say anything else, you can at least tell me who the enemy is. Lin Xian wanted to know who was behind the Purple Mansion Master. Dalong said, The other shore. The other shore. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Wasn't it the red spider lily that sealed his spirit meridians? It turned out that the red spider lily didn't belong to the Purple Mansion Master, but to the other shore. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other shore. One day I'll destroy it. He turned around and left. On the other side, a figure walked out from the distant void. His ancient battle robe was already torn. Damn it, it's the power of reincarnation. It almost sent me into reincarnation. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I won't let you off. He turned around and left. When the news spread, the world was shocked. The Triple Crown King was dead. It was unbelievable. When those people heard the news, they were in an uproar. That was the Triple Crown King. He was above everything and could kill an ancestral patriarch with a single move. How terrifying was that? But now, such a person was killed by Lin Wudi. How powerful was Lin Wudi? When those from the monarch race heard this, their scalps went numb. Especially when they learned that not only was the Triple Crown King killed, but even the Qilin race's patriarch had died. They were also shocked. Did the Qilin race bow to Lin Wudi? Even the great emperor race bowed to him? This made those from the monarch race even more shocked. News of this storm spread throughout the entire burial earth. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian had also become a triple champion. As for the Divine Union, it had most likely grown to the level of an emperor tribe. Even a great emperor clan would have to be respectful to him. This was a sect that had never produced a great emperor, yet it possessed a supreme status. It was truly unbelievable. After the Purple Mansion sect received the news, they fell into despair. What? The Triple Crown Champion was dead. That was their hope, and it was destroyed just like that. No. It was as if they had seen the end of the world. Where was the manor head? What happened to the manor head? They were also extremely worried. But it was still all right. A day later, a purple figure descended from the sky, tearing through the void. When the people of the Purple Mansion saw this, they all cried out in alarm. It was the prefecture lord. They walked over and knelt on the ground. The chief of the Z government had a powerful aura. He said coldly, I know what happened, don't talk about it. I need to go into seclusion and activate the defensive formation. Was the manor head injured? The elders were shocked. Quickly activate the defensive formation. They all took defensive actions. On the other side, Yao Guang stood on a mountain peak. After he received the news, his eyes flashed coldly. The Triple Crown champion had been killed by Lin Wudi. How was this possible? He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with shock. Previously, when the Triple Crown champion had awakened, he had defeated him in one move, causing him to grit his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to escape. Next, he felt that Lin Xian would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. However, the situation was completely different now. Lin Xian had actually killed the Triple Crown champion. According to the intelligence, it was not the power of an extreme-grade weapon. He had killed the Triple Crown champion with his own strength. This Lin Wudi had also become the Triple Crown champion? Damn it, what exactly had he obtained in the ancient tomb? Yao Guang gritted his teeth. His figure flashed and he flew towards the Tianji continent. He arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. He wanted to find the Triple Crown champion's corpse, but this time he roared at the sky. There was no Triple Crown champion's corpse. By the looks of it, Lin Wudi must have been wary of him, and had long destroyed his body and soul. He snorted coldly and smashed dozens of mountains. Power. He wanted great power. He wanted to become the Triple Crown champion too. Right now he was far behind Lin Xian. Therefore he did not dare to show himself. He could only search for ancient tombs and devour the corpses of powerful experts. Don't be anxious. Stay here first. You will have a chance. At this moment, the soul of the 9 firmament quasi-emperors spoke. Yao Guang snorted coldly. Old thing, what can you do? To be honest, he could not wait any longer. He could not wait to devour the other party. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor said. You better not have any ideas about me because I will be of great help to you. I have said that I will help you become a quasi-emperor. Yao Guang shook his head. But I can't help you kill Lin Wudi now. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor said. You still have a chance. In the next period of time, there will be an unexpected phenomenon. I can feel it. He is coming. Soon it will not be long. Wait patiently. When he comes, with my help, I can guarantee that you will advance by leaps and bounds. He is coming? What is it? Who is coming? Yao Guang asked. However, the 9 firmament quasi-emperor did not say anything else. Wait patiently. On the other side, Huang Ling also appeared in front of everyone. This forbidden land erupted with endless light, and there were even people shouting. This news spread all over the world. When the people on Buried Earth Star heard about it, they were also shocked. Heavens, Huang Ling actually appeared. This is also a forbidden land. After Mount Eternal, it also appeared? Why do I feel that something big is about to happen? Too many forbidden lands have appeared recently. Not only that, I feel that the golden era is really coming. In this era, there will definitely be a great emperor. I feel that Lin Wudi is very likely to be one. He has already surpassed everyone. Voices of discussion could be heard one after another. Those great emperor clans were also nervous. However, some of the extremely ancient supreme elders had grave expressions on their faces. Don't be impatient. Lin Wudi might have hope, but that might not be the case for others. Our great emperor clans have some records of forbidden lands. There are human sovereigns in this world. When the time comes, they will not let Lin Wudi become a great emperor so easily. Voices could be heard one after another. The great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were all waiting. Undercurrents were surging in Buried Earth Star. On the other hand, the Divine Union was cheering. This was great. Lin Xian had won. He had killed the Triple Crown King and returned with a strong momentum. He had shown the might of the Divine Union. From now on, let's see who would dare to attack the Divine Union. They were very happy. Yen Ruyu and the dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. The savage wilderness ancestor and the others also smiled. After Lin Xian returned, he started to wait. Chapter 55:16. The people of Ancient City were nervous. The people of the Divine Union were also on guard. They wouldn't attack them again, right? However, Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, they were here to give him gifts. Gifts? Hong Yi and the rest were stunned. However, their eyes soon widened. They were really here to give him gifts. When the elders of the Qilin tribe arrived, they greeted young Master Lin respectfully. They bowed as if they were facing the leader of an emperor tribe. Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Did you bring the things?" "The things are here. Young Master Lin, please take a look." The elders took out dozens of storage rings. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed them. He checked them with his soul spirit and nodded. Very good, the Qilin tribe kept their word. The elders of the Qilin tribe heaved a sigh of relief. They were done. They said, "Young Master Lin, we might have a chance to work together in the future." Therefore the Qilin tribe doesn't want to be your enemy. After saying that, he took his leave. The people of Saint Origin Ancient City were even more shocked. The fact that an emperor tribe had come personally to give gifts was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was. When this news spread, it caused another uproar. Finally, he had gotten his hands on it. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he held onto the energy. Then he said, "Divine Union, listen up. Gather." With this order, the Divine Union sent invitations in all directions. The allies of the Divine Union rushed over. Actually, there was no need for Lin Xian to say anything. When the news of his victorious return spread, these people had already started to gather. They had come to congratulate him. Now that they had received the order from the Divine Union, they sped up. In just one day, all the allies of the Divine Union had gathered. They looked at Lin Xian in front of them excitedly. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said that the Purple Mansion had attacked the Divine Union, which was unforgivable. Now they had to fight back. Killing a Triple Crown champion was not enough. "Ryu, bring some people to attack the Purple Mansion." Ryu walked out and nodded. Then he led some ancient families and soared into the sky. Before they left, Lin Xian warned them to pay attention to the Purple Mansion's mansion lord. He had an extraordinary power in his body, and they must not let him get hurt. This time he only needed to teach the Z Mansion a lesson. There was no need to kill them all. "I understand." Yen Ryu nodded. Then Lin Xian said, "Ruffian Long, take some people and destroy the Spirit Exterminators and the Golden Armor sect." "Don't worry." The Dark Red Divine Dragon also brought some people along. "Hong Yi, bring some people over and exterminate the Demon Shark clan. Xinjian sect and the Giant Serpent clan." One order after another was passed down. These were all people who had previously opposed Lin Xian. Previously Lin Xian hadn't had the time. Now that he had returned to the Divine Union, he wanted to take revenge. He wanted the entire Buried Earth Star and the people of the Myriad Realms to see the consequences of opposing the Divine Union. The people from the Divine Union moved out quickly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, headed towards the Thousand Dragon Court. He went to support Murong Qingqing. At this moment, the Buried Earth Star was shaken once again. Had Lin Xian mobilized the power of the Divine Union to attack the enemy again? No one knew what the outcome would be. Everyone was paying attention. The peerless great sects, the ancient families, and even the emperor clans were constantly patrolling for news. The first battle to break out was between the Golden Armor sect and the Spirit Exterminators. The patriarchs and important sacred weapons of these two sects had been destroyed, so their strength had long been depleted. Now, under the attack of the Dark Red Divine Dragon, they were quickly destroyed. The Spirit Exterminators were destroyed. Shortly after, the Golden Armor sect was also destroyed. The people of the Tianji continent were shocked when they heard that the two top sects had been destroyed. The people of the Buried Earth Star were also in an uproar. This was really a ruthless move. Lin Wudi had really made a move. The people from the Qilin clan were also shocked. As for the other ancient families and peerless great sects, their scalps went numb. Many of them had gone against Lin Xian before. Back then, more than 80 sects had attacked together, so many of them had been destroyed. However, Lin Xian had not attacked all of them. He had only targeted 3 of them. The Xinjian sect, the Grinding Shark clan, and the Python clan. Fu Hongye had led some ancient families to attack. This battle was very terrifying. However, the Divine Union was at its peak now. Although it had been damaged previously, its strength was still terrifying. Coupled with Lin Wudi's reputation, the people of the 3 sects were terrified even before the battle. In the end, the 3 sects were completely destroyed. In an instant, everyone was even more shocked. The Purple Mansion sect was also attacked. The Green Lotus bloomed and the Purple Mansion sect's array shook violently. "Oh no, the people of the Divine Union are attacking. They have used extreme weapons. The Mansion Master is still in seclusion. Damn it, we have to use the Dragon Pattern Cauldron to resist." Many people went forward to use the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. In the secret room, the Purple Mansion Master opened his eyes and snorted coldly. "Damn it." He waved his sleeve and threw the Dragon Pattern nail out. Then he said, "Just defend." Previously, when he had fought with Lin Wudi, he had been injured. Although that transcendent power had saved him at the end, he had still been saved. Therefore he had to recover well. Furthermore, Lin Wudi had not given them any time to prepare. They could only defend themselves now. He would take revenge in the future. The elders who had obtained the Dragon Pattern Cauldron used it to resist. When the 2 extreme weapons collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The people on Burial Earth Star were in an uproar. After the Divine Union had destroyed a few sects, they had attacked the Purple Mansion sect. They wondered how the battle was going. This time, Yin Ryu had also brought a lot of power. The dragon pattern cauldron was shaking continuously. They had torn apart the Purple Mansion sect's mountain gate and destroyed countless palaces and mountains. Many people in the Purple Mansion sect had been turned into a bloody mist. The people in the Purple Mansion sect had no way to defend. The array had been opened. They could only retreat with their extreme weapons and protect the core area. Yin Ryu did not make any more moves. This time Lin Xian had only given him the task of intimidating. He had given the other party a warning. Therefore he had completed his task. He smiled triumphantly. Let's go. The people of the Divine Union left, leaving behind ruins. When the monarch race and remote antiquity family discovered the situation, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with the protection of the extreme weapons, it had been destroyed to this extent? Without the extreme weapons, the Purple Mansion sect would have been destroyed. In the core area of the Purple Mansion sect, the space there was already very small. The people who were still alive looked at the destroyed scene outside and gritted their teeth. The elders' hearts were bleeding. 50,000 years ago, besides the battle with the Heavenly Court, they had never experienced such a heavy blow. Now Lin Xian's Divine Union seemed to be even more powerful than the Heavenly Court back then. They could only wait for the Purple Mansion Master to come out of seclusion. They could only grit their teeth and stay here. News after news spread rapidly on Burial Earth Star. Countless people were in an uproar. They looked up at the sky and could only worship the Divine Union. Many people even wanted to join the Divine Union. Chapter 55:17. At this moment, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was in tatters. The cultivators of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were in a pitiful state. They were being chased by so many extreme weapons. Even though they were from an emperor family and had a strong foundation, they were already on the verge of collapse. Damn it, they couldn't accept this. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted their teeth. Long Mu's eyes were red. He was much thinner than before and his hair was even whiter than before. He was extremely tired but he still gritted his teeth and resisted. Just you wait. Don't let us recover. Otherwise we won't rest until we are dead. The people from the monarch clans also frowned. It was too difficult to completely destroy a great emperor clan. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Fight to the death? Do you think you still have a chance? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The pupils of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty constricted. It was Lin Wudi. Long Mu raised his head and his eyes instantly turned red. He would never forget this voice. Damn Lin Wudi, you still dare to come? He roared angrily and struck at the sky with his palm, drawing a huge dragon and forming a dragon saber. The sky was torn apart in an instant. A figure dodged the attack and walked over in the air. It was none other than Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "That's right, I came here to destroy you. Brother Xian, it's great that you're fine." When Murong Qingqing saw Lin Xian, her lips curled into a smile. The others were shocked too. "Lin Wudi, you're not dead?" Lin Xian smiled. It seemed like their news was too outdated. They actually didn't know anything. Not only did I not die, but I also broke through. Not long ago, I even killed the Triple Crown King and heavily injured the Purple Palace. Triple Crown King. Hearing this, the Emperor race people were shocked. What was going on? Did the Triple Crown King appear? Just as Lin Xian said, they had been attacking the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. They really didn't know anything else. Now they hurriedly asked their families for help. When they received the news from their families, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Not long ago, the Triple Crown King had appeared, defeating the Dao sect's ancestor with a single palm strike and even defeating a light-shaking realm cultivator with a single strike. How powerful was such a person? But now he was killed by Lin Wudi. To what extent did Lin Wudi break through in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor? They did not dare to imagine. Sensing these gazes, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Everyone, our goal is the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Now is not the time to talk about me. Let's attack together and completely suppress them today." The others also took a deep breath. Indeed, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was at the end of its rope. With the addition of Lin Xian, their chances of winning should be higher. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were in despair. Lin Wudi was still alive, but they were about to be destroyed. Long Mu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He said, "Kid, do you dare to fight me to the death? Let's fight. I've won. Everyone leave. No more attacks. If you win, we will give up the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and leave Burial Earth Star. How about that?" The moment these words were said, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were in an uproar. They were all in despair. Leave Burial Earth Star? To their great emperor clans, this was simply too humiliating. The other imperial family members were shocked too. No way was he going to fight one-on-one? They shook their heads. How could Lin Wuti be so stupid to fight one-on-one with Long Mu? Even Lin Wuti, even if he was the triple champion, shouldn't be able to defeat Long Mu. With such an advantage, why would Lin Wuti choose to fight one-on-one? These people were in a heated discussion. Lin Xian laughed when he heard this. Oh, you want to fight one-on-one with me? Okay, I'll grant you your wish. The two of us can fight one-on-one without the help of others or extreme weapons. How about that? Sure. Long Mu was delighted. He was just testing and didn't have much hope. He didn't expect Lin Xian to actually agree. Lin Xian said, okay then let's fight to the death. Everyone was shocked. The imperial family members frowned. The Gu family elders said, Lin Wuti, you are too arrogant. What right do you have to decide for us? If you lose, do we have to give up? The fire Qilin gritted his teeth. Lin Xian looked at these people and scoffed coldly. How can you know my strength? He stared at the fire Qilin and said, your chief died in front of me and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? When he heard this, the Qilin son's expression changed. The other imperial family members were shocked too. There was such a thing? What exactly happened outside? They realized that during these days when they attacked the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the outside world seemed to have changed. Lin Xian was really strong. He waved his hand and walked out. He said, come, as long as you can beat me, I can guarantee that no one will attack again. Good kid, you said it yourself. Long Mu gritted his teeth and walked out. He hated and was afraid of the young man in front of him. The other party had killed the Dragon Prince and attacked the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Now he wanted to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. How could he not hate him? He was even more afraid. The other party's talent was really too strong, surpassing that of the Emperor. Now that he had grown to such an extent, he would become a great emperor in the future. Once the other party became a great emperor, it would be the time of their death. Therefore this was his last chance. He couldn't miss it. He walked out. His figure was incomparably tall and his white hair instantly turned into a black waterfall. At this moment, he had turned into a handsome middle-aged man. It was obvious that he was going to fight to the death. Even if it was for the sake of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, he had to defeat the other party this time. The dragon scales on his body bloomed. The aura of the Tao of Dragons was incomparably terrifying. It swept across the surroundings. At this moment the others also retreated. Well, they would let Lin Wuti exhaust Long Mu's power first. When the time came they would attack. As for the agreement between Lin Wuti and the other party, what a joke. They didn't think that Lin Xian could defeat Long Mu. After all, Long Mu was an existence that had 1 foot out of the Saint Realm and was only 1 step away from the Boundary Emperor realm. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a sacred ancestor. There was a huge difference between the two of them. Of course, this was only their judgment. In fact, they couldn't be blamed because they had never seen the Triple Crown Champion. They had never seen the battle between Lin Xian and the Triple Crown Champion. If they saw it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't think so. Because the strength of the Triple Crown Champion was far beyond their imagination. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was even stronger. Long Mu hollered out coldly as he punched out with a punch. This punch transformed into a gigantic dragon claw that swept across the entire world. It charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palm and pitch-black demonic chi formed a huge seal that charged towards the sky. The black seal was like a fiend god that had been resurrected. The collision of the two shook the world. Would Lin Wuti be able to withstand it? Would his body be shattered and he be severely injured? Chapter 55:18. Those from the Emperor race shook their heads. This kid couldn't block it at all. Those from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also cold. Lin Wuti was too arrogant. They admitted that he was strong and that no one in the younger generation was his match. But if he didn't use the power of an extreme weapon to fight against Lord Long Mu, he was too naive. What was he? Lord Long Mu had 1 foot out of the Saint Realm and was just 1 step away from the Quasi-Emperor realm. Even if Lin Wuti could kill some Triple Crown King, could he fight against someone who crossed the Saint Realm? They didn't believe it. Those from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty shook their heads. To them, Lin Xian might have been injured by this palm. Honk. A shocking sound rang out and a terrifying light shone in all directions. Everyone retreated. They all opened their eyes wide and looked carefully. This Lin Wuti had turned into a blood mist. However, the smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by fear. He didn't die. Those from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty exclaimed. Those from the Emperor race's pupils constricted. How was that possible? Was Lin Wuti fine? He really blocked Long Mu's attack. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Great Brother Shen's strength was much stronger than before. Long Mu's pupils constricted and he felt his dragon claw tremble. His fist was too terrifying. It actually made his scalp go numb. How was that possible? Your body. Lin Xian forced back his dragon claw and then smiled. You are old and your strength is only SOSO. After saying this he roared. Reincarnation fist. He used an extremely strong fist. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation flew out and pierced through the heavens and earth. It caused the dragon claw to retreat. Long Mu retreated and smashed 1,000,000 miles of mountain peaks. He seemed to have gone mad. Damn it. He rose into the air and charged over. Dragon's destruction. He waved his hand and 18 terrifying cracks appeared in the sky. They were like dragons of destruction as they charged towards Lin Xian. Die for me. He really didn't believe that Lin Xian could fight against him. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an endless amount of sword chi appeared in his hand. Azura's 5 swords. Lin Xian unleashed 5 flashes of sword chi. This was a terrifying killing move. It pierced through the aura of destruction and rushed forward. The terrifying dragon's crack shattered as the 5 swords landed on Long Mu's body, forcing him to retreat. A sword wound appeared on his body, piercing through his shoulder. His arm fell to his side. How could this be? She could actually injure me. Long Mu couldn't believe it. The surrounding people also went crazy. They all stared with their eyes wide open. Damn it, I must be dreaming. How could this brat possibly injure Lord Long Mu? How could he have such strength? Was this really Lin Wudi? Why do I feel that he is about to become a quasi-emperor? It can't be, right? How long has it been? From a puny little saint, he already possesses power that surpasses that of a divine ancestor? These people from the Emperor clan all went crazy. They were very doubtful about what Lin Xian had gained in the tomb of Dragon Emperor. I've said it before. You are old. You are no match for me. Now kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Lin Xian stood there and said coldly. Long Mu's eyes were red as killing intent emerged from his body. He had seen the battle between Lin Xian and the 7th Dragon General. Although Lin Xian had defeated the 7th Dragon General, the 7th Dragon General's cultivation was suppressed at that time. Therefore, in Long Mu's opinion, in a real battle, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to block a single move. In fact, even he would be able to kill them. As long as he didn't use an extreme weapon. But now the other party didn't use the power of an extreme weapon at all. Instead he used his own strength to injure him. Was this the power of a Triple Crown champion? Damn it, this guy was definitely not an ordinary Triple Crown champion. Indeed, a Triple Crown champion was powerful. For example, Ziming swept through everything. But even if Ziming met Long Mu, he wouldn't be a match for him. After all, Long Mu was very close to becoming a quasi-emperor. But unfortunately he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the divine fire seed. This was a power that was formed after becoming a quasi-emperor. He already had it in advance. So, how could Long Mu be a match for him? Wasn't it very strange? Lin Xian took a step forward and slashed out with his sword again. This sword lit up the sky and turned into eternity between heaven and earth. It was like a giant dragon slashing towards Long Mu. Long Mu and Yang Tian roared and tried to block it. However, he was still sent flying and a large crack appeared on his body. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. The 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed under this blood. It couldn't be helped. Long Mu's blood was really too terrifying. I'm injured again. Long Mu roared at the sky. My blood will refine you. Turn into a sea of blood that surged into the heavens. The droplets of dragon blood suddenly grew larger, turning into a sea of blood that loomed over Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. It's just dragon blood, not the blood of a quasi-emperor. It can't stop me at all. Lin Xian was cold. The sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. He roared at the sky. I have a sword that can cut the heavens and the underworld. Split it open. The sword energy became even more resplendent. Lin Xian held the giant sword in his hand and seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god. He slashed out and slashed into the dragon blood. The sea of blood surged and swept in all directions. The dragon blood was actually split open. Long Mu vomited blood and was sent flying again. Oh. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court knelt on the ground. They were all in despair. Even the people of the Emperor race felt their scalps go numb. This time Long Mu was completely suppressed. However, at this moment, the void behind him split open and a blood-colored figure appeared. He held a blood-colored long saber in his hand. Little brat, go to hell. Dragon blood clone. It turned out that the other party used the dragon blood to not only condense a sea of blood but also a clone hidden in the sea of blood. At the crucial moment he charged behind Lin Xian. If this strike landed, it would probably be able to split Lin Xian in half. This saber split heaven and earth apart. The people of the Emperor race also felt their scalps go numb. Great, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were pleasantly surprised. As expected of their Lord Long Mu. He was indeed strong. "Ha, Lin Wudi, let's see how you die this time." Murong Qingqing also cried out in alarm. "Not good, Brother Xian, there's danger behind you." Facing such a shocking attack, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he used the 9 Yang divine body to the extreme. The divine flame on his body jumped rapidly. Then 9 suns were formed, revolving around him to block the attack. "It's useless. Your 9 Yang divine body can't block this saber." Long Mu roared. With a clang, this saber slashed onto the 9 sun phantoms, shattering the endless void. The surrounding mountain range was also constantly shattered. Lin Xian was shaken until his blood and qi surged. He was sent flying forward. At the same time, another figure was sent flying. It was Long Mu. How was the situation? Everyone took a closer look at it. Chapter 55:19. Lin Xian turned around. Although he was knocked back, he was not injured. On the other side, the blood-colored figure was shattered. Long Mu's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he could block it. He couldn't believe it. His secret technique and divine ability had actually been blocked by his opponent? The 9 Yang divine body was too terrifying. The 9 Yang divine body was powerful, but it was definitely not in the top 10 in the universe. However, it was so terrifying. Could it be that it was no longer a pure 9 Yang divine body? His guess was not wrong. The divine body had become even more terrifying than before with the power of the divine fire. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He walked forward again. The long sword in his hand pointed forward, and the entire universe shook with him. He slashed out with his sword. The sword qi slashed forward and fought with Long Mu again. Long Mu was very terrifying. After all, he was a top-tier dragon. At this moment, he had transformed into a dragon, and all kinds of terrifying auras surged out. His physique was also extremely terrifying. The people in the distance were shocked and their scalps went numb. If they didn't use their extreme weapons, none of them would be a match for Long Mu. But now Lin Xian did it. He could even injure Long Mu. It was really unbelievable. Suddenly Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely sharp light. 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a super powerful soul power. It attacked the other party's soul, wanting to destroy it. With a boom, Long Mu spat out blood and flew backward. His soul seemed to be about to split open. He roared into the sky, and it was a dragon's roar. He also launched a terrifying soul attack. He roared crazily, and the sound rushed in all directions. Not good, use your extreme weapons to block it. The surrounding people tried to block it. The extreme weapons blocked the sound so they were able to survive. Otherwise, under this attack, the souls of many experts would be shattered and turned into ashes. Long Mu waved his hand, took out a dragon-headed walking stick and attacked. It broke through the void of millions of miles, carrying a biting cold aura, and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block the attack. The resplendent light illuminated the world. The surrounding people couldn't see it, they could only hear the clanging sound. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. He said, "You're old. Let me show you what true power is." The sword qi on his body suddenly erupted, as if he had turned into a sword god and attacked. At the same time, the demonic qi was vast as the great spear of destruction pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian unleashed his full battle prowess, sweeping through all directions. The battle between the two was truly terrifying. One was an expert of the older generation. Long Mu's age was definitely the most terrifying. The other was a rising star, Lin Xian, a top genius of the younger generation. This was a battle between two forces. Who would be stronger in the end? Between heaven and earth, countless large cracks spread, and finally, a figure flew out. It was Dragon Wood. The people from the Imperial clan cried out in alarm. Could it be that Long Mu, a top expert of the older generation, was going to be defeated? Would it be the world of young people in the future? No. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty knelt on the ground. They really couldn't imagine it. The strongest expert of their dragons, Lord Long Mu, was actually defeated. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens, holding a sword of great destruction and terrifying sharpness. His expression was cold as he stared below. "You've lost." Countless people fell into despair. At this moment, Lin Xian was really too strong. In the ruins below, Long Mu kept vomiting blood. His figure was shattered, and there were wounds on his body from the sword and the Great Destruction Spear. She couldn't believe that she had actually lost. Was the other party already able to defeat her? He didn't even use the power of an extreme Dao weapon. I don't believe it. Lin Wuti, I want you to die. He suddenly took out the 10,000 dragons diagram and struck out with a shocking attack. 10,000 dragons roared, piercing through the sky. The power of extreme Dao charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. Murong Qingqing shouted angrily. The pupils of the other imperial clan members constricted. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. More than 10 storage rings flew out and shattered in the air. These were the gifts from the Fire Qilin race to apologize to him. It was enough for him to fully awaken the extreme Dao weapon this time. City-toppling beauty. With an angry shout, Murong Qingqing shot out the desolate tower to block the 10,000 dragons diagram. As for Lin Xian, he took out the great dragon sword soul. Terrifying dragon energy surged, and a vast aura filled the world. At this moment, not only the 10,000 dragons dynasty, but the entire burial Earth star also felt it. They looked up at the sky. Above a star that was billions of miles away, there was a giant dragon that was rolling about. Heavens, what was that? Many living beings knelt on the ground. Even those monsters felt their scalps go numb. What kind of situation was this? The people from the imperial clan also looked up at the sky. Their pupils constricted. The power of the great dragon sword. At this moment, the great dragon completely erupted. The great dragon roared, and a sword slashed through billions of miles of heaven and earth. Oh! Long Mu screamed crazily. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fully awaken the great dragon sword soul. More importantly, there was Murong Qingqing beside him, blocking his 10,000 dragons diagram. Stop, Lin Wuti. I admit defeat. I will leave with the people of the dragons. Long Mu roared crazily. However, it was useless. The sword slashed down, covering heaven and earth. The universe shook, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Everyone was forced back. The entire 10,000 dragons dynasty was split apart by the sword. At this moment, many powerhouses of the dragons were turned into ashes. As for Long Mu, his body and soul were both destroyed by this sword strike. After that sword strike, Lin Xian landed. His expression was incomparably cold. The pupils of the surrounding people from the imperial clan constricted. Long Mu was dead. They couldn't sense his aura anymore. Was his soul destroyed? Heavens, this was an existence that had surpassed the Saint Realm, an expert second only to a quasi-emperor. Did he actually die? No. The people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty who were still alive knelt on the ground. They were really in despair. That sword strike not only killed Long Mu, but it also killed countless of their experts. The 10,000 dragons dynasty was heavily injured. The remaining people were no match for him at all. The people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty submitted. They said, "We will leave now. Please spare our lives." There was no way to continue fighting. Everyone's souls would be destroyed. If that happened, the 10,000 dragons dynasty would really disappear. They couldn't bear it. Although they submitted now, they could still live. Lin Xian did not bother with these people. Long Mu was dead, and those top-notch experts of the dragon clan were also destroyed by a single sword. The remaining people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty weren't afraid. They were no different from being destroyed. More importantly, he still had something to do, which was to devour the 10,000 dragons dynasty. Although the 10,000 dragons dynasty was destroyed, it still left behind a lot of power. He wanted to seize this power now, so he didn't care about the remaining ants. Should he let them go? The surrounding imperial clan members shook their heads and walked forward. Lin Wuti agreed, but they didn't. Let their souls be destroyed. These imperial clan members were filled with killing intent. Not good. The expressions of the people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty changed drastically. They hurriedly recalled the 10,000 dragons diagram to defend. At the same time, they looked at Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti, you said that you would let us leave if we lost. Chapter 55:20. Lin Xian made a move, but it wasn't towards the remaining ants. Instead, it was towards the 10,000 dragon court. He directly charged into the 10,000 dragon court. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar, and an endless whirlpool started to devour the dragon vein palace and the herb garden. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Very quickly, the people from the emperor family reacted. Damn it, go and snatch the resources. They now understood that the remaining people were nothing to be afraid of. There was no difference between being dead and being alive. However, the remaining resources of the 10,000 dragon court were shocking treasures. This was the territory of the emperor family. Now that they had occupied it, they had to dig 3 feet into the ground and take away all the treasures. Ching ching. Lin Xian waved his hand and got Ching Ching to come over. The 2 extreme weapons opened up a path and swept through everything. They quickly occupied the resources below. The remaining people from the 10,000 Dragon Court were in despair. These were the treasures of their emperor family. Were they going to be taken away by these people? Go. A middle-aged man in the lead gritted his teeth and roared. They brought the 10,000 Dragon Court and soared into the sky, turning into a dragon shadow and charging into the clouds. At this moment, they tore open the universe and left the burial Earth star. Countless families and sects looked up at the sky. What happened? Why do I feel like the 10,000 Dragon Court's aura has disappeared? Did the 10,000 Dragon Court leave the burial Emperor star? Heavens, an emperor family was forced out. Had the battle reached such a terrifying stage? Countless people were shocked. At the same time, Lin Xian sent out a signal. He ordered the people of the Divine Union to head towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. The Gu family, Qilin race, Kunping race, Phoenix race, these emperor family and top sects all sent out signals. They asked their own family members to come and help. In an instant, countless people headed towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. As for the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, they were nervous too. The people of the great emperor families were going crazy. Because Lin Xian wanted to take half of the resources. Damn it, Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Whoever wasn't convinced, come and die. He waved his sword energy and sliced the ground into 2. Those who crossed the line would die. Then Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and pierced it into the ground. An endless black whirlpool and demonic energy surged, covering half of the 10,000 Dragon Court. The other emperor family members gritted their teeth. Damn it, this Lin Wudi was too arrogant. They were prepared to attack. However, they didn't have much strength now, they were waiting for their family members. Soon, those people from the family came, bringing with them great power and formations. Great attacks attack. The Qilin son. However, the old Qilin as they couldn't beat. What? The Qilin child was stunned. Supreme Elder, what did you say? You actually addressed him as young master? Damn it. T Qilin the Qilin's Qin Emperor? T Lin, Tit, Lint, Estes Lin? Emperors, when these words came out, the surrounding people went crazy. They really didn't expect that the Qilin clan would actually lower their heads to Lin Xian. The old Qilin even went over personally to greet Lin Xian. He expressed that he would definitely not make a move. Lin Xian nodded. Countless people were stunned. The Gu family's people were dumbfounded. Damn it, how could this be? The Qilin clan was too cowardly. The Qilin son roared madly. Oh, what? He was really crazy. However, as the Grand Elder, the old Qilin had a very important position in the family. And this time, it was clear that it wasn't his decision alone. It was the decision of many elders. What the hell was going on? He had to go back and figure it out. The people from the Purple Mansion didn't come because their injuries were too severe. The other clans and sects were all puzzled. How terrifying was Lin Wudi? Only those who had seen him would know. The current Lin Wudi really couldn't be provoked. The people from the Divine Union had also arrived. Yan Ryu, the dark red divine dragon, Bai Susu, Hong Yi and the others met up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, half of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty belongs to us. Let's move quickly. No way. Bai Susu's eyes widened. Half of the great emperor clan belonged to them? This was a huge gain. The dark red divine dragon went crazy. Aha, this is great. The dragons definitely have endless secret treasures. Let's find them quickly. Even Murong Qingqing took a deep breath, thinking that this was indeed a shocking amount of wealth. More importantly, the other great emperor clans didn't dare to make a move. They would go and snatch the remaining treasures. The old Qilin spoke. Although half of the great emperor clan was gone, there was still half left. Therefore they had to make a move quickly. The other big clans also made a move. The Gu family was unhappy and wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. In the end, 3 extreme weapons suppressed them together. The Gu family was injured and they tore open the void to escape. Previously, Lin Xian still had a chance when he was alone. Now that Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were here, the other party was going to make a move regardless of the cost. They couldn't resist even if they joined forces, so they could only give up. In the end, the remaining great emperor clans snatched the other half of the 10,000 Dragon Court. Then, the entire Burial Earth Star went crazy. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was actually destroyed. Heavens, this was the first time a great emperor's clan had been annihilated. Yes, for tens of thousands of years, the great emperor clans had been high and mighty. No one had been able to destroy them. But now Lin Wudi had taken the lead to suppress an entire Great Emperor clan? This was really too crazy. More importantly, these people had actually snatched the entire Great Emperor clan. At this moment, both the spirit vein and the dragon vein of the 10,000 Dragon Court had been taken away. Bai Susu and the others had asked if they could develop the divine union on the basis of the 10,000 Dragon Court. Lin Xian thought about it and then shook his head. He decided not to. The place occupied by the 10,000 Dragon Court was definitely a treasure land. However, he didn't dare to. After all, this was the place where the Dragon Emperor had lived and he had a huge grudge with the Dragon Emperor. He didn't know what would happen if he stayed here for a long time. He might as well take the spirit vein away. As for the 10,000 Dragon Court, he would turn it into a pile of ruins. Lin Xian didn't need to do anything himself. He only needed the people of the Divine Union to do it. He believed that no one would dare to go against him now. However, Lin Xian didn't relax. Although he had defeated the 10,000 Dragon Court this time, there was still an even bigger enemy. That was the Permitha behind the Purple Mansion. According to the Great Dragon, the Permitha was very powerful. When the Heavenly Court had been destroyed, even several generations of the Great Dragon's descendants hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. One could imagine how terrifying the Permitha was. Lin Xian didn't know the exact situation now, but he could imagine that there were definitely unparalleled powerhouses inside. Now he urgently needed to become a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. Chapter 55-21. Lin Xian entered the bottom of the 10,000 Dragon Court and began to cultivate in the endless dragon veins. This was DeLong's suggestion to let Lin Xian wait patiently. Wait for it to come. Who is coming? Lin Xian asked. I have a premonition but I'm not sure. I'll tell you when he comes. After he comes, the time to become an emperor will come. When that time comes, the entire world will produce endless phenomena. You'll understand soon enough. There will even be many experts appearing, so you must be careful and prepare early. It seemed that there was going to be an incredible moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Was it the time to become an emperor? He clenched his fists. In the past, a great emperor could become an emperor every 10,000 years, but no great emperor had appeared in the past tens of thousands of years. Some people said that the changes in the world made it impossible to produce a great emperor. And this saying was more and more accepted by people. Therefore many people were in despair. Even someone as strong as Xia Jiuyo didn't seem to have become a great emperor. But now, DeLong said that the time to become an emperor was coming. If it was true, this would be an exciting moment. Lin Xian didn't just have to fight for the young geniuses, the Double Crown King and the Triple Crown King. He might even be able to contend against ancient existences like Xia Jiuyo. Therefore he couldn't relax at all. In the next period of time, the people of Burial Earthstar could feel that the atmosphere was unusual. They began to discuss great emperors. They discussed who could become a great emperor in this era. One figure after another appeared in their mouths. For example, the younger generation's Lin Wudi. Then he would really be able to sweep through the 8 desolations and no one would be able to match him. Originally, there were people like the Triple Crown King and Yao Guang who could compete with him. But now it seemed that they were all inferior. Some people said that they couldn't just look at the younger generation. The older generation also had hope. Some top experts didn't appear, but it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Yes, although Long Mu was dead, 2 quasi-emperors appeared last time. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor was also very likely. The other Quasi-Emperor was the same. There must be other Quasi-Emperors. In order to become a martial emperor, one had to become a Quasi-Emperor first. After that, it would be a battle between Quasi-Emperors. The others could only look up to him. When the Qilin son returned, he was so angry that he went crazy. He quarreled with those elders. However, those elders did not seem to think highly of him, because Lin Wudi's chances were very high. Damn it. The Qilin child gritted his teeth. Was he being underestimated? But there was nothing he could do. Especially when he learned about the true strength of the Triple Crown champion, he became terrified. If Lin Xian could insta-kill Yao Guang, then wouldn't he be able to insta-kill him as well? Thinking of this, his back broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he had just walked around the gates of hell? Damn it, I want to become a Triple Crown champion too. The Qilin child gritted his teeth. At the same time, the members of the Yi family were also extremely excited. That was because they sensed that the inheritance left behind by the Celestial Emperor was moving. In other words, Leaf Dao Denier was coming out. I wonder what level Wu Dao has reached? They were looking forward to it. Previously, Leaf Dao Denier hadn't participated in the Dragonization Station, nor had he gone to the Dragon Phoenix tomb. Instead, he had entered the test left behind by the Celestial Emperor. The Yi family had produced a great emperor, and a celestial emperor at that. He had to be a terrifying existence even among great emperors. Therefore the descendants of the Yi family could all pass the test. However, it was extremely dangerous with a 90% chance of survival. Leaf Dao Denier had entered without hesitation. Now that he had returned, his strength should have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. They waited patiently. 5 days later the testing door finally opened slowly. A figure walked out. It was Dao Denier. The patriarch of the Yi family cried out in surprise. The other supreme elders and experts also gathered together. Their eyes went wide as they looked forward. Dao Denier had come out alive. Wonderful. A great weight had been lifted from their hearts. How was it, Dao Denier? The clan chief and the prime elders all rushed forward, excited and nervous. Leaf Dao Denier didn't release any powerful aura which confused them. A smile appeared on Leaf Dao Denier's face as he said, "Elders, please feel it." He stomped his foot, and the image of an immortal king appeared around him, who threw his head back and roared. At this moment all of the elders present were knocked back. Their blood boiled and their eyes went wide. This was the power of a Triple Crown monarch. Did you really succeed, Dao Denier? That's great. A Triple Crown monarch. I can sense your bloodline evolving. It's even stronger than before. The Yi family cheered. They saw hope. Leaf Dao Denier had finally become a Triple Crown monarch. In the future he would be able to compete with a great emperor. What happened during this time, Leaf Dao Denier? Elders, please tell me about it. A group of people walked toward the palace. The Yi family was very happy, and news of Leaf Dao Denier's appearance spread in all directions. The Yi family didn't try to hide it. After all, Leaf Dao Denier was destined to sweep through the universe. Leaf Dao Denier had become a Triple Crown monarch. Heavens, another Triple Crown monarch had appeared. It was incredible. Countless cries of surprise rang out. He was someone who could compete with Lin Xian. Some of the great emperor clans were incredibly envious. The Kunping prince and the Qilin prince were so envious that their eyes turned red. The phoenixes were also extremely nervous. If Leaf Dao Denier had come out of seclusion, then what about their princess, Fengjiu? They were also waiting patiently. But on this day something happened. The patriarch of the phoenixes let out a frenzied roar, shattering the 9 heavens. What happened? The phoenixes went crazy. The elder phoenix rushed over and the others were just as shocked. They were all extremely puzzled. The patriarch was holding Fengjiu's soul jade pendant, but cracks had appeared on it. No, this was impossible. The phoenixes shook their heads frantically. Was Fengjiu in danger? Did she fail the test? Let's go to the testing grounds. They all went there. The testing grounds were hazy and they couldn't get there. They could only shout frantically. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness Fengjiu. One cry of surprise after another rang out. At this time the testing grounds opened and a feather flew out. It was Fengjiu's feather. The patriarch caught it instantly. What happened? An illusory face appeared from the feather, followed by a weak voice. From now on leave it to Qingqing. Tell him to protect the phoenixes. As soon as the voice fell, the soul jade pendant in the patriarch's hand cracked. At the same time, a rain of blood fell from the 9 heavens. No. The phoenixes went crazy and they all fell to their knees. Chapter 55:22. The people of the Gu family frowned. It seemed like another powerful elite had fallen. The people of the Kunping race sighed. Was the Phoenix race going to be defeated? On the other side, the people of the Yi family also sensed it. Yi Wudao and the others looked into the distance. I've heard that the princess of the Phoenix clan is the same as you. She has already entered the ancient testing ground. Could it be that she didn't make it out? Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. He said that the ancient testing ground was filled with death. Even he almost didn't make it out. Perhaps Fengjiu would never make it out. There was a trace of pity in his voice. They were all people who had entered a desperate situation for power. However, he had succeeded while the other party had failed. At this moment, all the sects and clans on Burial Earth Star were paying attention to the Phoenix race. In the end, the news spread from the Phoenix race. Princess Fengjiu had failed the ancient testing. Another elite had fallen. Countless people exclaimed. First, the Dragon Prince had been killed. Now, Fengjiu had failed the testing and fallen. It seemed like even the princes and princesses weren't safe in this era of great battles. Everyone could feel the pressure, especially the group of experts who stood at the very top. They were under a lot of pressure because the battle between the great emperors had to be fought on countless bones and seas of blood. Who would be the stepping stone? Who would be able to laugh at the world? They didn't know. The people of the Divine Union had also received the news. Murong Qingqing's face changed. She said, I have to go back. She found Lin Xian and explained the situation. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. I'll go back with you. The two of them soared into the sky and headed towards the Phoenix race. At this moment, the Phoenix race was covered in blood and everyone was in despair. On this day, two figures arrived in the sky. They raised their heads indifferently. When they saw that it was Murong Qingqing, their bodies shook slightly. Princess Qingqing had also returned. Although Murong Qingqing wasn't a princess, she was a seven-colored phoenix. Previously, her status was extraordinary, second only to the princess. Therefore they were very excited when Murong Qingqing returned. More importantly, Phoenix Nine-Tail Feather said that it wanted to leave everything to Murong Qingqing. I'm back. Murong Qingqing's face was also pale. She wondered if Feng Nine really hadn't come out. The old phoenix personally came and brought him to the testing ground. Up ahead, the patriarch had also arrived. There were also some grand elders and core elders. They gathered together. The clan leaders sighed. Feng Jiao wouldn't come out. This is what he gave you. He took out a feather. Murong Qingqing's hand trembled. She could feel that this was the ninth phoenix's feather. After she took it, a voice came from inside. In the future, the phoenix race will be handed over to Qingqing. Hearing this voice, Murong Qingqing also shed tears. She and Feng Nine often sparred before, so it could be said that they had a good relationship. He just didn't expect that the other party would actually reach this step. She clenched her fists. He took a deep breath and looked around. The eyes of the surrounding elders were also red, and there was a trace of despair in their eyes. Murong Qingqing said, I'm very sad about Feng Ix's matter, but there's nothing we can do. This is her choice, so we should respect it. As for Feng Ix's request, don't worry, as long as I, Murong Qingqing, am around, the Phoenix clan will always exist. This was a kind of promise. This made many people of the Phoenix clan heave a sigh of relief. They felt despair when the princess died. However, Murong Qingqing was also incomparably terrifying. Now that she was a double champion, her future achievements would also be unparalleled. Even if she couldn't become a great emperor, she would probably be able to stand at the peak of the universe. God bless the Phoenix clan. At this moment, Lin Xian also walked out. He said, Qingqing's matter is my matter. With me around, the Phoenix clan will be fine. In the future, when I reach the peak, I will let the Phoenix clan enjoy endless glory. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. Because the young man who spoke was a top-notch genius. The first in the dragon transformation stage. The young triple champion. He had also injured the Z Mansion, defeated the 10,000 Dragon Court, and even killed the triple champion. He was now a hot favorite to become a great emperor. If this young man said anything, then the Phoenix clan would really have nothing to worry about. Thank you, young Master Lin Xian. The elders of the Phoenix clan led the way and bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Then these people started to discuss. The Phoenix clan could be considered to have completely joined the Divine Union. This was very important. Previously, the Divine Union only had the clan of the Ancients. Although they had a good relationship with the Yi family, the Yi family hadn't joined the Divine Union. Now, all the hopes of the Phoenix clan were placed on Murong Qingqing. Given the relationship between Qingqing and Lin Xian, they were bound to join the Divine Union. The news spread out in an instant and the world was in an uproar. The Divine Union was already incomparably terrifying. Now that the Great Emperor clan had joined, it would probably reach a whole new level. It might even surpass the Landlord clan. Some of the clans that had a grudge against Lin Xian, such as the Z Mansion, fell into despair when they heard this news. Why did it feel like Lin Wudi was undefeatable? Everything would have to wait until the Mansion Master came out of seclusion. Right now, they could only place their hopes on the Mansion Master. Yi Wudao of the Yi family had also come out. He was prepared to exchange pointers with Lin Xian. Furthermore, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. These two old friends wanted to catch up. When Lin Xian returned, he found Yi Wudao already waiting for him in the Divine Union. Wudao, you're finally out. Lin Xian's lips curled up. There was a terrifying glint in his eyes as he looked at Yi Wudao. You've also broken through and become a triple champion. Yi Wudao nodded. It was just luck. I heard that you could have killed a triple champion long ago. Lin Xian smiled. There were strong and weak triple champions. Even though Zi Ming had become a triple champion long ago, he was still a triple champion. However, he was definitely not as strong as Zi Ming. Yi Wudao asked, do you want to exchange pointers? Lin Xian said, sure. The two of them emitted a cold glow. The people from the Divine Union were also surprised. Were they going to make a move? Although it was just a spar, it was bound to be earth-shattering. Boom. In the next instant the two of them attacked. Both of them had extremely strong physiques and cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. This power was shocking. The people around them all retreated. They couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, the two of them were just exchanging pointers and restrained their power. Otherwise, this attack would have turned everything into ashes. In the end, Yi Wudao was forced back 2 steps. Lin Xian stopped and the two of them stopped exchanging pointers. Yi Wudao said, "Looks like you're still a level higher." Next, the two of them drank and chatted, each of them recounting their experiences. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled a desolate mountain range. The mountain range was too vast and had a desolate aura. Wherever it passed, no living thing dared to stay. This was the desolate tomb, a forbidden land of death. Chapter 55-23. The person who walked out was called Huang Qing. After he came out, he went to a few great emperor clans. This made those emperor clans feel as if they were facing a great enemy. These emperor clan elders didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. After this matter spread out, the other people were also shocked. The legend of the desolate tomb also appeared in front of everyone. Someone said, "Who is this person? He's actually so powerful that even the emperor clans have to be careful? Besides Lin Wudi, I haven't seen the emperor clans be so careful with anyone." An older generation figure spoke because he had walked out of the desolate tomb. What was the desolate tomb? Was it very powerful? The young geniuses didn't understand, so they asked, "How was it compared to the divine union?" The older generation powerhouse said that the desolate tomb was probably even more mysterious than the divine union. This was because it was a forbidden land. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They could understand the words "forbidden land of life," because Mount Eternal was a forbidden land of life. Mount Eternal had even produced 10 double crown winners at once. This had shocked countless people and even made them feel despair. This was because even great emperor clans couldn't produce 10 double crown winners at once. It was already not bad if one appeared. It could be said that the power of the Forbidden Land was very terrifying, even above the Divine Union. No wonder. Now they also understood why the great emperor clans had to be so careful. It turned out that these people were from the Forbidden Land. At the same time, some powerhouses gasped. First it was Mount Eternal. Now it was the desolate tomb. The Forbidden Land had appeared one after another. Was this a sign of something? Other people couldn't enter the Forbidden Land at all, but there were living creatures inside. What kind of secret was hidden inside? Everyone was very curious about this question. However, this time, even some of the older generation figures couldn't answer. However, an expert from the Ground Clan walked out. They said that there was a mortal supremacy in the Forbidden Land. A mortal supremacy. When these words came out, countless people gasped. Who dared to call themselves a supremacy in this world? However, there was actually a mortal supremacy in the Forbidden Land. What kind of existence was a mortal supremacy? How could it compare to the Great Emperor? They only knew that the Great Emperor stood at the peak of the universe. As for this mortal supremacy, they had never heard of it. It was hard to say. Finally, the people of the Yi clan stood out and spoke. When these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Heavens, could it be that the human supreme beings were even more powerful than great emperors? No way, this was impossible. The elder of the Yi clan said. He wasn't stronger than the great emperor, but he was a strong enemy of the great emperor. I'm sure you've heard of the battle in the darkness. Hearing this, some of the experts from the various clans narrowed their eyes. More than 100,000 years ago, a forbidden land of life appeared and swept through a region. At that time, the entire universe was shrouded in darkness, and no one was a match for it. Everything in the forbidden land of life would be reduced to ashes. However, some human experts appeared out of nowhere. He fought against the supreme existences in the forbidden land of life. That battle was earth-shattering and had spread throughout the entire universe. Countless living beings were destroyed, but in the end, they managed to stop the devouring of the darkness. I remember that the one who fought back then was the great emperor of the Gu clan, the Void Emperor. Someone spoke. That's right, it was the Gu clan's great emperor. The battle back then was simply too terrifying. It was said that even the martial monarchs were injured. Everyone was even more shocked. A mortal supremacy could fight against a great emperor, or even not be weaker than a great emperor. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that a mortal supremacy was only a quasi-emperor level existence. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The forbidden land of life was more terrifying than he had imagined. He asked Dalong. Dalong said, "You can ask your friends. Their ancestors were all great emperors." Lin Xian asked Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao said, "Indeed, the mortal supremacy in the forbidden land of life is very powerful. My Yi clan's celestial emperor Yi also fought against a mortal supremacy in the forbidden land of life back then. Although he was able to suppress the mortal supremacy in the end, it was said that it was also a difficult battle. Lin Xian was shocked. He asked Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu said, my ancestor Emperor Qing also fought against a mortal supremacy. That battle was earth-shattering and it seemed to be a draw. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Was a mortal supremacy really so powerful? But that shouldn't be. The extreme Dao weapon from before didn't say that a mortal supremacy was a peak existence in the human world. And great emperors didn't belong to the human world? Lin Xian asked DeLong again. DeLong said, mortal supremacy is a taboo existence. Mortal supremacy is just a name, not a division of realms. You might have even heard of a real mortal supremacy. Lin Xian was even more puzzled after hearing that. If he really wanted to improve his strength, he could go to the forbidden land of life to take a look. DeLong said that he might really have a chance to see a mortal supremacy. After he came, those mortal supremacies probably wouldn't be able to sit still. At that time, there would be an even more terrifying battle that would sweep everything away. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed that the road ahead was very dangerous. On the other side, after Huang Qing visited a few great emperor clans, he held a banquet in the name of Huang Ling. He invited the top clans and powerhouses. Lin Xian was also on the invitation list. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. No one knew what Huang Ling wanted to do. The people from the Divine Union also frowned. Bai Susu said, don't tell me they want to catch us all in one fell swoop? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Would he dare? No matter how strong his forbidden land of life was, the other great emperor clans were not to be trifled with. This time we all brought great emperor weapons. I don't think he has the ability to do that. Yen Ryu said, that's true. However, there's a prerequisite. The mortal supremacy doesn't make a move. If Huang Ling's mortal supremacy personally makes a move, we probably won't be able to stop him even with great emperor weapons. After all, we aren't great emperors, not even boundary emperors. Although that was the case, Lin Xian and the others still decided to go and check it out. Not only that, but the other great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans also prepared to go. After all, no one dared to offend a forbidden land of life. Was there really a mortal supremacy in the forbidden land of life? They didn't know. If there really was one, he would be able to sweep the world. They had to give the other party face. This time, the banquet was held above the Demon Sea. The Black Sea carried a monstrous demonic chi. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the people who came this time were all powerhouses, so they were able to withstand it. There was an island above the Demon Sea. It was formed completely by white bones. It was said that this white bone had an extraordinary origin. It was formed by the white bones of a very famous immemorial era powerhouse after his death. After millions of years, it still hadn't been destroyed. Now, it was one of the few places in the Demon Sea where one could stop and rest. Chapter 55-24. Above the Demon Sea, terrifying powerhouses appeared one after another. There were also terrifying demonic beasts that swept across the land. These were people from the remote antiquity families, the emperor families, and the top sections. From above, powerful figures walked out one after another. They descended from the sky. They descended towards the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea was huge and boundless. Even the island was extremely vast. One could imagine how terrifying the powerhouse who had died back then was. Some people even guessed that this was formed by the corpse of a quasi-emperor after his death. The Gu family, the Qilin tribe, and the Kunping tribe had all come. After they arrived, they discussed in low voices. They also did not know why Huang Ling had gathered them. After all, when the other party had gone to their family, he had not mentioned anything specific. Although they could not guess, they were not afraid. After all, these emperor families had brought their emperor weapons this time. At the same time, a huge sword flew over from the sky. There were many people standing on it. It was Lin Xian and the others. The people from the Divine Union had also arrived and landed on the Bone Island. Bai Susu and the others were also amazed. What a mysterious island. Lin Xian said that they could go and take a look freely. They could gather at the banquet. These people went to other parts of the island to have fun. Lin Xian also brought Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu to have fun on the Bone Island. Lin Xian even went above the Demon Sea. The origin of the Demon Sea was extraordinary. It was said that it was related to the Demon Emperor. Back then, the Demon Emperor had fought with someone and blood had dyed the sea red, forming the Demon Sea. However, in the end, the Demon Emperor had killed the strong enemy and stood at the peak of the universe. As for who the enemy was back then, no one knew now. However, the Demon Sea remained, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. There were countless living beings in the Demon Sea. Could be said that it was like the demon realm. Lin Xian went above the Demon Sea and quickly activated the illusion demon scripture. It indeed had the aura of the Demon Emperor. Back then the Demon Emperor had bathed the sea in blood. No one knew who had done it. At the same time, there was a terrifying light dancing above the Demon Sea. It was a demon ship. There were many figures standing on it, all of them wearing black battle armor. The one in the lead was a man with a towering horn on his head, looking mighty and extraordinary. They were from the Sea Demon clan. The man at the front was His Highness the Sea Demon. At this moment they had also come to participate in the banquet. Someone at the side said. This time quite a number of experts had gathered. I heard that the families of those great emperors will be there. So what? Our Highness isn't any weaker than the geniuses of the great emperor clans. That's for sure. I've already become a crown king. Furthermore, in this Devil Sea, I've even found some fragments left behind by the Devil Emperor. If I can fully comprehend it, my strength can still increase. His Highness Sea Demon clenched his fists. Apart from a handful of people, we can't afford to offend them. We don't care about the others. Yes, an old man at the side said. There were a few youngsters that they definitely couldn't provoke. For example, Lin Wudi, Yao Guang, and those from the light race. These were all extremely terrifying existences. They should also be participating. Don't worry, those people will definitely be with the Emperor Clan's clan leader. We won't have much chance of meeting them. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly exclaimed. Look, we're almost at the Island of Bones. There were actually people beside them. They should be the juniors of some remote antiquity family or sect who came to follow them. One of them was actually so beautiful. On this spaceship, many people exclaimed. His Highness the Sea Demon's eyes also lit up. This was because he had discovered two peerless beauties. These two peerless fairies were rarely seen in their lives. After he saw them, his eyes immediately turned red. In the next moment he actually soared into the air and flew forward. His Highness, an old man exclaimed in surprise. A middle-aged man at the side said. Don't worry, they appeared in such a remote sea area and didn't have any experts following them. They should only be ordinary remote antiquity families. Our Sea Demon clan doesn't put such people in our eyes. Are the two fairies lost? His Highness the Sea Demon came to the surface of the sea in front and asked with a smile. A handsome smile appeared on his face. Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu glanced at each other, then retracted their gazes and ignored him. They didn't know him. Moreover, his aura was only that of a crown king. In their opinion, he was too weak. His Highness the Sea Demon asked a few more questions, trying to get closer to the two of them. However, the two of them ignored him. Yen Ryu said, let's go back. They all came to Lin Xian's side, which made His Highness the Sea Demon's face immediately sink. Damn it. He snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body he stopped these people. At the same time, many experts of the Sea Demon clan followed over. They completely blocked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian frowned. He said coldly, get lost. Ha ha ha, the geniuses of the Sea Demon clan immediately laughed after hearing that. Did you hear that? This kid actually told us to get lost? Who does he think he is? Kid, I've taken a liking to these two fairies. I want them to chat with me. If you get out of my sight immediately, I can spare your life. His Highness the Sea Demon waved his hand and said coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. His Highness the Sea Demon was also angry. Attack, cripple this kid. Don't hurt the two fairies. As soon as her voice fell, two burly men walked out from behind her. The Sea Demon water under their feet turned into a monstrous light and slashed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His Highness the Sea Demon snorted coldly. You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare you compete with my Sea Demon clan? However, his smile soon disappeared and even a hint of fear appeared. Because he found that under the sea Lin Xian was intact. This made him frown. He was actually an expert? Lin Xian was also angry. With a wave of his hand, the two Sea Demon powerhouses in front of him instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, the four people behind him also turned into a bloody mist. There was a rain of blood between heaven and earth, making the surrounding people feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Protect His Highness. With an angry roar, they all took action. The young man in front of them was actually an expert. His Highness the Sea Demon shouted angrily and killed this kid. As for the other two fairies, suppress them for me. I'm going to take them to the spaceship. With an angry roar, the surrounding dozens of experts took action one after another. In their opinion, there were only 3 people on the other side. No matter how powerful they were, so what? Go to hell. The monstrous sea water with demonic chi enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. Lin Xian received more power. However, these forces were unable to withstand a single blow in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore a crack in the void. He swallowed all these forces. In the next moment, a demonic seal appeared in his hand and he slapped it out. Chapter 55-25. Not good. His Highness is in danger. The expressions of the experts behind them changed. They immediately flew over. They thought that they were three ordinary people, so they didn't pay much attention to them. But now it seemed that they were careless. Countless elders came to the vicinity. Your Highness, are you okay? Some elders took out elixirs and swallowed them. Some even stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The three of you kneel down and accept your death. His Highness High-Mo roared crazily. Kill him. I must kill him. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's face darkened. He stared at High-Mo and said, I wanted to spare your life, but you dared to provoke me. No one in the world can save you now. The surrounding elders sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such big words? Don't you know that we're from the Sea Demon clan? We're the kings of the demonic ocean. Oh, is that so? You're the kings, but the great Emperor clan doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. So what if you're a mere king? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as if he was a god looking down on the world. At this moment, the souls of the surrounding experts trembled. But soon someone sneered. The great Emperor clan lowered their heads in front of you? Kid, who are you? Do you think you're Lin Wudi? That's right. Lin Wudi is a supreme expert who is respected by countless people on Whitebone Island. He's standing with the great Emperor clan's patriarch. But you don't even have a single expert protecting you. You may be a genius of some clan, but you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I'll let you know the power of the demonic ocean clan. These experts walked over with murderous intent. Murong Qingqing and the others frowned. They wanted to attack. But at this moment, a stream of light flew over from afar. There were endless flames on it and it turned into a figure. It was an elder with Qilin scales on his body. Terrifying flames were burning on his body. The entire demonic ocean was suppressed. When the Sea Demon clan saw this, their pupils shrank. This aura, could it be the legendary Qilin clan? Heavens, this is the clan of an immortal emperor. Why is he here? Could it be that the battle earlier had alarmed the other party? Thinking of this, the demonic sea beasts hurriedly withdrew their laws. His Highness Sea Devil took a deep breath, turned around and bowed respectfully. May I ask if you're a senior of the Qilin clan? I am His Highness of the Sea Demon clan. Greetings to Senior Qilin. The other Sea Demon clan elders also saluted one after another, greeting Lord Qilin. They did not dare to be arrogant in front of a great emperor clan. The old Qilin in the sky descended from the sky. He was expressionless and ignored these people. The Sea Demon clan didn't have the qualifications to enter his eyes. As he walked past these people, His Highness the Sea Demon's face stiffened. The others also frowned. How arrogant. They were the kings of this sea. Who dared to be rude to them? However, the other party dared to do so. They didn't even dare to say anything. At the same time, they were shocked. What did the Qilin race's expert come here for? Looking for something? They all turned their heads to look. They saw the old Qilin walk past their heads and descend in front of them. In the next moment, a smile appeared on his face. It was so dazzling that the other party actually cupped his fists and bowed slightly to the front. Haha, young Master Lin, you're actually here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Young Master Lin is waiting for you. Please follow me. Seeing this scene, the minds of the surrounding people were about to split open. What? This was impossible. His Highness the Sea Demon's pupils constricted. He directly jumped up. The Qilin clan in their eyes was actually fawning over a young man at this moment. And this young man, they didn't put him in their eyes before. Heavens earth, what's going on? Who exactly is this young man in front of them? Isn't he just an ant? Why does he have to be so respectful? Finally, His Highness the Sea Demon couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, the old Qilin turned his head and snorted coldly. The surrounding people's bodies instantly split open as they spat out blood and flew backward. His Highness the Sea Demon flew backward with a pale face. The old Qilin snorted coldly. You actually dare to be rude to young Master Lin. Do you want to die? These people sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this guy was the Qilin son of the Qilin clan? If that was the case, they had kicked an iron plate. But that shouldn't be the case. The Qilin's son, the Emperor's son, had a supreme bloodline. They could feel it. But why couldn't they feel it now? Lord Qilin, who is this young master? The Grand Elder of the Sea Demon clan cupped his fists and asked. The Qilin snorted coldly. You don't have the right to know. After saying that, he looked forward again. Young Master Lin, did they offend you? Yen Ryu frowned. Not only did they offend him, but they also wanted to suppress and kill him. The moment these words were said, the old Qilin was instantly furious. He waved his hand and Qilin flames flew out. More than 100 Sea Demon clan experts were annihilated. Do you want to die? You actually dared to attack young Master Lin. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Sea Demon clan members all knelt on the ground. Too strong. They were the kings of the sea, but in front of the emperor race they were ants. The other party could destroy them with a raise of his hand. Thinking of this, these people all knelt on the ground, begging the Lord Qilin to spare their lives. The old Qilin snorted coldly. His body carried a monstrous pressure. Young Master Lin, I'll help you destroy them. After saying that, he stomped his foot and the Qilin step appeared. The entire Sea Demon clan was in a state of shock. Countless Sea Demon clan members' bodies split open and turned into a bloody mist. Run! The Grand Elder shouted angrily, and the others fled in all directions. The Qilin roared angrily and used his peerless ability. How could these people escape? Their bodies shattered one by one. The Grand Elder didn't even have time to scream before he died. Damn it, I'm not willing to accept this. The Sea Demon Royal Highness roared towards the sky and launched his final attack. A fragment appeared in his hand. It was black and dark red. It was obvious that there was blood on it and it had long dried up. He burned his life force and used all his strength to resist this fragment. However, it was useless. Under the Qilin's roar, his body and soul were destroyed. But this fragment didn't shatter. It seemed to cut through the void and slashed forward. The old Qilin snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Monstrous laws danced in the air. But in the next moment, with a bang, his sleeve was torn apart. This caused the old Qilin's pupils to shrink. What was this? He reached out to grab it, but the fragment actually cut open his palm. The old Qilin was too shocked. Treasure. His eyes erupted with a cold light and he was about to attack. At this moment, someone was faster than him. Chapter 55-26. The Taiji diagram shone brightly, enveloping that sharp lightning bolt. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Because he felt that the lightning bolt was too powerful, as if it was going to tear his Taiji diagram apart. What was that? Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder it could make the old Qilin fail. He snorted coldly, and the demonic chi on his body was incomparably terrifying, forming a demonic cage. Suppress. A powerful force suppressed it. Only then did he suppress the other party. Then he waved his sleeve and put it away. In the next moment, the old Qilin arrived nearby. He said in surprise, "Young master, what is that?" Obviously he wanted to see it. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. "It's nothing. It's just a small thing." "What? Do you want it?" A trace of shocking light appeared in his eyes. Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu also took a step each, forming a cage. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, the two of them would attack. Seeing this aura, the old Qilin was shocked. She quickly shook her head. "Young master, I'm not interested. The banquet is waiting for you. Let's go." After saying that, the old Qilin led the way. Although there was a smile on his face, his heart was ferocious. Damn it, that thing is obviously a treasure. However, he had no choice. He wasn't confident in defeating Lin Xian alone. Moreover, there were two double champions beside him. Both of them might have extreme weapons on them, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Lin Xian and the other two flew towards the Island of Bones. Along the way, Lin Xian investigated and finally saw the thing he obtained. It was a fragment like a weapon fragment. It was very sharp and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made of. The blood on it actually contained the power of the demonic path. This surprised Lin Xian. He felt that it was very similar to his illusory demon scripture. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this thing was related to the demon emperor? It was really surprising. From the looks of it, His Highness Sea Demon must have obtained it from the Demon Sea. However, the other party had already fallen. If he wanted to ask, it seemed that he could only wait until the matter here was over, and then go to the Sea Demon clan to ask. Let's see if there are any other weapon fragments. Perhaps he could find something related to the Demon Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and put this matter aside for the time being. Because they had already arrived at White Bone Island. When they landed on the island, there were many people on it. When they saw Lin Xian, they were incomparably surprised. As expected, the other party had also come. Greetings, young Master Lin. Along the way, many patriarchs of the clan of the Ancients and the sect masters of other sects bowed to him. Those youngsters were curious. Was this Lin Wuti? For some of them, it was their first time seeing it. As expected, he was strong enough to be on equal footing with these top-notch seniors. In fact, he was even superior to those of the older generation. Lin Xian nodded and walked towards the depths of the island. Finally, a vast square appeared in front of them. There were many people sitting there. It seemed that the banquet was about to begin. Sitting on both sides below were the middle-aged generation as well as some top-notch geniuses. Those sitting above were all the patriarchs and sect masters of top-notch sects and clans. The most dazzling were the people of the monarch clan. They were high and mighty as if they were supreme kings. However, sitting in the middle of these monarch clan people was a man dressed in black. He had a desolate aura on him. He should be from the barren tomb. After seeing Lin Xian arrive, the people in the hall all turned their heads to look at him. They all stared at Lin Xian. "You're Lin Wuti, right? You're indeed a young hero. Since you're here, please take a seat," Huang Qing said with a smile in the sky. He waved his sleeve and 3 seats appeared on both sides below. It was obvious that these seats were reserved for Lin Xian and the other 2. However, many people frowned. This time, was he going to show Lin Xian who was in his power? One had to know that Lin Xian and the other 2 had extraordinary statuses. If Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu were to sit in the lower seats, then it would be fine. After all, many of the people here were from the monarch clan and their patriarchs. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian wasn't just a genius of the younger generation. He was also the leader of the Divine Union and a Triple Crown champion. He was above everything else. Letting him sit below, didn't this mean that his status was lower than those patriarchs? That was impossible. After all, even the patriarchs of the monarch clan had to be extremely polite in front of him. As for this arrangement, it was clear that Huang Qing had done it deliberately. It should be to target Lin Xian. He wondered how Lin Wuti was going to break it. Would he attack directly? The atmosphere in the hall changed instantly. Some people from the Divine Union stood up one after another when they saw this. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. "You guys are too ignorant. Don't you know the status of the Divine Union's leader?" Bai Susu also snorted coldly. "How dare you let our leader sit here? What's the meaning of this?" Questioning voices rang out one after another. Countless people turned to look at Huang Qing and Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. He naturally knew that Huang Qing was dealing with him. Previously, a powerhouse had walked out of the desolate hill and stood on the side of the purple mansion. In the end, he had been injured by Luo Yunyang's 6 paths of reincarnation. He would definitely report this matter when he returned. Therefore, Huang Qing had appeared to target him. At the very least, he had to intimidate him. However, the current Lin Xian wasn't a pushover. He wasn't someone who could be intimidated by just anyone. Today, he wanted to see whether the person in front of him had the qualifications to intimidate him. The patriarch of the Phoenix race spoke. Letting young Master Lin sit below was really against the rules. Many people gasped when they heard this. After all, some families wanted to see a joke. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. Lin Xian had already joined forces with some monarch families. For example, the Phoenix race was completely on Lin Xian's side. The patriarch of the Yi family also spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, he hoped that fellow Taoist Huang would consider it carefully. The people of the Qilin race also spoke. Following that, the ancient families and peerless sects also spoke one after another. Although they spoke tactfully, they were all supporting Lin Xian. Some were even criticizing Huang Qing. This made Huang Qing's face darken. He represented the desolate hill and was from the forbidden lands of life. No one dared to challenge him. Even the great emperor families had to be courteous to him when they saw him. But now he wanted to intimidate a young man, but he couldn't do it. Instead, these great emperor families had to plead for leniency. Was this young man already so powerful? The desolate hill definitely wouldn't allow such a person to continue being arrogant. He looked at the people of the great emperor families around him and snorted coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Is that so? You're all helping him?" In any case, there were only so many seats above. If anyone wanted to help young Master Lin, they would stand up, walk below and give their seats to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world instantly fell silent. Chapter 55-27. It was terrifyingly quiet. The great monarch clans frowned too. Huang Ling's methods were really ruthless. These great emperor clans could help Lin Xian, but no one would be willing to let Lin Xian replace their positions. Therefore they all fell silent. Damn it. The dark red divine dragon and the others also frowned. It seemed that the situation was not good. Could it be that this time? Were they really going to show Lin Xian who was in charge? Countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Some were curious and wanted to know what Lin Xian was going to do. Some sneered and hoped that Lin Xian would be unlucky. Lin Xian raised his head and walked forward. Everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? Even the great emperor clans were confused. Was he really going to ask them to give up their seats? If that happened, they would lose all their face. They might even go crazy and attack him. No one wanted to be Lin Wudi's enemy, but no great emperor clans wanted to be slapped in the face. Therefore, this was a very difficult situation to solve. Lin Xian stepped on the stairs and arrived above the 9 heavens. He looked at the row of people and glanced at them. The great emperor clans were extremely nervous, but they soon heaved a sigh of relief. They realized that Lin Xian's gaze did not stop at them. Instead, he went to the middle. Soon Lin Xian stared at Huang Qing. Huang Qing also frowned. Who allowed you to come up? He scolded coldly. Lin Xian smiled. Didn't you say that someone would give up their seat for me? I think yours is not bad. Why don't you give it to me? Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Xian to target Huang Qing. Huang Qing was also angry. At this banquet, I will be representing Huang Ling. Are you challenging the desolate tomb? Don't use Huang Ling to scare me. Mount Eternal tried to kill me but failed. No matter how strong Huang Ling is, it is comparable to Mount Eternal. You are not qualified to threaten me. You asked me if I was challenging the desolate tomb? My answer to you is I am challenging you. What can you do about it? Crazy. He was extremely arrogant. The surrounding people went crazy. Lin Wudi was really too arrogant. Originally, Huang Qing wanted to give Lin Xian a show of strength and make a fool of Lin Xian. But who would have thought that Lin Xian was not afraid at all? Instead, he wanted to slap the other party's face. This was truly a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Not knowing what the final result would be, everyone became excited. Although they didn't know what the banquet was about, they felt that it was worth it to come here. Huang Qing's face was terrifyingly dark. He said in a low voice, "Brat, think clearly about the consequences of opposing our barren hill. I don't need to know. I only know that I don't have a place to sit. If you let me sit, I won't attack you. Save some face for the barren tomb. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you down." At the end of his speech, Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted with a trace of biting cold devil qi. It was as if he had turned into a demon god. At this moment, the world became oppressive. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Huang Qing was also angry. You're courting death. Everyone says that you're Lin Wudi, invincible in the world. I want to experience it for myself. He slapped out with his palm. 5 chains appeared on his palm, emitting an earth-shaking sound. They charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared and kept spinning. The aura of yin and yang blocked the 5 chains. At the same time, another palm slapped towards the other party. You're courting death. Huang Qing was also angry. How dare the other party attack him? In an instant he shot out a terrifying light. It was a desolate blade that seemed to be able to cut through everything. A war map appeared in Lin Xian's right hand. The war map of the heavens carried endless battle intent. The two collided and actually pushed Huang Qing back. Lin Xian took a step forward and sat down. Thank you, he said with a smile. The others widened their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Wudi to really succeed. After Huang Qing was pushed back, he was also angry. He was actually slapped in the face. Damn brat, you've completely angered me. The void behind him split open, and an ancient bronze coffin appeared. The ancient coffin carried an endless desolate aura as if it wanted to suppress the world. As soon as it appeared, everyone's scalps went numb. The coffin of desolation? Some people from the emperor clans were shocked. Desolate tomb, just from the name, it should be extremely extraordinary. Not only did it carry a desolate aura, but it also buried some ancient coffins. They didn't expect Huang Qing to bring out an ancient coffin. What was buried was a supreme powerhouse from the ancient era. Once it came out, no one knew what kind of power it would display. Stop. The old phoenix walked out and shook her head. The Yi family, the Qilin clan, the Kunpeng clan, and other great emperor clans also came out to persuade him. They knew that Lin Xian had an extreme weapon. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the outcome. Moreover, this time, Desolate Tomb gathered them for an important matter. Therefore they all persuaded him. Huang Qing's expression was ugly. These people from the emperor clans were still on Lin Xian's side. Damn it. But soon he smiled. He would let this brat be arrogant for a while. He would cry later. So he said, "All right, I'll give you all face. You all can sit back down." Huang Qing did not do anything else. Instead he stood in the void. He looked around in all directions. At this moment, the Gu family's patriarch asked, "May I know why young master has invited us here?" "Yeah." The others were also puzzled. Huang Qing said, "This matter is very simple. It's not a big deal. Now that desolate tomb has recovered, shouldn't you all show some appreciation?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the other party to come for this. However, there was no need to hold a banquet and gather everyone together, right? The Gu family's elders smiled. "That's easy. We've prepared a congratulatory gift today." As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out 3 treasure boxes. Great Tao interweaved on them. It was obvious that the items inside were all extraordinary items. The other emperor clans and clan of the ancients were also prepared. They all took out gifts to congratulate Huang Qing. However, Huang Qing smiled. "That's all? I think you've misunderstood. That's not what Desolate Tomb wants." "Then what do you want?" The Kuan-Ping patriarch also frowned. Huang Qing's eyes shone with an intense light. "I want half of the resources of each family." "What?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Even the patriarchs of the emperor clans suddenly stood up. Their faces darkened. "Half of the resources, what arrogance!" The Phoenix patriarch snorted coldly. The Kuan-Ping patriarch also said, "Could it be that you're drunk and talking in your sleep? How laughable. These are the gifts. If you don't want them, then forget it." The Gu family also waved their embroidered robes and put away the 3 treasure boxes. The other clan of the ancients and the peerless sects discussed animatedly. No one was willing to give half of their resources to the other party. Chapter 55-28. Huang Qing wasn't an idiot. Since the other party dared to gather all the great emperor clans together and said such words, it meant that the other party was definitely prepared. But what exactly was it? He didn't know. He sent a message to Murong Qingqing and the others, telling them to be careful and be prepared to retreat at any time. The people of the Divine Union nodded after hearing the message. They took a deep breath and secretly prepared. As for the other great emperor clans, they were furious. Huang Qing was really too arrogant. He was simply asking for too much. In the void, Huang Qing's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you might have misunderstood. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you a final chance. Now, sign the Blood Alliance letter and hand over half of your clan's resources to us. Then I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise," he didn't say anything else and just sneered. This made everyone frown. The leader of the Golden Crow clan sneered. "Otherwise what? What can you do to us? We have so many people now. So what if you have a human sovereign?" "That's right." The other sects were also discussing. With the great emperor clans around, they were very confident. "Really? We can't do anything to you?" Huang Qing shook his head and smiled. "You guys are too confident. How about this? I'll let you guys meet a friend." Then he waved his hand and said, "Old friend, come out." The moment these words came out, everyone was curious. Who was it? Could it be that the human sovereign was really here? They were all on high alert. Another figure appeared in the void in the distance. It was a woman. She was also dressed in black and had a mysterious and terrifying aura around her. Her appearance shocked countless people. Who was this person? It shouldn't be the human sovereign. The woman in black walked over and said with a smile, "Is it time for me to come out so soon?" Huang Qing said, "These people don't know what's good for them. They still think that they can contend with us. Now let's teach them a lesson." The woman in black walked out and looked around. "I'll give you one last chance. Are you really not going to cooperate?" "Who are you?" The leader of the Kuan-Ping clan snorted. The others frowned. The other party looked like a young genius. Did she have any means to deal with them? The woman in black said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the Eternal Princess from Eternal Mountain." As soon as he said this, everyone's pupils shrank. Mount Eternal, one of the forbidden lands of life, was extremely terrifying. Damn it, the 2 forbidden lands have joined hands. So what? The Gu clan's people also snorted coldly. No matter how strong the 2 forbidden lands were, they couldn't stop them. This time we've all brought extreme weapons. Therefore, I advise you not to do anything foolish. That's right, those people from the Emperor clan all walked out, their bodies releasing a trace of extreme Tao aura. Clearly they were trying to intimidate the 2 forbidden lands. The indestructible princess smiled gently. "Seniors are so powerful. How can a weak woman like me be a match for you? However, you also said that you have extreme weapons. That means that your clans don't have any extreme weapons to suppress them. When the time comes, I wonder how many clans will be able to defend themselves under the iron hooves of my Mount Eternal. Perhaps the human supremes of Mount Eternal will also come out for a visit." As soon as he said this, Everyone's expression changed. Not good, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Damn it. In an instant, someone rushed out, wanting to leave. However, Huang Qing sneered. A black crack appeared in the sky, and those who flew in seemed to have entered a quagmire. Their speed slowed down infinitely and they were finally beaten back. What was going on? The Golden Crow clan's powerhouse's expression changed greatly. They seemed to have been sealed just now. What was this? The other clans also tried and there was also an uproar. The Gu clan snorted coldly. They had the void loss. The void ancient scripture was incomparably mysterious, and its spatial magic was unpredictable. However, they were also blocked. This shocked countless people. What was this? Was it a formation? Don't resist. Although we can't beat you, it shouldn't be a problem to stop you. As for what this formation is, I can tell you directly. The void, the tribulation formation. It was also a spatial magic and it was related to the Void Emperor. Even if you have extreme weapons, I can still teleport you to the depths of the universe in an instant. Even if you can rush back, your clans will be destroyed by then. I want to see who is willing to be the first to be destroyed. Hearing this, everyone's expression became incomparably ugly. They were all staring at the Gu clan. Did you join forces? The Gu clan's people also shook their heads. What a joke, how could they join forces? Damn it, how did you have such a formation? Huang Qing laughed loudly. Why did you forget? Previously, the Void Emperor had fought with the human sovereigns of desolation. Back then he was injured. Our human sovereign has unfathomable power. He used the Void Emperor's blood to create this void. The tribulation formation. It's even more powerful than your Gu clan's ancient scripture. Do you want to try it? As soon as these words came out, the scalps of the surrounding people went numb. The human sovereign was actually so terrifying. This was impossible. The human sovereign who fought with the Void Emperor back then was still alive? The Void Monarch capital no longer existed. What was going on? What kind of existence was the human sovereign of Desolate? These people were all crazy. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The situation was not good. He asked, DeLong, is the human sovereign from back then the same person as the one now? DeLong said, if there were no accidents they should be the same person. Lin Xian said, that's impossible. How many tens of thousands of years have passed here? 100,000 years? 200,000 years? How could he live for so long? DeLong said, the human sovereign is a very special existence. You will know in the future. Don't underestimate them. They are not something that quasi-emperors can compare to. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned tightly. The methods of the human sovereign were really terrifying and mysterious. They could actually form such a formation. And this was not the end. Huang Qing actually took out another treasure. It was a decree, a bronze scroll. It was the decree of the human sovereign. After he took it out, he knelt on the ground and opened it respectfully. A vast power spread out. It belonged to the power of a human sovereign. It swept out in all directions. It even formed a blurry figure. That person looked down on the world. He couldn't be seen clearly, but he was like a god that suppressed the 9 heavens. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was this the human sovereign? Just a single decree was already so terrifying. Damn it. I don't believe it. The patriarch of the Kunpeng clan shouted angrily. Their extreme weapons instantly erupted with light. They wanted to use their full strength. The entire world shook violently. At this moment, the supreme figure in the decree waved his hand. In the void, the tribulation formation instantly teleported the people of the Kunpeng clan away. A spatial crack appeared between heaven and earth with destructive power. However, the people of the Kunpeng clan disappeared. Chapter 55-29. Were they really teleported away? Countless people were shocked. The pupils of the Yi family shrunk as well. Not good, a mortal sovereign was behind this. It seemed like they were well prepared this time. They had been completely tricked. The other monarch family members looked ugly as well. They had extreme weapons in their hands but they couldn't escape now. At most, they could only guarantee their safety. This mortal sovereign was too scary. He didn't even come but he already had such great power. These people were in despair. Someone said, why don't we agree to it before leaving? Leave and then return? Some people shook their heads. The Blood Alliance Treaty was signed with one's soul and bloodline. Once they went back on their word, they would definitely die. If so many people died, it would be a heavy blow to the monarch family. Everyone's face turned pale. If they had known, they wouldn't have come. What kind of banquet was this? They were in a dilemma. I advise you all not to resist. Otherwise you will end up in a miserable state. Huang Qing said with a smile. The mortal sovereigns were so well prepared. How could these big families be compared to them? One had to know that even great emperors couldn't do anything to the mortal sovereigns back then. Thinking of this, he was even more proud. At this moment he looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young Master Lin, do you still dare to be arrogant now?" Huang Qing's eyes were cold. Previously the other party had slapped his face. Now he was going to be the first to take revenge. He strode over to Lin Xian and said, "Young Master Lin, sign the Blood Alliance Treaty. Otherwise I'll destroy the Divine Union." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first person to attack Lin Wudi was actually Lin Xian. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. If Lin Wudi also lowered his head, the other great emperor families would have no hope. The people of the Divine Union were also gritting their teeth. Damn it, they were unwilling to accept this. The Eternal Princess also came, her eyes filled with killing intent. She knew that this Lin Wudi in front of her had killed many of their experts. This time, as long as they had the chance, they would ruthlessly suppress the other party. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the two people in front of him. He sneered, "What if I refuse?" What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Rejected. Lin Wudi actually dared to refuse. The Immortal Princess also stopped smiling, and Huang Qing's face darkened. Reject? In that case I will destroy your Divine Union. There was no need to doubt the power of Mount Eternal. This time, there was also the power of a human sovereign behind the scenes. You won't be able to withstand it. I'm giving you one last chance. Huang Qing was truly furious. He was the first to make an example out of Lin Wudi, intending to make Lin Wudi lower his head. This was because the other party's reputation was simply too great. If the other party were to lower his head, the other great emperor clans would definitely submit obediently. No one dared to resist. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would be so uncooperative and reject him directly? Therefore he had to threaten them again. Taking a step forward, Zhang Xian's strength burst forth. The supreme decree in the sky blossomed with even more dazzling light. Lin Xian also stood up. She said, "I'll say it for the last time. I'm going to refuse." She was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would still be so tyrannical under such circumstances? However, could the Divine Union really withstand this? Damn it. Do it. Huang Qing shouted angrily. The Immortal Princess who was beside him also snorted. He had said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He took out a bell, shook it gently and started to transmit his voice. Soon he smiled and said, "Just wait. It won't be long before the news of the Divine Union's destruction spreads." Everyone was waiting nervously. The members of the Divine Union also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, Lin Xian was very calm. He sat down again, picked up a cup of spirit tea and slowly tasted it. "Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see." He wasn't in a hurry as he had already left behind a trump card in the Divine Union before coming here. The Immortal Princess wasn't joking this time. Mount Eternal and Mount Huangling had joined forces. Huang Qing had made his move to restrain the great emperor clans before Mount Eternal attacked. At that moment, a terrifying figure appeared on Mount Eternal, blotting out the sky and forming a black war chariot that flew towards the Divine Union. The war chariot rumbled and the sky and earth shattered. The ancient sacred origin city shook violently once again. Countless people looked up at the sky. Was someone going to attack the Divine Union again? This was the power of the Eternal Three. Was the forbidden land of the mortal realm also going to attack the Divine Union? What exactly was going on? They had heard that the Divine Union and the great emperor clans had gone to attend a banquet. Why was this happening? Countless voices of discussion were heard. They didn't understand and could only prostrate on the ground. A black pagoda appeared in the sky and crushed down mercilessly. Together with the war chariot, it could sweep everything away. Not good. The faces of the sky sect and earth sect changed drastically. This method was comparable to an extreme weapon. Even the patriarchs of the Tao wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the Divine Union, the patriarchs of the Tao were gathered here. There was indeed a trap. They had actually launched such an attack. "Everyone, let's make our move too." They shouted angrily and took out a black jar together. The sky-devouring jar was unleashed and swept across the sky. The terrifying black vortex and the terrifying pagoda fought against each other. The extreme weapon shattered the sky and the earth. The terrifying power spread across the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire burial earth star felt it. Above the Demon Sea on the White Bone Island, those people were also shocked. The extreme weapons were shaking. The Gu family exclaimed. This was an extreme weapon confrontation. This was the power of the sky-devouring jar. The Kirin clan was also shocked. Lin Wudi didn't bring the sky-devouring jar? He was really bold. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Some people were going to be slapped in the face again. Didn't they vow to destroy the divine union? Could they do it? If they didn't have the right, then don't jump around in front of me. If they continued to be arrogant, I would kill them. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he ruthlessly slapped Huang Qing and the immortal princess in the face. The two of them had ugly expressions. Damn it, the sky-devouring jar. The other party had actually placed the sky-devouring jar in the divine union. So what? They didn't believe it. He should have brought Qinglian with him to attack the Demon Emperor Mountain. The immortal princess gave the order again. Everyone looked at Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was the descendant of the Azure Emperor. This was no secret. The other party had the extreme weapon of the Azure Emperor and lived in the Demon King Mountain. Now that he was here, the Demon Emperor Mountain was going to be destroyed. Outside, the black chariot charged over with the indestructible pagoda. At this moment, the Demon King Mountain shook violently. The nearby mountains were all destroyed. The great demons in the Demon Emperor Mountain also looked up at the sky. Their faces became extremely solemn. They roared angrily at the sky. Fight! These great demons rushed into the sky. Behind them, a Qinglian blossomed. Chapter 55:30. The green lotus swept across the land, displaying the same extreme Dao aura. It blocked the attack of Mount Eternal. The black pagoda collided with it in the air and endless flames pierced through the 9 heavens. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party had the protection of an extreme Dao weapon. It was too terrifying. Someone was attacking Mount Eternal. Was it Mount Eternal? Heavens, what was Mount Eternal trying to do? When the people on Burial Earth Star sensed this scene, they exclaimed in shock. At the same time, their scalps went numb. Some of the Emperor clans even felt as if they were facing a great enemy. This was because their extreme Dao weapons had been taken away. At this time, if Mount Eternal attacked them, they would really be in danger. Quickly activate the array. These great Emperor clans and remote antiquity clans activated the array. At the same time, some of the elders in the clans frowned. Why did they feel like this was a trap? Whitebone Island also felt 2 shocking forces sweeping through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked forward. However, the indestructible princess's face turned ugly. Damn it, another extreme-grade weapon. You actually left the Azure Emperor's extreme-grade weapon in the Monster Emperor Mountain? He stared fixedly at Yen Ryu, not daring to believe it. The others were also in an uproar. Didn't Lin Wudi and Yen Ryu not bring any extreme Dao weapons? Did they come alone? This was too bold. They didn't have any extreme Dao weapons? Very well, let's kill them then. Huang Qing shouted coldly. The sovereign law above his head released endless killing intent. Thousands of rays of light fell, sweeping toward Lin Xian and Yen Ryu. Many people were shocked. Murong Qingqing snorted and took out the ancient desolate tower. The terrifying ancient desolate tower suppressed heaven and earth, blocking the power of the mortal law. The two of them fought, destroying everything. The surrounding people retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Was an extreme Dao war going to break out? Yen Ryu said coldly. One emperor weapon was enough. Shocking, extremely shocking. No one would have thought that Lin Wudi didn't know about this. Some people sighed. There was no other way. The Divine Union had 3 emperor weapons. We only have one and we can't arrange it all. Only Lin Wudi could use such a method. The others could only shake their heads and sigh. Huang Qing gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Xian stood up and said in a clear voice, "Now that I say I refuse, do you still have any objections?" Damn it, the indestructible princess's face was also incomparably gloomy. This time, the 2 Forbidden Grounds had teamed up to suppress the martial monarch clans in the surroundings. They wanted these martial monarch clans to hand over half of their strength to them. However, they didn't expect that because of Lin Wudi, they wouldn't be able to continue. If even Lin Wudi couldn't suppress him, what were they supposed to do? At this moment, Huang Qing said, "Good Lin Wudi, you're good. I underestimated you. But just you wait, I'll deal with you after this is over." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian. Instead, he turned to look at the others. "I can't do anything about Lin Wudi, but none of you can run away. You only have one martial monarch weapon, right? Now that you've brought it with you, I'm afraid your martial monarch clans won't be able to defend themselves. Even if there's a formation, it won't be able to withstand the power of a human sovereign. Now, sign the bloody contract and hand over half of your clan's strength to us. We can choose not to attack, otherwise your clan will be annihilated." No. The remote antiquity clans were in despair. Even the martial monarch clans' faces were incomparably ugly. Damn it, we've fallen. This time, we've really fallen into the hands of the human realm's forbidden grounds. They were unwilling to accept this. However, in order to protect their clans they had to do this. However, at this moment Lin Xian walked out and said, "There's no need for half. As long as you give me 1/5 of your clan's strength, I'll consider protecting your clans." What? As soon as he said this, the surrounding people were stunned. One after another they all looked at Lin Xian. Although 1/5 was still a shocking amount of resources, it made their hearts bleed. However, compared to half, it was really too good. Therefore they were all excited. "Young Master Lin, do you really have a way?" "Yes, young Master Lin, although we know that you're resourceful, you're also on White Bone Island now. How are you going to go back?" Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, it's just the strength of Mount Eternal. After we go out, we'll directly block Mount Eternal. This way you won't be in danger, right? Then you can find a way to go back. I just want to waste some time. Isn't time what you lack right now? How about I provide you with this time difference?" Hearing this, the remote antiquity clans regained their hope. Even the martial monarch clans were tempted. Although 1/5 of the resources was still a lot, they decided to go all out. "Alright, young Master Lin, if you can go out and block the power of Mount Eternal, then we'll agree." The elder of the Qilin clan nodded. The Yi clan and the Phoenix clan also spoke one after another. After the big clans spoke, the others had no other choice. For example, the Gu clan was unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. The Sky Blade sect and the others could only lower their heads. Now they could only put their hopes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. "All right." However, even if it was only 1/5 of the power, it was still a shocking amount of wealth to a great emperor family. "So you'd better swear with your Dao heart." The martial monarch clans all swore with their Dao hearts. The other remote antiquity clans and great sects did the same. The Dao heart was also very effective, so one couldn't easily swear. Once one swore, one had to agree. Lin Xian nodded his head when he saw this. "All right, you guys can wait here." At this moment, Huang Qing was angry. "Do you think I'm not here?" He looked at the surrounding martial monarch clans and remote antiquity clans. He shouted coldly, "Are you crazy? There's a human sovereign and a void formation. How can that kid go out? Who do you think he is?" Huang Qing was really crazy. He was the main character today. All the martial monarch clans had to lower their noble heads in front of him. He could trample the entire burial earth under his feet. But now it was not like that at all. In the blink of an eye, these martial monarch clans had reached an agreement with Lin Wudi. They even wanted to ask Lin Wudi for help. Lin Xian had become the most dazzling light in the world while he was dim and lightless. How could he bear it? So he roared crazily. He stared at Lin Xian and said, "You want to go out? Stop dreaming. It's impossible in this lifetime. The supreme decree is very terrifying. It can definitely contend with your extreme Dao weapon. As for the void formation, don't even think about leaving. Even if you go out, I can instantly teleport you to the desolate border of the universe." Chapter 55-31. Huang Qing was extremely confident in the mortal decree and the void array. He did not believe that Lin Xian could escape. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You are too confident. So what if you have the power of a mortal supremacy? You are not a mortal supremacy now. The supremacy did not appear either. Do you think you can fight me with just 2 weapons? You are too naive. When I was sweeping the world, you had not been unsealed yet. Therefore, you are not qualified to jump around in front of me now." Lin Xian scolded coldly. "Damn it. Lin Wudi, you dare to hit my face and hoot at me? This is unforgivable." Huang Qing was also furious. He waved his hand and activated the power of the mortal decree. Endless rays of light exploded in the sky as the supremacy decree unfolded. The great Dao runes on it contained the power of a mortal supremacy. It was enough to suppress everything. The surrounding people tried to block it. Their extreme weapons could only defend, but they did not dare to attack. This was because anyone who attacked would be transported to the desolate regions of the universe. Even if they did not die, no one knew how long it would take for them to return. When they returned, their families might not even be there anymore. Therefore, they could only look at Lin Xian and say, "Young Master Lin, we can only rely on you. Young Master Lin, as long as you succeed, 1/5 of the resources will be given to you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He said, "Divine Union, gather." The surrounding people of the Divine Union gathered around him. Murong Qingqing even took out the desolate tower to block it. A bronze pagoda bloomed between heaven and earth. Billions of stars swayed. The power of immortal supremacy was also blocked. The two shocked the entire world. Everyone held their breaths. Could it succeed? It was blocked. As expected of the desolate tower, it was also a very terrifying extreme weapon. However, some people frowned. For example, the people of the Gu family frowned. Although Lin Wuti could block it, so what? The most terrifying thing was the Void Array. This was the power of an emperor. It contained the blood of the Void Emperor. Furthermore, it was an array set up by immortal supremacy. After so many years, even if the Gu family used an emperor's ability, they would not be able to escape. How could Lin Wuti escape? This was what they were most concerned about. Even if Lin Wuti used the Desolate Tower to tear the defense, he would be transported to the desolate regions of the universe just like the Kunpeng race. Just disappear. So, they would not be saved. However, Lin Xian spoke. Qingqing, you blocked the power of the Paragon Law Decree. Susu, Ruffian Long, both of you provide power to Qingqing? The dark red divine dragon said. Kid, this void array is really not ordinary. I can sense sovereign blood spreading out as well as an extremely powerful power. Can you really do it? As an expert in array formations, the crimson divine dragon's brows were tightly knitted as he stared at the array formation. It wasn't any weaker than a great emperor's formation. Moreover, it was the scariest void teleportation formation among the great emperor formations. If there was even the slightest mistake, they would most likely be exiled from the universe, never to return. Leave it to me, Lin Xian said. His eyes shone with an extremely cold light. At the same time he sent a sound transmission. DeLong, it's up to you now. There was still some power in the sword world that could be used. Lin Xian had always kept the power of the sword world. Even if he used it, he would only use a portion of it. But this time he could not wait any longer. He wanted to use all of his remaining power. This was because it could only leave after breaking the void array. Once he succeeded, he would receive the power of a large family and sect as well as the emperor race. That would be a shocking amount of power, even surpassing that of an emperor race. And that power, Lin Xian would give it all to the sword world. Therefore Lin Xian decided to stake it all on this one throw. DeLong nodded. He was also looking forward to it. With so much power, after giving it to the sword world, who knew how much it would recover? Because he knew that when that thing came, the entire world would probably produce endless strange phenomena. Many unexpected things would happen. And Lin Xian, if he wanted to continue growing quickly in such a scene, or even fight with some ancient existences, then he had to rely on the sword world. Therefore this time Lin Xian made the most correct decision. DeLong was also very supportive. He said that he would use all of his strength to activate the great dragon sword spirit. Prepare. Lin Xian took a deep breath and roared. With a roar, Murong Qingqing and the people of the Divine Union resisted the decree with all their might. On Lin Xian's body, a dragon-shaped sword chi appeared and enveloped him. The terrifying sword light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom, boom. Great dragon sword spirit. Many people from the emperor race cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Lin Xian also had the great dragon sword spirit, which was extremely powerful. However, the people from the Gu family also frowned. Although the great dragon sword spirit was powerful, it was an offensive saint technique. However, whether or not they could break the void formation was still an unknown. The other members of the imperial clans also frowned. However, they could only rely on Lin Xian now. If it's useless, Huang Qing sneered. The void array's power is far above yours. Unless you are a resurrected emperor, don't even think about leaving here. As soon as he said that, Lin Xian roared and the sword chi on his body soared into the sky. It swept in all directions. At the same time, it enveloped the people of the Divine Union. Go. They soared into the sky and flew into the sky. Void array activate for me. Huang Qing activated the mortal decree and activated the power of the void array. Endless cracks appeared in the void, leading to the universe. The lightning tribulation was also spreading. This was an extremely powerful spatial array. Teleported to the edge of the universe. A mournful voice rang out. The void array bloomed with endless spatial power. There was still emperor blood on it, enveloping Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt an extremely powerful spatial power trying to take them away. However, Lin Xian roared. The dragon roared. The great dragon sword spirit absorbed the power of the sword world as if it had been resurrected. Between heaven and earth, a dragon sword bloomed and turned into the most dazzling light. It slashed at the void array. The two collided. The starry sky shattered and the endless universe turned into darkness. Not good, quickly defend. The people from the emperor race also took out their emperor weapons to defend. They felt their hair stand on end. How could the great dragon sword spirit be so powerful? This Lin Wuti was probably going all out. They didn't know if he could succeed. Everyone looked up at the sky. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, like the door of death. No one knew where it was connected to. Huang Qing's face was pale. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils shrank. Damn it, how could this be? How could this be? In the confrontation just now, he was injured. This was the result of the array's backlash. A crack had appeared in the void array. He was injured. Damn it, did he not control the other party? Impossible. Even if the void array was attacked, it could still send the kid into the universe. Chapter 55-32. The huge black hole in the sky slowly disappeared and calmness was restored. That's great. A smile appeared on Huang Qing's face. I knew it. It's absolutely impossible for this kid to resist the void formation. The Eternal Princess also sneered. Lin Wudi had been teleported away. No one could fight against them now. He wanted to activate the power of Mount Eternal. The faces of the other clans of the Huanggu clan and Monarch clan became extremely ugly. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Wudi didn't succeed? No, they were desperate. Even their last hope, Lin Wudi, was gone. What were they going to do? Didn't he succeed? Leaf Daodenier furrowed his brow. The Yi clan leader sighed. There was nothing they could do. This void formation contained the power and blood of a human emperor. On the other side, the Gu clan also had strange expressions. The blood of their great emperor was terrifying. This should have been a glorious thing for them. But now they were trapped. How ironic. Just as everyone was in despair, a voice suddenly came from outside the formation. The void formation was just SOSO. A human emperor was no big deal. You still can't stop me. Everyone suddenly looked up when they heard this voice. What? This was Lin Wudi's voice. Heaven, it was ringing in their ears. Could it be that he had gone out? They looked up at the sky. A group of people appeared in the sky. These people were from the Divine Union. They stood there with pale faces and wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they were injured. But they had all come out. And standing at the front was a young man who looked like a god. It was Lin Wudi. Heaven. He had succeeded. He had really succeeded. He had actually brought the people of the Divine Union away. Cries of surprise rang out. At this moment, the people from the Monarch clans were so excited that they were about to cry. They saw hope. This was impossible. Huang Qing roared crazily as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. The void formation was so terrifying. Even if you used an extreme weapon, it could still teleport you away. But how could Lin Wudi do it? How could he not be teleported away? Damn it, I don't believe it. He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. His face had become hideous. Damn it. How could this be? The indestructible princess was stunned as well. This Lin Wudi's strangeness was actually beyond their expectations. Lin Xian said, "Everyone remember your oath. I will stop Mount Eternal." Inside the formation, the Yi family, the Qilin clan, the Phoenix clan, and the others all bowed. The young master invited them in. "We will keep our word." Good. Lin Xian laughed heartily. He turned around and led his men into the sky. They were going to intercept Mount Eternal. At the same time, Huang Qing roared, "Princess Eternal, let Mount Eternal attack the Phoenix clan first." A shrill voice rang out, causing the members of the Phoenix clan to become extremely nervous. The Immortal Princess quickly took out a black bell and transmitted her voice to the Immortal Princess. At the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also very fast. After coming out, the dark red divine dragon used earth scripture. Under the ground, one formation after another appeared, absorbing the endless spirit veins for teleportation. Every time they teleported, they appeared in a different sky. Lin Xian's face was pale. As he flew, he swallowed pills to recover. Although the sword just now was terrifying, he had already used up the power of the sword world. He was unable to unleash a second strike. But fortunately, they still had 3 emperor weapons. At this moment, Lin Xian was transmitting her voice to the savage ancestor and the others, asking them to bring the heaven-devouring jar. At the same time, Yan Ryu also asked the great demons of the Demon Emperor Mountain to bring Qinglian out. They were going to besiege Mount Eternal. The Phoenix clan also activated the Fire Phoenix formation. A fire phoenix spread its wings and swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, a black war chariot appeared in the sky. On the war chariot, there was a monstrous aura of immortality. A pagoda flew out of the war chariot. The pagoda was incomparably black, like an ancient mountain. It shook heaven and earth. After the attack, endless mountains and rivers were shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. The Phoenix clan was shaken by the impact. Even the fire phoenix that was spreading its wings dimmed. Damn it, what kind of power was this? It felt similar to an extreme weapon. Damn it. Mount Eternal. Could it be that the clan leader and the others were trapped? Could they not come back? They did not see the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan or the Emperor weapon. This made the people of the Phoenix clan feel incomparable despair. Destroy. A figure appeared on the black war chariot. It was a man in a black robe. His expression became incomparably cold. She was the first emissary of Mount Eternal. The previous 10 emissaries of Mount Eternal had all fallen, leaving only one emissary. It was him. Now he was outside preparing to attack. The first emissary sneered. There was no need for the Phoenix clan to exist. This time he came with the power of the human sovereign. The human sovereign gave him a divine monument. It was a black stone monument, and he carefully held it in his hand. It had the power of the human sovereign, and it could completely activate the supreme pagoda and this war chariot. Therefore he could now be said to be a fox borrowing the tiger's might to sweep through everything. So what if it was a mere fire phoenix formation? The power of the immortal sovereign was not something you could imagine. As he spoke, he activated the black stone monument. The black stone monument bloomed, and endless light and inextinguishable power surged out. The pagoda in the sky fell mercilessly. The fire phoenix wailed and cracks appeared on its body. Die. With one more attack, the fire phoenix would shatter. The great emperor clan might be conquered by him. Thinking of this, the first emissary became excited. At that time, the entire Phoenix clan would crawl under his feet. Attack me. The black pagoda in the sky fell again. No. The people of the Phoenix clan below were in despair. However, at this most critical moment, a soft shout sounded. You dare to attack the Phoenix clan? Unforgivable. As soon as the voice fell, another pagoda appeared in the sky. It was a bronze pagoda with the power of time. It directly rushed into the clouds and collided with the supreme pagoda. The two fought, and a sea of blood soared into the sky. The entire sky was completely shattered. The starlight from the outer realm shone in. It was blocked. The Phoenix clan opened their eyes and saw the supreme pagoda that was blocked in the sky. They cried out in surprise. It was the desolate pagoda. It was Qingqing. Princess Qingqing came to save us. That's great. I knew that Princess Qingqing wouldn't give up on us. These people cried out in surprise. After the fall of Princess Fengjiu, Murong Qingqing was the hope of their Phoenix clan. At this critical moment, Murong Qingqing really came. Princess Qingqing, please kill the strong enemy. Bless us. Below, endless shouts sounded. Murong Qingqing stood above the 9 heavens. She held the desolate pagoda in her hand, like a peerless goddess. Chapter 55:33. Murong Qingqing's appearance protected the Phoenix clan. At the same time, the first emissary's face darkened on the black chariot. He stared at Murong Qingqing and gritted his teeth. I remember you. You were with Lin Wudi. Damn it. You're that invincible woman. If I catch you, I'll make Lin Wudi kneel at my feet. He let out a shrill roar. The supreme pagoda fell mercilessly and fought with Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing used the desolate pagoda. At the same time he said, "Give me power." Below, the Phoenix clan provided power. The desolate pagoda shone brightly and swept in all directions. At the same time, a cold snort came from the void. You want me to kneel? Do you have the ability to do so? Hearing this voice, the first emissary's pupils constricted. He suddenly turned his head. Who is it? When he saw a figure appear behind him, his face became extremely ugly. Lin Wudi, it's you. You're here too. He gritted his teeth. Lin Xian snorted. You didn't expect it, right? You lost to me. Kneel on the ground obediently and submit to me. Damn it. The first emissary roared. I'm no longer the same as before. Do you see that? This black stone tablet is the power of the undying sovereign. What do you have to fight with me? He roared and drove the black chariot to attack. The black chariot was also an extremely terrifying weapon. It charged forward violently and shattered the 9 heavens. A black vortex appeared in front of Lin Xian, swallowing the heavens and the earth. It blocked the black chariot. Damn it, 2 extreme weapons? However, Lin Wudi, you only have half of an extreme weapon. You might not be able to defeat me. The first emissary's eyes were filled with killing intent. I lost to you before, but this time I'll make you kneel at my feet. He shouted angrily and was about to attack. Lin Xian smiled and said, Is that so? Who told you that there are only 2 of us? Ryu, come out. Yen Ryu also walked out from the other void. Behind him a green lotus bloomed. As it swayed, it shattered the 9 heavens. The first emissary's face turned even uglier. She knew this woman as well. These were all experts in the dragon transformation battle, and the other party had actually brought an extreme weapon. Facing 3 extreme-grade weapons against him, he was so scared that he hurriedly recalled the supreme pagoda. How is it? Are you scared out of your wits? Behind them, the people from the Divine Union also arrived. The toad jumped out and said, "Little brats, you want to contend with the Divine Union? You are far from it." The dark red divine dragon sneered. "Cultivate for another 10,000 years. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to defeat yours truly. Damn toads and snakes, go to hell." The toad was furious. "She jumped out and I threw up all over your face." His spit flew out and flew towards the first emissary. The first time he dodged, his expression became even colder. "Hence, I will make you pay the price," he roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked. The three extreme-grade weapons shone brightly and unleashed a terrifying attack. The battle chariot and the supreme pagoda shook non-stop. The first emissary was shocked. Her face turned pale and she looked terrified. "Damn it. Impossible, how did you come out? Damn it, what are those people from the Barren Hill doing? Why did they let these guys come out?" He was going crazy. He had received news that Lin Xian and the others had gone to the White Bone Island. The White Bone Island had been sealed by the people from the Barren Hill, and no one could escape. Especially that array. Even if an extreme-grade weapon attacked, they would only be teleported. They would never return. That was why the first emissary had the chance to kill so many people. But now Lin Wudi and the others had appeared, bringing with them three extreme weapons. This was completely out of his expectations. For a moment, his face was frighteningly dark. He wanted to ask the immortal princess what was going on. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "No need to ask. I will tell you, I came out from the void array." "Impossible." The first emissary shook his head frantically. He had heard of how terrifying the void array was. Lin Xian would never be able to come out. Not even with an emperor-grade weapon. "Kid, don't try to lie to me. You must have used a clone to go there and hid your real body." "Humph, coward." The first emissary was increasingly convinced that he was right. Lin Xian sneered. "What? Are you going to challenge me to a duel?" "That's right." The first emissary stood up and said, "What's the point of fighting me with three extreme-grade weapons? I'm dying of laughter. You dare to challenge me to a duel? Who do you think you are?" The toad sneered. The dark red dragon also said, "I advise you to kneel on the ground and kowtow. You are not a match for Lin Xian." Yen Ryu and the others also shook their heads and sneered. "Do you still have the right to do that?" The people from the Divine Union also had strange expressions. How dare this kid challenge their boss Lin? Did water get into his brain? Lin Xian also laughed. He looked ahead and said, "I have to say, you are really courageous. However, did you hear what they said? You are not a match for me at all. Therefore, kneeling and kowtowing is your best choice. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? What do you ants know?" The first emissary took a step forward. The indestructible energy on his body became even more terrifying. "I'm no longer the same as before. Lin Wudi, I may have lost to you, but I won't lose again this time. Get over here and fight me." The first emissary was full of heroism. Indeed, he had been punished when he returned. However, he had cultivated even harder. His strength had become even stronger than when he had been in the dragon transformation trial. This time, he had been put in an important position and had come out to sweep through everyone. So what if he met Lin Wudi? He was confident that he could defeat him. How foolish. Lin Xian shook his head. "However, since you have spoken, I will fulfill your wish. Come on, I will use one hand. Kid, you will regret this. You will pay the price for your arrogance." The first emissary walked out. He had decided to use his most terrifying strength to kill his opponent. As he walked out of the war chariot, the indestructible energy on his body condensed and formed a black spear. It was as if he had turned into a black dragon that made the world lose its light. Yen Ryu and the others were shocked. They had to admit that the first emissary's strength was much stronger than when he had been in the dragon transformation trial. However, they shook their heads. Lin Xian had become even more terrifying. Lin Xian was like a completely different person compared to when he had been in the dragon transformation trial. The first emissary would soon regret this. In the face of such a peerless attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He just stood there quietly. Clang. The attack collided with his body. "That's great. I hit him. Go to hell, brat." Chapter 55-34. A peerless attack. Heaven and earth shattered as the first emissary laughed proudly. It was as if he had seen victory. However, when he saw the silhouette that appeared from the cracks in the sky, he was completely stunned. He wasn't dead. His opponent was actually unharmed. How was that impossible? His attack had been terrifying. Furthermore, his strength was no longer the same as before. How could his opponent block it? Was this his current strength? An all-out attack? Lin Xian laughed. How many years had it been since you understood the situation outside? Could it be that you don't understand my strength now? The first emissary frowned when he heard this. He said, "What strength are you? Aren't you the champion of the dragon transformation trial?" Ahahaha. What an idiot. The Divine Union members behind him laughed when they heard this. Toad snorted coldly. You trash, you are really stupid. Don't you know that Lin Xian is already the Triple Crown champion? What? The Triple Crown champion? The first emissary was shocked and stunned. The dark red dragon sneered. Not only that, Lin Xian had just defeated a Triple Crown champion. How do you think you compare to the Triple Crown champion? Impossible, this is impossible. Don't try to lie to me. Do you think you can scare me with your lies? The first emissary roared crazily. His strength had increased, but he still wasn't the Triple Crown champion. In fact, he was still a distance away from it. After all, what kind of existence was the Triple Crown champion? How many days had it been? Lin Wuti had already become the Triple Crown champion. What a joke. I don't believe it. He roared angrily and attacked again. The resplendent light made heaven and earth lose its luster. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stupid thing, I'll let you have a taste of my strength now. As he spoke, he threw out a punch. With a boom, the spear was sent flying and the first emissary retreated. His hand split open and turned into a bloody mist. The pain almost made him faint. What kind of power was this? It made him feel despair. Did he feel it? This was the power of the Triple Crown champion. Lin Xian's body swayed. He used the demon god palm and smashed the first emissary into pieces. The first emissary was frightened to tears. How could he be so strong? No. Previously, he was still full of confidence to challenge the other party. He was simply courting death. Therefore, he quickly turned around and fled. The indestructible power restored his body, and at the same time, he fled towards the first chariot. He wanted to borrow the power of the human sovereign. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a slash of his sword, he slashed apart the heavens and earth, stopping his opponent. Trying to escape? Didn't he say he wanted to fight one-on-one? Why did he need to borrow Jizun's power now? I won't give you a chance. Damn Lin Wuti, get out of my way. The first emissary unleashed all of his strength and struck forward. But when it hit Lin Xian's body, it didn't even leave a scratch. This was absolute suppression. The first emissary roared madly as he quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He struck out with a Tai Chi diagram enveloping the other party. The yin-yang sword chi pierced through his opponent. Then Lin Xian said, "There's no challenge at all. Ruffian dragon Toad, come at me. Teach him a good lesson. Is that okay?" The Toad was still worried. Although he was arrogant outside, he was still the first emissary, a terrifying double champion. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I'm sealing him now. He's no different from an ant." With a wave of his hand, several streaks of sword energy entered the first emissary's body, causing him to be extremely miserable. "Brothers, follow me." Upon seeing this, the Toad immediately jumped out. The dark red divine dragon and the other members of the Divine Union also rushed out. They started to beat up the first emissary. The first emissary was miserable. Instead of killing him, these people beat him up. Moreover, he had an indestructible aura. When his power was shattered, he could quickly recover. This feeling of hovering between life and death was unbearable. Below, the members of the Phoenix race were stunned when they saw this. "Is it really okay? Young Master Lin, we also want to join the battle," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Come on, attack as much as you can. Don't hold back." Yes. The members of the Phoenix race soared into the sky and joined the battle. Previously, the first emissary had been extremely arrogant and had threatened to destroy the Phoenix race. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wouldn't hold back. Countless figures were beating up the first emissary. Between heaven and earth, screams could be heard as blood dyed the sky red. The scene here immediately attracted the attention of the other clans and sections. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Oh my god, that was the first emissary of Mount Eternal, right? The legendary supreme existence was actually in such a miserable state right now. It seemed like they couldn't offend Lin Wuti. Otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. On this side, they continued to beat up. On the other side, above the demon sea, Huang Qing's expression had also become extremely ugly. This was because the Emperor race had already started to move. At first, after Lin Xian left, the Emperor race people were still worried. However, after waiting for a long time, the Phoenix race discovered that no one on their side had died. They heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xian had already blocked the attack of Mount Eternal. In that case, they wouldn't be polite. Everyone break the void. Although they would be teleported away, Lin Xian had bought them time. Therefore the Phoenix race was the first to move. The extreme weapon transformed into an ancient phoenix that swept across heaven and earth, bringing them to break the void and leave. Damn it, the void formation transformed into a large crack and teleported them away. However, it couldn't kill them. Next, the Gu race, the Qilin race, the Yi race and the others all moved. Those clan of the ancients didn't have extreme weapons, but they were disciples of the Emperor race. They could use the power of the Emperor race to leave. For a moment, the figures on the entire island became fewer and fewer. In the end, only Huang Qing and the immortal princess were left. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it! Huang Qing roared. This time he had failed. When he returned, he would definitely be punished. However, he couldn't believe it. Before coming, he had already calculated everything. It was absolutely foolproof. However, Lin Xian had defeated him from the beginning to the end. His killing intent towards Lin Xian was as deep as the universe. Damn it, let's go. The void formation was useless. Huang Qing and the immortal princess rose into the air. They also killed their way out, taking advantage of the fact that the Emperor race hadn't returned. They might even be able to destroy one or two of them. The immortal princess' face turned cold. She said that she would go and see how the first emissary was doing. Damn it, this guy had the power of a supreme being. Could it be that he couldn't fight back? She couldn't believe it. That was a supreme being. Therefore, she rushed towards the Phoenix race. When he arrived and saw the scene, he was also stunned. This was because they saw countless people from the Divine Union and the Phoenix race beating up a figure. That figure was shattered thousands of times, but he was still alive. However, his miserable appearance made one's scalp tingle. That was the first emissary? The immortal princess was stunned. This idiot, why didn't he use the power of a supreme being? Huang Qing was also crazy. Was this guy the one who ruined their plan? Chapter 55-35. Quick, save me. The first emissary was in despair. The feeling of being beaten really made him want to die. When he saw the immortal princess and Huang Qing, he hurriedly asked for help. The others also saw them and quickly retreated. They waved their hands and the Divine Union and Phoenix clan members quickly retreated. They all hid behind the extreme weapons. Kid, it's up to you. Toad shouted. Lin Xian also turned around. She smiled and said, "You guys are here." It seemed that the great families had already left. How was it? How did it feel to lose? Huang Qing was trembling with anger. Kid, don't be so arrogant. One day I'll make you wish you were dead. Ah. Lin Xian laughed. One day. Why don't I send you to hell now? Lin Xian walked forward. Then he split the first emissary apart with sword energy. The immortal princess shouted angrily. How dare you? He wanted to come over and help, but the green lotus bloomed in the sky and the desolate tower suppressed him. The immortal princess couldn't resist. Huang Qing, who was beside her, also took out the mortal decree to resist. However, Lin Xian had enough extreme weapons. Huang Qing and the others were also forced back. They could only watch as the first emissary was split apart. Then Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul to crush the first emissary's indestructible power. In the end, the first emissary disappeared. He couldn't believe it until he died. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated so miserably after his strength had increased greatly. He was actually dead. Huang Qing frowned. The immortal princess' expression was also extremely cold. You killed him. You're dead. Our Mount Eternal will never let you go. As he spoke, he came to the war chariot. He wanted to control the power of the human supremes. Lin Xian sneered. The power of 2 human supremes. We have 3 extreme weapons. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before those great emperor clans returned. At that time, the power of those extreme weapons would come out. Even if you have supreme weapons, I'm afraid your soul will be destroyed. Lin Xian said with a smile. Huang Qing gritted his teeth. The other party was right. Just you wait, this matter won't end like this. Huang Qing left. The immortal princess also gritted her teeth, waiting for the wrath of Mount Eternal. The 2 of them left. The people of the Phoenix clan heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left. The members of the Divine Union also relaxed and smiled. This was great. So what if he had the strength of a supreme being? Weren't they still beaten away by them? After this matter spread out, the entire buried Emperor Star was shocked. Lin Wudi had once again created a miracle. That was the sovereign of the human realm. More than 100,000 years ago, he could even fight against a great emperor. Who would be able to match such power? Even those great emperor clans would have to lower their heads. Sure enough, when they heard about what happened on Bones Island, they all went crazy. Those great emperor clans were in despair. However, Lin Xian had broken out of this predicament. The other party had actually charged out. He had saved the great emperor's clan. They even defeated the Forbidden Lands. It was truly inconceivable. Some people exclaimed. Lin Wudi was really a rare genius. He would definitely become a great emperor. Some people shook their heads. No, they didn't understand the strength of a human realm's supreme being. Back then, they were existences that had started a dark war. Even great emperors had suffered at their hands. One could imagine how terrifying they were when they were angered. Had Lin Wudi provoked such an existence? Following this, his fate would be extremely miserable. All sorts of discussions could be heard. Lin Xian and the others also returned. During this period, the dark red divine dragon had set up arrays near the various great emperor clans to investigate. Once the people of the Forbidden Lands of Death appeared, they would immediately take action. However, during this period, Huang Ling and Mount Eternal didn't seem to attack. It was obvious that they were preparing for something. As for the great emperor clans, they returned one after another. They had broken through the void and returned from the universe. After returning, they returned to their clans. When they saw that their clans were safe and sound, they heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the Divine Union and thank young Master Lin. This time it was all thanks to Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have to hand over half of their clan's resources. From then on, they would have to bow their heads to the Forbidden Lands and never raise their heads again. This wasn't just a loss to their clan, but also a shame to their ancestors. Therefore, Lin Xian had preserved the glory and face of their great emperor clans. They naturally had to thank him. This day was an unparalleled day on the buried Emperor Star. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. Great emperor clans, remote antiquity clans, unparalleled great sects. These overlords were supreme existences in the universe. Now they had all gathered together and came to the Divine Union with great respect. The Yi family's patriarch Yi Wudao had come personally with 1/5 of the family's strength. The Yi family thanks young Master Lin for saving their lives. The Yi family's patriarch bowed deeply and offered 1/5 of the family's strength. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. The Phoenix clan thanks young Master Lin for saving their lives. The Qilin clan thanks young Master Lin. The Gu clan thanks young Master Lin for saving their lives. The Kuanpeng clan thanks young Master Lin for saving their lives. The Golden Crow clan thanks young Master Lin for saving their lives. The Sky Blade sect thanks young Master Lin for saving their lives. Voices rang out one after another, spreading throughout the 9 heavens. At this moment, the universe was shaken. All the great emperor clans were bowing and thanking a young man. This was probably something that had never happened since the creation of the universe. Even the great emperors of the past weren't as strong. Lin Xian wasn't a great emperor yet. He wasn't even a quasi-emperor yet. Yet he had managed to do this. How could this not shock everyone? At this moment, the buried Emperor Star was in an uproar. The Divine Union was in an uproar. They were really too excited. This was especially so when they heard that so many great emperor clans had sent their resources and strength over. This made them go crazy. This kind of strength had probably surpassed the total strength of an entire great emperor clan. Now they were going to give it to Lin Xian. At this moment, even the eyes of the various great realms turned red. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Who would dare to provoke a divine being now? Lin Xian kept all these resources. He took out some of them and left them in the Divine Union. After all, the Divine Union also needed to develop. These people also needed to cultivate. As for the rest, Lin Xian sent all of them into the Sword World. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning formed a storm of energy in the Sword World. The entire world seemed to be shaking. In the 4-Spirit Valley, the 4 great spiritual beasts felt this power and prostrated themselves on the ground. Oh my God, what kind of power was this? What did that kid do outside? Could he have robbed a great emperor clan? Too much power. They were so excited that they started to tremble. The spiritual herbs in the 4-Spirit Valley also started to shake violently. They were growing rapidly. That heaven-reaching ancient tree was originally withered and withered. However, under this power, it actually started to grow green leaves. The sacred spring of life was boiling non-stop. Chapter 55:36. In the Sword World there was a violent explosion. Even the remnant soul of the Hellfire Dragon was alarmed. He woke up from his slumber and soared into the sky. Holy shit, heavens, what kind of power is this? Is this kid crazy? At the same time, DeLong also said, sending this power into the depths of the Sword World, letting it split the sky and earth. Lin Xian nodded, controlling this power, he flew into the depths of the Sword World. The Sword World was very big, but Lin Xian had only opened up a little. Most of the places were desolate and barren. No one dared to go in. It was a withered power, and now that there was a new power, it might be able to change that place. This power surged into the surroundings. The remnant soul of the Hellfire Dragon also flew back. He came to the vicinity of the Four-Spirit Valley. Oh my god, this is incredible. I wonder what kind of changes will happen next. He was also looking forward to it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not enter. He had to wait for this power to change the sword world. With power, what the sword world needed was time. Lin Xian retreated. In the next few days he began to cultivate and recover, and then prepared to go to the Demon Sea again. Previously, Lin Xian had killed the Sea Demon Highness in the Demon Sea. He did not care about such an ant, but the other party had hit out a fragment in the end. That fragment had actually split open the old Qilin's palm. More importantly, Lin Xian felt the blood of the Demon Emperor on that fragment. Obviously this thing was related to the Demon Emperor. It was very likely that it was the weapon of the Demon Emperor. Therefore Lin Xian had to go and investigate now. The entire Demon Sea seemed to be related to the Demon Emperor, and Lin Xian cultivated the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. How could he miss it? The Divine Union was jubilant. These days, countless families and sects had come to pay their respects. There were even people from other worlds in the universe who came because of the fame. They all came to pay their respects. It could be said that the current Divine Union was an unparalleled existence in the entire universe. As for the development of the Divine Union, Lin Xian left it to Bai Susu and the others. He did not have to worry at all. He also left behind enough resources. As expected, Bai Susu and the others were also growing stronger at a steady pace. Even Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu had improved a lot. Both of them were double champions. It would be extremely difficult for them to improve further. However, under the power from before, the two of them had rapidly improved. This time the two beautiful fairies grinned too. When they heard that Lin Xian wanted to go to the Devil's Sea, the two of them wanted to go. Lin said with a smile. The two of you are still in the process of increasing your strength, so stay here and cultivate in seclusion for now. Furthermore, I have no problem making a trip to the Demon Sea. Lin Xian took the heaven-devouring jar away. The two of them were not worried at all. There were very few people who could hurt Lin Xian at this point in time. However, Murong Qingqing still said, Brother Xian, you have to be careful. The two forbidden lands will not let this go. Lin Xian expressed that he understood. Then he soared into the sky and headed towards the Devil's Sea. Not long after he left, a piece of news came from the Desolate Tomb. Lin Wudi had challenged the Desolate Tomb. His crime was unforgivable. The Desolate Tomb had issued a kill order. The news instantly spread all over the world. The entire buried Emperor Star was in an uproar once again. Sure enough, they made a move. The Desolate Tomb wanted to make a move on Lin Wudi. The people of the Divine Union were also nervous. Yen Ryu said. There was no problem. Brother Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Heaven-Devouring Jar. He should have no problem protecting himself. When they heard that Lin Xian had brought an extreme-grade weapon with him, the people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Mount Eternal also issued a kill order to pursue Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. Two forbidden lands of death chasing a young man at the same time. This was probably the first time this had happened. When the Purple Mansion received the news, they were also excited. This Lin Wudi was courting death. He had offended the forbidden lands of death. They hoped that they could kill him this time. They wondered if the forbidden lands of death would send out boundary emperors this time. This was because it was really difficult for ordinary people to kill Lin Xian. They might not even be able to injure him. The Forbidden Lands of Death's inheritance was even older than the Purple Mansion. Their methods were definitely heaven-defying. Just wait. This Lin Wudi was going to be unlucky. Desolate Tomb. 8 ancient coffins flew out. They were ancient and exuded a desolate aura. They were abnormally ancient. They broke out of the ground and flew into the sky. Then they quickly probed and emitted light. A low voice came from one of the ancient coffins. It sensed his aura and walked towards the Devil's Sea. The 8 ancient coffins shattered one after another and flew towards the Devil's Sea. At the same time, a tall figure walked out of the forbidden lands of death in Mount Eternal. This person's body was pitch black as if he was made of black gold. He was tall like a demon king. The moment he appeared, he looked disdainfully at the world. Then he also soared into the sky and flew into the clouds. His appearance caused some of the powerhouses and saints near Mount Eternal to all kneel on the ground. After the other party left for a long time, those saint powerhouses stood up one after another. Their faces were pale. Why did they feel a trace of Emperor's aura? Devil's Sea. The pitch-black sea seemed to contain endless secrets. And now, above this Devil's Sea, a young figure descended. Lin Xian stepped on the sea and looked around. Now that His Highness the Sea Demon was dead, he could only look for the Sea Demon clan. He hoped that the Sea Demon clan would know some information. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to find information about the Demon Emperor. After all, this Devil Sea was too mysterious. His soul couldn't completely see through it at a glance. At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of existence could actually fight against the Demon Emperor, and even injure the Demon Emperor. It even formed this Devil Sea. His figure flickered as he walked on the sea. He opened his Rinnegan and began to search. On this day, Lin Xian caught a sea demon. It was an octopus. Its body was like a huge mountain, and its tentacles were even more terrifying. Like a giant snake, it wrapped around Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's body gently rubbed against it, and the octopus spat out blood and flew upside down. Its body split open. The octopus was scared. This young man turned out to be a peerless master. She wanted to escape, but she was slapped into the sea by Lin Xian. "Lord, please spare my life." The octopus kept begging for mercy. "Take me to the Sea Demon clan and I will spare your life," Lin Xian said. The octopus was surprised. The Sea Demon clan was the king of this sea. Who dared to provoke them? However, the young man in front of her seemed to be even more terrifying. She didn't dare to resist. She said, "Okay, I'll take you there." She had just moved, but Lin Xian was stunned. He stopped and turned his head to look behind him. The void in the distance was broken, and 8 big cracks were torn open in heaven and earth, as if connecting to hell. The terrifying aura made the octopus almost faint. Chapter 55:37. The void in the distance broke open, and 8 rays of light appeared. In an instant, they arrived above the demonic sea and confronted Lin Xian. The giant octopus under Lin Xian's feet was already kneeling on the ground, unable to move at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and hit the giant octopus to the bottom of the sea. "Leave first." The octopus quickly turned into a stream of light and fled. At the same time, he was shocked. Why isn't this kid running? This time he was dead for sure. In his opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to survive against such a terrifying enemy. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. He narrowed his eyes. There were 8 ancient coffins in the sky, floating and emitting a cold aura. Lin Xian knew the desolate aura on them. They were from the barren hills. Are they finally here for revenge? Is Huang Qing here? Tell him to come out. The 8 ancient coffins in the sky did not answer Lin Xian at all. Instead, they asked coldly, "Are you Lin Wudi? The target has been found. Who's going to deal with it?" Among them, an ancient coffin swayed gently, and a sneer came from inside. "Let me do it." Then the ancient coffin rushed down as if it had turned into a mountain and charged towards Lin Xian. The demonic sea was instantly shattered. No one could resist the terrifying power. With a clang, Lin Xian threw a punch at the other party. The two collided with an earth-shattering sound, and the stars in the sky shook. At this moment, the entire demonic sea was rolling. In the demonic sea, countless monsters fled. After that attack, Lin Xian retracted his fist. The ancient coffin was blasted away and fell into the sea. Lin Xian frowned because he could feel that the ancient coffin was not broken. The origin of these ancient coffins was really extraordinary. With his current strength, a punch could shatter a world. However, this ancient coffin was not broken. Boom. The ancient coffin that was sent flying rose into the air and flew over again. It shook violently, and a biting, cold, murderous intent came from inside. "Damn kid, how dare you resist? From the looks of it, there's no need for you to live." As he spoke, the ancient coffin emitted a rumbling sound. Immediately after, a pale hand could be seen. The ancient coffin opened and a figure walked out. After Lin Xian finished reading, his brows furrowed tightly. Because this person was really too strange. He was wearing an ancient robe that was tens of thousands of years old. However, it was not complete. There were many places on it that were badly damaged. It wasn't just his clothes. His entire body was in tatters. White bones could be seen in many parts of his body. Even where there was still flesh and blood, it was filled with a monstrous aura of death. This person seemed to have crawled out of hell, which greatly surprised Lin Xian. What kind of place was the barren tomb? Could it really be a mausoleum? Had countless experts been buried? But why didn't these people die? Why didn't he enter the cycle of reincarnation? How could he still be alive? Lin Xian was too surprised. The man who walked out sneered. Half of his body was made of white bones, while the other half was made of flesh and blood. It was very strange. It made one's scalp tingle at a glance. His eyes were like blades as he stared at Lin Xian. I'll let you know what regret and despair are. Lin Xian laughed. A monster like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The pupils of the ancient powerhouse who came out from the opposite side constricted. Monster. He hated it the most when people called him a monster. Therefore he slammed his palm over. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 battle swords that pierced through the 9 heavens and charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. Lin Xian pushed his hand and struck out a Tai Chi diagram to block the sharp claws. At the same time he laughed. Why are you angry from embarrassment? Look at yourself. If you're not a monster, then what are you? He stomped his foot and monstrous seawater rushed into the sky, turning into a demonic mirror. It directly shone on the other party. The other party's appearance appeared in the demonic mirror. As expected, he was more terrifying than a monster. The ancient figure roared at the sky, shattering the 9 heavens and collapsing the demonic realm. Young man, you're playing with fire. I'll let you know the consequences of living a life worse than death. He stomped his foot and instantly rushed over. His left palm had already turned into white bones. When he slashed out with his palm, it was like a bone blade. However, it was powerful to the extreme and carried a power that made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian was surprised. This person was so terrifying. Even the Double Crown King probably couldn't block this attack. However, the current Lin Xian could even kill the Triple Crown King. So what if he was an ancient monster? He formed a seal with his palm, the demon god seal. He slapped out with his palm, carrying a powerful pressure, and directly blasted at the other party's sharp claws. With a bang, the demonic sea was torn into 2 halves. The ancient monster was sent flying. The laws of light on his body dimmed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter who you are, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky. A battle map appeared in his hand. The heavens battle map. His battle intent pierced through the sky and directly sent the ancient monster flying. The ancient monster was sent flying millions of miles away, shattering the void. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Come at me together. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the sky. His eyes were filled with piercingly cold sword intent. Damn it. The ancient monster flew out, but he didn't attack rashly. Because he could also feel how terrifying the young man in front of him was. At this moment, another ancient coffin appeared in the sky. It shook and laughed. Old 8, you're really trash. The voice was like a wind chime, very pleasant to the ears. It was actually a woman. Hearing this, the ancient monster shouted coldly. What do you know? According to my estimation, he should be a Triple Crown King. I didn't expect such a person to appear in this era. I'm not his match alone. Let's attack together. Triple Crown King? Then let me do it. Another ancient coffin in the sky opened, and a pair of jade-like hands appeared. Immediately after, a jade beauty appeared in the void. She was wearing a black dress. Her appearance was indeed beautiful and it wasn't damaged. However, Lin Xian could tell that only the upper half of the man's body was intact. The legs under the long robe had long been reduced to white bones. She was also a monster. It was just another skeleton. Lin Xian looked at her and sneered. The woman in black was instantly furious. She shouted and slapped out with her jade-like palm, carrying endless power. Lin Xian rushed forward in an instant and exchanged a punch with his opponent. His fist was like the sun, shining in all directions and blocking her fist. At the same time, the firmament battle map swept over again. The woman in black naturally knew how powerful it was and didn't dare to take it head-on. She turned into a stream of light and dodged. At the same time she said, Old 8, aren't you going to attack? In addition, the half-skeleton monster from before also rushed over. Life chant. He roared and raised his hands into the sky. The entire sky seemed to have been refined by him as he charged towards Lin Xian. The demonic sea below instantly shattered. Feeling the endless pressure, even Lin Xian frowned. Chapter 55:38. The refined firmament was broken open. A heavenly hand reached out and attacked half of the skeleton. At the same time, the phantoms of 6 worlds appeared and shrouded the 2 ancient powerhouses. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was like a god as he said loudly. The 2 of you are full of death aura. You don't belong to this world anymore. You shouldn't have appeared. Reincarnate. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed with a terrifying light, and the power of reincarnation emerged. Feeling this power, the 2 ancient powerhouses' expressions instantly changed. Oh, damn it. They turned around and fled, wanting to enter the ancient coffins. The phantoms of 6 worlds kept crushing. The power of reincarnation was the nemesis of these people. Sure enough, the death aura on the half-skeleton man's body erupted. The other half of his body also turned into a skeleton and instantly turned into powder. It vanished into thin air. The woman in black ran faster. She arrived near the ancient coffin. Her upper body had already entered the ancient coffin, but her legs hadn't. Under the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they no longer existed. The woman in black let out a terrified cry. At the same time, the other bone coffins also shook violently. Damn it, the power of reincarnation. You actually have such power. Kill him. Don't allow this power to appear. The 6 ancient coffins rushed over quickly as if they wanted to resist the 6 paths of reincarnation. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The two collided and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was really too terrifying. The 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to have been shattered, and the light on the 6 ancient coffins also dimmed. Lin Xian sneered. His Rinnegan bloomed and a biting cold light stared at the other party. My guess was right. You don't belong to this world. You've already violated the great Tao of heaven and earth by being alive. Now get lost obediently. Do you want us to send you into reincarnation? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, causing the void to tremble. Damn it. The woman in black gritted her teeth. She was seriously injured. The other ancient coffins had gloomy expressions. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye one was seriously injured and the other died. The leader was an old man. His voice was incomparably old. He said, "Everyone, let's attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 ancient coffins slowly opened, and one figure after another emerged from within. These people stood in the ancient coffins and did not come out. Clearly they were wary of Lin Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation. This ancient coffin was exceptionally mysterious, and it seemed to be the reason why they were able to survive until now. This ancient coffin could also withstand the 6 paths of reincarnation. They dared to fight Lin Xian just by standing inside the coffin. Brat, I hate those eyes of yours. I'm going to kill you. Rinnegan? This kind of power should not have appeared. The leader of the 6 newcomers was indeed an old man with a tall stature. The others also had different figures, but a part of their bodies had turned into white bones. The death chi was extremely terrifying. Kill. With an angry shout, 6 people rushed over. At the same time, the black-clothed woman from before also charged over. The 7 of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also shouted angrily. The Rinnegan bloomed, and a reincarnation gaze appeared in the sky, looking down. It caused the 7 people's bodies to sway. However, the ancient coffins beside them also emitted a mysterious power to resist. It blocked the power of reincarnation. The 7 people became even more furious. They attacked mercilessly. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He once again unleashed the heavens of the heavens battle diagram. A square formation diagram was enlarged and swept across the area, blocking the 2 ancient coffins. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram also flew out. The yin-yang diagram kept spinning in the sky, and it also carried an extremely strong death chi. This death chi turned into a terrifying torrent and charged towards the other party. It wanted to trigger the death chi in the other party's body. Everyone be careful. The old man in the lead shouted angrily and struck out with his sword. This sword carried an extremely strong spatial power. Behind him was another man. That man shouted angrily. Countless phantoms appeared around him as if he had opened the gates of hell. To resist the death chi, the next few people used their own methods. While blocking the yin-yang diagram, they charged towards Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. Lin Xian was surrounded by these 7 people. It seemed very dangerous, but he was still not afraid. He sneered. 9 suns sky-splitting. On his body the divine fire danced. A divine fire mark appeared between his brows. It turned into the phantoms of 9 suns and swept in all directions. As his fists danced, the entire world was illuminated. At this moment, the divine fire soared into the sky and swept across the 9 heavens. The 7 ancient coffins were knocked back. Their faces became extremely pale. There was even a trace of fear in their eyes. What a terrifying flame power. Who was this kid? They were too shocked. No wonder he dared to fight against the barren rich. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and pointed forward. A ball of divine fire flew into the distance towards the injured woman in black. The woman in black roared angrily and shot out millions of skeletons. However, it was useless. The ball of sacred fire danced and enveloped the opponent. The black-clothed woman let out a blood-curdling scream before disappearing into thin air. Another one died. The remaining 6 people's pupils constricted. Everyone be careful of this flame. Enter the demon sea and attack him from below. Lin Xian not only had the fire of 9 suns now, but also the power of the divine fire. It was too strong. These people could not stop him. Therefore the 6 of them were very decisive. They rode the ancient coffins into the demon sea. They attacked from below the demon sea. This demon sea was related to the demon emperor and had an extremely strong demonic chi. No matter how strong that kid's flame was, it would dissipate in the demon sea. Look at me. There was a woman among the 6. This woman was relatively thin and she actually grew a tail. Like the tail of a dead python, it rushed out of the demon sea and swept towards the clouds. It enveloped Lin Xian and pulled him down. With a boom, Lin Xian entered the demon sea. Great, it worked. The thin woman was happy. The other 6 people also smiled. With the power of the demon sea, they could definitely suppress the other party's flame. Kid, without the power of the flame, let's see how you can compete with us. The 6 people once again released a powerful law. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably strange. These people wanted to compete with him in the demon sea? These people thought that the power of the demon sea could suppress him? What a joke. The demon sea was related to the demon emperor, and he cultivated the demon emperor ancient scripture. In the demon sea, his demonic chi was even more terrifying. In the next moment he put away the flames on his body. The 6 people opposite him did not know. They thought that Lin Xian was afraid, so they sneered. Kid, how is it? Are you afraid? If you are, kneel down and come back with us. If you dare to challenge the desolate tomb, we won't let you off. However, if you don't resist, we can let you die easily. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. You think too much. Chapter 55-39. The Demon Emperor's Supernatural Power. When they heard this, the 6 of them were stunned for a moment. In the next moment, they saw that Lin Xian's body was no longer covered in terrifying flames. Instead, it turned into pitch-black devil chi that spread in all directions. At the same time, the entire demon sea seemed to have been mobilized by him. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and charged forward. In an instant, a person was pierced through. Screams were heard, and the faces of the 5 people around also changed drastically. What a terrifying devil chi. Damn it, he's a demonic cultivator. Quick, let's kill him together. The 5 of them didn't dare to hold back anymore. Demonic cultivators in the demon sea would have such a terrifying increase in strength. They had to make a move now and end the battle quickly. The 6 of them fought and besieged Lin Xian. They wanted to suppress him. However, they couldn't do it. Lin Xian was really too powerful. His strength was already unparalleled. In this demon sea he could even mobilize the power of the demon sea. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a demon god. All kinds of demon emperor's unique skills were endless. Demon god seal, demon god fist, demon god net, demon overture. In addition, the Great Destruction Spear swept across all directions. One person's body was pierced, and countless cracks appeared on the other person's body. That person was killed by the demon overture. There were also a few people who were injured. Another person was even more miserable. He was directly knocked out of the ancient coffin and was killed by Lin Xian's Rinnegan. Damn it, another one died. The remaining 5 people roared crazily. They didn't expect that even with the absolute advantage, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Was this person already so heaven-defying? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He attacked again. The Great Destruction Spear seemed to have turned into a black dragon. Every time they collided, the ancient coffin would shake violently. The surrounding people gritted their teeth and grabbed the ancient coffin tightly. If they fell out, their fate would be very miserable. Damn it! The roar of desolation. The old man in the lead roared towards the sky. His voice swept through the surroundings. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth to resist Lin Xian. At the same time, the other woman also formed a seal. Spirit of Ice. The entire demon sea was sealed in ice. Lin Xian's speed also slowed down, and an endless amount of frost appeared on his body. In an instant he was frozen. Great, the Sword of Death. Seeing this, a man soared into the sky and charged over. A sword of death appeared in his hand, and he slashed down from the sky. He swung his sword at Lin Xian. However, divine flames suddenly erupted from Lin Xian's body, melting the ice. At the same time he used his fingers like a sword and slashed out. Azura sword skill, peerless killing intent. The sword slashed open the man's forehead. The man fell to the ground and was instantly killed. The surrounding people became even crazier. Another one had fallen. They attacked in a frenzy. This time they even activated the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin rushed towards Lin Xian with a terrifying attack, hitting Lin Xian. It shook Lin Xian so much that his chi and blood were roiling. He had to admit that these ancient coffins were really too mysterious. He roared at the sky. Endless demonic energy condensed behind him, and a phantom of the demon emperor appeared. As soon as the phantom appeared, the entire world shattered, and the demon sea also condensed crazily. Damn it, this was the demon emperor's aura. He cultivated the demon emperor's inheritance. At this moment, the 4 people who were still alive finally went crazy. They now understood why they couldn't defeat their opponent. The demon sea was related to the demon emperor, and their opponent was the demon emperor's successor. They were definitely not a match for him here. Run. The 4 of them turned around and ran. However, the phantom behind Lin Xian stretched out its palm and grabbed forward. Suddenly, the entire demonic sea was condensed, and a formless spatial pressure swept out in front of them. The 4 ancient coffins in front of them let out a violent roar. The 4 ancient powerhouses inside were so shocked that they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were red. Damn it, were they going to die here? One had to know that they weren't from this era. They were existences from tens of thousands of years ago or even longer. They had relied on the power of the ancient coffins in the barren mountain to survive until now. It was all for the hope of becoming an emperor in this era. Recently, the barren mountain broke through the seal and broke out of the ground, allowing them to see hope. They knew that there would be a great opportunity waiting for them. As long as they waited until that moment, they would recover. However, now, before they could wait, were they going to die in advance? No, I can't accept this. The old man in the lead roared at the sky. Endless great Tao appeared on his body, constantly interweaving. The other people also used all their strength to resist. However, Lin Xian's side was even more terrifying. The phantom of the demon emperor behind him targeted one of them this time and rushed forward. The ancient coffin shook, directly blasting the person inside out. The bright woman screamed, "Save me!" The great Tao on his body kept shattering, and his body turned into a bloody mist and no longer existed. Was another one dead? The remaining 3 people's eyes were filled with despair. It probably wouldn't be long before it would be them. Because they realized that Lin Xian was already walking towards them. With every step Lin Xian took, it was as though he was stepping on their hearts, causing their hearts to beat wildly. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. However, at that moment, the demonic sea suddenly broke open, and a black stone tablet pressed down from the sky, directly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out, and with a bang the terrifying sky tablet was suppressed. His entire body was also forced back. His arm was numb and his blood was boiling. His face instantly turned pale. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. What a strong power, it had completely surpassed the previous people. Who was it? The light of reincarnation in his eyes cut through the void. The people in the barren mountain were also stunned. Was someone coming to save him? In the next moment they saw a black sky tablet in front of them. It descended from the sky and directly pierced through the demonic sea. At the same time, a figure appeared on the stone tablet. It was a tall figure standing there like a giant god. The aura on his body swept in all directions, making their hair stand on end. It was a quasi-emperor. Feeling the aura, the leading elder exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party was indeed a quasi-emperor. He didn't expect another quasi-emperor to appear after Wine Lord and the Chaos Quasi-Emperor. Lin Xian had seen many quasi-emperors, such as the corpse of the Magnetism Quasi-Emperor, the remnant soul of the 9 Heavens Quasi-Emperor and the 7th Dragon General in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. These were all quasi-emperors, but they weren't complete. They were either dead or seriously injured. Lin Xian had only seen 2 quasi-emperors so far. One was Wine Lord, and the other was the Chaos Quasi-Emperor of the Chaos Tribe. These 2 had fought a shocking battle back then, but they had already left. Other than them, there were no other quasi-emperors in the world. However, he didn't expect that another quasi-emperor would appear now, and it was even chasing after him. Feeling the inextinguishable battle intent from the other party, Lin Xian's face darkened. This Mount Eternal was indeed ruthless. Chapter 55-40. The 3 ancient powerhouses who were still alive in the barren hill were delighted. This time they had joined forces with Mount Eternal. However, they had come first. The powerhouses from Mount Eternal hadn't arrived yet. They didn't expect that Mount Eternal would send a quasi-emperor. Great, there was hope for them. Senior quasi-emperor, please kill this kid. That's right, kill him to prevent future troubles. No matter how strong this kid was, he was definitely no match for a quasi-emperor. They could feel that this was a power that surpassed the Saint Realm. In fact, they couldn't even defeat him with their bare hands. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a gap between him and a quasi-emperor. After all, a quasi-emperor's power was above everything. A bunch of trash. The tall figure on the black stone tablet in front of them responded, causing the 3 powerhouses from the barren hill to have an extremely ugly expression. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Among the sacred lords, no one could compete with them. They could even kill sacred lords like they were crushing ants. So simple? But now, someone actually called them trash. However, they didn't dare to get angry because the person who spoke was even more terrifying than them. It was a quasi-emperor, Chao Yu and the others. Therefore they could only lower their heads and grit their teeth. Don't worry, although you guys are trash, I'm here. I'll get rid of him. The tall figure looked forward. He stared at Lin Xian and spoke in a deep voice. I'm from Mount Eternal, sent by the immortal sovereign. Remember my name, I'm the Demon Slayer Sovereign Emperor. A cold voice rang out, causing the entire demon sea to shake violently. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was so arrogant. However, do you have the ability to kill me? Lin Xian didn't escape. Instead he took a step forward. A shocking light appeared in his eyes, and the blood in his body boiled. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? Lin Xian dared to fight him. He was now stronger than Long Mu, but he wasn't a quasi-emperor yet. However, Lin Xian had long wanted to fight with a real quasi-emperor to see what level he had reached. What was this kid trying to do? Was he crazy? The three powerhouses from the barren hill were stunned when they saw this scene. They saw that Lin Xian didn't leave. Instead he wanted to fight? Damn it. What a foolish kid. The leading old man shook his head. The other man also sneered. What an idiot. Does he think that just because he defeated us, he can go against us? Just wait, he will be killed in one move. It would be best if he didn't flee. If he did, he would definitely die. The three of them were not optimistic about Lin Xian at all. Even the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor laughed. You dare to fight me? Little ant, who gave you the courage? With a look of disdain, he reached out his hand and grabbed forward. A giant hand tore apart the sea of devils and enveloped Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian continued to shatter. It contained a trace of Emperor's might and a terrifying indestructible power. Clearly, the other party was a true quasi-emperor who had condensed an immortal chi seed. The immortal chi seed carried an extremely strong killing intent. Since the other party dared to claim that he was a demon slayer, it meant that he was an extremely powerful fighter. The demonic chi on Lin Xian's body was suppressed, and his brows were tightly furrowed. As expected of a quasi-emperor, he was indeed powerful. But so what? In the next moment he took out the great spear of destruction. The demonic chi on his body continued to erupt. He struck out with a peerless attack. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was as cold as lightning. Every move he made was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. He pressed forward with indomitable will. Demonic strike. The great spear of destruction flew out, piercing through heaven and earth and colliding with the other party's palm. There was a loud clang. In an instant, the entire demonic sea was torn apart. Endless demonic light appeared on it. This attack actually blocked the quasi-emperor's palm. Behind him, the three ancient powerhouses retreated, their chi and blood churning. However, their eyes were about to pop out. That kid actually blocked it? Impossible, how could he compete with a quasi-emperor? Damn it, how did this kid do it? The three powerhouses were completely dumbfounded. One had to know that a quasi-emperor could probably kill the three of them with a single palm. However, the other party blocked it. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was also stunned, his brows tightly knitted together. He was furious that he couldn't kill a small ant with one move. How dare you challenge me? Go to hell. In an instant, his palm became terrifying again, as if it had turned into millions of mountains that fell mercilessly. The great spear of destruction shook violently. Lin Xian was also forced back, but in the next moment he formed a seal with his palms. The demonic shadow behind him appeared again, and he struck out the demon god seal to resist. He actually blocked the quasi-emperor's attack again. The demonic shadow appeared and stood above the 9 heavens, causing the demon slayer quasi-emperor to frown. Was this the demon emperor's phantom? He also felt a chill down his spine. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you call yourself a demon slayer? Lin Xian charged over with the demon emperor's phantom. Damn it. The demon slayer quasi-emperor roared crazily, his fist smashing all the demonic chi in the sky. However, at this moment, his soul trembled, because he realized that an eye was floating in the sky, directly enveloping his soul. At the same time, there was also the aura of reincarnation, as if it wanted to tear his soul apart. Damn it, it's a soul attack. The demon slayer quasi-emperor was furious. He didn't expect this small ant to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only did he have the demon emperor's phantom, but he could also use the reincarnation eye technique, causing him to be at a disadvantage. He let out a roar looking up to the sky. His voice tore the void, knocking away the reincarnation eye technique. In the next moment, a black seed appeared between his brows. It was his immortal chi seed. At this moment, after erupting with power, everyone felt despair. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. This true quasi-emperor was really too terrifying. He still couldn't kill him. More importantly, he still had things to do. If he continued fighting, the demonic sea would shatter. If the demonic sea clan was annihilated in this battle, he would never be able to find any information about the demon emperor. Therefore Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you disrespect the demon emperor? Today I'll let you feel the wrath of the demon emperor. Lin Xian activated the demon emperor's phantom behind him, mobilizing the power of the entire demonic sea. Demonic cage suppress. The demon emperor's phantom behind him also roared into the sky. There was a trace of anger in his voice, then he slammed his palm forward. The power of the entire demonic sea gathered in his palm, forming a cage. It enveloped the ancient powerhouses and the demon slayer quasi-emperor in front. Fans, you think you can stop me? The demon slayer quasi-emperor was disdainful and slammed his palm forward. However, the cage didn't shatter, causing him to frown. The ancient powerhouses behind him also said, "Oh no, he used the power of the entire demonic sea. He escaped." The other woman exclaimed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, turned around and left. Just now, he had indeed used the demon emperor's phantom to borrow the power of the demonic sea. Chapter 55-41. At this moment, all the demonic beast clans under the demon sea went crazy. The demon sea was too terrifying. They didn't know who was fighting in it. Some of the people who went to investigate were annihilated halfway, while the others were facing a great enemy. They didn't know what was going on. Was the demon sea going to be destroyed? In the sea, an octopus was escaping quickly. However, a figure appeared in front of him. Trying to escape? When the octopus saw Lin Xian, he went crazy. You didn't die? Impossible. When he saw Lin Xian being killed by 8 experts, he thought he was dead for sure. Lin Xian sneered. They can't kill me. Now take me to the Sea Demon clan. The octopus was also a divine ancestor. He was a tyrant among the sea demons. However, he couldn't stop trembling in front of Lin Xian. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He couldn't afford to offend him. He prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Master, please follow me." Lin Xian stood on top of him. The tentacles of the giant octopus danced in the air, turning into a black streak of light that flew at high speed. The Sea Demon clan was one of the top clans in the Devil's Sea. However, the Sea Demon clan was in a bad situation recently because their Sea Demon Highness had died. All the elders and experts who came with them had died. Even the Great Elder didn't come back. This made them extremely terrified. One should know that the Great Elder and Sea Demon Highness had gone to the White Bone Island to participate in the gathering. However, they heard that Huang Ling and the Indestructible Three had joined forces and trapped a group of Great Emperor clans and remote antiquity clans on the White Bone Island. They even wanted to threaten the Great Emperor clans. This made them confused. Could it be that their Sea Demon Highness and a group of elders and experts had been killed by Huang Ling? If that was the case, they didn't dare to take revenge. They could only admit that they were unlucky. Therefore, the Sea Demon clan shook their heads and sighed all day. On this day, the entire demon sea shook violently. It was even penetrated. Some people were struck by the shockwaves and were instantly annihilated. This made the Sea Demon clan panic once again. Heavens, are there experts who are going to attack the demon sea? Who was it? Was it Mount Eternal? Desolate Spirit? They also felt an indestructible power and the aura of death. If the two forbidden lands made a move, no one in the Devil's Sea would be a match for them. The other elders found the Sea Demon Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, what should we do? Should I leave this place first? I think some clans and sects have already fled." The Sea Demon Patriarch's brows were tightly knitted. They were a family in the Demon Sea. They didn't intend to leave unless they had no other choice. However, the current situation was truly too strange. If it was a forbidden land, they really wouldn't be able to escape. However, at this time an old woman quickly said, when His Highness was still alive, he had once explored the Devil's Sea. They went to a magical canyon. It was a canyon at the bottom of the sea, and it was said that His Highness had obtained an incredible opportunity there. It was because of that opportunity that His Highness had broken through to become a crown king. Before His Highness left, he even said that he would explore the canyon at the bottom of the sea again after this gathering. That canyon was obviously a treasure vault, and it was very likely left behind by an ancient expert. Why don't we go there now? Maybe we can avoid this crisis. Hearing this, many people were delighted. The Sea Demon Patriarch did say that, but I don't know where he is. Do you know? The other elders also shook their heads. His Highness Sea Demon liked to explore the Devil Sea every day. He had been to too many places. Therefore they didn't know it all. That old woman said. This was easy to deal with. His little maid should know. Just find him. Soon a little maid walked over. Her face was pale and she was incomparably frightened. Greetings, elder. Greetings, patriarch. She didn't know why these people were looking for her. The patriarch asked in a deep voice. The little maid was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. She said, His Highness has been to too many places. I don't know. However, I know that he has been to more than a dozen places recently, but I don't know which one. I need to try. There was no need to be so troublesome. The patriarch walked over and grabbed the little maid's head with one hand. Then he searched her soul. The little maid screamed crazily. Not long after, her body fell. The sea demon patriarch grabbed a broken soul and said, Let's go. They soared into the air. The entire sea demon clan moved quickly. They were going to the underwater canyon. Even the treasures, formations, weapons and manuals in the sea demon clan were all taken away by them. Because after this trip, they didn't know how long it would take for them to come back. It was safer to bring these things with them. The entire sea demon clan had become empty. However, there was blood on the ground and there was also a fallen corpse. It was the little maid's corpse. Not long after the sea demon clan's people left, two figures landed. A black shadow landed like a huge monster. It was the big octopus. Standing on his back was Lin Xian. The big octopus said, Young master, the sea demon clan has arrived. Lin Xian nodded and walked down from his back. The big octopus didn't dare to say anything. It could only crawl to the side and wait quietly. Lin Xian frowned as soon as he arrived. He scanned the area with his soul and found that there was nothing left in the sea demon clan. He snorted coldly, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Can you sense if there's anyone here? The big octopus was also a holy lord, so it instantly sensed that there was no one here. It was so scared that it kept kowtowing. Young master, please spare me. I really didn't lie to you. This is really the sea demon clan. Look if you don't believe me. It flew over and came to a hall. It grabbed it and said, Young master, look, this is the sea demon palace. This is really the sea demon clan. Lin Xian also took a look and found that there was indeed the aura of the sea demon clan here. But why did these people leave? He looked at the big octopus. The big octopus said, I didn't leak any information. I guess it should be the previous battle that scared them. Along the way we also saw many families fleeing the sea demon clan. Lin Xian also sighed, his brows tightly knitted together. He was still one step away. After the sea demon clan escaped, he didn't know if they were in Burial Earth Star or if they left. If they were in Burial Earth Star it would be fine. If they left, it would be too difficult to find them in the universe. And it was impossible for him to explore the entire sea demon clan. After all, the sea demon clan was incomparably mysterious. Some places were probably not weaker than the forbidden lands of death. Lin Xian frowned. Suddenly he paused because he saw the little maid on the ground. What's going on? Why did someone die here? He walked over and took a look. Then he sighed. There was no saving her. If her soul was shattered, she wouldn't be able to live. The big octopus didn't care. However, at this moment, a low and weak voice sounded. Chapter 55-42. When he heard this voice, the big octopus was shocked. Who is it? He exclaimed. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian also frowned. The gaze of reincarnation bloomed in his eyes. In the next moment he was stunned and then said, Come out. Endless soul fragments rose into the air and condensed in the air, forming an illusion. It was a woman who looked exactly the same as the little maid who had fallen. You're still alive? The big octopus was shocked. But in the next moment he sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying resentment. You actually became a vengeful spirit. You know? Lin Xian also looked at her and then said, Tell me about your experience. He felt that it was definitely not a coincidence that she became a vengeful spirit. The little maid told him about what happened before and then said, I didn't do anything wrong. I even wanted to take the initiative to tell you about those places. But the patriarch of the sea demon race didn't give me a chance at all. He directly took my soul. And he used a demonic technique. After he took my soul shattered and I could no longer enter reincarnation. I hate it. I want the sea demon race to be completely destroyed. A hint of killing intent appeared in the little maid's eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was furious as well. The big octopus beside him said, Damn, I've long heard that the sea demon race is overbearing, but I didn't expect them to be so overbearing. They won't even let off their subordinates? To be honest, he was also angry. Lin Xian said, "Okay, since they deserve to die, I'll send them on their way. Tell me about that place." The little maid said, "I want you to swear." Lin Xian said, "No need to swear, I'll bring you and let you see it with your own eyes. Moreover, if you really tell me where the Sea Demon Palace went, I'll not only help you take revenge, but I'll also let you enter reincarnation again." Hearing this, the little maid was shocked. "Really?" The big octopus said, "Just believe him. This young master is a very powerful genius." The big octopus was also incomparably impressed now. "Little maid, I'll lead the way." Lin Xian's figure flashed and followed. The big octopus also rose into the air. He also followed to watch the show. Beneath the demonic sea, there was a huge crack that formed a canyon at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, a group of people landed in the canyon. The aura of these people was very terrifying. They were from the Sea Demon clan. The patriarch of the demonic sea beast clan also frowned when he sensed the aura around him. The next moment he said, "What a terrifying aura." The surrounding elders nodded as well. That's right, this aura was too terrifying. However, they became excited because there was a mysterious and primordial power in it. Clearly this was an incredible place. If they obtained it, they might have a heaven-defying fortune. Thinking of this, they all laughed proudly. "Great, let's go in." These people took a deep breath and entered the canyon below. Not long after they left, two more figures descended from the sky. Lin Xian said as he looked at the canyon ahead, "Is this the place?" From within his sleeve, the little maid's voice could be heard. "That's right, it was here." The octopus waved its tentacles and sensed the power around it. He said, "Reporting to the young master, it seems that the Sea Demon clan's people have already entered. Go." Lin Xian walked forward. The big octopus said. The information inside was extremely terrifying. "Young master, be careful." Lin Xian said. It didn't matter. A terrifying sword chi emerged from his body and slashed forward. With the sword he opened the path. Nothing could stop him. The canyon was very deep. No one knew where it led to, as if it led to hell. At this moment, the faces of the Sea Demon clan's people became extremely ugly. Because when they descended halfway they were attacked. It was an inexplicable attack. This place was extremely terrifying. There was black demonic chi and terrifying demonic blood. One drop was enough to penetrate many of their experts. Many people died and some were injured. At this moment they were facing a great enemy. Retreat, retreat quickly. They knew that they came to the right place, but they were too careless. They didn't expect this place to be so terrifying. After leaving some corpses, the others retreated with injuries. They rose into the air wanting to go out first. Then they prepared well and explored again. The speed at which these people retreated was very fast. But suddenly they stopped. "Who is it? How dare you block our way? Get lost." An elder roared and slammed his palm towards the 9 heavens. Suddenly the entire void shattered. This elder was also a divine ancestor. He was very powerful. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the figure in front of him slashed out with his sword. This sword light converged into one and directly split the elder into 2 halves. Blood stained the sky. The surrounding people gasped, and the pupils of the Sea Demon clan's patriarch shrank sharply. "Who is it?" They were very scared now because this underwater canyon was very strange. Now that such a mysterious powerhouse had appeared, how could they not be frightened? As they roared, they looked up. But soon they were stunned. An octopus and a young man. They breathed a sigh of relief. Then their faces turned gloomy, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. 2 mere ants dared to compete with them. They really didn't know what death was. Originally, they thought that it was an ancient guardian in this canyon. Now it seemed that it wasn't. The Sea Demon clan's patriarch waved his hand, and the powerhouses of the Sea Demon clan rushed over overwhelmingly, surrounding Lin Xian and the giant octopus. As soon as they arrived, a sneer was heard. "Boy, how dare you go against our Sea Demon clan? Do you want to die? I will let you know what regret is." A roar was heard. The Sea Demon clan's patriarch also snorted coldly. "I will let you fall into the 18 levels of hell." His eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. Sure enough, they were domineering enough. The giant octopus was also angry. These people were really too arrogant. Lin Xian also sneered. There was no need for the Sea Demon clan to exist. "Kneel down and I will give you a quick death." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Sea Demon clan laughed. "Boy, who do you think you are? You want to challenge our entire clan by yourself? Do you know how strong our Sea Demon clan is?" These elders sneered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he shot out dozens of sword chi, which turned into giant dragons and flew in all directions. With a rumbling sound, more than a dozen elders were instantly pierced through. They fell from the sky and their bodies turned into blood mist. The laughter of the people around stopped, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Their eyes widened. In the next moment, their expressions became ferocious. Damn it, what's going on? More than a dozen powerhouses were destroyed in an instant. How did this boy do it? Demon King, he's a demon king. The Sea Demon clan's patriarch's pupils also shrank. Who are you? He didn't believe that the other party was a young man at all. Chapter 55-43. May I know who you are? This time, the Sea Demon patriarch became incomparably respectful. Because he was really too scared. The other party was too terrifying. With just a few simple moves, he could kill so many experts on their side. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. First, I'm not a senior, I'm just a young man. Second, I'm here to destroy your Sea Demon clan. Lin Xian's cold voice came out, causing the Sea Demon patriarch's pupils to shrink. Damn it, did I offend you? He gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian said, you didn't offend me, but I promised someone else. With that, he waved his embroidered robe and a ray of light emerged. Then there was a shrill voice, Sea Demon Patriarch, you didn't expect this day to come, right? It's you? After seeing the other party, the Sea Demon Patriarch's pupils shrank, and his face became gloomy. The other Sea Demon powerhouses' faces also changed after seeing this. You damn little maid, you dare to turn into a resentful spirit after death and fight against us? Do you think you can really compete with us just because you found a young man? Previously, we were just worried that he was the guardian of this underwater canyon, so we didn't dare to act rashly. But now it seems that this is not the case at all, so we don't need to hold back. Kill him. Following the order, the Sea Demon clan powerhouses and the surroundings unleashed earth-shattering power. One powerful figure after another walked over. So many powerhouses blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The big octopus was also frightened. If it weren't for Lin Xian, he would have turned around and fled. The little maid was also afraid. Although she had turned into a resentful spirit, she was no match for these people at all. But at this time Lin Xian walked out and snorted coldly. The illusion demon scripture was activated, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. As soon as the demonic shadow appeared, the entire underwater canyon shook violently. The surrounding demonic chi quickly rolled and condensed under Lin Xian's feet. When the Sea Demon clansmen saw this scene, their pupils shrank sharply. Damn it, what is that? They stared at the demonic sound, and their faces became incomparably ugly. Because this demonic shadow made them want to kneel down and worship it. Who are you? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Remember my name. My name is Lin Wuti. As he spoke, he formed hand seals with his hands. The demonic shadow behind him roared toward the sky. The demonic world descended. With an angry roar, he mobilized all the demonic chi in the demonic sea and suppressed them. Lin Wuti. It's actually you. When the Sea Demon Patriarch heard this name, his face turned ugly. How could he not know this name? His name was like thunder and burial earth star. The other party was the Triple Crown Champion, the champion of the Dragon Transformation Battle, and the descendant of the Great Dragon. He was a terrifying top-notch genius. He was a popular candidate to become the Great Emperor. Such a person actually appeared in front of them and even wanted to attack them. How could they possibly resist? One had to know that the Violet Palace and the Myriad Dragon dynasty that opposed Lin Wuti in the past were all very miserable. The Sea Devil Patriarch roared crazily. Run quickly. He was very regretful now. Why didn't he recognize the other party from the beginning? Among all the young people in the world, only Lin Wuti had such strength. The others quickly fled frantically, but it was useless. In the sky, a demonic world enveloped them, bringing with it the power of the demonic sea. The power of the demonic Emperor Phantom behind them also fell mercilessly. In the demonic world, there was endless demonic chi that turned into demonic thunder and penetrated in all directions. In an instant those people kept falling. When the big octopus saw this scene, it was so scared that it prostrated on the ground. The other party was actually able to control the power of the entire demonic sea. It was really too heaven-defying. At the same time, in another place in the demonic sea, there was also a demonic world cage. There were 4 figures trapped in this cage. A demonic slayer quasi-emperor from Mount Eternal and 3 ancient powerhouses from the Desolate Spirit tribe. At this moment, they also quickly joined hands and bombarded the demonic ring cage. Finally, they managed to crack the demonic realm's cage. Great, it won't be long before the cage shatters. How dare you use the power of the demonic emperor to trap me? I'll make you regret it. Lin Wudi, I won't let you off. The demonic slayer Quasi-Emperor's voice was cold. As they attacked, more and more cracks appeared on the demonic world cage. It was about to shatter. On the other side, Lin Xian summoned the demonic world again, completely enveloping the demonic sea demons. These demonic sea demons were no match at all and were all suppressed. Many of them died. Looking at this scene, the little maidservant finally cried. She bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Thank you, sir, for helping me fulfill my wish. Lin Xian said, this is what I promised you. You don't have to thank me. Is the destination you mentioned in this canyon? The little maidservant nodded. Lin Xian said, okay, then I'll send you to reincarnation. The little maidservant was stunned. Then she said, young master, I don't want to reincarnate. I'm willing to follow you. After seeing Lin Xian's power, the little maidservant was completely shocked at this moment. If she followed such a powerhouse, she would have no regrets in this life. Follow me? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but not long after, he nodded. Okay, then are you willing to become the king of demonic sea demons? From now on, I will let you command the entire demonic sea demon clan. The little maidservant was stunned. Was it really possible? One must know that she was just a little maidservant in the demonic sea demon clan before. It could be said that she was a slave, the most humble ant. The other party could easily erase her. Now she was above the demonic sea demon clan. The little maidservant couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said, as long as you are willing, I can make you the king of demonic sea demons. I am willing to lead the power of the demonic sea demon clan to follow you. The little maidservant knelt down on one knee. At this moment, her eyes flickered with excitement. Okay. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the phantom of the demonic emperor appeared behind him again. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian used the peerless supernatural power in the illusionary demon scripture, Demonic Melody. This was the demonic emperor's peerless supernatural power, which belonged to the soul and sound type of attack. The overture of Demonic Melody could kill the 9 heavens. And the Demonic Melody, in addition to the overture, there was still a lot of space. Some could be controlled. The demonic sea demon clan was also a clan of the demon realm. Lin Xian had the demonic emperor's supernatural power. It was really too easy for him to control the demonic sea demon clan. After all, at his level, he dared to challenge a quasi-emperor. His strength was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. In Lin Xian's hands, many demonic runes appeared and flew into the glabella of the demonic sea demon clan in front. Those demonic sea demon clan people who were suppressed trembled. The next moment, a rune appeared in their souls. They looked at Lin Xian affectionately and became extremely respectful. Greetings, master. These people all knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves towards Lin Xian. The big octopus looked at this scene and was stunned. The little maidservant was also shocked. The patriarch of the demonic sea demon clan in front, including a group of elders and powerhouses, all surrendered. Chapter 55-44. The little maid was also stunned when she saw this scene. Lin Xian used his demonic chi to form a token and flew to the little maid. Then it fused into his glabella. He said, from now on the entire sea demon clan will listen to you, and from now on, you are no longer a little maid. You are called the sea demoness. Yes, the sea demoness greets the young master. From now on, I swear to follow the young master to death, even if I have to risk my life. At this moment, Lin Xian had subdued another powerful force. When the big octopus saw this, it was also stunned. I am also willing to follow the young master. Lin Xian said, okay, then you will stay by the sea demoness side and assist her from now on. The big octopus was very excited. If it could follow such a person and Lin Xian became a great emperor in the future, then it would have a meteoric rise. So how could it not be happy? While they were excited here, at the same time, another earth-shattering rumble came from the depths of the demon sea. The big octopus felt this aura and also prostrated on the ground. What a terrifying aura! Why do I feel a trace of emperor's might? Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that the people he had sealed had come out. As expected of a quasi-emperor, their speed was so fast. He said to the sea demoness and led the people away. Yes, master. The sea demoness and the big octopus led the people of the sea demon clan into the sky. They left the underwater canyon. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew towards the underwater canyon. He didn't have much time, he had to hurry. He felt that there was indeed a kind of summoning below. Because when he condensed the demon emperor's figure previously, he felt that it was different from before. His illusionary demon scripture also felt a mysterious summoning. It should be something left behind by the demon emperor. So he sped up. At the same time, the demon slayer quasi-emperor also walked out. He said, "Follow me to hunt down that brat." The old man leading the desolate tomb said, "Lord Quasi-Emperor, please go first. We have to collect some things." "Why, do you want to escape?" The demon slayer Quasi-Emperor snorted. "Cowardly ants." The three of them had ugly looks on their faces as they said, "Lord Quasi-Emperor, you're overthinking things. We are not running away. We are going to call back the remaining ancient coffins." The 8 ancient coffins could have formed a peerless formation, but we were careless and didn't have the chance to use it. Several of our companions have fallen, but the ancient coffin is still here, so we have to take it back. After saying that, the three of them moved quickly. "All right, I'll be waiting for you." The demon slayer Quasi-Emperor's figure flashed as he flew into the distance. He could sense Lin Xian's aura, but found that Lin Xian's aura was becoming more and more indistinct. He absolutely could not allow the other party to disappear. He rushed over. Soon he arrived at the underwater canyon. Looking at the canyon in front of him, he frowned. Do you think you can escape my pursuit by hiding here? What a joke." His figure flashed as he flew into the canyon. It was unknown if the canyon was connected to the 9 Serenities Hell, but it was extremely deep. He couldn't see the end of it. After Lin Xian reached a certain depth, he slowed down. This was because he felt a terrifying aura around him. Terrifying demonic chi, terrifying demonic blood, and another force. That force didn't belong to the Demon Emperor, but it was equally terrifying. It was obvious that the Demon Emperor and his enemies had stayed here for a long time. Lin Xian kept descending until he finally arrived at the bottom of the canyon. The bottom of the canyon was abnormally vast. It was very quiet here without any sound. There was only the sound of Lin Xian's footsteps. Lin Xian began to search, but he frowned because he didn't find anything. Could it be that he guessed wrong? He saw that there were only some gravel on the ground of the canyon. According to his speculation, the Sea Demon Clan's Highness should have obtained the fragment in this canyon. However, the other party shouldn't have had the chance to come to the deepest part of the canyon. He should have obtained it near the canyon. There should be another treasure in the depths of the canyon. However, he didn't expect that after he came down, he would find that there was nothing here. Lin Xian frowned and took out the fragment he had obtained. After taking it out, the fragment also emitted a mysterious light. In fact, it even swayed slightly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that there should be something, but it was hidden too deep and he hadn't discovered it yet. At the same time, he found that this place had changed. Not only was it quiet, but a terrifying force surged out. It caused his 9 yang divine body to emit cracking sounds. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This place was indeed strange. Just as he was about to probe further, he stopped. He looked up at the sky and sighed. As expected, it came. Lin Xian didn't act rashly. At the same time, a figure quickly descended from the sky. With a boom, it landed at the bottom of the canyon and the entire canyon shook slightly. An aura swept out in all directions. "Kid, run. Let's see how you escape from my grasp." The person who landed was tall and big. It was the Demon Slayer. He stared at Lin Xian and sneered. However, not long after, he frowned. "Damn it, what's going on? Where is this place?" Previously, he only paid attention to Lin Xian and didn't care about anything else. Moreover, with his cultivation as a quasi-emperor, there were only a few places in this world that he couldn't go. He didn't care about other places at all. However, when he sensed the aura here, his expression changed. This was because he felt an enormous pressure pressing down on him from all directions. It wanted to tear his body into pieces. "Damn it!" He shouted angrily, and an indestructible battle intent erupted from his body, forming an indestructible armor to block it. At the same time, he looked around. This place was very desolate. There were no plants, only the ground and gravel. Other than that, there was only Lin Xian. "Damn kid, where is this?" He glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian sneered. "This is your burial ground. Stupid thing. Do you think you can kill me by luring me to such a strange place? This place may be terrifying, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'm a quasi-emperor. You don't understand the power of a quasi-emperor." The demon slayer quasi-emperor snorted. Although this place was mysterious, he wasn't afraid of anything. Not only was he a quasi-emperor, but he also came from a forbidden land. He was very knowledgeable and had seen all kinds of scenes. Although the place in front of him was mysterious, he felt that he could still control it. He opened his armor to block the pressure. However, in the ground beneath their feet, a black shadow quietly spread out and swept towards them. Lin Xian and the demon slayer quasi-emperor didn't notice this at all. Chapter 55-45. The mysterious shadow entangled them and restrained them in an instant. "What are you? Get lost." The demon slayer Quasi-Emperor roared. Murderous intent appeared on his body as he began to attack. However, the black shadow did not shatter. Instead, it grew bigger with his body and kept shaking. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He also realized that the thing that wrapped around his body was actually kelp. Kelp was very common at the bottom of the sea, but this was not normal. DeLong said, "Kid, be careful. The kelp grew up after absorbing the blood of the demon emperor. They are very terrifying. I don't think your divine body can break through them. However, you are the successor of the demon emperor. If you use the illusory demon crystal scripture, they will not attack you." Hearing DeLong's words, Lin Xian took a deep breath and quickly used the illusory demon scripture. Demonic patterns appeared on his body and a terrifying demonic chi appeared. Sensing this familiar aura, the black kelp quickly retreated. Soon, Suchen was no longer controlled. He heaved a sigh of relief. That moment just now was really too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. As expected of the place where the demon emperor was injured. It was indeed terrifying. In addition, he looked up and saw that the demon slayer Quasi-Emperor was also roaring crazily. Lin Xian was even more surprised that the kelp had not shattered. Even the Quasi-Emperor could not do anything to it? Lin Xian smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to kill the demon emperor? These are all condensed from the blood of the demon emperor. Let's see how you kill them." Lin Xian sneered. Demonic chi surrounded his body, causing the surrounding kelp to all go around him. Instead, they attacked the demon slayer Quasi-Emperor crazily. Soon, the demon slayer Quasi-Emperor was surrounded and wrapped up like a dumpling. The demon slayer Quasi-Emperor's face was hideous. Crackling sounds came from his body. Obviously, he was also under great pressure. "Damn it, my fighting spirit is not extinguished." At this moment he suddenly roared. The immortal seed between his brows kept erupting. At the same time, a sonorous sound came from his body. He seemed to have turned into a peerless blade that began to sweep in all directions. The surrounding sky and earth cracked. The kelp shattered like silk and scattered on the ground. "Humph, nothing can stop me," the demon slayer coldly shouted. Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of a true quasi-emperor, he was indeed powerful. That strike just now also made his hair stand on end, as if he had been split open. However, those broken black kelp actually healed again like earthworms. His broken body actually reassembled and recovered. Once again they charged towards Demon Slayer in a frenzy. The Demon Slayer roared. He raised his hand and waved his saber wildly to block the attack. This time he was truly enraged. A power that shook the heavens exploded, and the immortal energy seed also condensed. Only then did it manage to block the black kelp. The next moment, he raised his head and stared at Lin Xian with a terrifying light. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. "Brat, let's see who can save you this time. We are here too." At this moment, another angry roar came from the sky. Then 8 rays of light pierced through the air and arrived at the canyon at the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian frowned when he saw the 8 lights. 8 ancient coffins. Did the people from Huangling City come again? 8 ancient coffins floated in the sky, but only 3 of them were open. Someone came out from inside and the rest were all dead. "How dare the 3 of you come back? Aren't you afraid that I will send you to hell?" Lin Xian sneered. "Brat, we have always remembered this grudge. Although they are dead, their ancient coffins are still here. They can form a terrifying great barren formation that can take away all life. Let's see how you can block it." The old man in the lead shouted angrily and set up the formation. The 8 ancient coffins flew in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely terrifying aura of death and desolation spread out. The demon slayer also rose into the air, and the power on his body became more and more terrifying. It was obvious that the 2 of them wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian here. Lin Xian's face darkened. "You want to kill me? You think you are not qualified to do so?" Although the 2 of them were very powerful when they joined forces, Lin Xian had many trump cards. This time he even brought half of the sky-devouring jar with him. That was half an extreme weapon and it was absolutely terrifying. Hence, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He took a deep breath and was about to use the sky-devouring jar. However, at this moment the ground split open. A black shadow rose into the sky again and Lin Xian quickly retreated. Even DeLong was shocked. He did not expect the kelp to have absorbed so much demon the arch blood. Had it grown to such a level? The entire sky darkened, and the kelp was tens of thousands of miles long, bearing its fangs and claws like a demon. Once it appeared, it swept across the world. The 8 ancient coffins were all entangled and they shook. "Damn it, what is this?" The face of the leader of the wild forest elder turned extremely ugly. The demon slayer also shouted angrily, "Again!" He waved his arms, forming a terrifying demon slayer battle saber. It swept in all directions. It collided with the black kelp. The kelp used softness to overcome strength, and it wrapped around the battle saber, sealing it. The scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian quickly used the illusion demon scripture, and demonic chi surged from his body. The demon slayer quasi-emperor said, "Quick, don't let him escape. Use all your strength." As he spoke, he stomped his foot, and his body became extremely terrifying, as if he had turned into a giant. Another black stone tablet appeared in his hand, and the inextinguishable battle intent on it was even more terrifying. Inextinguishable, suppressing the heavens. With a roar, the black stone tablet enlarged, and it was tens of thousands of meters long. It was as if an ancient mountain had descended from the sky, suppressing all the kelp. On the other side, the old man in the lead also shouted angrily, and the 8 ancient coffins rotated as if they had opened the gates to hell. The aura of death from inside was like seawater. It enveloped the surrounding black kelp. After the demon blood kelp was enveloped, their vitality was quickly taken away. It had to be said that the two of them had really used all their strength this time. The power was extremely terrifying, and they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. They were indeed difficult to deal with. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. Sword chi surged from his body and he was about to attack. However, at this moment, the void behind him cracked open, and a bolt of lightning struck him again, sending him flying. What was that? Lin Xian shouted angrily. His body was about to shatter. At the critical moment, he used the heavens battle map to cover his body. Only then did he manage to block the attack. She suddenly turned around and saw that it was a bolt of black lightning that kept dancing. His speed was extremely fast. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold, and he used his Rinnegan to look forward. This was? Before he could react, the void around him kept shattering and black lightning bolts appeared one after another. Those lightning bolts were not big, only the size of a palm, but there were too many of them. They covered the sky and covered the earth.